The Dark Unveiling. Book 2 of Breaking the Scroll Trilogy. Written and published by Jane Vergara. Part 1, The Swordless Swordsman. Prologue, after the Akean Wine Festival. The Swordless Swordsman. Come closer. Marvel at something magical. Those who were nearby looked at me. A lady wearing silk robes glanced in my direction, so I gave her my sweetest smile, hoping that she would inch closer. If someone like her would be drawn to me, I was pretty sure a lot of Loonduns would follow. The lady walked closer, and that was my cue. I threw an orange in the air and chopped my hand in a slashing motion, as though I was holding an invisible sword, and voila! The orange fell to the ground, cut equally to the middle, each half laying flat on the ground. The lady gasped and looked at me. Wonderful! Do it again! She shouted. I winked at her and puffed air on the lock of blonde hair that fell over my eyes. I bowed gracefully towards her. She deserved to be bowed at, what with all that jewelry she was wearing. But there was a throng of soldiers escorting her. Her face was beautiful, accentuated by the faint lines at the corners of her eyes. I never was good at putting an age to a face, but I could only guess that she was tens of moon turns my senior. For you, my lady, I will, I said slyly. This time, a few other women inched closer towards my makeshift stage. Many had their eyebrows raised. A man who was carrying a donkey had his mouth gaping wide as he studied me. Donkey? I gaped at the man, wondering how in the world he was able to carry a donkey until I realized it was just a goat. Grinning, I picked an apple and threw it in the air, then I slashed my hand in the air once again, and true enough, the apple was cut in half, just as the orange was, moments ago. The gasps all around me grew louder this time. The lady in silk robes giggled. Oh, how gorgeous she was, and so I decided to wink at her again. Maybe she would notice that I was a decent-looking young man. I removed my hat and threw it onto the ground before saying, in a booming voice, if the ladies would be so obliged to offer some tribute to my show, I would appreciate that quite kindly. I smiled at them sweetly, hoping that at least one would throw a coin inside my hat. A few seconds passed while the moon's heat burned my skin. Sweat began trickling down my face. Still, my hat lay empty. I sighed, but I flashed another smile to make the audience see that I was a good chap. Maybe the ladies would care for another show? But I need some coins to buy my fruits, I said. I was hoping that someone would still give me some coins. Crat. Wait, a beautiful voice said from the midst of the now slowly thinning crowd. I glanced up and met the eyes of the lady in golden silk robes. My smile grew wider. My page will give you gold, she said. Gold, my lady? The lady was no longer able to answer. Who was I to argue as a page moved forward and handed me a pouch? I stared at the red velvet pouch, refraining from opening it in front of the lady. I was itching to count the gold coins. If ever you're around the Ameresian palace, do look for me, she said. I wish to see more of your performance. I blushed and bowed. My torso was almost parallel to the ground. Whatever you wish, my lady. When I straightened, the lady had her eyes trained on me. I wished I was a few moon turns older, maybe then I could court her. The lady turned and walked away, leaving me grinning like an idiot. The page, a youth who was perhaps older than I by a moon turn, gave me a menacing stare. The lady is a queen, stupid waif. He cursed. He raised his arm and clunked me at the back of my head. The crowd gasped, but before I could react, the page had gone away to follow the lady, the queen. Scratching my head, I turned to look at the crowd around me. I wanted to ask if another performance would make them change their minds about giving me some coins, but I was suddenly surprised by the tinkling sounds. My hat was now overflowing with coins. Following the queen's example, the patrons poured forth from their pockets. Without any need for further motivation, I took the apricot from my side table. I threw it in the air and slashed at it. This time, I spectacularly cut the fruit into 8 pieces. The crowd roared in adoration. Cheers to the Swordless Swordsman. A young boy shouted. A woman giggled, but she shouted the moniker the young boy yelled just the same. All around me, the crowd chanted, Swordless Swordsman. Swordless Swordsman. Well, I did not see anything wrong with using that name. It fits me. Besides, who was I to complain if I had a pouch of gold inside my pocket and a hatful of coins on the ground? Only a fool would.
Have you heard the news? A familiar voice asked me, and I turned to look at Quila Tash. She was short and stocky,
and her face shone as red as the apple she was holding.
What news?
About the festival. I paused.
No.
I don't want to hear anything about what's happening in Canela. I like our place here just fine. But it's such a big deal. Thousands of citizens are dead. I cocked my eyebrows at her. Thousands? I chuckled. What have you been up to? Listening to gossip, eh? How dare you? Quila said. Thousands. Didn't you hear what I said? I haven't heard of such a huge number of dead people since that time my grandfather told me about the story of the last great black egg. I bent down to pick up my hat and started pocketing the coins. Then I threw the hat in the air and jumped to catch it with my head, for show. I smiled proudly as the hat slid perfectly into my sweat-soaked head. Let's go. We don't have to work for too long today. Lots of gold. I winked at Quila. She frowned. Don't you want to know what happened? You are comparing the festival to history. That moment when the dragons became extinct. What made you think that I wouldn't discount your words as gossip? Quila Tash was a puppeteer, and as expected, she had a box full of animal heads made from sewn cloth. She was quite good at making the animals dance, and the children loved watching her shows, transporting them somewhere far away as she performed. I attributed it to her power, though. Hers could imitate any person's voice, a power I found quite appropriate for a puppeteer. She could make her voice shrill, it was a hit among the children. And when needed, she could speak in a low and throaty voice to imitate the ogres. But right now, Quila looked frustrated, and I knew it was because of my disinterest in what she was saying. Her passion, after all, was telling stories. I was not a fan of chatter and all the silly noises girls made. But she was my friend and the only family I knew, and so I had to endure. I figured listening to her accounts wouldn't hurt. All right, tell me about it. As I predicted, Quila beamed thereafter, and yet her face twisted as soon as she started telling the story. It was supposed to be like any other Akean Wine Festival. The children were demonstrating their powers one after another to the Emperor, but then, there was one boy whose presentation angered the Emperor. What boy? Pretty dumb, if you ask me. I took a banana from my pack and started eating while we walked. The boy possessed distantecus, she said, pausing as though waiting for my reaction. Really now? Yes. You've got to believe me. Word got around how he made a wooden box float, Quila said excitedly. I found nothing unusual about that. I stopped caring about powers a long time ago. All of us in Akean have powers, so why did it matter if someone else showed off theirs too? But that wasn't all, she added, he has two powers. He vanished right in front of everybody's eyes. I choked on the banana I was eating and coughed. My eyes got teary, and I had to stop and thump at my chest as I battled the coughing fit. Water, please. Quila took the water bottle from her pouch and handed it to me. I gulped the water quickly to force the fruit chunk down my throat. When I could finally breathe, I handed her the bottle. This boy, I asked anxiously, describe him to me. Quila's nostrils flared, and they were such a sight. Her eyes rounded at the same time as she raised her eyebrows. Why are you suddenly interested in his looks? No reason at all, just describe him. I hissed. Stupid me. Breathe in, so you'd be calmer, I told myself. I don't know what he looks like. Nobody talked about that part of the story. I only heard them say that he's a tall boy. I don't care how tall he is. What about his skin color? Skin color? She asked. Really? You're asking me about his skin color? I swallowed my own spittle. Too late to take it back. Forget it, I said, darting farther away from Quila. Wait up. She shouted. This box is heavy, you know. Be a gentleman and help me carry this. I glanced back at her and caught sight of her flabby arms up in the air. There would be other times where I could be a gentleman, but not today. The news about a boy disappearing right in front of everybody freaked me out. Could it be? And two powers? That was unheard of.
Only the Emperor has more than one power in all of Akean. Do you see anything you want? I asked Quila. She had been eyeing the green dress in the stall for hours, and I could not take it any more. Do you think this dress would look good on me? Quila asked timidly. I rolled my eyes at her and blew at the blonde locks that covered my eyes. Seems all right, I said. She frowned. It's useless buying it then, she said, hurriedly turning around. She crouched over her box of puppets to pick it up and walked away. The green dress might have looked good on her. But her making me wait for what seemed like an eternity was annoying. I sighed. Anyway, since she was the only companion I had, maybe it wouldn't hurt so much if I spared some coins on that dress. I turned to the woman selling the dress and grinned. I'll take this, I said. The woman glared at me as though I did something wretched. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for making your betrothed carry that big box. She hissed at me. Betrothed? Yes. You young men today are plain lazy? You don't know how to take care of women. She ranted on and on while she wrapped the green dress with paper. Why would anybody think that Quila and I were betrothed? I paid the woman coins, but she threw back the coins at me. Go, she urged. Make your lady happy, she pushed further. My grin vanished, and begrudgingly, I took the package. When I traced Quila's footsteps, I was surprised to find her sitting on her box at the side of the road, watching me. She was smiling from ear to ear, as though she enjoyed having to see me buy her a dress. Irritated, I chucked the package to her bosom. Here's your stupid dress, I said. Now, quit dallying, and let's go. I walked away almost without looking back. If you don't follow me now, I swear I'll leave you behind. I won't look for you. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her clutch the dress tighter to her chest before putting it inside the box with her puppets. A faint smile lit her face before she picked up her box and trailed after me. Arden, wait up. You've been such a hubbub's ass today. Why are you acting like this? Quila caught up with me soon after. It's nothing, I said evasively. She eyed me curiously. No, you're a terrible liar. It's about the festival, isn't it? Something about what I said ticked you off. I don't want to hear anything about that stupid festival. We didn't even go there, so why should we talk about it, huh? Quila frowned again. She looked funny whenever she did that. If I remember correctly, I wanted to go, sorely. But you wouldn't hear of it, so we decided to stay here, she said sorely. Yeah, like we haven't been to the festival for the past 3 moon turns. We must have missed out on a lot, I said sarcastically. Quila was silent for a few glorious seconds. I say glorious because she's rarely quiet. Looking back now, staying away could have been a wise choice. Otherwise, who knows? I could be one of the dead, Quila said, passing abruptly and visibly quivering as though the horrendous thought just hit her. I also felt a wave of chill pass through me at her words. Funny, I was drenched in my sweat. You wouldn't end up dead if you had gone. Because you'd saved me. She exclaimed. I knew you had it in you. No. Not that. I think you can clobber anyone who crosses you quite effortlessly, I said matter-of-factly. Quila ignored my remark. It's surreal. So many people died in the grandest annual festival of the moons. And to think that it was the Emperor who started all the killing. My brows arched. I might have overlooked that part. What? It's the Emperor who started it all. He ordered the boy to be executed. Then, they said there was lightning all over the palace yards. Some even said that the ground erupted from where they were standing. In minutes, dead Akeans by the hundreds piled on the streets. Before the celebration was over, she shivered as though another chill passed through her body again. Canella was dead silent. Literally. That seems pretty surreal. That's what I said. She glared angrily at me. You never believe a word I say. No, I protested. It's just that, why would he do that? You want to hear what the drunkards and old wives are saying? I guess so, since you refuse to put a tight lid on your mouth, I said mockingly, trying to ease the impending doom that her stories brought my day. Quila slumped her box to the ground. I looked at her with a grin plastered on my face, expecting her to return the favor. She did, only before suddenly throwing her fist right onto my face. I fell back in a daze. I heard chuckling all around me, and I lifted my gaze to see that a small circle of passers-by had formed around us. But seeing that there was no bloody fight afoot, the crowd thinned all too soon. "Why did you do that? You crazy woman," I said, easing my jaw. "3 reasons." She shouted as though we were miles apart. "What?" "Because you never believe me and because you always take me for granted," she said, her hands on her wide hips. "You said 3. What's the other one?" I asked. Both reasons were well taken, though. I stood up and huffed slightly. From here on, I had better listen to her chattering, else I suffer the same smacking. "You never carry my box," she said. She turned around and started walking away. "You forgot your box, Quila," I shouted after her. "Carry it." I had no option but to do what she said. Good thing it was lighter than I expected. Any petite person could lift it, heck, even a child could. "Hey, tell me more about the festival," I said as soon as I caught up with her. "No. Not until you promise that you'll pay attention to my stories." We were quiet after that. I watched as Quila brushed the back of her hand against her forehead in an attempt to stop the sweat from coursing down her face. "It's getting late. I think it'll be best if we eat here at this inn," I said, pointing to the nearest tavern. Quila eyed me curiously. All right." Phew. I thought she was going to argue some more. I pushed the wooden door open with Quila's box, then turned to her and nodded. "After you, my lady," I mocked. She giggled before entering the inn. Girls were all the same. Even Quila. They would fall for chivalry every time.
Saul Douglas. Weeks had passed since the Akean Wine Festival, and until now, the number of injured and sick that had to be tended to kept increasing by the day. All around the lawn, the yard had lost most of its beautiful blanket of grass, now left with mounds of brown and dark soil and holes from where the earth had so violently been blown off. Laborers were trying to flatten the land to remove the burned remnants of what used to be a grand stage that stood in the middle of the palace yard. No news had come from the south except that the Derelans were still trying to recover from the horrific flood that devastated the province in the previous moon turn. No news had come about Lamare's death, and I sighed in relief. Wind had not spoken about it either. However, I was still in shock, having found that she was of the Amerk bloodline no one else knew. Only Wind and Lamare herself. And that soldier Dogan. I still did not understand the significance of the scroll. Whatever Wind and Lamare kept from us all this time was something that I still intended to unravel. An icy chasm formed in my heart as I remembered Dogan. I knew he spelled trouble. The way he could not take his eyes away from Lamare was indicative that he was not as loyal as he said he was to the Emperor. Now, Dogan blamed me for Lamare's death, and he would inevitably seek his revenge. "My lady," a healer named Amaya curtsied in front of me. "Yes?" "We are running out of herbs, and the soldiers keep finding more injured Akeans buried under the palace debris. They will perish inevitably if we don't obtain more herbs." She paused, "and soon too. How in the gods could so many manage to survive weeks of being buried under the rubble? It must be their powers. That or someone nearby could be helping them. Gifts of survival from the gods came in handy in times like these." "I will do what I can," I said dryly. Amaya curtsied before walking away. There must be a way to find more medicinal plants. Someone was in charge of that, and that someone, if he were dallying in his chores, would find his way into the Canellan dungeon soon. Recklessness, when it could mean lives lost, would be punished harshly. I looked around for Master Akean Ra, the chief laborer, and found him standing beside 3 of his men. His broad shoulders ran straight, tense as I sensed. His muscles flexed as he kept on waving his hands while giving instructions. "No," I said, "push not pull, you idiots." Master Akean bellowed. He was once a mediocre laborer himself but was promoted because of his ability to manage people. He was usually calm, but these past few days, he seemed edgier like everybody else in Canela. His men were lifting a large wooden beam that now lay where the flag of Akean used to stand. From under the beam, there were body parts that had gone purple, blue, black. No amount of herbs could save them now. The stench of festering flesh hung in the air, a grisly reminder of an unforeseen tragedy. "Master Akean, a word, please," I called out. The dark-haired man looked at me with his dark eyes. He used to have a youthful, even pretty face, but the past weeks have made him look rougher and more worn out than usual. "My lady," he said respectfully before curtsying in front of me. "Healers are requesting herbs. Is it not your responsibility to ensure a sustainable supply?" Master Akean's eyes clouded before they grew angry. "It is not my fault that there are so many wounded." The laborers kept on returning from their journey carrying nothing but useless flower petals. He shook his head as drops of sweat rolled down his face. "I'm afraid that there are no more healing herbs." "Are you certain?" I said dryly, hiding my concern. "I have no reason to lie, my lady," Master Akean said, hinting at his irritation. Lately, he has become defensive whenever he feels his job is being criticized. My apologies if my words seem to have insinuated doubt. But rest assured that the palace trusts you, Master Akean. Send someone with the appropriate power to find the herbs our healers need. Maybe someone has a special power that could help with the injured. Master Akean nodded curtly and stalked away. He marched towards the large camp tents a short distance away. The dead need not be taken to the healing quarters, he may have thought. I would agree with him. All around the palace grounds, soldiers were patrolling in droves. Wind was strict about his orders. The palace had to be kept tightly secured. "Down with the Empire." The chanting started, and I glanced back at the people who led the march. They were not wearing any traces of armor, which meant that they were insurgents who had no strong backing. Instead, they held poles, and some wielded thin swords, brandishing the weapons that made them look more pitiful than frightening. "We will not succumb to this emperor's murderous ways. Down with the Empire," they shouted. Other Canelans eyed them curiously, but no one bothered to join the commotion. From the far side of the palace yard, soldiers came rushing in. They lifted their swords and started dueling with the rebels. I closed my eyes and gathered my strength. When I spoke, calmness exuded from my every pore. "Akeans, this is not the way to start the new moon turn," I said in a low drumming tone. "Go back to your camps. The Emperor will see you soon enough, but some urgent matters need to be attended to first." The rebels gaped at me, and I have never been more grateful for my power. If not for the gift of calming people, I knew that I would never be able to pacify any of these uprisings. Even the soldiers put their swords back into their scabbards. Soon the crowd dispersed without another word. Nobody noticed, but the moment the insurgents shouted, I swayed a little out of tiredness. Sleep had been difficult to come by, especially after what happened in the last moon turn. In the mornings, there were the dead and the injured to attend to. In the evenings, the image of Lamare's body as it sagged against mine kept haunting me, torturing me in what little sleep I had. It was impossible to believe that the woman died in my arms and that I was the reason why she was dead. Instantly, a lump rose in my throat and my eyes dried up, growing sandy as I stood silently. I cannot cry. Not in front of everyone. And not after being their beacon of calmness. If my facade were to break, Akeans might doubt my capacity to serve Emperor McQuinstorm Aaron. And amidst the turmoil that happened around me, I could not risk that. I must confront Wind. I have made up my mind. Since the incident, he has kept to himself. The only instance that he came out of his chamber was when he needed to talk to the war generals, and even that never ended well. But I knew the injured needed me more, though. In the meantime, planning would have to be by Winds alone. I was brought out of my pondering by several women passing in front of me. They were wearing tattered clothing, and none among them seemed to have taken a bath recently. A little boy who was crying incessantly was trailing after them. One of the women looked back and picked up the boy. It was at that moment that I noticed that the boy only had one hand. I gasped. "My lady," an aged woman approached me. "The numbers are with me. If you would care to spare me a few minutes of your time?" This was the meeting I always dreaded. Callista Multa was tasked to tally the dead and the injured. I nodded curtly at her. "Follow me, my lady," she said in a sullen tone. As we walked towards the death tents, I watched her frail body crisscross the path in fluid motions. Although she was already old, it never showed in the color of her hair. They were as dark as they have always been. A few palace guards flanked the entrance of the tents, a ghastly aura hovering over them. They gave way upon seeing Callista and me. The putrid smell of decaying flesh greeted me, hitting my nostrils with a shrill sharpness that made it difficult to concentrate. The children were on the far side of the tent. Across the room, the men, and then the women, Callista said, pointing to the piles of covered bodies one after the other. These deaths were all because of wind. Was there anything I could do for him still? But that's not why I invited you over, my lady, Callista murmured. She started walking over to the other side of the tent, measuring her stride carefully so as not to step on the corpses that lined the tents. She stopped beside a body covered with black cloth. I raised my eyebrows at her. What's this? Callista leaned forward and removed the black cloth. This, my lady, she said. Look at this boy. I followed her gaze and my mouth was suspended. The boy in front of me had gray skin. Very pale gray skin. I thought his skin color was because he had been dead for weeks. But look at the other bodies. I glanced around. While some dead bodies did decay, it was still apparent that their skin colors were the usual fair or dark skin of Akeans. Have you told anyone about this? I asked as I knelt beside the boy. I put my fingers across his wrist and checked his body. His limb had torn. He had probably died due to a loss of blood. No. I thought I'd show it to you first, she replied. Good. Keep him here together with the other bodies that are yet to be claimed by relatives. Keep this information to yourself. There was no need to alarm the people. The gray skin could be a manifestation of a plague. Of a sickness. Somehow, there was something odd about the boy. Then try to find out if anybody would look for a boy with his description. As soon as anyone does, report it to me. I will, my lady. I left Callista to do her tasks. It was going to be a long day. The sooner all the dead were accounted for, the sooner I would find myself time to confront Wind. Much damage has been done, and I had the faintest inkling of what this would do to his rule.
Kino Amerk. I was presenting in front of the Emperor, and I was making pebbles fly high above me. Pyper surely could not have reached this high, and I surprised myself that I was actually doing something powerful. Then from a tree, Pyper showed herself and laughed. On the stage, the Emperor raged and shouted, "Kill him!" The palace soldiers went berserk, and taking their swords, raised their arms against me as I ran away. "Pyper!" I shouted. "Pyper!" Pyper was now suddenly by my side, and we skidded past the palace guards together. I turned invisible, and I ran for my life. Pyper clutched my hand. Then before we reached the entrance to the Niven forest, the Emperor caught up to us. He was riding the clouds, and his eyes were blazing like fire. He lifted his arms, and I shriveled as air tightened around my throat. I looked beside me and saw Pyper dead. I croaked, "No. Pyper." Then the Emperor called out lightning bolts and hurled them at me. I raised my arms to cover my face, and the lightning bounced. It flew towards the Emperor instead. At that moment, I awoke. I was panting, sweating profusely, as I sat on the bed. On the other side of the room, Pyper lay asleep. Mayo was sitting on another bed at the other end of the room, staring at the moons outside the bedroom window. I stood up slowly. Weird dream. Can't sleep, either? I asked Mayo from the darkness of the room. Mayo jumped. "You scared me. Don't do that again," he said. "I didn't mean to," I apologized, chuckling lightly. "Why aren't you sleeping?" he asked, eyes still cast outside. "I had a horrible dream," I said after a while. "Although, come to think of it, I did make the lightning bounce, so maybe it was not a nightmare after all." "I'm scared, Kino," Mayo said in softer tones. I sat beside him and joined him, staring from the windowsill. "I know. I'm also scared," I admitted. Mayo did not respond. Instead, he pointed to something outside the window. "Look at that." I can't believe that even in the darkness, they shone, he said. I followed the direction he was pointing at and marveled at the large trees with bright orange leaves. Are those? I said. Mayo nodded and smiled just a tad. Can you believe it? The leaves of the Narromizefra tree are just within our reach. We can actually make your wings, he said. I sighed. A moon turn ago, this would have been so exciting, the kind of adventure that Mayo and I would find ourselves in. But the dream to fly seemed only to be a memory now. I don't understand it all. Why would the Emperor want you dead? Was it because of distant Akeans? He asked, as though the notion was ridiculous. And it was. I don't know, I answered. Why would he want me dead? Many Akeans have shown distant Akeans in the past, and I knew of no one who was executed for possessing that power. Move away from me, Mayo bellowed all of a sudden. What? I said, move away. I don't want to be caught dead with you. Mayo shouted. I wanted to punch my friend in the face. As usual, he was being selfish again. My shoulders tensed from restraint. When I still did not budge from where I sat, Mayo pushed me off balance, and I fell on the floor with a loud thump. Pyper rose from her bed, startled, no doubt. What's happening? Her voice was still grainy from sleep. Stupid Mayo wants me to move away from him, I said, irritation coating the hurt I was feeling inside. Mayo. Pyper shouted, obviously now fully awake herself. Mayo's eyes widened. I told you I'm scared, Pyper. I don't want to die yet. Pyper stood from her bed and lit a lamp in the corner of the room. She then sat beside Mayo and held his clenched fist. My stomach turned, hurt at Mayo's sudden rejection. I told you, no one's going to die, Pyper whispered. Mayo was looking at me with glistening eyes. His chin quivered before he started to cry. He leapt towards me and hugged me. I'm sorry, Kino, he murmured. It's just that I'm so scared. I didn't know I could be so scared. You could have died there. And Pyper too. If I had lost both of you, I would only be left with Brew. Although I was still sore at Mayo, I hugged him back. I was scared, too, more than I ever admitted. Pyper soon joined in. You whimsies. She joked. I laughed. You should get used to it, Pyper. Mayo's always been like this, I said. He's like a baby with his emotions. Pyper laughed. That's not hard to miss, she said. Mayo frowned. Stop bullying me, you two. I only laughed harder and squeezed my two friends tighter. As my arms enveloped both of them, I caught Pyper's eyes. Beneath the twinkling in them, I saw, for a millisecond, a touch of hesitation. I figured she was worried too. And how could we not otherwise? This time, it was not Conrad or Lima who were after me. It was the Emperor who wanted me dead. How in the world would I ever escape that? Mayo had been snoring since we promised a few hours ago to catch some sleep, but I lay on my bed with my eyes wide open. From my bunk, I could clearly see the twin moons. Back in my room in Wawang village, I used to stare at them too whenever I felt scared. I thought you were sleeping, Pyper said, now standing over me. I did not reply to her but instead looked away. Move over so I can fit beside you, Pyper said. I dragged my body over to the left and let Pyper lie close to me. We were silent for a while. What do you think happened to them? I asked. Pyper knew who I was talking about. Maybe they had to do some stuff. Why would Mother make me worry over her? It doesn't make sense. Pyper shrugged. She was not as sure either. Dogan promised he'd take care of my mother. Why aren't they here yet? I asked. The words left my mouth in a rush. My eyes suddenly welled with tears, but I had to blink them back. That's why you need not worry, Pyper said in a whisper. Do you think his promise meant anything? He's a palace guard. He could just as easily turn my mother over to the Emperor. My heart started racing. Pyper turned to face me. Hey, she said. Listen to me. She paused while she searched my eyes. Dogan is a palace guard, so we can trust his words. Besides, your mother trusts him, so there's no reason for you to doubt him. They're going to be all right. When dawn breaks, we might find them here in Niven drinking tea with my parents. Pyper smiled. I had very little to say after that. I could only hope that what Pyper said was true. It has been weeks, and there was still no sign of Mother or Dogan. How would I know if it was time for me to look for them? Do you honestly believe that? I asked. Pyper nodded slowly. Her eyes glistened like steel. Yes, I do. That was enough for me. I closed my eyes and reached out to hold her hand. She clasped my hand tightly as though to reassure me of my growing fears. Thanks, Pyper, I whispered. I fell asleep after that. Dogan Rhonda. Tonight, the moons hid behind the clouds, and it was as if they would never come out again. Better for them to remain hidden, too, I guess. I tossed on the ground and tugged at my coat. Even a coat was a luxury now since I left the palace. I thought it was a wise choice not to go to Ghost Town. I don't think I can face Kino yet. What would I tell him? It's not as though a lowly pet met its sudden demise. It was his mother who had died. And for that, I will forever be accountable. I sat up and stared at the dark sky above. Both moons appeared half-veiled, as though they were Lamare's eyes, looking down on me. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. I shook my head and clutched at my face. Stupid soldier. Useless piece of cratty ass. I ranted before I stood up and punched the tree that offered me refuge for the night. My punches hit the trunk in quickened rhythms, in loud thumps, until both my fists bled. I couldn't feel them anymore. That was the moment I slumped on the ground. In another few hours, Sysis would reveal her first rays, and I would start the journey to the ghost town. Still, what would I tell Kino? There must be something I could do to lessen his pain. I didn't know how long I remained in that position until I woke up from the sound of my own snoring. This time, the sky was brighter. I stood up and tidied myself if there was a way to do that in my disheveled state. Better to start for the ghost town now. It was ironic that the only time I had set foot in that place before was to rescue my fallen princess. I never knew that the second time I would be there was to deliver news to her son that Lamare Amerk was gone. The tree houses were obscured from my view. I would never have noticed them had I not known what to look for. True, the houses were hardly small, but the walls were made of the same material as the trunks, and the roofs seemed as though they were one with the leaves. While my mouth was hanging wide open in admiration and my eyes were slightly closed in scrutiny of my surroundings, a ghost appeared in front of me. The eyes materialized first before the entire face showed in front of me. The whole body later appeared out of thin air. I yelped in surprise, "Cratty ghost." The man snorted. "You have some gall." "I should be the one to shout monster," he said snarkily. I was able to regain my composure. "My apologies, brother." My voice trailed off. "How does one address ghosts?" "Bombay," he said. "Bombay Puge." The man didn't extend his hand in greeting. "I am Dogan Rhonda, Man Shield of His Royal Highness, the..." I stopped short. Man Shield of His Royal Highness? Stupid soldier. There was no more connection between the Emperor and me. The moment he laid a hand on Lamare, my link to him was cut off like it was a brittle twig snapped in two. "I am Dogan Rhonda, from Dirella," I said instead. "I am looking for my friend, Kino Emerk." Bombay raised his eyebrows. Then he vanished. I looked around me in surprise. What was that I said? Why did he vanish so suddenly, as though I mentioned something sinister? I looked around me and felt hands grabbing at my body. I squirmed and twisted, throwing punches in the air. I have never felt so helpless in my entire life. I felt punches being thrown at my face. I had no other way to defend myself but block each attack and try to kick and punch back, although in vain. In a matter of seconds, my body collapsed against the ground, with my hands and feet bound in ropes. My body was hauled like a boulder, and it was creepy because I couldn't see anybody holding me. It was like I was slowly being lifted off the ground. I dozed off. When I awoke, I found myself inside a tent, the flap closing against my face in a loud snap. Then slowly, people started showing themselves. These ghosts, Nivens, were driving me nuts. I have only met 2 Nivens, a little girl and a lad. It was awful to know that they could watch me while I couldn't see them. "What is your business here?" A cold voice regarded me. I stared at the man in awe. He was practically gray all over, like he hadn't been under the sun in moon turns. "I am looking for a boy," I said. "And the last time we separated, this was where he and his friends were headed." The Swordless Swordsman. The inn was packed with people. The pungent smell of sweat hung in the air, and I desperately wanted to go outside to stop myself from gagging. "Quila," I said, nudging her in the ribs. "Maybe we should leave this place and head home." "Nonsense. And leave all the cooking to me? You wish, Arden? You wish." She rapped. It was more than the putrid scent of the inn. It was the fact that it was filled with people coming from across the provinces that bothered me more. I was not fond of being reminded that Akean was so vast. I preferred to maintain a low profile, too, the lowest profile any performer could ever possibly have. Quila trudged to a corner and sat down before pulling a chair for me. When I eased myself down, she pushed me off the seat. "This is for the box. Go grab yourself another chair," Quila said. I grumbled and pulled another chair for myself. When I looked at her, she stuck out her tongue at me, annoying girl. As soon as I was seated, the stew was served, and I started wolfing it down. "Eat quickly," I said. "I want to rest early tonight." Quila rolled her eyes at me. "We're not getting back to the marketplace again in the next few weeks. What's your rush?" "I want to enjoy good food while we have it," she said. "Nothing," I said under my breath. What was wrong with me? From beneath my eyelashes, I caught sight of a limping man approaching our table. "Is this seat taken?" he drawled. Quila glanced up at him before she quickly took her box and put it on the floor beside her. "You can have it," she said to the man. The limping man slumped on the chair. "Stew here, good lady," he shouted over the crowd. My eyes met Quila's. She shivered and looked away, probably disgusted at the man's bearded face that looked oily enough to fry fish in. He smelled like he had been rolled up hard and put away wet. "Been here a lot, lad?" he asked me. I was surprised that he was talking to me. I never liked small talk. "No," I said, wanting to end the conversation. "Have you heard about the bloody festival, eh?" he said. I shook my head and avoided his eyes. Quila, however, did the opposite. "Have you been there, sir?" she asked. "Ha! It was horrible. I was there for some free food and a show. And you know, some toil. A man needs to earn some gold to buy food. But none of that matters now because of all the chaos." "What exactly happened there?" Quila asked, her interest obviously piqued. "This Kino boy. I believe that's what his name was. I still remember him. Dark brown ringlets of hair. That's all I was able to see from where I was. Anyway, that's not important. Right before the Emperor's eyes, he disappeared into thin air," the man exclaimed, although his voice remained deep and throaty. His breath reeked of stale tobacco as though he had been smoking all his life. "It's been weeks. Where do you reckon the boy is now?" I asked, trying hard not to sound too interested. The man shook his head. "Don't care, don't want to know. For me, anyone who spells trouble to that extent is not worth tracking." He shrugged as he took the bowl and put it against his mouth. He soon started slurping in rhythmic gulps. I looked at Quila. She was still watching the man. "What did it feel like, to witness the wrath of the Emperor?" she asked. Crazy. I was trembling all over. I was there to get a free piece of bread, and I almost ended up dead. I tell you, I'm never going back to Canella to watch that festival again. I'll never be in the same province where the Emperor is from now on. The man shook his head. It struck me that courage can so swiftly leave a man. That being in a place of terror could chase it away. Then again, I didn't have the right to talk about courage. I was not even in Canella when the Emperor's carnage happened. Suddenly, from the entrance of the inn, several Canellan soldiers came in, their metallic armor an obvious contrast to the dimly lit tavern. They all seemed more stern-looking than usual. "Hush now," the man said quietly. "Those are the Emperor's men." I bowed low and glanced at Quila, who still had her crazy head up while watching the soldiers. "Keep your head down, Quila," I hissed. "I want to see them. Unlike you, I'm not a coward, and I would very much like to know what it feels like to be part of the festival. I have big dreams, you see." Her voice trailed off. I looked up and saw that a soldier was glancing her way. I could tell Quila lost her voice out of fear, too, as her neck moved and she swallowed hard. She looked away and kept her face buried in her stew. From where I was sitting, I could hear the soldiers' voices rise. They were laughing and having a good time. The gods only knew what these bastards wanted to do here. I wished they would just go away. Far away from Quila and me. "Come on," I said. "Let's go." Quila looked up at me. "Why?" "Because." Quila knew I hated authority and soldiers. She quickly darted one last glance at the soldiers and took her box from the floor, scurrying away using the inn's back door. "Hey!" a shrill voice shouted. "You haven't paid." I stopped so suddenly that Quila crashed the box against my back. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave," I said. An old woman whose apron was as white as her hair stood in front of me. She slapped me with such force that it took me by surprise. I gingerly fished some coins from my purse and gave them to her. It was bad. The soldiers were looking at us. One stood up and slowly found his way towards us. "Is this lad causing you trouble, madam?" he asked in a thick voice. The lady nodded and eyed me suspiciously. "No, I forgot to leave some coins." Before I could continue, the soldier's clenched fist landed on my face. I fell on the floor and clutched at the nearest table, causing it to collapse on top of me. I thought I heard my rib break. Then the soldier fell beside me as an enraged Quila punched him before she yelled in rage, "You're not going to touch Arden." Quila's face flushed before she quickly looked at me and grabbed her box. Before the soldier could move, she scurried towards the back door and shouted, "Run, Arden." The soldier was shocked at the turn of events, but I immediately recovered. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted, leaping from floor to chair to table and then to a widely open window. I caught sight of Quila's skirt as she wheeled off. I touched my face as I ran and winced. It was going to be blue in the morning, but I did not really care much. I was surprised that Quila defended me against the soldiers. That felt good inside.
Pyper, San Diego. Kino was still fast asleep when I decided to crawl out of bed and look for my father. I had a lot of sandals to make. It was a fitting punishment for what I did when I ran away from home and visited the Canellan palace without his permission. I never understood why the Emperor would want to kill Kino. And I am pretty sure that because of this, the Niven elders would not be as happy, all the more that we were keeping Kino with us. But what was I to do? Should I send my friend away? I cannot. I just could not. "Father?" I said, knocking at the door. I waited outside his room, straining my ears to hear him moving about, and knocked again when I heard nothing stirring inside. I was about to knock for a third time when I heard his voice. "Come in, Pyper." I gulped and composed myself before entering. "Father, please talk to me," I begged. I never realized how badly I missed my father, Andoni San Diego. He had not spoken a word to me ever since Kino, Mayo, and I returned to Niven. Father was sitting on the far end of his room. He was looking at sheets of paper as if he had been studying all night. "Sit down," he said. I almost sobbed when he spoke. I was unsure if it was the icy tone of his voice or the overall indifference that made me curl inside. "I'm sorry," I blurted out before I could stop myself. It was at that moment that Father looked at me. He breathed out and slumped against his chair. "Sit down," he said, slightly more stern this time. "Will you please talk to me now? It's been weeks," I shouted. "Pyper, it's not that. I don't know how to make you understand. There's been a lot going on." "Are you mad at me?" I asked. Father chuckled a little, and relief flooded over me. "Mad at you? For what? For being a good friend? For trying to save someone from the Emperor?" he said. A small smile formed on my lips, but then I froze. "You had good intentions, but you have to remember, your fellow Nivens were put at risk," he added. I blushed. "I didn't mean to, Father. You surely must know that." "I know. That's why I can't be mad at you. But it doesn't mean that I'm not worried either. Elder Tala is still running loose out there. The Emperor may already have a hunch about our existence. He saw Kino vanish." I blushed deeper. I could not tell him that a few soldiers could have seen me vanish as well. Right now, Niven elders are still undecided whether or not to form an alliance with Elder Man. "But why not? Elder Man seems to be a good man," I asked. "What exactly is good, Pyper? You are way too young to understand the Niven elders' business. The Emperor hunted us before like prey. He wanted us all dead, and if we reveal ourselves now, do you think we'll stand a chance against his power?" "We can fight," I said before pausing. I had nothing to say next. A touch of concern found its way in my father's face. Fighting would mean even more deaths. "I don't understand. If outside of Niven, the world is chaotic, why is it so difficult for you to decide whether we should fight or not?" "Because death does not honor anyone. It could take you down even if you don't want it to." Father's eyes lingered on my face. He was angry, I could tell. Then he blinked as though he regretted what he had said. "What will happen to Kino?" "He will be brought away from this place. I can't risk having him here. I need to protect our people." I gasped. "But, Father, you can't. You mustn't. If you let him go, the Emperor will kill him once he's found him. Don't argue with me on this. I need to protect our people. Kino has to go. Besides, his uncle is here." I stopped in surprise. "Uncle?" I asked. Father nodded. "Dogan Randa arrived this morning to take him away." "And Kino's mother?" Father's eyebrows rose. "You knew he was coming?" he asked. After a while, he continued with a hint of uncertainty, "Dogan came alone." I could not believe my ears. I raised my arms as though to block whatever Father might say next. But I could not take in what he said, and I ran away from his room, hurriedly leaping out of the treehouse. I reached out for the vine in front of me as I jumped and swung, then slid downwards to the ground with little effort. My feet barely caught up with me as I zoomed past several Nivens congregating. I cloaked myself in invisibility as I ran towards the town hall. Nobody was there, so I went to my mother's den and threw the door open. A man with a broad back turned to look at me. I had to school myself not to cringe when my gaze fell upon his face. Dogan Ronda's hair used to be in a topknot the last time I saw him, but now it had started to grow out. His eyes, which were the only pleasing part of him to look at, were masked. "Pyper, don't you ever knock?" my mother, Laren San Diego, asked. My eyes were still fixed on Dogan. "Where is she? Where is Kino's mother?" I asked in a rough voice. I was panting not because I ran so fast but because I was holding my breath, afraid of what Dogan had to say. "Pyper, I'm sorry." My surroundings swirled. Dogan's voice droned on. "What happened to her? Where is she?" I demanded. "Pyper San Diego, what's wrong with you?" my mother asked. I ran towards Dogan and stopped short of bumping into him. "Where is she?" I asked sternly, my hands trembling. Dogan's eyes avoided mine. "I have to talk to Kino. Where is he?" His voice was dry, without emotion lesser than his usual. That was the worst response anyone could ever give from that sort of question. It was like he had already confirmed that Mistress Lamare was. I paled and could not breathe for a moment, as though invisible hands constricted my throat. My eyes stung from tears that would not roll down my cheeks. Dogen stood up hastily, staring at the door. My heart thudded painfully inside my chest as I turned to look at where he and my mother were staring at. I locked eyes with Kino's. Then at Mayo's. And then at my father's, who was wearing a grim expression. For a split second, Kino's face was emotionless, and then rage split it as he howled and raced towards Dogen, throwing punches at his bulging chest. I did not realize that my mother had taken me into her arms. Mayo was standing beside my father, and he was crying too. "You promised," Kino shouted. "You promised you'd take care of her." Dogen received each punch thrown his way. But Kino was so small that Dogen's winces seemed to not come from the physical assault but from a pain that could not be calmed or at least be denied. "Hey," Dogen said, his voice strained. He gripped Kino's arms and stared him in the eye. "I did my best, boy. But the Emperor is a strong man. I couldn't save her. The gods know I'd risk my life for her, but it wasn't me the Emperor was after. That's why I am the one here and not your mother. Not even shielding your mother with my body could protect her from the Emperor." "But you promised. You said you'd protect her," Kino cried, his fists struggling to thud Dogen's adamant chest. "I never should have trusted you. She trusted you. That's why I let her run along with you. Had I known that this is how it was going to end." Kino squirmed and kicked Dogen's legs. "Where's your honor?" he screamed in between sobs. "Do you think I condone this? I would rather have the situation reversed. That it was I she buried instead of having to face you to tell you all this. No one would mourn me, and I would rather have joined my family who died in the flooding than to face a boy to tell him his mother has." Dogen's eyes went still as though life had drained from his tired soul. "Right now, I understand that you have no reason to trust me anymore. But I promised your mother I would protect you," he whispered in his deep voice. Kino escaped from Dogen's grip and darted away. "Kino, wait!" I shouted before sprinting after him.
Kino Amerk. I ran for the trees in reckless abandon, each twig crashing against my ribs, brushing onto my legs, and sometimes, even swatting on my face. But as I ran, I was oblivious to any pain because something inside of me was burning me from within. I ran for what seemed like forever, angry at the world. Mad at Nivens. At the ghosts. At Dogen the most. Mother was gone. I stooped to the ground, knees almost touching my shoulders. I retched repeatedly, but nothing solid ever came out. My stomach singed, and I placed both my hands against my belly. Nothing seemed to help the wrenching pain I felt. Then the unthinkable happened. I cried. Mother was gone. There was nothing else for me now. Where would I go? But more so, who did I have to hurt so that this feeling would go away? If I hurt Dogen, will it ease the pain of my mother's passing? Death. I could not even let the words pass through my mouth. It felt awful. It tasted bitter. I sobbed relentlessly, alone in the middle of a clearing. And it was in that pitiful condition that I felt warm arms envelop me. I caught a glimpse of gray hands, and I immediately knew they belonged to Pyper. "Go away. Let go of me. I don't need you," I shouted, pushing Pyper away. Pyper crouched down beside me and grabbed my hand. "Listen to me. Go away. I didn't ask you to follow me here. Go back to your father and your mother and all your Niven friends." I scoffed. It suddenly occurred to me how unfair it was for Pyper to have everyone, even an entire community, who cared for her when I had no one. Pyper tackled me while I kept shoving her away. I pushed against her shoulders, but she was relentless. She raised her right arm and swung it at me, hitting me repeatedly on my shoulder blade, and long after, grappling my sides and pinning me down. My foot got caught onto the twigs that littered on the ground, and I fell back, taking Pyper with me. My head bumped into a soft thud against the leafy ground. We were motionless for a while. I had no energy for this. Instead, I continued sobbing. As we lay on the earth, Pyper wrapped her arms around me and stayed with me while my body convulsed from the effort. Minutes later, as the wails subsided, she got up and extended her hand to me. I turned away. "Come on. Take my hand," she insisted. When I still ignored her, She crouched low and pulled at my hands with slightly more force. She grunted as she did, probably surprised at my weight, but soon she was finally able to sit me upright. I hate the world. I hate the Emperor. I hate Dogan, I said, my voice taking an icy tone. Why did it have to be my mother? To my rants, Pyper remained silent. Will this feeling ever go away? I asked. Pyper remained quiet. The pain, is it ever going away? I started shedding a fresh batch of tears. Pyper's eyes grew wet from unshed tears. She had no answers to my questions, but her arms around me tightened. They were somewhat comforting now. Come on. We have to go back, Pyper said, trying to hold back her tears. No. I can't go back now. There's nothing for me to go back to. You have me. You have Mayo. We will have our adventures together. It's not like that. You have your family, I choked. I don't have any. Not anymore. We have to go back. You need to find out what happened. My ears burned. My cheeks felt really hot too. I have a million questions running inside my head, Pyper. Why did the Emperor want me dead? I'm just a boy. What harm could I possibly inflict? I was so hurt. And now, Mother is dead, what am I to think of that? If the Emperor wanted me dead, isn't it only logical that the reason Mother didn't want to go back to the palace was that the Emperor wanted her dead as well? Pyper was quiet for a bit but eventually sighed. I don't know. I don't understand any of it, Pyper. I don't think I ever will. And with my mother gone, who will explain everything to me? I have no place in Akean now, I said desperately. I am a boy, just a boy, I kept on repeating this to myself, as though saying it over and over again would somehow reveal the reason unbeknownst to me. Pyper turned invisible, and my body flickered a little until I became invisible too. Pyper squeezed my hand as though a warning to make me quiet. From behind us, several feet away, I saw Dogan. He was looking for me. I gritted my teeth to repress my emotions while my hands gripped Pyper's. She shook me off. I'm sorry, I murmured. Dogan left the clearing after a few minutes and walked farther away. Kino, let's go back home, Pyper urged. There's nothing for me now, I murmured. There's my home in Wawang, but without Mother, it will never really feel like home anymore. Please? Pyper tugged at my hand some more. It was unfair. Why did Mother have to die? None of this was right. All right, I whispered. It took a while, but soon we found our way back to Niven. I did not realize I had run so far away from Niven. When we reached Pyper's house, Mayo ran to the door and hugged me. He looked sorry about what had happened. What good was a pity if it could not bring Mother back again? In my mind, I knew I had to leave them all behind and plan my next steps carefully. Somehow, I would find a way to avenge Mother. It mattered not if it was the Emperor himself I had to strangle with my bare hands. Neither did it matter that he could kill me in the process. Nothing really mattered now. Mayo Kalo. I was still trembling. Not because I was afraid to look at Dogan, but because I could not believe that Kino's mother was dead. In all honesty, I thought it was all going to be all right, but who was I kidding? The moment the Emperor raged on about Distantekis was when everything blew out of proportion. I had to think of something fast. Kino was a bit predictable, so I had a good hunch of what he might have been planning to do. I had to sleep very lightly that night, where I might find him gone by morning. And that is not right. I have to be there for him. He was my best friend. Hey, I nudged him in the ribs. I'm sorry, I said, trying to smile. I don't want to talk about it, he said dismissively. Why not? Because it makes me sad. And I want to get rid of this feeling. I want to be angry all the time now so that I can avenge my mother. What are you going to do, Kino? You're just a boy. I don't know, he said in agony. I don't understand what's happening. Can you still do it? I interrupted. It was crazy to learn that Kino could make himself invisible. He did not have any power then, but now, he was like the Nivens, invisible and all. Kino nodded. Whoa. Don't be so sad, I said. At least your power's great. You can hide from the Emperor. And when we find out who did this to your mother, we can go after them and avenge her. I don't want to have this power anymore. I want my mother back, he said in between sobs. I sat still. Pyper was nowhere to be seen, and Dogan had not shown himself the entire afternoon. I wondered when all of Kino's emotional battles would fade away. If only I could do something about them. But that exact moment, Pyper came in. She was carrying with her a large canvas bag. What's that? I asked. Bags that have other bags in it, she said. I tried to laugh at her joke. You're silly? No, I'm not, she said sternly. I stopped laughing, realizing that she was dead serious. Grab one and pack your things. We're leaving soon, she said as she made her way to her closet. I looked at her with wide eyes. Why? Where are we going? Kino stood up and grabbed a pack. His bag looked worn out, and it was missing a few buttons on the pockets. Come on, Mayo. If you want to join us, shut up and get packed, Kino interjected as he gathered his things. But what about our food? Have any of you thought about that, huh? I said. I was getting worried. There's no time for your stomach, Mayo. And I'm not going to force you to go with us if you don't want to. Sometimes I want to smack Kino in the face. This was one of those times. But I want to come. It's just that. Kino stopped packing his things midway and stared at me with his stoic green eyes. I don't want to be hasty about any of this, I said. I want to plan this out properly with you and Pyper. But there's no time to plan, Mayo. We don't know what we're up against, said Kino. I think the danger is that we know all too well who we're up against, Pyper butted in. I nodded my head vigorously. Which is why we have to plan it, don't you see? I wailed. My arms flailed in the air until my hands came to rest on my head. But these two were too stubborn to listen. They kept on putting stuff into their rucksacks. If I did not follow suit, I would be left behind. Begrudgingly, I started packing my things, but I stomped my feet and made loud noises hoping that one of the adults would hear me and wonder what we were up to. I had no intentions to go. Where would we stay? Would anybody ever take us? More importantly, what would we eat?
The twins. Mira was busily watching the fire that we had just built. The flames danced with the evening breeze, licking the fowl that we were roasting, a lucky catch after a few hours of trying, and each time this happened, Mira would throw into a fit of giggles. For once, though, his saliva did not flow involuntarily from the corners of his mouth. Turn the duck. I told you it would burn easily, I said, squeezing in a smile. As usual, Miro paid me no mind. He giggled again, but after a few seconds, he reached for the stick that held the duck and rotated it. I put down the dry sticks and twigs that I gathered from the forest and rubbed my sore hands against my skirt. I squinted at the sky and wondered what time it was. Risa and Luna were visible and glowing against the blue sky. No wonder I was sweating all over. I think we can eat the duck now, I said. Miro went still. Duck, he muttered. Yes, duck. How I wished he would grow up sooner. It was sad that both of us grew up without our mother to care for us and that father had to desert us. It was our grandmother who was there for us, until before she died. There was no one to tell us about our heritage. All I knew was that we were posps. The twins. I grabbed one of the sticks that lay around the flame and pushed at the cooked duck until it fell on the large leaves that I spread widely on the ground. I pulled off the tender duck leg and handed it to my brother. Miro immediately took to eating, wolfing it faster than he could talk. Burned, he said while giggling. I sat opposite him and watched his shoulders move up and down as he fell into a fit of laughter. My brother was like an innocent toddler who was just starting to learn how to talk. I took a piece off the fowl and sank my teeth onto its flesh. That was when I started laughing too. It is burned. I said as I started to giggle as well. By now, my brother was mercilessly devouring the duck's flesh. I wish I could talk to you like how normal siblings do, I said slowly, willing him to understand. There's only you and me now, Miro. If I can't talk to you about anything at all, who will I share my thoughts with? Miro seemed to understand. He looked down at his outstretched legs and started wiggling his toes. Then he stopped and looked at me, but he said nothing. I forced a smile and nodded at him. At night, when we travel, I get scared of bandits. If someone were to kidnap us or do terrible things to us, who would protect us? There's nobody. I paused. I envy you sometimes, Miro. And then, on the worst days, I keep on wishing that the situations were reversed so that I'll get to feel how it is to have someone care for me. I sighed. Miro stopped chewing on his duck. He put down his share and looked at it for a while. Then he handed it to me, burned, torn, and in an incredibly distasteful condition. Food, he said. My heart lifted at his gesture, and I almost got teary-eyed. No, that's yours, I said, refusing my twin's offer. He smiled at me, and I did not know if I imagined it, but his eyes focused on mine as though he had a clear understanding of the world. But soon after, he returned to his giggling, and just like that, his connection to the world was lost. Stop laughing and just eat your food. We have to move in an hour and reach Loondu before the sky gets dark, I said. Obediently, Miro started on his food again. His grimy hands pulled at the meat before he put the burnt duck flesh in his mouth. I shook my head. Hey, I said. Miro would not meet my eyes. Hey, I repeated. He glanced up at me. His dark eyes, a contrast to my pale blue, met mine levelly. The things I said earlier, about wanting to feel protected and all, they're true. It would be nice to have someone care for me the way I care for you. But it doesn't mean that I will ever tire of caring for you, I paused. Please know that, all right? Miro's eyes were on mine, but I could see they were looking past me. Somehow, he may have understood because he then smiled the widest he could and quickly grabbed me and gave me a hug. The fire sizzled as the water was thrown over it. Put out the fire after cooking, the woman said. I told you to be responsible, especially in the forests. You wouldn't want to start a fire, would you? I looked up at the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Miro was also staring at her. He had a wide grin on, and his drool dripped in drabs onto the dry earth.
Northside Amerk. Maybe it was time to visit the Mima. I had expected to find Kino by this time, but none of the elders could tell me where he was. The boy kept on moving, and with so much ground to cover, it would take me a while to finally be able to talk to my grandson. I needed to find him. It was of great urgency. Without my daughter to guide him, my grandson could get wayward in learning about his true power. I walked out of the cave to watch the sky as it drew the day. Flocks of birds were flying. The rocks that lined the entrance to this cavern were slimy, and I had to be careful not to slip. Soon, the clear water caressed my ankles, easing away some of the heat from the sun. Stopping outside the mouth of the cave, I glanced up at the sky and waited for the familiar arc of an eagle's wings. Words would have to start coming in. The news was all I lived for now. From the south, a mighty raptor soared. It dipped low until it was just a few yards high from the ground, gathering speed as it flew towards me. It glided gracefully before perching on my outstretched hand. I tore at the paper tied to its leg and released the eagle from his perch. It flew away and was back in the air in a heartbeat. He could be anywhere, the note said. I frowned, unable to hide my disappointment. I asked the elders to look for a boy, my grandson, and I still had no valuable information of his whereabouts. Gone were the days when I could so easily deploy hundreds of soldiers to scout Akean. Now, everything seemed to be happening much too slowly to my liking. I tasted the bitterness of losing my authority to this land. Some days, I could ignore the loss. On others, the loss felt like salt pressed and rubbed on fresh wounds. Wounds that would never heal. No matter how long I waited. Better to wait for the seer. She's the only one who can help me. I walked back into the cave and lit a candle in a corner. If I cannot find the boy soon enough, he could end up dead. And then all my sacrifices to bring Akean back to what it once was would be for naught. Your Grace, a familiar voice said from my back. A rush of emotion entered my heart. At least some people remained reliable? There's no need for that, Microm, I said. Micromania did not look like she had aged at all. She was only 20 moon turns when she started serving me, and yet, even all these years later, it was as though time had not touched her face at all. It will displease me, Your Grace, to act as though you are but common, she said. I am no longer who I used to be. I am but an elder. It isn't that way for me, Your Grace. Some things never change. I need to know where to find my grandson. My power remains at your disposal, Your Grace, she said. I bet that if she could still curtsy, she would. But the days had not been kind to her, and I stared at the aging lady who had lost her hands. My heart ached at seeing her with only stumps for appendages. Tell me, where will I find him? Back where all the chaos began, she said. The seer tells me what she knows, but knowledge does not come to her easily. Back where all the chaos began, I mulled things in my head. The Canellan Palace, I wondered. Do you see anything else? I asked. Something that could make this easier for all of us? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Grace, but that is all the Mima has shown me. That's all right, I said. I will have to make do with what was offered. You have to act now, Your Grace. Find him. Or he will be lost forever, she said. What else do you see? Has the prophecy changed? Out of Niven blood, Akean will rise again, she said. It was the same words she had spoken to me tens of moon turns ago. I wondered how this could be. If this were to happen, it would put an end to the Amerk bloodline. Niven blood. Now that was intriguing. How I wished she could tell me more. Maybe it was time to use my charm on her again. It may have been against my principles to use my power on the seer, but sometimes an old emperor has to do what he must do. Sit, Micromania, I said. I coated my voice with charm before adding, and use your power to see farther than what the Mima allowed you to reveal. Microm smiled affectionately and sat. Then suddenly, her eyes were lost behind her eyelids, and I braced myself for what was left for me to hear. Tehran Erager. All my life, I served the emperors of Akean. It mattered not who the emperor was because my fealty was always to the throne and never to the man who sat on it. Now, even though McQuinstorm Aaron has defiled his name by his actions, I cannot abandon him. As his advisor, I am expected to keep everything running in an orderly fashion. If I had my way, all the 13 war generals would have been here. But since only 10 were in close proximity, I had to make do with convening those who were available. I read out loud the names of those who were in attendance. Marcus Asan of Loondu, War General. Benno Tibol of Amer, War General. Kapi Ribeir of Bulaknin, War General. Lono Duerev, War General. Rizalo Agia, War General. Aristol Kokona, War General. Ida Masawi, War General. Paterno Ronaldo, War General. Ion Noto, War General. Of the names listed, 3 were missing, sent far away on a mission only the Emperor knew: Maraso Quises, Iluo Ortu, and Renner Kolo. With the Emperor keeping to himself, I wondered if it was wrong altogether to have called for this meeting. What is the order of business for this meeting? Edom asked. To find all these rebels and quell the resistance, I said starkly. It was harsh, but it was what my duty dictated. There was a long list of names that I had with me: Lamare Amerk, the royal scribe. Dogan Ronda, the emperor's man-shield. Kino Amerk, the boy the emperor loathed. A dozen other soldiers. A dozen other names I have never heard of before. We were to find them all and bring them to the emperor, dead or alive. How will you define who His Grace sees as a rebel, Tehran? Lono asked. He twisted in his seat. His face held an edge, a defiant challenge to me. Anyone who does not support the charters of Akean, I said. By your definition, then even the emperor may be charged as a rebel, Lono retorted. The emperor is the charter. He cannot be convicted for breaking himself. Lono laughed. Do you think I will listen to this nonsense? Have you no eyes, Tehran? What was it that happened at the festival, huh? Who broke who? And who broke what? Who was it who first withheld the charter? The Emperor acts in ways where no explanation is needed, I rebutted sternly. Cratty hell. Paterno Ronaldo said. You forget who you're affiliated to, Tehran. It's to the throne, not to the Emperor. I will not forget my place, I said. I am here. I am the one who called all of you to remind you of who your loyalties belong to. Do you remember Amadeu de la Sante? Paterno asked. Let me refresh your memory, my good friend. De la Sante was the 11th Emperor of Achaea, the one who ordered the 6th Circle killing because he had reason to believe that a rebellion was being formed to overthrow his empire. On the night that De la Sante ordered the killing of the leaders of the 6th Circle, may I remind you whose ancestors were the hands that had slain the 6 necks of the Circle? I paled. It did me no good to remember the sins of my lineage. Loyalty must have boundaries. I was made very much aware of that. And look who's here reminding everyone of their place, Paterno shouted from the far end of the long table. This is uncalled for. The Emperor was at fault for what he did. And without any reason for doing it either. We might as well plot against him and put an end to all of his nonsense now, Lono said. But he is the Emperor. What is written in the charter, Tehran? Show us you still have a good head for these things, Rizalo said. I breathed deeply. The Emperor merely represents the throne. He is never the throne. Then why cover for his flaws? Paterno asked. Because even the greatest of emperors have had their flaws. No one was ever as unreasonable, Lono said. I had to pause and gather my thoughts. I could not tell them that I, too, had my doubts. It was my honor to protect the Emperor. Who's to say he was absent for a reason? I asked them. Charter 61 spoke about the Emperor's business, not being privy to every war general. It can be demanded of him, Ion Noto bellowed. For the first time since the assembly started, it was only now that the tight-lipped general spoke. In the next meeting with the Emperor, make it a point to raise, advisor, or the Emperor may lose some of his general's support. I knew this was coming, and I wrote down what he said, all of what they said. I wished that Solar and Douglas were here to calm the generals. But with her tending to the sick, I had to risk proceeding with the meeting without her. If I may, let it also be noted that calling the generals into a meeting without the consent of the Emperor himself and the Emperor present may constitute treason, Ion said. Charter 101. I should never have underestimated him. He was as well versed with the charter as I was. I paled. These generals knew the laws, and they had no intentions of being manipulated. Not that I had thoughts about manipulating them. I worked for the Emperor and the throne, nothing more. I had to remind myself constantly with that. All revelations are sealed and will be kept for future reference. If there are no other concerns to be raised, I most humbly request each war general to reaffirm his support to the Emperor and the throne. Be it known to everyone present that the meeting was intended to declare support to the throne, to pursue and put an end to any rising rebellion. One by one, the generals made their declarations. Each word that escaped their mouths was followed by a tight-fisted thumping across their chests. For now, the support was unanimous for all those present. For now. Chapter 1, The Niven Chief Hunter. Andoni San Diego. I looked around the town hall, wondering if peace would ever return to Niven. Or to Achaea, for that matter. True, it was only in the Canellan Palace where the Emperor's carnage occurred, but the news had ways of traveling faster than lightning. By now, the story may have probably spread to the east and the west ends. The lands to the south were a little farther, though, and it would take months before anyone there would hear about what happened weeks ago. As usual, the crowd was noisy. The Niven men could not keep their mouths shut, and who could blame them? Do you need me here? Laren asked. I shook my head. Not this time. Times are changing. I can help you with what needs to be done. It's not as simple as that. Our identities may be hanging in the balance, but these men won't change overnight. They still won't listen to you because you are not a member of the town hall. I looked at my wife intently and thanked the gods for the strength that they lent me through this formidable woman. Laren pressed a kiss against my cheek, and with that simple gesture, she told me everything was going to be all right. She left without another word. Gentlemen, please. The meeting is about to begin. Bombay stood up. The elder has not been found yet, he said. Any news from Romeo then? I asked. None, Chief Hunter. Romeo's whereabouts, together with the Nivens who went with him, are still unknown. But it doesn't matter at this point, does it? I felt myself squint as I considered this report. I nodded before opening my mouth again, but I was interrupted. I don't think the elder is important anymore. If I may say so, you risked your heritage, Andoni. Your entire people. The words were said sternly, but it was not the edge in his tone that hit me. It was the fact that somebody had addressed me by my first name. It is not to be done, especially when there is a town hall meeting. Bombay's eyes rounded. He knew that the man who had spoken had shamed me. I did not know what to say to him. Pardon me. But it was unacceptable behavior. How can one man risk all of us? What's the assurance that it won't happen again? But we always stand as one. No one can ever break us, someone said. I gritted my teeth. Please, we can't look back at what happened. What's important is that none of the Akeans have discovered our identities, I said. Yet. It is not to be done again, Salvatore insisted. I did not march to Canella to watch the festival. Nor to rescue a woman whom I didn't even know. My daughter's life was in danger, and it is your responsibility to fulfill your duty as a Niven. No Niven dies on foreign soil, I said harshly. Bombay gasped. I did not intend to say those words. They made me sound like a heartless bastard. But there was no turning back. I had to continue the retort. Yes. It wasn't only to rescue my daughter. It was to ensure the safety of our people. If she had died there, what did you think would have happened? With nobody in the mainland to identify her. With her gray skin. Did it not cross your mind that Akeans would have doubts? I continued. I was disgusted with myself for the words that had rashly left my mouth. But these were my men. I had to assure them that Niven was still one family and we should all act together to keep it that way. Salvatore leaned back against his chair. Doubt still clouded his eyes, but he spoke no more after that. For me, his silence was more than enough. Bombay was looking down at his feet. Poor kid. He was still far too young to learn that there was harshness among us Nivens as well. And he was friends with Pyper. Chief Hunter, if I may speak? Elder Mayan was raising his right hand. I cocked my eyebrow at him, but I needed the distraction he was offering. I nodded at him in response. Elder Mayan addressed Salvatore afterward. My good man. Do not doubt the intentions of your chief hunter. He is tested. But we are digressing from the real issue here. Suddenly, Salvatore's attention was caught. He was now listening intently to the elder. Your daughter was in the middle of the presentation, on stage, facing the emperor. What was the rest of Akean seeing but a boy making a wooden box float? Isn't it interesting that when the boy did those things, the emperor was so enraged? Elder Mayan paused. I did not understand where the elder was leading to, but I had to admit, it was downright ridiculous. It made no sense at all. Who is this boy? Salvatore asked. Elder Mayan shook his head. I don't know. I did not meet him before that unfortunate event when Elder Tala came here to your town. I don't know the history. But there must be something we could find out about him, Bombay said before blushing furiously for the indignation to speak. He was still unaccustomed to acting like the Niven man that he already was. He's here. Why don't we ask him? Pindoro said. I shook my head. I had no intention to subject the boy to an interrogation, let alone his humiliation. I was unsure it was necessary, but the men would not stop prodding unless Kino was brought to the town hall. Go fetch Kino, I told Bombay, who immediately stood up and rushed out as though he were still a child, eager to please his parents. The men grew quiet, their eyes showing deep concern. What would happen if the Emperor discovers us? What if Elder Tulla manages to tell the Emperor about us? Will he indeed come after us, kill us? As though someone was reading through my thoughts, I heard a faint voice saying, "You have to promise, Chief Hunter." I looked up and met the man's gaze. "You have to promise that you won't put your daughter before all of us." I could feel Salvatore's steely gaze piercing through me. Everybody else was waiting for my response. Nobody was harmed. And nobody will be. At that moment, Bombay came in, panting. He doubled over, hands on his knees, and tried his best to catch his breath. Then he raised his head, eyes frantic. "They're gone." Bombay rubbed his arms together as though to ease the tension. Then his eyes swept across all of us as he said, "The children are all gone." Chapter 2, The Nightmares. Kino Amerk. This time, I was running away with my mother and Pyper. Gusts of wind blew against my face, and I could feel the sharp breeze as it stung against my cheeks. If I were to look into a mirror, I was sure that I would find my face swollen and red. I turned to look around and found Dogan running after us. I stopped and faced him. His face twisted in emotion. "Run, Kino," he shouted. "If you don't run, your mother's going to die." But I did not listen. I stood there, frozen at the spot. Dogan passed by me, and soon enough, both of them were gone. They were going to be safe now. From out of nowhere, the Emperor revealed himself, laughing maniacally. He stopped in his tracks when he saw me. "Not this time, boy. You're never going to run away from me, never," he said. He lifted his hands, and the sky put on a splendid display of lightning, littering the heavens with blinding brightness as though they were fireworks at the Akean Wine Festival. The roaring thunder followed soon after. "You're never going to escape me this time," he repeated. I wondered if turning invisible could help me. I winced as I tried to lose myself in power. My body flickered, but I was unsuccessful. The Emperor had raised his hands and, by now, lifted me into the air without much effort. I squirmed, trying to loosen his airy grip, but nothing happened. The air was closing in on me, and I could hardly breathe from the tight grip that robbed me of my breath. Maybe it was better like this. With me gone, Mother would not die. But she's already dead. No. This was real. Mother was still alive. The Emperor flew towards me, but before he reached me, vines ensnared his legs, circling his appendages and tying him in bounds. As the Emperor collapsed to the ground, I fell. "Are you responsible for this?" he hissed vehemently. Vines continued to sprout from the earth, and they covered the Emperor's arms and body. He screamed as he got lost in the tangle of leaves. From behind me, I heard loud footsteps. Pyper and Dogan came back. "Where's Mother?" I asked. Dogan knelt in front of me. "I have no honor," he said. "No. I saved her." "Not this time." "I saved her," I kept on repeating before I started running away from them. I pumped my fists as I ran, hoping that I could escape the past. I would do whatever it took to bring my mother back. Involuntarily, I turned invisible. Confused because I could not see myself, I crashed against a tree and stumbled. I woke up with a start. In the darkness, I felt Pyper's hand against mine. "It's all right. It's going to be all right," she said, trying her best to calm me. I was sweating from head to toe. I nodded in response, although deep inside, I did not believe her words. From across the doused bonfire, Mayo was snoring loudly in his sleeping bag. His hands were occasionally slapping against his cheeks to drive the mosquitoes away. I had another weird dream, I told Pyper. Is it about the Emperor? She asked. Yes. He runs after me, even in my dreams. What happened? It's the same as the dreams I had for the past days. Except I paused. Pyper leaned closer. What? This time, I couldn't turn invisible. Cheer up. That's not going to happen. Once you discover your power, it will always be there. She squeezed my hand as though to reassure me. I was grateful she did. But there was something weird with this dream. I defeated the Emperor, or somebody else did. What do you mean? Vines covered his entire body as though they were ropes. The Emperor was caught off guard, and he didn't get the chance to burn them with his lightning. Pyper scrunched her forehead. She tilted her head sideways as though thinking it over. Her blonde locks tumbled against her shoulder. That's pretty weird. But then again, you were dreaming. It's not like it actually happened, she said, still trying to sound reassuring. Well, yeah. But the truth was, I wished it was real. At least up to that point where the Emperor vanished and before Pyper and Dogan came running back towards me. Before Dogan knelt and told me, I have no honor. Suddenly, my eyes blurred, and I sank my face between my knees. I felt a lump rising in my throat, and I could hardly breathe again. Mother's gone. Each time I remember that I would never gaze at my mother's face again, I would feel a dozen vivid emotions. Pyper's hand was against my back to comfort me. I knew she understood. But the stillness of that night was suddenly broken by a fierce cry. Help me. I looked up at the same time that Pyper stood up. She was invisible in an instant. It took me several seconds to follow suit. Help! Pyper and I moved closer to where Mayo was and found him squirming in his bunk. He sat up and pushed himself upright. His eyes were big and round as he eased in his position and tried to run. Only, he could not. His body twisted in an attempt to raise his legs. When he managed to stand up, he leapt awkwardly before falling to the ground. Pyper became visible again, and I did the same. The night sky made it difficult for me to see what was wrong with Mayo's legs. Goodness, Kino. Pyper squealed. I leaned towards Mayo and looked at what caught Pyper's eyes. There in front of us were Mayo's legs, bound tightly with vines.
Chapter 3, of Dreams and Nightmares. Pyper San Diego. Stop. Kino, please stop running. I yelled at Kino as I dashed after him. Don't you see it? It's not safe having you both around me anymore. That was my dream and it happened. How will you explain that? He yelled back. He then stopped in his tracks so abruptly that I almost bumped against him. There's got to be a reason that happened, and I know it's not just because it was your dream, Kino, I said, panting in between breaths. Can you do it again? I mean, will you try doing it again? Kino's face grew flushed, and I bet mine was too. He inhaled sharply and raised his fist. Then he closed them slowly as he fixed his gaze on the ground between us. Nothing, right? I said. Then maybe it wasn't you. I watched the ground for any indication of movement, but there was none. Let's go back to Mayo. He's scared enough to be in the woods, let alone be left alone altogether. Kino narrowed his eyes at the ground and clenched his fists tighter, and no sooner had he done that, there were indeed some movements on the ground before us. A vine sprouted and started crawling over a small patch of earth. Kino gasped. My eyes widened. How? Kino stepped back and swayed in disbelief. He then gestured his hand and a flower sprouted. A flower? I asked. Beats me. I don't understand what's happening, Kino said. How did you learn to do that? Kino shook his head, his face clouded. I inched closer to him. Come on, let's go back to Mayo. We'll figure this out together in the morning, I said, trying to sound convincing. No. He yelled. I have the power of a freak. What is this? I have to figure this out on my own. Will you please stop being stubborn? We're halfway across the world. Mayo and I ran away from our families to be with you, and this is how you're going to treat us? You need friends, Kino, and we're it. Kino slumped on the ground and clutched his head with both hands. He was silent for a while. I bent to pick the flower that grew. It was orange and bulbous, and I was unsure if it was a flower or a tuber. It gave off a scent that reminded me of roses. I sat beside Kino and smelled the flower again. Here, I said, handing him the flower. It's beautiful, although it looks eccentric, I said. Take this so you'll be reminded of what you're capable of doing. Kino did not budge but instead said, Will you help me? I exhaled in relief. Of course, I will. I promise, I said. Look at me. Mayo and I will help you. That's why we're here. It's not because we want an adventure. We're all friends. That's why. Kino looked at me intently with his green eyes that sparkled in the darkness of the night. Best friends, actually, he said. I smirked at him. Now, that sounds better. Kino stood up and reached out to take my hand. Come on, he said. It's time to get back to Mayo. Kino disappeared before my eyes. Kino, I said frantically. Then his body became visible again. Why did you do that? I asked as I grabbed his hand and stood up. In the dream, I couldn't make myself invisible. And that's when the vines started twisting around the Emperor. I wanted to know if that's also true now. Apparently, you still can. And now you have 2 powers, I said thoughtfully. I didn't mean to point out the obvious. I only meant to say it to myself. As we walked back, I saw Mayo in the darkness. He was a frozen lump against a large tree. I'm sorry for leaving you like that, I told Mayo. He was frowning. I could sense that he had cried for a fair bit if the hiccups were any indication. He kept on tugging at the vines that were wrapped around his legs. Let me help you, I offered. Mayo remained quiet, but he let me set to work on the vines on his legs. In a few minutes, he was loose. Was it you? Mayo asked Kino. Kino was in a sitting position, his back pressed against a stump. He did not answer. Can we please sleep on it? I asked. Mayo stared at me for a while before he crawled back into his bunk. When his body hit the ground, he turned away from both Kino and me. We cannot go on behaving like this. Kino and Mayo were best friends. I was the oddball. It had to be the way it was before, but how could I make them see that? How could I make Mayo understand? I stood up, now feeling helpless about the situation. Will you move your cot closer to mine? Mayo asked. It was a bare whisper, but in the silence of the night, his words could be heard as clearly as a pebble broke the stillness of a pond. I glanced at Kino. He was looking at me too. He nodded as though he understood that Mayo needed me more right now. I dragged my cot closer to Mayo and drifted into slumber. When I awoke the following day, Mayo and Kino were already up. Kino was trying to light a fire while Mayo still seemed distant, playing with an apple. I watched as the apple turned purple. Then Mayo bit it. I stood up, determined to bring back our happy vibes. Hey, I said as I ran my fingers through my curly hair. There are still some apples in my pack, Mayo said. I grabbed one and quickly bit it. It was juicy. Mayo crouched down and picked another apple. Kino, here. Eat one, he said. I smiled as I bit greedily at my share. At least Mayo was making conversation. Kino ignored Mayo, and he kept on trying to light the fire. Then he flew into a rage. Why won't you light up, stupid fire? Kino bellowed. I stood up, grabbed the apple from Mayo's outstretched hand, and threw it at Kino's head. If you won't quit being stubborn, if you continue being this senseless, cratty hop-up's ass, I will hate you. I shouted. Kino's eyes widened. But. Talk to Mayo. He's sorry. I yelled in frustration. Kino blushed. For a moment, I thought that he would continue ignoring the two of us. But he stood up and went to where the apple fell. He picked it up and bit into it. Thanks, Mayo, he said. There. I shouted. You are best friends. Best friends. And we've stood by each other in the past. What happened in Canela is not going to ever change that, understand? Mayo and Kino both stared at me with wide eyes. Then their eyes turned into slits as they laughed. Of course, we're friends, Mayo said. It's just that he paused to give way to his laughter. It's just the way we are. We always fight. Kino was laughing too. Girls, he said, munching on the apple. Mayo nodded, laughing. Way too much drama, he added, gobbling the last few bites of his fruit. Too much drama? Look who's talking. But seeing them acting all normal again silenced me. Instead of retorting, I sat between them and finished my apple, hoping that the journey ahead would be more relaxed from now on and without the burden of any more silent fights.
Chapter 4, The Niven Chief Hunter. Andoni San Diego. I clenched my fists in utter despair. It was not right that protecting my people meant I could not leave the town to search for my daughter. Maybe I should not have told her about my intentions for the boy. She wouldn't have left, perhaps. I felt my cheeks heating up in frustration, angry at Pyper for leaving Niven. But there was a silver lining to all of these, I knew. The boy Kino is my daughter's friend, after all, and for that, I cannot entirely be so harsh on my daughter. Maybe, her intentions vindicated her actions. A show of how much of a good friend my daughter really was and how far she would go to protect a friend. Maybe. When she grows up, maybe she will do a better job than I did. But then again, she still made me angry. I have to leave now, Chief Hunter, the hulking man said to me while I muttered in frustration. It still felt strange to have someone tower over me. In Niven, I was one of the tallest men. Come to think of it, there was only one who had ever been taller than I. And here I was, dwarfed by Dogan Ronda. It shouldn't be this way, I said. Kino Erager is my responsibility. I should go after him now, he said, his tone betraying the worry he had been trying to manage all this time. He did not have to say the words, but I knew that his responsibility was not to the boy but to his mother. I did not bother to ask him about his relationship with Kino's mother, though. It was not my place to do so. And my daughter? I asked. I will shed my own blood for the three of them, Dogan said. He sounded sincere but uncertain. I never really asked him before, but Amer Amerk's death was something that intrigued me. Somehow when I spoke her name, I seemed to remember traces of her as if she was from a distant memory that I have trouble remembering. How did she die? I asked after a while. Dogan's face twisted in agony. I apologize, Chief Hunter. But at this moment, I am not ready to talk about what happened, he said. One way or another, I will find out what happened. Right now, though, I needed him to find my daughter for me. The Nivens were watching my every move. After explaining that I did not choose my daughter over them, it was not a good time to leave Niven to search for my daughter, lest I lose my entire community's trust. I patted Dogan's shoulder. Go, Dogan Ronda, I said. May the moon shine upon your journey. Take care of the children when you do find them. The huge man grunted. It seems like taking care of someone is not something I'm good at, but I will try my best, he said with apparent melancholy. Before I could reply, he clenched his right fist and thumped it against his chest twice. I will bring your daughter back, Chief Hunter. You have my word. The Nivens who were to join the journey, 12 of them to be exact, bade me their goodbyes as well. Don't worry, Chief Hunter, we'll find them, Bombay said. I was grateful for his promise. I nodded solemnly. It tore me apart that I could not join the search for my daughter. It would have been a rather dangerous journey with the way things were going now. I trusted Dogan to do it for me, though. It was unbeknownst to me, but there was something about him that struck me as trustworthy. In a matter of minutes, Dogan rode away with the Nivens, their bays vanishing in thick shrubbery that hid Niven from the rest of Akean. A few days, that was all I hoped for. Too early to send them off, don't you think? A voice from behind me asked. I need not turn around because I knew who that voice belonged to. Salvatore. They say that the day starts whenever one wills it to start, I replied. Do you intend to tell the hall about it? He asked. I have thought it over. My leadership's foundation is trust. If I were to keep secrets from my people, they would have reason to doubt me, I replied before turning to look at him. Salvatore smiled wanly. Think about it. Releasing that man, together with a dozen of our people, is bound to raise questions. No matter what your motive is, now's not the time to make Niven stir further. They're already uneasy, afraid that their lives have been compromised by no less than their own chi. The wind blew, and my skin tingled. I was unsure if it was because of the cold evening air or if Salvatore's words had something to do with it. I know what I'm doing, I said, interrupting him mid-sentence but then regretting having said those words. Salvatore chuckled. You are a wise man, Andoni. You will find your way through this, he said before leaving me alone in the dark again. I was unsure if he even meant what he last said. I hated Salvatore. I loathed him because he made me feel incompetent. Not that I was, because my people were all content with my rule. Is contentment safe enough for me, though? Is it really what I strive to achieve? Sometimes, I feel like I was not making the right choices. Am I even ready for this? I looked up at the twin moons. Sisis and Luna greeted me with their usual cold smiles. They were my guardians, as my friend told me so many moon turns ago. The moons will show you the way, he used to say. I used to think that death could not conquer Timbuk Lassus. I had no intentions to compare myself to him because he had set such a high standard that I knew I would fall short in many ways. His death left me with no choice but to take over the leadership of Niven. And back then, Salvatore had so fiercely objected. He is not fit to rule, Salvatore hissed in front of all the Niven elders. I bowed down, grief clenching my throat. My friend was dead. I never wanted to replace him, nor did I dream of following in his footsteps. I knew the repercussions, comparing the two of us would be inevitable, and I would always be on the losing end. He is Timbuk Lassus's apprentice. There is no one else, the Niven elders said, almost in unison. The boy is not ready. He isn't even half a man. Salvatore said in a drawl. I could tell he was sorely disappointed. My apologies for intruding, dear elders, I started. Elder Salvatore is right. The honor is not for me. I won't take it. Please give it to someone else, I begged. The bond you shared with Timbuk brings you forward as the rightful candidate, one kindly elder said. He stood up and raised his arms. Nivens of the old blood, what say you? Do we honor the chief hunter's memory by electing his apprentice, or do we dishonor all that he was by straying from what our traditions dictate? All around me, the Niven elders stood up. They moved closer until I could hardly breathe. They patted me on the shoulder, one after the other, and it would be rude not to kneel in front of everyone and accept the honor they were bestowing upon me. All hands blessed me, except for the one hand I had hoped to, Salvatore's. I wondered if, after all these years, he still did not trust me enough. Don't let him bother you, I remember Laren telling me. You will win his approval. I don't think I'm ready to become the province's chief hunter. Nonsense. You were made for this. Take your responsibility and learn from the mistakes of the past. You will bring nothing but honor to the clan, she had said. And that was when I knew that marrying her was the next best step to take after being appointed as the Niven chief hunter. But the past matters no more. I looked up at the evening sky and noticed that the horizon was starting to pale. By this time, Dogan and the Nivens would be lost deep in the secret passage. I hoped that they would find the children soon.
Chapter 5, Deception. The twins. Nia was the most beautiful woman I had ever laid my eyes on. It was bizarre to have to dig someone up and rescue her from her own grave and then claim ownership over that same woman as your mother. The act was almost evil, and I have felt guilty about it every day since. And yet, when I look at Miro and glimpse at his utter fondness towards Nia, I could almost swear that we did the right thing. Besides, like what I have been telling myself repeatedly, if someone were pursuing Nia, then keeping her identity a secret meant we were actually helping her. What my twin and I did was unselfish. I had to keep telling myself that. Wild duck. That was excellent hunting, Nia said. Yes, Mama, I said slowly, tasting the feel of unfamiliar words in my mouth. Mama, Miro echoed. The woman sat beside us and wrapped her arms around us. Her touch felt warm but uncertain, and yet it was new to me, so I squirmed closer towards her, relishing in that sweet sensation of experiencing a mother's care. What did you say my name was? The woman asked. I shot a look at Miro. Nia, I said. Nia, she tested the name on her lips. It doesn't ring a bell at all. But well, at least I have my children, she said, pulling both of us closer to her, to remind me of who I am. Your mama, Miro said, his drool escaping the sides of his mouth. My eyes rounded. That was a complete sentence, Miro said, but it was not that which bothered me, but rather the affection I sensed coating his words. Sometimes he puzzles me. I wriggled away from the embrace and took the remaining duck's meat lying on the broad leaves. Here, Mama, I said. Eat so that you will heal faster. What I really meant was that if she were to eat more nutritious food, the chances of her memory returning would be higher. It shocked me when Nia opened her eyes right after I had revived her. When breath returned to her, the first thing she said was Kino, and then there was nothing more as her eyes fluttered and she lost consciousness. Miro and I had to dig and carry her from where she was buried. The next time she opened her eyes, she had no memories left. She could not even tell us her name. Miro and I were bent over her, waiting for her to wake up. When she did, she sat up immediately and winced as though she had a headache. What's wrong? I asked. She shook her head. I am not sure, she said. What's your? I asked. Your mama. Miro shouted, giggling. What? The woman asked. I glanced at Miro, wanting to know why he said that. I don't remember anything, the woman said. Who are you? She asked. Are you my children? Miro nodded vigorously, and I was caught up in his excitement. Yes, we are, I said, uncomfortable with the lie. The woman looked at Miro and me alternately as though trying to recall memories. Then she covered her face with her hands and sobbed. I don't remember anything at all, she said with grave worry. Hush, Mama, Miro said. Then he put his arms around her and smiled. I was tense at first, but then, nothing stopped us from making her believe she was our mother. The gods have been unkind to us for 14 moon turns. Maybe it was their way of telling my brother and me that they had not forgotten about us. Maybe there is still a good chance for us to be happy. I inched towards her and hugged her tightly. Before I knew it, I was stroking Nia's back in an effort to comfort her in between her sobs. It's all right, Mama. It doesn't matter. What's important is you're here with us, I said. It has only been a few weeks, and now, I cannot imagine not having Nia in our lives. Eat, Mama, I coaxed. Nia smiled at me. There was something so genuine in her smile. Thank you, Goami, she said. One of these days, I will remember who I am, and when that time comes, I can be a better mother to both of you. I swallowed nervously. I wish she did not catch the twitch that my right eyelid involuntarily made as she said those words. I prayed that if her memory were to return, it would be a long time before it did. I wanted Nia with us. She was doing a lot of good to my twin. Ever since she arrived, I kept catching Miro uttering complete sentences. I hated to admit it, but lying about Nia's identity was the kind of wrong I would never regret. Miro tensed. He stood up, eyes wary towards the east. I rose slowly and strained my ears to listen for any sound. I grabbed Miro's hand and tried to soothe him. Sit back down, Miro. It's nothing. Probably some wild ducks again. Or rabbits. You like rabbits, don't you? It worked the way it always did. Miro grinned, but as he sat down, he squeezed himself towards Nia, who instinctively put her arms around him. It's all right, she said as she raised her eyes towards me, asking what was wrong. Miro doesn't like people, I said. He thinks they're bad. He wasn't always like this, but... But what? I stopped, processing the words that I would say before speaking. We grew up. And? I shook my head, and pain tore at my chest because of the memories that immediately ran inside my head. I shook my head and swallowed. We didn't have a good childhood. Nia paled. I'm so sorry, she said, almost teary-eyed as if it were her fault. I shrugged and said, Don't worry, Mama. It wasn't your fault. Never was. Nia was quiet after that. Her face turned ashen just the same. It was no one's fault, I said, trying to sound cheerful. I squeezed Nia's hand to assure her everything was all right now. She looked concerned, and so she held Miro's face in both her hands. Nobody's going to hurt you, sweetheart, she said. She stammered as though she remembered something. Or maybe saying the word sweetheart felt as odd to her as it sounded to my ears. I opened my mouth but shut it again before I could let the truth escape my mouth. While I felt guilty about lying, it felt good to have someone to talk to. I had to stretch the days at least that Nia could still be with us. For now, I will not tell Nia that we were not her family. Besides, I did not have the heart to take this moment away from Miro. In a few more weeks, maybe. We both deserve to have a mother, even if it were temporary. From the bushes, someone came out, and I gasped in surprise. It was an imp wearing armor. He froze when he saw Nia, and I did too because I did not know if he recognized Nia. The imp's eyebrows rose while, at the same time, his eyes squinted at Miro and me. Who are you? I asked. The imp laughed. How rude for a young lady, he said. I blushed because I had forgotten my manners. Forgive my daughter, brother, Nia said. We are the Posps, I immediately added. Nia nodded. We are the Posps, from the Loondu Mountains, I blurted out. Nia did not know anything about us, so she should stop doing the introductions. Dear brother, I apologize for not introducing ourselves. This is my twin, Miro Passup, I paused. And Nia Passup, our mother. And I am Goamit Passup. The imp touched his beard in deep thought before putting his right hand in front of him and bowing down gallantly. I accept the apology. I am Ruby Dandy, he said. I'm afraid that you are trespassing on my property. Nia's eyebrows shot up. Your property? But the Empire does not allow ownership of the woods. It is for everyone to share. You are mistaken, my lady, he said in an agitated manner. I have the proper titles to prove that this land is mine. No, Nia insisted. That is part of the Akean's doctrine, that no public property shall be bestowed upon citizens. It is for common enjoyment. By now, I was as surprised as Ruby the imp. Where was Nia getting all this information? Who was she? What did we not know about her? Apparently, a lot. The imp drew his sword and pointed it at Nia. Leave my property, or else you will die, he said. I trembled in fear but put myself in front of Nia. No. We'll leave. Stop, please, I said in a panic. The imp laughed. It's not hard to convince you when you're scared. Nia put her hands around me and shoved me sideways. I was caught off guard and fell. I watched as Nia took out a knife from her boots and, in one fluid motion, strangled the imp from behind, the pointed knife touching the imp's neck. He was struggling against Nia's tight hold. Whore. Let go of me, freakin' whore. Nia pushed the imp away and kicked at his back. Then she fell on him, knees on his chest, and angrily, she said, You will not threaten my family. You will do well to leave this place. No one owns the woods. I was awed. Nia could fight. I did not see that coming. She had the reflexes of a soldier, and yet, when she wanted to, she could be as regal as a princess. Mama. Nia slowly rose, eyes still on Ruby the imp. Let him go, Mama, I said softly. Please let him go. He didn't mean to harm us. Nia's face reddened as though embarrassed. She looked at Miro, who seemed to be staring at the imp with hatred. His mouth was half open, and his fists were clenched. Nia quickly strode to where Miro was and squeezed his hand. Then she pulled him close to her and kissed the side of his head. It's all right, Miro. It's all right, she kept on whispering. I caught her eyes and shivered. She was acting on instinct. A mother ready to protect her children. A warm feeling filled my chest upon knowing that after so many moon turns of praying to the gods, they had finally heard our pleas. Someone is here to protect us. It mattered not that she was not our birth mother. What is important now is that she does not know she was not. Ruby sat up, and his eyes turned into slits as his hand fumbled towards his belt. It was too late for me to react upon seeing that he was taking out a hidden dagger. His arm was raised, and the blade caught the light as it sped through the air and struck Nia in the leg. Nia gasped and fell, kicking her legs to shun the pain. Miro yelled, and the moment he did, I covered my ears and tears streamed down my cheeks, afraid of what my twin might do. The imp ran away after seeing Nia fall, but he made it only a few yards away from us before his body slowly sagged to the ground. He rolled over and clutched at his chest. Then his hands went limp and fell to his sides. Mama. I ran towards Nia. I'm all right, she said. She pulled at the dagger in one quick movement and winced. She threw it away, and it pierced an unknowing tree. She stood up and limped towards the imp. He's gone, Mama, I said. I did not know how to explain it to her. How could it be? Heart. Frozen, Miro mumbled as his head bowed down deeply against his knees as he sat down. I put a hand over his shoulders. He's a bad man, don't blame yourself, I told my twin. You can do that? Nia asked, astounded. Miro still had his head tucked between his knees, ashamed of what he had done. He can. But whatever he freezes, I can bring back. Nia was carefully considering what I was saying. I can bring the imp back to life if I want to. It sounded to me like a statement, but it was really a question. I wanted to ask Nia if I should bring the imp back. We were not murderers. Nia's eyes clouded. Do we have a choice? She stared at the imp as though she was uncertain. Then she turned to look at Miro and me and shivered. In a trembling voice, she added, Let's bind him. Then we will give him back his life. It was a wise suggestion. Nia and I looked for vines to use while Miro sat, staring emptily into the air. Chapter 6, The Start of Something New. Quila Tash. Wake up, Arden, I said. The porridge is going to get cold. Arden rolled on his bunk and pulled at his blanket. His face twisted as he yawned. If he did not have a pretty face, I would never have grown fond of him. He could be so irritating at times. Although, even with his callous ways, I knew he had some gentleness inside of him too. I kicked his butt, and he was immediately up. What did you do that for? He snapped, obviously irritated. My eyes twinkled in merriment. His hair was standing on ends, and yet he still looked handsome. It's our first day to explore the woods, I said. Aren't you excited? I asked, unable to hide the eagerness. No. He scrunched his face. You're always excited about everything, he grumbled. His tone never upset me, though. I ladled some porridge into a soup bowl and handed it to him. Here, eat so we can go on the adventure. You promised me yesterday you'll find me a wild horse today. Or a cow. Arden grabbed one of the wooden spoons and gobbled up the food, making loud, slurping sounds. Cows are hard to come by in the forest. There are no more wild cows. Nowadays, everything is spoken for. I'm sure we can still find something to tame. We need help carrying our packs. Maybe we can use some of the gold coins to buy us a horse. Arden pointed a finger at me. No, he said, shaking his head vehemently. Not the gold coins. Don't get any ideas. I have big dreams for those coins. We'll save them up, and when we have enough, we can put up a traveling show. We'll be famous. I thought you wanted to keep a low profile, I said. Arden blushed. Well, I do too. But of course, I still have dreams for us. If the crowd would want us to perform for them, why should we deny their requests? Besides, everything is worth pursuing for a price. I liked the way he said us. Seriously though, let's buy a horse. Or a donkey. I think it would cost less. Something that we can use when we travel. I sat in front of him, holding my bowl of porridge. It tasted like it had been cooked using seawater. You need the exercise, Arden said, and then he laughed as he slurped on the soupy porridge. You are just plain bad, I hissed. Arden kept on laughing. Where's your sense of humor? I frowned. I used to like bickering with Arden, But my crush had developed into something bigger than just admiration over the years. I mean, who would not like him so much? He has great power. He is a magician, and when he performs, the audience stares at him with admiration. I used to think that it was because of what he could do, slicing things with air, but it was never because of that. His golden hair, sleek and straight and always shining, framed his beautiful face atop a chiseled body. That was what it has always been about. I tried ignoring Arden. Lately, his laughter began to sound like music to me. I blushed furiously. I was never supposed to like him so much. But here we are. Don't worry, as soon as we get more gold coins, we're going to buy you a horse, he said matter-of-factly that I believed him. His eyes grew serious, and they blazed blue like the sky at me. When he looked at me in this way, I could not help myself but drown in his gaze. I sat still and fell silent. All right, I finally said and continued eating. I had always been proud of myself for being able to express myself clearly. I was a person of self-expression, of a million words, and yet, when Arden talked to me like he was doing now, I stumbled over my own words. Finished eating, he stood up and ran his fingers over his golden locks. Then he grabbed his hat and put it on. His finger tipped the corner of the hat so that only his right eye showed through the brim. He smiled. "Let's go," he said. "Where are we going?" I asked. "I thought you said you wanted an adventure. Then let's go before I change my mind." My smile turned into a grin. "Right at your back," I yelled before quickly picking up a hat of my own. In front of us, there was a pond with such clear water that you could almost see what was at the bottom. When I gazed down over it, I caught my reflection beside Arden, and I instantly felt giddy. We looked good together. If he could only see that. I was with that thought when Arden playfully dipped his hand into the water, only to whisk it towards my direction. "Hey! Grow up," I said. "Will you please try to be serious sometimes?" Arden laughed. "I always am. But I don't want to grow old so soon." "I thought you said you wanted to put on some age so you could court the beautiful queen we saw in Loondu." Arden blushed and looked at me in surprise. "You talk in your sleep sometimes," I said mockingly. He lay on the ground and covered his face with his hat, with only his chin showing. "Forget about the queen. I don't have any intentions of seeing her again." "That's not what you said when you were dreaming the other night," I teased. "Ooh, Your Majesty, you're so beautiful. Why don't we run away from this town?" "Quit it!" Arden yelled, obviously annoyed. I laughed hysterically and used my power to make my voice shrill and girly. Then I changed my voice so that it was deep like Arden's and continued taunting him some more. Arden got up and stripped down to his underpants before he dived into the water. "Watch the coins," he shouted from the pond. His head was submerged in an instant, swimming with the fishes. I sat down on the bank and dipped my feet in the water. It was cool and refreshing, and the day was still young. Today was one of those days when the birds chirp and the leaves rustle, and suddenly my mind is transported elsewhere to a farm far, far away where Arden and I could spend our days, growing old together and with children of our own. His head bobbed from the water, and his golden hair covered his forehead. He was smiling widely now. "You know what? You could use a bath too," he yelled. Leave it to him to always ruin my dreams. "Shut up. I have jasmine scents on my dress, didn't you know?" I was about to yell at him again when some voices caught my attention. They were hard to figure out because of all the chirping the birds made. And yet, there was such urgency in the voices that I was left with no choice but to stand from where I was sitting and slowly follow the source of the voices. Along the way, I grabbed the pouch of gold coins and tucked it into my belt. I crouched down, and the sounds led me to a clearing where several people frantically moved about. "Quickly now," the woman said, her face hidden by a cloak. There were 2 children who were probably about the same age as I was. A girl and I was not sure, probably a boy. His hair was too long, and there was something odd about the way he moved. "What are you looking at?" Arden's voice whispered from behind me as he popped his head of wet locks beside mine. I elbowed him to make my point, pressing a finger to my lips. He was buttoning his shirt now. "Who are they?" "That is one beautiful woman," he whispered. "Who are you looking at?" "The cloaked woman." "You can see that from here?" He actually smiled. "I can tell pretty when I see it," he boasted. I sighed. Stop looking at her like that. She's old enough to be our mother, I said. He shrugged. I never said I would court her. I have an eye for beauty, though, he said. He finished buttoning his shirt. Pants were another issue. The girl leaned on the ground over a mound which turned out to be a person too. What's that? I whispered to Arden, my interest now obviously piqued. An imp. They bound an imp, he said softly as though sensing some kind of trouble. Why would they do that? There's no time to ask now. I wasn't raised to be a coward, Arden said before jumping out of the bushes that we were hiding from. He ran towards the imp and stopped right in front of the girl. Arden tugged at his waist as though he was wielding a sword, although when he thrust his hand out to the girl, he was not holding anything. Don't. Arden warned. Not one step closer, he hissed. The girl stood up and moved towards the odd boy. What are you doing? She said. Protecting the ones who need protection, Arden replied. The girl giggled, and the woman did too. Only the boy remained motionless. Arden put his hand back to his waist as though placing a sword back into the scabbard. What's wrong? What's so funny? He asked. You, the girl said. If anybody needed protecting, that's us. 3 against 1. That's hardly believable, Arden said. Well, you have to see for yourself, the girl said before stepping towards the imp again. She rested her hands on the imp's chest. I stepped out of the bushes and moved towards Arden. The boy looked at me curiously as though sensing trouble. His eyes freaked me out. The girl was looking worriedly at the imp as though trying to wake him up. Then something amazing happened. The imp opened his eyes and sat up as if life had sprung from him. He coughed until his eyes were watery. What did you do to me? The imp asked gutturally. You should be thankful, the woman with the beautiful face said. Then she motioned for the 2 youngsters. Let's go. Wait. Arden yelled. What was that, huh? Are you some sort of a? Mind your own business, and quit bothering us, the woman said before grabbing the teens and quickly walking away, leaving me with the imp. Arden scurried after them. I jumped to my feet and hurried after the group. Wait up, I shouted. The woman turned to us. Please, let us have our leave, she said. Arden was staring at her. Then he laughed. Let you have your leave? He laughed even harder. Are we in a palace? Do you think we're royalty? He said. I had to suppress my laughter. The woman blushed, and she kept dragging the teens away. Upon closer examination of their faces, it suddenly occurred to me. The youngsters looked exactly the same. You're twins. I gasped. Yeah, so what? Haven't you seen twins before? The girl retorted, probably mad that Arden was still laughing. No, I'm sorry. I know it's rude to stare. It's like there are 2 of you, and yet, I did not know what to say. Arden blushed. I'm sorry, but you can't leave like this, he said. Why not? We'll leave. That imp was harassing us, the woman said. Do you expect us to believe that, my lady? Arden said. This time, he used his charming tone, and I could tell it worked. The lady paused and regarded him with much interest. So, you know your manners when the situation calls for it, she said sternly. It was Arden's turn to blush. The 3 walked away again without even looking back. We're not going to let you go without explaining to us what happened, Arden said. Nobody owes you an explanation, the woman exclaimed without looking back. By then, they were now practically sprinting. Arden and I had to run after them to catch up. Arden reached out to touch the woman's elbow. Please, my lady, we are being rather rude, but please accept our apologies. What this girl did back there was unfathomable, and I wish to hear an explanation. The lady looked at Arden coldly, and she twisted to free her elbow, but Arden's grip was like steel. The boy moved towards Arden, staring at him with open hatred. Miro, no. The girl shouted. I did not know what was happening until Arden gasped for breath and fell to the ground within seconds. I dropped to my knees, facing Arden. Arden, no. I yelled. I clutched at his lifeless head and shook it. Please wake up. Please wake up. I kept on repeating. Tears sprung from the corners of my eyes. The girl knelt beside me and took Arden's head. She had the gall to clutch his head against her chest. She looked up at her twin and shook her head. "Please, Miro, you've got to stop doing this," she said. She laid Arden's head on her lap and put her hands to his chest. Her eyes were tightly closed. In a few moments, Arden was coughing hard. He kept on gasping for air as though making up for his lost ones. "What did you do?" I shrieked. "What did you do to him?" "Please, leave us alone," the lady said. Her face was ashen as she grabbed the teens again and ran away from us. This time, there was no chance for Arden and me to follow them. Arden was now sitting on the earth, shocked at what had happened. "Did I die?" he asked, worried. I stared at his pale face. He looked the same, sounded the same. "Thank the gods you're all right." "Oh, Arden, I thought you were gone from my life forever," I said feebly. "I was so scared," I added, brushing away my tears. "Then how did I come back to life?" he said in a trance. "The girl, she seemed to have pumped life into your heart again," I stammered. Arden looked at the part of the woods where the three had vanished. I locked eyes with Arden and tightly embraced him. "Don't you ever die on me again," I said. "Don't. Just don't." Arden did not answer. The trauma was still evident in his frightened face. Her hands felt so soft against my chest. "That was the first memory I had when I woke up," he said in awe. "She was also quite pretty in a weird morbid way, I guess," he said. I eyed him hatefully. "You and girls. I hate you, Arden," I said, releasing him from my arms. Arden chuckled. "She gave me back my life," he said, as though telling it to himself. His eyes were still fixed to that part of the woods where the three vanished. "Don't forget that it was her twin who killed you," I warned, but he did not seem to hear me. It was as though it was irrelevant. But it was definitely not. Dear gods, no, Arden could not possibly like her. "We'll find out who they are some way or another," he whispered to himself as he bent to pick up his hat. "And the imp?" "He's not important." I stared at Arden, afraid that I might be losing him to someone else. I embraced him again. "Promise me, whatever happens, you're not going to leave me." Arden laughed and ran his hand over my hair. He even tucked some strands to the back of my ears before kissing the top of my head. "I won't, chum," he said, smiling. Then wickedly, he added, "Come, let's go after them." He was free from my embrace so soon that holding him moments ago already felt like a memory. Whoever those three were, they were not going to take Arden away from me. Chapter 7, Memories and Visions. Marcella Benilda. I opened the drawer and looked for the vial of green liquid I had prepared the other day. It was where I placed it, covered by more than a dozen shawls, enough for no one to come across it. The dreams came to me no more, but before the Akean Wine Festival, I had a nightmare once again. A warning, telling me to prepare for the days to come. My son had become the emperor. The Mima did not lie. Had I not left Wind behind, he would not have become who he is now. But I am angry at myself because now that everything seems to settle according to the fate the gods had woven for my son, this warning comes to me in ill timing. It was unclear, as in the olden days, telling me to go to my son. But how could I go to him? He hates me. No, hate is such a weak word to describe how he feels towards me. I would not want to see my son, and yet, as a mother, I had always longed to at least hear his voice. Even if I had not talked to him or even seen him, his face always rested at the back of my mind, an illusion of a boy who once needed his mother. The dream that came to me was months before the last Akean Wine Festival, and it had warned me that if I did not go to see my son, he would do something that would compromise himself as emperor. What was I supposed to do? If an emperor were to do something outrageous, was it not forgivable? After all, he is emperor. So, I ignored what the dream foretold me. I would not face him where I know I cannot win. I only want his love back, and yet he would never bestow that upon me. So curse me for letting that day run amok. For allowing the emperor to make a mistake that would forever be remembered by all of Akean. If I had gone to him, would the events have changed? Would that have stopped him from ordering that boy to die? I did not understand how he could be so frustrated with just a boy. Did my son see the young one as a threat? And yet, when I met the boy, There was nothing extraordinary about him. Even I could have easily planted a dagger onto his chest at that time, but why would I do such a thing? I am a mother, too, and I cannot make another mother suffer the pain of losing a son. Besides, the boy was not whom I was looking for. And all this brought me back to my current task. Lately, the dreams did not bother me anymore. I hated it when I needed them to visit me but would not. So tonight, I would force the dreams to come to me. I twisted the vial's cork and stared at the greenish liquid inside it for a few moments. This would bring me back to the dream world, and I would know what needed to be done. I pressed the vial against my lips, swallowing the thick liquid in it. This time, I did not fall on the floor. I knew how swiftly the concoction would take effect, so before drinking it, I lay on the bed. The warnings may be horrible, but at least I would be comfortable on my bed. I was back inside a castle. The ceilings were higher than what we had in our own palace back in Amer. Flying buttresses decorated every column. Paintings of all sorts covered the walls that stretched out along the palace corridors. I had seen this place before, back when I was still a little girl, and my father had me blessed by the emperor himself. I was in the Grand Canellan Palace? But what am I doing here? The halls were quiet, and the palace seemed to be vacated. I was tiptoeing in silence and afraid to be seen when somebody opened a door and dashed across the hall from in front of me. A sword flashed as the person passed. Whoever that was immediately lost inside another room. I decided that I had to be quick to catch the person and sprinted lightly towards the room the swordsman entered. When I reached the door, I pushed it open. As expected, the swordsman was there waiting for me. He jumped and swung the sword in front of me. I froze, afraid that I had died. I gasped, but nothing happened. From the back, I heard a loud thud as someone collapsed to the floor. I turned slowly and saw streaks of silvery hair on a head that was severed from its body. I shivered as my gaze fell upon the face of my son. "No!" I screamed. I grabbed the head and clutched it against my chest. I kissed his forehead over and over until my lips felt numb. I was still crying when I recognized that I was in the dreaming world. This wasn't real. My son was out there in the real world, alive. And the reason I was here was to find out who his assassin was so that I could prevent him from killing my son. Realizing this, I put down Wynn's head, and it vanished along with his body. The blood that stained my dress had gone as well. The only trace of the earlier incident was the wetness grazing my cheeks. I had to find the swordsman. But where? How could I prevent this from happening? I closed my eyes as I ran. I would let the surroundings bring me to where I could find the answers. I was unaware of how long I had been traveling the dreaming world when torrential rain poured, leaving me drenched. The wind was blowing hard, and the trees were swaying wildly as though dancing to pay tribute to the onslaught. I clutched my shawl and tasted the rain rolling down to my upper lip. What could I possibly find here? Will this place give me the answers I seek? Where did the swordsman go? I walked stealthily even though there was no one around. If there was anything I learned from traveling in the dreaming world, it was that one could never be sure of who was watching. To my right, I saw a flash of boots. I ran after it, unafraid of what I would discover. This has always been my purpose, to protect my son, and I would do anything for him. Anything. The swordsman stopped and removed the sword from its scabbard. The sword was raised as though drawing into it some kind of power. But nothing happened. The sword slashed at the air so fast that I could hardly believe there was still a sword. From where I was hunched, I could swear that it was as though there was nothing but air in the hands of the swordsman. How could anyone be such a swordmaster? However, his footwork was a little unstable. He would step forward, then back, then duck and weave about. But however good he was with the sword, he was flimsy on his feet. The practice stopped, and the swordsman threw the sword as though angry. The sword pierced the trunk of a tree, shaking until it finally stopped. Lightning flashed, and at that moment, I caught a glimpse of a red gem encrusted in the sword's hilt. A ruby-gilded sword. But how many swords are there in Akean? It would not be easy to find this person in the waking world. The swordsman turned as though he sensed my presence. His eyes blinked, surprised. Then he vanished right in front of me, and my surroundings instantly changed. It was weird this time. I was on top of a canyon. Or was I? The temperature was so hot that my dress was soaked, not from the rain but rather from my sweat. My cheeks were burning, and so were the soles of my feet. From out of nowhere, Akean citizens of all races came running towards me. "Run!" they shouted in unison. "Run, or else you'll die," the shouting continued. A man carrying his child bumped against me, and I toppled over. But before I could get back on my feet, a woman dragging a goat hit me, and I was felled to the ground. My arms were all bruised, and my body ached all over. My eardrums beat wildly from the noise of the stampede. When the last of the Akeans had passed me, I gathered my strength to stand up. And there, I watched as the biggest volcano in Karasthea spewed lava, lighting the sky as though they were fireworks. I stood frozen and could not even bring myself to run for my life. The boiling lava rolled down the volcano, ravaging everything in its path. It continued and gained speed as it flowed. I yelled helplessly as the smoke engulfed me. The temperature had grown to infernal levels, and I shrieked for my life. I started running away, but there was no way I could escape my fate. Was this it? Was this how I was going to die? Then from above, I saw storm clouds gathering. Lightning split the sky, and I prayed that nature would fight with nature. I could not die yet. Not like this. A woman was walking towards me. She had dark eyes darker than a winter night. But as she walked, the burning embers of the lava reflected in her eyes, and I grew afraid of her. She was gliding towards me like a goddess amidst the volcanic turmoil. I yelled as a burning rock flew and headed straight towards her. As though my shout was a warning, the woman, without looking back, stepped sideways and avoided the blazing rock. Without the woman in front of me, the rock struck me, burning me all over my body. So this was how I would die. And that was when I woke up, deafened by the sound of my screams. I was panting as my body felt numb, and I had to wait several minutes before I was able to move my legs. Horror still coated my heart. I had seen many deaths, but never before was I able to witness mine, and it was terrifying. And in that last moment, as I burned in my dream, I wondered if it was worth it to die for my son. A life for a life. A mother's for a son's. I forced myself to relax and slowly rub the corners of my eyes. There was no sense crying over something that had yet to happen. But if there was no one else to mourn me, should I not at least indulge myself and cry? I rolled to my side and grabbed the pillow beside me. My husband was gone. My son was gone. How else could I afford not to break down? When the tears started falling, I prepared myself for a day in bed, swathed with nothing but longing.
Chapter 8, The War General. Renner Kalo. Not one among the war generals had an inkling of what really happened during the Akean Wine Festival. I guess nobody thought that a boy could make the emperor lose his self-control so quickly. I have always known that something was terrifying about the emperor, but I never thought I would live the day to see it. Through the darkly lit room, I opened the drawer and took out the missive I had received earlier. "The fox is gone," the message said. Special group was deployed to bring the fox down before the eagle ensnares the fox in its talons. A thin smile stretched across my lips. It was a poorly written, coded message. Had it fallen into the wrong hands, I was certain that the message would have been decoded so easily. I have to train my men to be more cunning. More careful. I put the corner of the letter over the lamp and watched as the fire consumed the paper. Where could the boy be? It was a shame that I was not in the palace when tragedy struck. Had I been there, the events could have offered a good excuse for me to put a dagger into the emperor's heart. The crowd would have been forgiving. 1,000 lives in exchange for the emperor's. Dante Leban entered the room and bowed down lower than expected from my soldiers. I frowned at the blond man. "There's no need for that," I said, failing to hide my irritation. These soldiers never listened. Kneeling and bowing down in front of me was not needed, but I was unsuccessful in making them forget the loathsome tradition. "General, I have some news," Dante said. I leaned forward in my chair and raised an eyebrow. The palace soldiers were all talking about it. There was a girl at the festival who was helping the boy. "Did you see her?" I asked. "A girl? That's something new. The only news that reached me was that the boy vanished in front of everybody, and that was after he manifested distantekis. A girl, though? Nobody saw her before the pursuit of the boy started, Dante answered. Was she a presenter? Perhaps another child claiming citizenship? Dante paused, considering. She is not registered, General. What can you tell me about her? Not much. She doesn't attend the school where I teach power toning, he said. But I can always ask around. I would have expected that the only time you would talk to me was when you were ready with all the facts I needed, soldier, I said. Dante blushed. I apologize, General. I dismissed his apologies with a wave of my hand. I never meant to chastise him, but after being a general for many moon turns, it has become a habit to be particularly critical of how my men gathered information. What else can you tell me? The soldiers said that the boy reappeared. Then he ran towards this girl, and when they touched, that was the moment that the two children vanished. Are you certain? I asked, now sounding more interested than I should have. This is classified information, General. The palace is trying to contain this information within the thick walls of Canella. But even the walls have ears, and the land has a mouth wider than the palace gates. Are you suggesting that there are Nivens in the area, General? Dante said. I chuckled. That is impossible, I argued, trying to dismiss the absurdity of the suggestion. Dante opened his mouth in protest, but I was quicker than him. Nivens are long gone. There's no way they could still be around, I said. And why would you assume that because of what you told me, there are Nivens in the area? Because I believe it was the girl who can make herself invisible, Dante said. This piece of news was something I had never heard of before. And so what? Just because a girl can make herself invisible doesn't prove the existence of Nivens, I protested. I thought this over, General, Dante said. The boy has no power. But a week before the festival, he claimed to have distanced us. I have watched the boy grow. He is, how do I put this, anything but interesting. But everybody in the school knew him. Why, you may ask me? Because everyone taunted him. He was ridiculed for being the only one in Akean without any special ability. Suddenly, he performed in front of the emperor, and he could make small boxes float in midair. But that's not where it stops getting interesting. While he was being pursued, he became invisible. I could not piece the information together. Dante's declarations were starting to confuse me. What is the connection with the girl? I asked. That girl is the key to everything, Dante answered, his green eyes glinting in the darkness. She was holding the box that the boy was supposedly floating around using distantekis. That is preposterous. And yet, not impossible. I shook my head in disgust. I have to give it to you, Dante. You have quite the wild imagination to think that children could concoct something like that, and even if that were possible, I stammered. My eyebrows furrowed in uncertainty. Do you believe that was how it happened? It is not impossible, General. Maybe it is a little too imaginative of the children, but we must not discount this possibility, Dante said. I had difficulty processing all that he said. He claimed that the girl could make herself invisible, but how would that protect the boy? It was as though Dante was also certain that the power of invisibility could be shared. Still. At least that's what I believe happened, General, Dante said. I don't see why the girl is relevant to the Niven story you told me about. Dante's eyes dulled as though trying to remember something from the past. There was an incident in the school not so long ago, he began. There was a boy who haunted the school grounds. Every time I would hold power toning classes, the students would shriek. When I asked them the cause of all the ruckus, they told me that they saw a face hanging in the air. I didn't believe them until it was I who got the chance to see the boy's face. The story was growing so interesting that I found myself touching my roughly shaven chin as my thoughts wondered where all this would be leading to. Somebody pointed at the face suspended in the air. I told the children that they shouldn't be afraid of ghosts. But the boy, the ghost, grinned wickedly, and my students shrieked louder. That was when I knew I had to do something. I kicked at a rock and made it shoot towards the ghost, but at the moment that I kicked, A student of mine clutched at my waist in fear, making me miss my target. I didn't hit the ghost's face. And then he disappeared. I don't find this useful at all, I said, concerned that we had digressed from the issue. The story isn't finished yet, General, Dante said. I wasn't a bad shot. Never had been. So after I pacified my class and sent them home, I walked back to the school grounds. I thought I wouldn't find anything. But when I moved closer to where the boy's face had been hanging, I saw droplets of blood. I hit the boy with the rock and wounded him. That was a coincidence. Some of your students could have played tricks on you. They couldn't have because they were all terrified. And that wasn't all. When I crouched down to examine the blood, there were very faint footsteps to where I suppose the ghost could have been standing. I tensed. And the ghosts had always been. I paused, the words caught in my throat in fascination at Dante's story. Nivens, Dante finished for me. He was smiling, proud of his revelation. Could it be? They're alive? This seems to be the only rational explanation. But how could that be? The Emperor himself destroyed Niven. It was burned to ashes. The dead piled up and... Did anybody ever stop to count the dead? Dante asked. I considered, uncertain of the answer to his question. It made sense, though. No one ever accounted for the lost Nivens. When months turned into moon turns, and nobody saw any Niven, everyone just assumed that all Nivens were dead. Dante sensed my confusion. He seemed satisfied with his theory. Who was sent to look for the boy? A couple of soldiers who are skilled at tracking people were deployed after the festival, General, he said. Make sure to have them send me reports as soon as there is any information. If the Emperor was threatened by the boy, then I think we've found the ally we can use to put an end to all this menagerie. It is done, General, Dante said. He raised a hand and brushed his blonde hair back. If there's nothing else you want to ask me. You've done well, Dante, I said. That's all for the night. Dante bowed before leaving my tent. On the way out, I heard him talking to the other soldiers guarding my tent. There was laughter outside, and I could surmise that Dante threw off a joke. He always had a good sense of humor, which made it difficult for me at first to trust his reports. But lately, what he knew of the boy proved to be helpful. Nobody paid attention to Kino Erager, at least that was clear because nobody had thought of the boy as a threat. Nobody except for the Emperor himself. Now, what did the Emperor know that we did not? I rubbed my chin and continued to ponder on what Dante revealed to me. There was something I may have overlooked. What was it? It would come back to me in time, I told myself. The important thing now was to find the boy before the Emperor did. And do something about the Nivens.
Chapter 9, Manifestations. Mia Passup. I have never felt like this before, to look at someone and hope that someone could tell me all about my past. I do not remember anything at all. Mira was now walking in front of me, and even though the days had made me familiar with his scent, which was a mixture of sweat and lemon, there were no memories that could come out of them. And I always thought that more than anything else, it was this sense of smell that could make memories manifest the most. I let out a deep breath, frustrated. These twins were mine, and yet they were not. I did not understand what I was feeling, but something about them felt wrong. It was not that I did not like Miro because of the way he was. If at all, his weakness only made my affection towards him grow stronger. The same was true for Goemi. She was a sweet girl who looked up to me with longing. A loving sister to her twin. A loving daughter. And yet, the feeling of uneasiness would not go away. How could I expect to know the twins when I could not even remember anything about myself? Not my face nor the color of my eyes. Nor the size of my feet. And my name, Mia, it sounded so odd to my ears. When the imp threatened us earlier, I was surprised to find that I could tackle someone so effortlessly. True, the imp was much shorter than I was. Still, I was not as helpless as I thought. Maybe someone had trained me in the past? Mama, do you think it's such a good idea to run away from them? Goemi asked. The boy and his friends suddenly flashed inside my head. There's no other way. I don't want them to discover Miro's power. I was appalled when I learned that my son could freeze a heart. To do that is murder, and if anybody learns about it, my son could end up dead. The power was so vile that it scared even me. But, Mama, Miro doesn't really mean to hurt anybody. And I can always revive those whose hearts he freezes, Goemi insisted. That was the other surprise. At least it was good to know that there was a balance in their powers. Regardless, the reason Goemi provided will never be acceptable to the townsfolk. If we had not run away from the imp and the 2 children we met, Miro's life would have been endangered. As with Goemi's. And I could not let them face the people alone. I would protect them. I may be uncertain of my identity, but I was definitely sure that no sword would touch my children without having to pass through me first. This is no time to argue, Goemi, I said. Be quick. We have to be out of Loondu soon. Miro stopped walking. He was hunched as he cocked his head to the right in an apparent attempt to listen to what was ahead of us. Danger, he said. I stopped, oblivious of what could be hiding in front of us. I grabbed both their hands and turned the other way. Keep quiet and move swiftly, but try not to bump into anything. Goemi tugged at her shawl and looked worriedly around her. Miro, however, moved at a leisurely pace as though he was familiar with the road. From behind us, the thunderous hoofs of palace horses grew louder, and I did my best to run faster while still going about as quietly as I could. I looked around, hoping to find a hiding place. To the right was a cave that could cloak us, but it was easy to spot because of its height. Maybe if we continued running, the soldiers wouldn't be able to catch up to us. Miro glanced back, and I saw his eyes glaze. Miro, no. Miro looked at me as though he understood, and he continued running with me. But he loosened from my grip. He reduced his speed so that now, Goemi and I were a few yards ahead of him. Upon seeing that her twin fell behind us, Goemi loosened from my grip and slowed down. There was no doubt in my mind that she would protect Miro in case somebody threatened us yet again. The sound of galloping horses was deafening now. I caught my breath when a group of palace soldiers materialized behind us. What do we have here? A soldier asked, his head still covered with a helmet. His companions were also wearing armor and looked ready to fight. Goemi flinched, and she took her twin's hand. I rushed back to my children. Upon reaching them, I steeled my face to hide the fear I felt inside. Vagabonds traveling to Direla, I said. Now, where did that place come from? Bits and pieces of my knowledge seemed to be coming back. A perilous time to be traveling without a proper escort, my lady, the soldier suspiciously said. He climbed off his saddle and removed his helmet, revealing the face of a young general who looked like he had fought battles and had won. There was an air of confidence that I could not mistake for arrogance. The sooner we travel, the sooner we'll reach our destination. Coins are hard to come by, and we cannot afford escorts, I said, hoping that the soldiers would continue on their journey without any other annoyance. General, a soldier from the back said. The woman is very pretty, he said before grinning maliciously. The young soldier in front of me regarded me with interest. He did not look old enough to be a general, and yet his aura exuded authority. He walked past me, eyes glued to my face. That was all it took to make me tremble. I gripped my children's hands tightly and tilted my chin up, glaring at the soldier that spoke. But the general went back onto his horse just as quickly. Then he said, "Pardon us, my lady. We didn't mean to bother you. You may continue with your journey." There were grunts from the pack of soldiers, then the general put his helmet back on and started galloping away. I stood with Miro and Goemi, relieved. The other soldiers passed by. They looked grim and tired as though they had been traveling for quite some time. I caught sight of a man with yellow hair. His eyes narrowed when he saw me. Then his mouth opened, and he kicked at his horse to go to the general. My heart started to beat fast, and I pulled at the twins' hands. "Run!" I hissed. "Let's go back." The twins ran back to the woods, but if the soldiers were to pursue us, I was sure we would not have a lot of time to put distance between us. There were giant trees all around where we could hide, but these soldiers were trained to hunt, and if we were not careful, we would end up as captives. I did not know why anybody would have any interest in us, but I wish I did, because not knowing the reason made us so vulnerable to anyone's attack. We ran harder, running for our lives. I caught sight of Goemi's determined face, and it only urged me to go farther. Miro had a grim expression on his face. His usually blank eyes were angry. I paused to catch my breath. There had to be a way to save my children. The soldiers will surely be on our heels, and I had to stop and fight them. Let the twins run away. Then, I would find a way to escape the soldiers and look for the twins. Go, I told Goemi. Bring your brother somewhere safe. I will distract them. And then I'll look for you. Goemi's eyes were panicked. No, Mama. We can't let you face them alone. Let's run together. No, listen to me. It's me they're interested in. Go and hide. I will find my way back to you. It was weird having to say those words. As though they were from a distant memory. It was like all this had happened before, the pursuit, the fear of losing my children. But there was no time to overanalyze now. Run. Promise me you'll keep your brother safe, I hissed. When Goemi still would not budge from where she was, I pushed her. Go. I yelled one more time. Miro grabbed his sister's hand and started running away as though he understood the situation's urgency. Goemi glanced back at me one more time, eyes watery. I mouthed to her, "It's all right." Goemi nodded and then scampered with all her might. Truth be told, I did not know what to do. My leg throbbed from the wound the imp gave me, and I had no strength to wrestle a trained soldier, let alone a bunch of them. But I had to do what a mother must, so I pulled my knife and gripped it tightly. If it came to killing at least one of the soldiers, it had to be the general. Before fighting them, though, I had to find out what they wanted. A few yards from where I was, I saw the flash of a golden-haired boy wearing a hat crouching down on the side of the tree as though he was tying something to it. He looked at me and yelled, "Run, my lady. Run." My mouth opened, and I was about to ask him to run too. This was no young man's business. Suddenly, the girl he was with appeared from the side and sprinted towards me. "My lady, if we don't run now, we're going to get caught," she said, panting. I was confused, but I dared not speak. The boy looked determined as he watched the approaching soldiers. Dust flew behind the rampaging soldiers' horses. It made the soldiers appear more sinister. I was frozen to the spot. "Now. Come on." The girl pulled at my hand. "But your friend?" I asked. "He's going to get caught." "Arden can manage to escape all of them," the girl said. Then without another word, I ran towards the direction where my children had gone. The hoofs were getting closer, and I prayed that the boy, this Arden, would survive this. I glanced back at where he was earlier, but I did not find him there. "He's gone." "Where did he go?" I said through gritted teeth. If I could not take losing my children, then it sure was not all right to see another boy die because he wanted to save us. "He's going to be all right. Keep running," the girl said, sure of her words. From behind us, I heard the horses and the soldiers scream. I quickly looked back and watched as, one by one, the soldiers fell from their horses. The horses, too, fell as though there was an imaginary line blocking their paths. I watched their tiny figures as the soldiers were thrown in the air and crashed to the ground. The horses ran wildly after the sudden, abrupt loss of their masters. The soldiers struggled to recover, astounded by what happened. "There's no time to watch. Arden's a magician. He will be able to catch up to us," the girl said. I nodded and hurriedly ran away again, hoping that the boy was safe. With a smaller number of horses, the soldiers would take time to reach us now.
The Swordless Swordsman. Those filthy soldiers fell for my trap. I was unsure that it would work, and I knew I gambled a lot. Not only my life but also Quila's. But I could not let the new acquaintances be captured. There was something about their powers that struck me as odd. Besides, I owe my life to the girl. I needed to at least find out what her name was. I stepped lightly and swiftly, away from the pile of soldiers. A horse passed by me, and I grabbed its reins and quickly rode it. Soon I was galloping away from the commotion. No one was going to discover what happened, at least not for a little while, and before the soldiers learned about my trick, we would have escaped them by then. I galloped faster, looking for the tracks that Quila left behind her. She was not used to this kind of life the way that I was. In the marketplace, I often saw this girl watching me with wide eyes as I performed. When nobody else had paid me any mind, the girl remained to be my only audience and cheered me on. Quila has been my fan ever since. At her tender age, she was still learning her power, whereas I was already performing several tricks using my ability. Then one day, as I was resting and eating a piece of stale bread, she approached me. This little girl had a crush on me, no doubt. I smiled at her and teased her about it, which looking back now, I think was a mistake because doing so only made her insist even more on coming with me. I glared at her and told her that traveling was no life for a lady. She giggled, probably overwhelmed to be addressed as a lady. I will be Akea's most renowned magician, I told her, boasting about my abilities. Do it again, she said enthusiastically. I obliged and threw a pear in the air, then slashed my arm as though wielding a sword and watched as the pear was cut into two perfect halves. I slashed at it again before the pear hit the ground, and when the pieces finally fell, there were 8 of them, split equally, perfectly. Quila gasped, covering her mouth. I want to learn that too, she gushed. I chuckled, shaking my head. I started developing genuine affection towards the chubby girl. You have a different power. Something that would be useful to you later on if you keep on practicing, I said. When we became friends, I told her about my dreams. Being a waif, I got to stay in one place for a month or 2. After which, I would gather my things and move on to the next town without saying goodbye to anyone. This was how life had been for me ever since I ran away from my family. When I went to Karasthea and met Quila, it was the only time I had to say goodbye to someone before leaving. She sobbed so hard while I said my goodbyes. But I don't want you to go, she said. Cheer up, chum. We'll see each other again, I said, touched that for the first time, I meant something to someone. Take me with you, Quila begged. I promise I won't be of any trouble to you. Liquid oozed from her chubby nose, and I grabbed the bottom of my shirt and wiped her face. Oh, but you already are. I laughed. Grow up well, and I might take you with me. It was an empty promise, something I said to make her stop crying. In my heart, I knew that it could take many moon turns before I would ever go back to Karasthea. I grabbed my pack and kissed the top of her head before waving goodbye. Looking at her tear-streaked face, I felt an uncertain kind of emotion tug at my heart. Something that I had never felt before. Maybe Quila opened up in me a longing for tenderness. Perhaps I was wrong when I thought I did not need to belong to a community, to a family. But I was not ready to take her with me, no matter how much she insisted on being part of the circus I so wanted to build. I laughed at Quila then because the truth was, I had no idea if my dream of ever putting up a circus show would ever materialize. I mean, it would have involved lots of gold coins, and a waif like me only had as much as a few pennies. But Quila ran after me. I was unaware that she had been following me for more than a week. If someone had not told me that my sister was rummaging food in the trash bin, I would never have discovered her. I threatened her that I would hide from her if she did not go home. So I traveled more carefully, trying to lose the young Quila. To my dismay, though, I found her shivering in the woods surrounded by a pack of wolves. She was holding a twig, which would have easily broken if one of the snarling wolves had attacked. Even if I always told myself not to get involved with anyone else to protect my identity, the sight of Quila defending her life ignited something inside of me. That was courage, I told myself. So I rushed towards her and slashed at the wolves, instantly killing 2 beasts. Then I kicked at a few more wolves until the pack dispersed. Afterward, I was left with a nasty cut on my elbow, which Quila tended to. I remembered looking at her plump face as she covered my wound with bandages. She was so cute, a little chubby girl who was lost in the woods. And right then, I could not bring myself to send her away. That was moon turns ago. Now was the only time that I felt the urge to protect someone again. And that someone was the girl who gave my life back to me. I hoped with all my remaining strength that I could catch up to them soon enough and ensure their safety.
Quila Tash. I squeezed the lady's hand tightly. I was so scared. My chubby legs were not used to running the way Arden's were, and it was not fair of him to make me run like this. And for what? For the adventure he owed me? Next time, I would bite my tongue and not ask for any more adventures from him. This was definitely not worth it. Do you see them? I asked. The lady shook her head. Straight ahead. We'll get to a clearing soon enough, she said. I continued running and running some more. The sounds the soldiers and horses made had grown softer until soon enough, I could no longer hear them. My heart raced again when I heard hooves. Dear gods, no. Please don't let me get caught. Arden, I would curse you if the soldiers put their hands around my tender wrists. Hiya! A familiar voice shouted, and I turned to see Arden riding one of the palace horses. He was grinning like the stubborn rascal that he was. Didn't I tell you I'd get you a horse? He asked as his grin grew wider. I don't know how to ride one, I said in between breaths, smiling as relief flooded over me. Climb up, he said as he outstretched his hand to guide me. Careful, or you'll hurt the horse. I told you to stop munching on the potatoes, he teased. Shut up, Arden. Shut up, I retorted as though there was no one else. Arden laughed. He was holding the reins to another horse. My lady, he said. Do you know how to ride a horse? The lady frowned and started shaking her head. But then there was a spark in her eye that hinted of a memory returning to her. She walked forward and took the reins. Carefully, she placed one foot on the stirrup, and then, as expertly as though she had done it 100 times before, she effortlessly pushed her body up and pivoted over the horse's body and landed just as effortlessly onto the saddle. She kicked at the horse and pranced. She laughed giddily like a child. I can't believe it. Arden was watching her. You have a way with horses, my lady, he said. She nodded, smiling. It seems I do, she agreed. I'm Nia Passup, not a lady. Call me Nia. She kicked at the horse and started galloping away. Arden followed. By the way, Nia shouted as she trailed off, thank you. I glanced at Arden. He was grinning like an idiot. Apparently, pretty people had that effect on him. Arden tipped his hat as though to accept the gratitude. Then we rode hard, I assumed, to look for Nia's children. The twins. I was huddled against a boulder beside Miro, waiting for Nia. My twin was motionless. He need not say anything, but I knew he was worried too. She'll come after us. She won't be captured. Don't worry, I whispered. Miro's eyes lost their focus. Freeze. Hearts, he said. I shook my head. No, Miro. You can't keep doing that. You can't freeze anybody's heart on a whim. Please, I said. There's got to be a way to control his power. Miro ducked his head between his knees. His shaggy hair fell to the sides. Do you even hear me? I asked, grunting. Try to control it, all right? You do want us to stay safe, right? Miro's shoulders tensed. Because if you do, you have to be careful about how to use your power. Do you remember the boy earlier? The one whose heart you froze? If he were bad, he would want revenge, and that could endanger our lives. Even Mama's. Miro's head sprung up, and he looked at me. Do you understand now? I asked, impatience gnawing at me. Miro said nothing, but he tilted his head as though in acknowledgement of what I said. That was a good enough response for me. Now, all we have to do is wait, I whispered, trying to hide the uncertainty in my voice. I could not let my twin see how scared I was, or I might find him losing control over his power. Who knows what he could do should that happen? That was why I had to be careful. I had no intention of unleashing his hatred upon the world. The gods know how many hearts he could end up freezing should that happen, and I could only run to tend so many. Our powers, though balanced, did not work similarly. His power could be used from a distance, but mine only worked with physical contact. There were sounds of hooves to my back. I flinched. I squeezed Miro closer. Come on, I said, lowering my voice. We then crept behind the bushes. I prayed that no one else would see us. I pressed a finger to my lips and kept my eyes fixed on my twin, wishing that he would not pick this moment to be noisy. At that moment, I could hear his breathing clearly. It was ragged and shrill. I moved my head to see where the noise was coming from, and to my surprise, I saw Nia on a horse. "Mama!" I shouted. Nia glanced back, her shawl falling down her back, her brown hair swaying as she swiftly turned. A big smile blossomed from her face as she hurriedly jumped off the horse like a cavalryman and landed on her feet, perfectly balanced. She ran towards Miro and me and embraced us, kissing us alternately. Relief flooded my chest, and I squeezed her tightly towards me. "It's going to be all right," Nia said. I pressed my cheek against Nia's shoulder, thankful that she came back to us. I could sense that Miro felt the same. It was weird, though, because he was not smiling like he used to. If you're done with the reunion, I think we should continue on our journey?" A boy's voice broke the silence. I raised my eyes to see who spoke and stared at a handsome young man. He was smiling at me, and yet I scowled at him. Nia pulled back and glanced at the boy. "This is my daughter Goami and my son Miro," Nia said. "And I'm Arden Ruby Moeller. And my friend, Quila Tash," the handsome boy said. I stared at them. I could not take my eyes off of Arden. Earlier, I was fascinated that he tried to defend the imp from us. Then I stared at his lifeless body when I unfroze his heart. And now, smiling, I realized that I had never before set eyes on such a beautiful boy. The girl he was with, Quila, frowned and put a hand on Arden's waist. "I think we should leave now. The soldiers could gather their horses pretty soon, and they could find us sooner than we thought." "Panic, everyone," she said hastily. Nia nodded. "Wait. I want to thank both of you for saving us," Nia said earnestly. "Saved us? Arden and Quila saved us? How?" The story could wait, though. Arden blushed. "No, it's nothing. If it weren't for Goami, I would have been dead," he said as he looked at me. I felt my cheeks go hot. Quila rolled her eyes and tugged at Arden's sleeve. He was also blushing as he gazed at me. Then he tipped his hat and winked at me. "Come on," he said. "We'd better hurry." Just like that, he rode off with his chubby friend. She glanced at me as though scrutinizing me from head to toe. I could feel that my cheeks were still hot, and I touched them with my hands to make them go back to their natural color. Nia climbed the horse again. Then she pulled Miro to ride with her. "Let's go, Goami," Nia said, smiling. I was grateful that she did not mention anything about my flushed cheeks. I sat behind Miro and put my arms around his waist. My face pressed against my twin's back to hide my embarrassment. And when I thought the incident would pass by without me feeling mortified, Nia said, "So you have a thing for pretty boys." I pressed tightly against my twin's back and grunted. "Mama." I chastised her. But Nia only laughed before she kicked at the horse and started trailing after Arden.
Renner Kalo. The soldiers were scratching their heads in unanimous fascination and confusion. Nobody was hurt except for an aging soldier who refused to be left behind in our quest to find the boy the Emperor wanted to lay hands on. He had served the palace for more than 30 moon turns, and yet he always refused to take his retirement whenever it was offered to him. "How many horses did we lose?" I asked. 8, Dante mumbled. "The other soldiers are still looking for them, but it seems that the chaos earlier agitated them enough to make them more difficult to catch." 8 was not a disastrous number, although it will definitely make the pursuit slightly slower. "We could buy horses in the next town," I told myself. "For now, some men will have to share their mounts." "What have the men found out?" I asked. Dante pursed his lips. "Nothing yet. It must have been some trick which caused the horses to run amok." I frowned. Horses never get rattled like that if there was nothing to cause them distress. There had to be an explanation for all the commotion. I started walking towards where the first horses fell. To that particular location where it was as though someone drew a line to trap us. I knelt on the ground, and I noticed several soldiers were doing the same. "General," someone shouted. I gazed up, sweat coursing down my forehead. Louis trotted towards me. "Look what I found," he said, handing me a rope. I raised my eyebrows in confusion. "This was the cause?" Louis nodded. Dante was immediately by our side. But if this was what caused us to fall, it had to be raised at least to a grown man's waist. And yet, nobody saw it? I asked. I was among the first riders, and I can attest that I did not see anything barring the road, Louis said, massaging his waist. He grimaced, obviously, he was hurt. What else did you find? Nothing else. The rope was the only logical explanation. It isn't logical. How do you explain a rope this thick to go unnoticed? Even if we were all keen to capture the vagabonds, our eyes are trained to see the slightest distractions. And yet, nobody noticed this. That's true, General. There's got to be some force, or some power to explain what happened here, Louis said. Dante frowned. The distraction is taking too much of our time. He turned towards me, eyes urgent. General, if we don't go after them now, the lady will put miles between us, and capturing her could take some time, he said. My men stand more important than this woman, I said sternly. But this lady, I tell you. She is Kino's mother. I saw her on the school grounds many times before, and the palace soldiers pursued her during the festival. That was before Dogan Ronda took her away, Dante insisted. She will bring us to Kino. When my expression did not change, Dante uttered in frustration, she's the royal scribe. Don't you recognize her? She's not my priority, I said. I never acted on impulse before, and look at what my first unplanned act did to us. We're lucky nobody died. It's the work of an amateur, otherwise, we could have found our group missing soldiers instead of horses. In all honesty, I could not remember seeing her before. Most of my time was spent outside Canella doing missions for the Emperor. Dante's jaw hardened. The mother will bring us to the sun, Dante kept on insisting. Did you see the boy? I asked, irritated. No, Dante whispered. But she could have hidden him. We'll get horses to replace the ones we lost. And then we will spend a night in the nearby town and plan on how to go on with our search for the boy. The boy would never be found if you are not going to act on instinct. Dante said fiercely. It was new to me to see this man in such an enraged state. A slow smile spread across my face. Is that so? I asked. Then I clobbered him in the face with my fist, and he fell backward. He touched his face and looked at the blood in his hand. Does that feel like acting on instinct enough to you? Dante stood up, ignoring the other soldiers who immediately surrounded us. He shook his head and eyed me as though he wanted to fight me, but at the last moment, he lowered his eyes. My apologies, General, Dante said humbly. I forgot my place. I nodded. I did not want to shame him, but a general has to do what he must. We will find the boy and his mother, but we must be cunning about it. I was not named general to be beaten by a rope. I understand, Dante said. All around us, the soldiers dispersed and continued mounting the horses that we were able to gather. I did the same and put on my helmet. Let's ride. We'll find her soon enough, Dante, I said. And I was confident we would. The masked warriors have never had a task they failed in. And each success was all because of my careful planning. Chapter 10, A New Discovery. Elder Mayandilo. I wondered what was happening outside of Niven. Information was coming to me slower than the snails could crawl. The Nivens guarding my tents eyed me with hostility. Up until now, they still blamed me for the events that happened in the ghost town. And who could refute this? A crawling ladybug managed to make it into my tent. I was glad that it did live for more than a month. I lowered my finger to where it was crawling and put the ladybug near my ear. Finally, some news from the outside could reach me. The ladybug spoke to me in garbled sounds, and I even had a hard time understanding it. I schooled my face so that no emotion showed. A Niven turned to look at me, and I leaned back to give the impression that I was trying to get some sleep. The Nivens went to Canellan Palace to gather a little Ashen girl. The Emperor was mad. Thousands dead. All right, I already knew all these. The boy is being pursued. At that, I wondered, why? The mystery of the boy was still unresolved. He was, to put it bluntly, quite ordinary. That was the part that I did not understand. Why would the Emperor be so keen on killing the boy? The ladybug continued making some almost inaudible sounds. A boy was found dead, gray skin. This made me pause. Preposterous. If someone among the Nivens had been killed, the news would have already reached me. Unless there was something the Nivens were not telling me, and them hiding a secret was no surprise. After all, keeping a secret was what they were excellent at. A boy with gray skin was found dead. Does Andoni know this? Do I dare tell him, or do I let him find out on his own? If I did, I could gain his trust. On the other hand, he would want to know the source of my information. I gave him my word that I wouldn't speak to my friends while held captive, and him knowing I talked to a ladybug would raise doubts about my integrity yet again. Such unfortunate timing indeed. But I could sense that the Nivens were on their toes, and at any point, I could convince them to join the Elders Guild to oust this joke of an emperor. Somehow, there had to be another way. The ladybug stopped making sounds, and I knew there was no more news to share. Just then, a young Niven walked near my cell. He sat outside the tent on a chair, his back against the entrance. He was tall and probably barely a man. 18 moon turns was the age I put on him. Do you think we're in danger? He asked. His back was still turned to me, and so I was surprised to hear him address me. Who's to say what could happen next with the Emperor still maintaining control over the land? I said. If I could convince the Nivens one at a time, I could still consider myself successful with my task. I have no idea about the Emperor. Akeans don't talk about him here much, he said. Do you want to learn more about him? The young man did not reply. Accumulation of knowledge is powerful. Even the strongest swords break without knowledge, and a stick can earn a man a crown if he knows how to use it, I said. What did he do then? I racked my brain. When was it that the Emperor started to draw suspicion from the elders? The Emperor ravaged your land, killing each Niven. He flooded Niven. That's a story from such a long time ago that sometimes, I feel like it is only a tale, he replied curtly. Never forget. The problem with Nivens is that your memories easily fade. Forgive, but never forget, I said. The young man shifted uneasily in his seat as though he wanted to understand what I said. As though he wanted to agree to it but was unsure what my intentions were. That being the case, he decided just to remain as stubborn as he could get. It's not a tale, I continued. Only a fool would believe it to be so, I said. The impact I wanted my words to have on him manifested. He glanced at me, eyes sharp. Don't call me a fool, he hissed. Then stop acting like one, I replied. He turned his back to me again. A long time ago, Northside Amerk ruled Akean. He was a well-loved emperor, but there were rebellions every now and then, as was true with any rule. Regardless, the land flourished because he acted righteously. The young man laughed dryly. That's such a strong word. From what I know, he was that, I defended. Then why did he leave us alone and let McQuinn Storm rule? He died, I said. You cannot fault anyone for dying. A body was not found. The records did not show anything about finding his body anywhere. I bet he's in hiding. At that, my eyebrows rose. As though he sensed my surprise, the young lad added, I read a lot. The Niven elders chronicled everything in their libraries. And I have a bad habit of sneaking when it's late in the night to learn about the rest of the world. If this young man could easily break their rules, I told myself, he would not be hard to convince to agree to my mission. All I had to do was throw the right questions. McQuinn Storm didn't start as a hateful man. He was, if I may put it, a good candidate for leadership. I had seen him grow from a grape picker to the princess's consort. But power could make evil come out of any man. Princess? He asked. I frowned. There was a princess of Canella. Somehow, I can't remember if it was a dream or a memory. What happened to the princess? What's her name? This time, the young man turned to face me. I was trying to remember everything I could about the Canellan princess, but nothing came to me. I couldn't remember anything about her at all. Did she die or something? Or something, maybe, I said, confused. Why was it that I remember a princess and yet could not recall her name or her face? Was there ever really one? He said. If there was a princess, where was she? I shook my head, stunned that I was left with no retort. Why could I not recall anything about the princess? Maybe it was a dream. I don't know. It was probably an old maid's tale. And yet, I could remember the moment that McQueen Storm declared himself the emperor instead of only a consort to a queen. I swallowed. I'd like to think that I was not so old. And yet, why was my memory failing me? This Elders Guild. Isn't your friend Elder Tala a member of it? He asked sarcastically. That was a mistake. The Elders Guild was supposed to ensure balance over Akean in case the Emperor did something that could put the safety of the people at risk. We were supposed to provide intervention, and yet that moment Elder Tala openly supported the Emperor had brought a conflicted imbalance to the Guild. How can we trust you if this guild you're talking about is also as divided? He spat out. There is always some form of imperfection in any organization, but it doesn't mean the whole organization will collapse with one rotten crop. Especially if the rot had been carved out. The young man fell silent. After a while, he said, I know you're telling the truth. I studied history. To this emperor, may we find justice over what he did to our land. You were affected by the death of Niven, I said. It was a moot thing to say. Everybody was, he said. I lost a brother because of the emperor. What's your name? I asked, interested. Kogi, he said. And your clan? Your last name? None. Since our family had been broken, we lost our right to keep one, he murmured. This brother, did he die in the flooding? Sometimes, I wished he had. Then we wouldn't have been so disgraced. I waited for Kogi to share more, but he fell silent after that. I was optimistic that when the next Niven Hall meeting arrived, Kogi would be easier to convince. Gods, I hoped I was right.
Chapter 1, Still on the Run. Pyper, San Diego. It had been a week since we started running away from Niven, and although the world was full of adventures, and I was always a lover of an excellent one, there was a part of me that longed for home, back in my mother's arms and onto my father's lap. Sisus was shining brightly in the sky, and I knew that Mayo and Kino were both tired by now. Do you want to stop for a while? I asked. I thought you'd never ask, Mayo said, obviously exasperated. Wait, not here, Kino said. He looked around, and when nothing seemed to stir, he finally pointed to a tall tree. I think it's better if we climbed up that tree. I looked above, concerned for Mayo's sake. Just as I thought this, I heard him grumble. Easy for you to suggest climbing, he said. But before I could open my mouth to encourage him, Mayo started climbing the tree. Kino followed suit. As soon as we were all settled on a thick branch, I opened my pack and took out some fruits. We started eating. Do you think Dogen will still be able to find us? Mayo asked. No doubt about it, Kino answered. But as long as we're invisible, it would be hard for him to spot us. Let's hope it's only him who's after us. If Niven's joined him, he would still find us even if we stay invisible, I said. Can we talk about what happened at the festival? Mayo said. Kino flushed. I don't know if I want to. Mayo's right, I butted in. We have to keep talking about it so that we can piece the puzzle together. Kino nodded slowly, his reluctance showing obviously. The Emperor was watching the children present their special abilities. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary, Mayo began. But when your turn came, he said, glancing at Kino, he was surprised to find out you had Distantecus. It is a great power, although I didn't really possess it, Kino said. Still, it was enough to make the emperor enraged, I said. Mayo and Kino nodded while chewing on their fruit. Wait, I was the one who saw everything that happened, Mayo said. The emperor was surprised, but his face did not change. He only moved forward in his seat. You saw that level of detail? Mayo nodded quickly and grinned. I'm very observant. But, that wasn't when the emperor got mad, Kino said. Yeah, I said. It had something to do with who your mother is. Kino raised his eyebrows and stopped chewing. Huh? Yeah, Mayo agreed. Don't you remember? He asked who your mother was, and when you told him her name, that's when he ordered your. You know, Mayo stopped. I knew it was difficult for him to utter what he wanted to say. My death, Mayo, Kino said after a moment's pause. But why? I sighed, shaking my head. That's where it all got confusing. I don't know why the emperor did that. What does your mother do, really? Mayo asked. Kino was immediately on the defensive. What do you mean? I told you, she's a writer. No, Mayo said. I mean, maybe your mother used to be the emperor's lover or something. I laughed. That's crazy. Kino looked quite offended now. That's not possible. Please shut up when you've got nothing good to say, Mayo. But Mayo kept on talking. There's some logic to what I'm saying. I mean, who is your father? Do you even know? Kino blushed furiously. He swallowed. I could tell that he was uncomfortable with the subject. I don't know. I only asked my mother once, and she went berserk. She said that he was a good man. Ha! A good man, Mayo said. That certainly doesn't fit the emperor's description. I chuckled. You two are going to be great storytellers. But please, get back here. Stay with me and think of more logical reasons. It's not funny, Pyper, Kino said. You keep on laughing as though what just happened was amusing. But it was. Not that kind of amusing where you get to laugh about it, Kino complained. Well, that was kind of true. When your friend's life was literally ordered to be cut short, it definitely was no laughing matter. I'm sorry, I eventually said. Look, we've got to find the reason for all of this, Mayo said. Isn't that exactly what we're trying to do now? Kino said. We have to know who your father is, I said, feeling inspired. I think that if we only get to know who he is, then some answers might be revealed to us. The question is, how do we do that? Kino said. Mayo eyed him curiously. Let me take a closer look at you, he said, inching closer towards Kino. You have your mother's hair. And chin. Your eyes. I said, clapping my hands over my mouth. They're not the same color as your mother's. Kino nodded. Wow, thank you for pointing out the obvious, Kino muttered. I mean, it certainly belonged to one of your parents, and since it wasn't your mom's, then that means you got them from your father, I argued. But how many people with green eyes are there? Thousands? Millions? That isn't good enough to start with. It doesn't lead us anywhere, Kino said, now as exasperated as Mayo was before climbing up the tree. A faint smile spread across Mayo's face. You can rejoice. Now we know the emperor's not your father, he said. He then chuckled, complimenting his hilarious joke. Soon he laughed louder, and we joined in as well. Now Mayo was throwing his head back and forth, still laughing. Everything happened so quickly after that we barely had time to react. Mayo raised his hands, somehow bumped against the tree trunk, then he slipped. Kino leaned over and tried to catch Mayo's hands, but Kino missed Mayo's fingertips. I panicked and lunged towards Mayo. My hands dipped downwards, and I grasped both his hands with my own, hence, releasing my hold on the tree. With Mayo's weight, it was no surprise that I toppled over just as easily. Mayo pulled at me, and we yelled in unison. The rustling leaves met our frail bodies, and we shrieked as we fell. I was pretty sure that we were going to land heavily bruised. Poor Mayo. I closed my eyes, shouting, and waited for our bodies to hit the ground. Then suddenly, everything seemed to stop. I opened my eyes slowly and saw that we were only a few inches away from the ground. Mayo's body was suspended in the air, and so was mine. Vines wrapped around our bodies and kept us from hitting the dry earth beneath us. Kino climbed down, dangling from a loose vine. He stooped right beside me. It's an awesome power. I'm starting to learn how to control it, he said. I gulped. Indeed, it was a good power. It saved us from the probability of breaking a few bones. Stop admiring your power and get us out of these tangles, I said. Kino smiled. Mayo, how are you doing down there? Mayo yelped in his usual scared voice. Okay, but not for long. Help me, Kino, he said. I smiled at Kino, breathless. His power was something to be proud of. Go to him first. He's afraid of heights, I said, unable to hold back a chuckle. Even if it's just a few inches. Kino nodded and helped Mayo out of the vines. Mayo still managed to crash to the ground, though. Ouch, he yelped. I laughed. Mayo, Mayo, Mayo. When will you ever grow up? I was with that thought when Kino rose higher, clutching the vines. Then he stopped above me to cut the vines loose. All right, this is going to hurt a little, he said. I was looking at his green eyes. They were sparkling, and they gave me hope that there would be a better life ahead for all of us when we get through this. But first things first. We needed to find out who Kino's father was.
Chapter 2, The Old Man in a Hut. Mayo Kalo. I used to like adventures, but I have to admit that there is only so much I could take. I could feel that, right now, my thirst for adventures has reached its peak, and I just crave a more peaceful life. Sadly, with Kino around, I doubt if the unwelcome adventures would ever cease. The more I thought about it, the more I became certain that things were bound to become more interesting, or dare I say, weirder. I scratched my armpit again. It had started to sting. Earlier, when the vines caught me between my arms, it tickled, and then the vines squeezed me tightly. However, upon release from my entanglement, I saw some raw red spots where the vines marked me. They itched like there was no tomorrow. What was that vine? I asked in frustration. What? Mayo's been scratching all over his side since he was released from the vines, Pyper said. I don't know what those vines were, but they sure were sturdy. Imagine, it carried Mayo's weight, Kino teased. Pyper chuckled too. I frowned. You always tease me about my weight. You're starting to sound like Lima. Both of them grew silent after that. I kicked at the stones in front of me, still pissed. Kino was eyeing me from the corner of his crazy eye. I'm sorry, he said. I promise not to tease you about your weight. I won't be like the other bullies. I fumed silently, but maybe there was nothing to be mad about. Kino already apologized. Where are we going now? Kino asked after a while. Pyper shrugged. I have no idea. But we've been traveling for days now. My guess is that we somehow managed to cross another province. Aren't we going to look for an inn at least? I want to sleep on a bed tonight. Anything would be better than a pile of dried leaves that Pyper calls cot. Those are definitely not cots, I said matter-of-factly. Pyper looked at me. Do you have any of your grandma's money with you? I shook my head and sighed. No, I drawled. Then we'll have to make do with our makeshift cots, Pyper said, almost admonishingly. Easy for her to say. She is so used to sleeping above the trees without a mattress. The first time I slept on her bed, I got sore all over the day after. Look. Kino said, pointing to a small hut. We might find some help there. Pyper's eyebrows met. Are you sure? I mean, 3 children roaming, traveling alone, isn't that going to raise any suspicion? Kino shook his head. Maybe, maybe not. Nobody looks dangerous enough among us. Come on, Pyper, use your charm. Smile at whoever lives there, he said before pausing. Though I'm not sure if it will work because you have gray skin. Pyper frowned, so I gave her a nudge. Don't worry. Maybe gray is still on the spectrum of adorable. Still, she trotted lightly and yet was knocking on the door a few seconds later. Kino and I walked towards her, stopping a few yards away from the door and deciding to sit on the ground. After a while, the door opened. A balding man peered through the gap. Pyper gave him her sweetest smile. We could barely hear what they were talking about, but it seemed like Pyper did charm the old man. Pyper glanced back at us and motioned us to come over. We obliged quickly before the man changed his mind. I hope he has some good food, I murmured. I thought you just wanted a bed, Kino said. I don't think his bed is going to be soft. Look at the size of his hut, I said. I wasn't being mean but rather merely pointing out the obvious. Kino frowned at me. He was sensitive when it came to things like that. You should be grateful that this man is willing to take us in, he whispered. I followed my friends inside. The balding man was toothless too. I felt a subtle chill at the back of my neck when I saw his face. It was covered with wrinkles, which was definitely not a pleasant sight. But when he asked us to join him at the dinner table, a barrel with a plank of wood set atop it, I stopped paying attention to how he looked. There was lentil soup, and although the old man gave us only a ladleful, the sight of food was enough to make my stomach growl. I sat between Pyper and Kino and found myself directly in front of the old man. The sight of his toothless mouth and the loud slurping sounds he made surprisingly did not bother me at all. I was so hungry, craving real food the entire week. Nothing could ever make me lose my appetite at this point. I glanced at Kino and saw that he had finished his bowl of soup. Pyper was also done eating her meal. We must have behaved like famished vagrants. The old man was watching us, his eyes crinkling on the sides. So you're orphans, huh? The man asked. Pyper blushed. She nodded. Master, we wish not to speak about our parents, she said. The old man laughed. Are you really going to stick to your story? Kino twisted in his seat, his eyes rounding. I caught his eyes, and he seemed to be confused too. Pyper, though, was red all over her face. I never thought that with her gray skin, she could turn into a different shade. What exactly did Pyper tell the man? You are a terrible liar, the old man said, chuckling. These two don't look alike at all, he said, shaking his head. And you tell me they are twins. I swallowed, and sweat started to form on my forehead. The old man shook his head, eyeing us kindly. Now, what's your story? The real one, he asked. Pyper glanced at us. We were short for words. If I opened my mouth, I knew that I would probably bring more trouble to us. Pardon us, master. But we are traveling away from Canella, Kino said. Oh. Did he really have to tell the truth? Kino is really so dumb. Or honest. Or I don't know. Right now, he deserved to be kicked in the shin, so I did. Ouch. Kino yelled. I grinned. Oops, I said through gritted teeth. Come on, the man said. Tell me about it before I serve the roasted chicken, he said. My mouth watered. Roasted chicken? Raw chicken would do. I licked my lips in anticipation. We ran away from Canella to escape the Emperor, I said in a rush. Mayo. Pyper yelled. I looked at her. What? If I didn't say it, you or Kino would. What difference would it make if it came from me? Kino looked worried. Pyper paled. And I could not for the life of me figure out what I had done wrong. The old man laughed and stood up before bending over to take the chicken from the stove's roaring fire. The chicken did look juicy. The old man put it down on the table and tore off a leg. He started eating. Help yourself, he said. I stood up and grabbed the other leg and sank my teeth into it. Pyper and Kino took the breast part and soon enough, all our hands were covered with grease. But it was delicious grease. Now that you're full, would you mind telling me your story? And this time, I don't want to hear any more lies, the old man said. Pyper glanced at Kino and me. Then she opened her mouth and told the old man everything. The following morning, we all got up early. I tugged at the coat the man handed me the night before. It was too long and reached up to my knees, but the width fit me snugly, as though it was tailored just for me. I might have grown fatter still, which was hard to believe because all we ever did was walk these past few days. Can't we stay for a while? When we start on the road again, there's no telling when we could have another decent meal, I said, almost whiny. Kino shook his head sternly. No. We dallied long enough. We need to make up for the lost time, he said. I grunted. My feet were still sore from all the walking. Pyper was the last to bid goodbye to the old man. She hugged him tightly, and I could tell that she was sincere about the embrace because the old man's eyes looked moist when he wished Pyper a safe voyage. Pyper nodded and waved goodbye again. As we walked out of the door, the sky was as still and as dark as the road ahead of us. Take this, the old man said as he trailed from behind us, following us along the path. He was holding the reins of a chocolate-colored bay with a white spot right between its eyes. No, Master Liso. We can't accept that, Kino said. You have given us more than enough. The old man chuckled. I don't need a horse. I stay inside the hut on most days. Well, except when there's no more food, he said kindly. Here, take Brownie with you. Pyper looked abashed, but her eyes watered, and she jumped towards the old man. Then she enclosed him in another of her tight embraces and kissed him while she was on tiptoes. Thank you, Master Liso. We are, very grateful, she said. Kino was beaming too. I could see in his eyes that he was also more than grateful. Thank you, Master Liso, I said, bowing towards him. My sword is yours, I said. The old man chuckled. Sword? I blushed. When I become a soldier, I will have one, I said defensively. And when that time comes, I will honor my promise to you. The old man's eyes glinted with amusement. He put a hand over my limp hair and said, Then so be one. To all of us, he added, may the twin moons keep you safe. We all muttered thanks. Then Kino climbed onto the horse and pulled me up. Pyper scrambled to climb up and sat in front of Kino. Goodbye, Master Liso, we said in unison. He waved his hand at us as we rode onward. When I looked back, a few paces away from Master Liso, I saw him pull a paper from his belt pouch. Then he wrote something on the paper, rolled it, and whistled. A bird flew towards him. He tucked the paper to the bird's leg and released it. I think Master Liso is our enemy, I whispered to Kino. Quit it, Mayo, Kino said. No, I'm serious. He wrote something and sent the letter through a bird, I argued. Kino's back tensed. Then, all the more reason to keep quiet. We can't let him know that we know, he said. At the count of 3, let's all look back, wave one last time, and then ride like the wind. I nodded. Kino counted, 1, 2, 3. We all looked back and waved. Then Kino kicked at the horse, sending me almost falling to the ground. I gripped his waist tightly and prayed that Master Liso was not an enemy. Dear gods, no. I could not be held captive. Chapter 3, The Swordless Swordsman. Arden Ruby Molar. I could not keep my eyes off of Goemi. There was something that drew me towards her, something that overwhelmed me enough to find myself lost in thought. Keep your eyes on the road, Quila said. She was sullen again. Right on, I said. Nia, Goemi, and Miro were in front of us, and as a group, we decided to remain within the paths of the Loondu woods. The soldiers would probably think we would leave the province because they were pursuing us. Well, big surprise. I am smarter than them. I have been hiding for as long as I can remember, and somehow, I felt I had already mastered the craft of sneaking. I would save all of us from the soldiers. I know I could. Nia stopped her bay and turned towards us. I caught Goemi's huge eyes that were framed with dark lashes. I yearned to drown in them if I had not yet. I grinned, tipping my hat. Yes, Nia? I asked. We've been traveling for a day. I think it's better if we camp for now. I could not disagree with that. Besides, the horses needed to rest too. I climbed off my mount and left Quila on the saddle. Then I sauntered towards Nia's horse. I looked up at Goemi and extended my hand towards her. Need help? I asked. Goemi blushed. Whether that was good or bad, I could not tell. She shook her head, muttering in high speed, "No, thanks." From the corner of my eye, I could swear Nia was smiling, biting her lip as she tried to suppress a laugh. "All right," I said. Then I offered my hand to Nia, which she took as she jumped off the horse, giggling like a girl. Sometimes, it was hard to think of her as a mother. She was darn beautiful. Miro rocked on the saddle. "Hey, chum," I said. "Need a hand?" I offered. Miro did not flinch and completely ignored me. I shrugged my shoulders and walked back to my mount. Quila was standing beside the horse. "You offered to help them before offering me?" she hissed. "We both know you can manage to jump off a horse even when it's galloping at high speed," I said, grinning at her. Quila rolled her eyes at me. "Still, that's no reason not to offer." "I'm also a girl," she complained. "All right, next time I will, chum," I said. "Quit calling me chum." "What's wrong with you?" I asked, peering at her eyes. Then I put my right hand over her forehead to check if she was feverish. "Are you sick or something? You sound delirious." "Sick of you," she said before turning her back on me and tying the horse's reins on low-lying branches. I looked around. The bushes were thick, and the trees were so massive that a single one could cover all of us on one side, which made it quite a good place to hide. And it was not frequented either. I could tell there were no traces of crushed, dried leaves creating pathways that led to our spot. "I'm going to hunt," I said. "Does anybody here know how to catch a rabbit?" "I can catch a deer," Goemi said, and I threw my head back in laughter. "Can you now?" Goemi's cheeks flushed. "Of course, I can," she said, and without another word, she paced away, probably to prove her point. I followed her and left Quila, Nia, and Miro to set up camp. It had been a few minutes, and still, Goemi had not said a word to me. "Do you know how stunning you actually are?" I said from behind her. "What exactly do you mean by actually?" "That I might think I'm not, and you're confirming that I am?" she asked, shoulders tense with sarcasm. Before I could answer, she flared, "Don't you dare say a word, or you'll drive the hunt away." I frowned. What would work on this girl? If my smiles were not enough, I hoped that paying her attention would. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand so suddenly that I was caught off guard, pulling me to the ground as she hunched. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at a nearby rabbit. "Quit looking at me and focus on the prey or else we'll starve," she said. I felt ashamed and decided to stare at the rabbit in front of us. Poor rabbit. "How are you going to?" I was interrupted when a loud swishing sound hit past my ear, and I watched in awe as a knife sliced the air and hit the rabbit on its side. It hopped several times, limping for its life before it spun slowly and fell. "Wow," I said. "Now, I believe your tale about the deer." Goemi stood up, face determined. "It's not a tale. I've been doing this since forever," she said coldly. "Really?" I asked, glad that she was talking to me now. She quickly lost her gab and gave me the cold shoulder. I crouched beside the rabbit and watched as Goemi swiftly removed her knife from the rabbit's body. Then she wiped the blood off on some dry leaves. "I've been traveling too," I said, willing to offer any information to keep her talking. She glanced at me. "Why? Are you running away from someone?" That question almost took me by surprise. "In a way, maybe." "How about your family? Are they dead?" "No. I'm not sure, but when I left them behind, they were all doing well." "What happened?" I sighed. "Let's just say I didn't agree with the way we lived." She raised her eyebrows at me. It's complicated, I said. But to give up on your family wasn't? It's difficult. You wouldn't understand. Try me, she said. You're not the only runaway here. I don't think traveling with your mother gives you the right to call yourself a runaway, I said. She blushed and quickly grabbed the rabbit, walking briskly back to our camp. Hey, I said, struggling to stand and catch up with Goemi. Don't walk out on me. Was it something I said? She shook her head, completely ignoring me. Wait, she paused, a single rabbit isn't enough for all of us. I looked around the bushes intently and spotted some movements behind a few shrubs. I quickly took out my dagger and threw it to where the rustling came from. Boom! I caught a chicken, and it slowly collapsed into a heap of dried leaves. You're a pretty good throw, she said. Pretty good? I chuckled. I'm the best throw around, I boasted, only to regret having said it. And an arrogant hunter too, she said. I turned to look at her, intending to defend myself, but found a playful smile on her lips. I smiled back before walking over to where the chicken was. I grabbed it and tucked the dagger back into my belt. A rabbit and a chicken, she said softly. We'll make a pretty decent meal for today. Yeah, like the way we make a pretty decent pair, I said and quickly gave her my most sincere smile. Instead of blushing the way I expected she would, I caught a glimpse of her smile too. I beamed inside. Well, maybe it will take some time, but I can make this girl like me, too. I plopped on the ground beside Quila. She's something else, isn't she? I said, eyes gleaming. Who? Her? Quila asked, eyeing Goemi. She's all right, I guess, her voice trailed off. I still can't get over the fact that she gave me my life back. Lucky coincidence, if you ask me. Besides, that's her power. What else did you expect? You're being too hard on her, I said. Quila pursed her lips before she inhaled deeply and exhaled loudly. She surprised me when she burst out, you seem to forget that while Goemi did revive you, it was her twin brother that actually killed you in the first place. So if you think about the sequence of events really hard, let's say we put some logic into your dull head, then you'll realize that there's nothing for you to be grateful for. As though that was not enough, Quila hissed, all of her irritation manifesting in front of me. You don't owe her anything at all. Not your life, not your stupid lunch, no nothing, all right? Quit being nonsensical, you cratty hubbub's ass. I stared at her, stupefied at the outburst. She fell silent after that. Come on, chum, what's wrong? She rolled her eyes and said so matter-of-factly, aside from the fact that you seem to value Goemi so much, even though her twin murdered you in the first place, and you don't seem to care about that, I also happen to miss you a lot. What? I said, unexpecting the sharp turn of the conversation, we're always together. How can you say that? It's not like we're not riding the same horse. We are, but your thoughts, they're somewhere else. Are you jealous, chum? I teased. To my surprise, Quila blushed as she turned a cold shoulder. We used to hunt together. And now, you leave me here and make me help set up the camp. It's so unfair. Come on, chum. Don't be like that. I promise we'll hunt together next time. Besides, you could always talk to Miro. Look at that boy, he barely says anything. I bet you could make him smile by performing a show. Quila still looked glum, but at least she forced a smile. I do miss my puppets. You miss a lot of things. She fell silent again for a while. Then turning to me, she said, only when they mean a lot to me. I was unprepared for the retort, but I quickly recovered. I put my hand on her locks and tousled her hair a little. Then I laid back on the ground and covered my face with my hat. What she said about Miro bothered me, though. Quila was right. Miro actually did kill me on a whim. What assurance did I have that he would never do that again? And what if the next time he did it, Goemi was nowhere near me? I chilled at the thought as Sysis blazed from above. I removed the hat covering my face and stared at Quila. She was still pouting as she studied the sky above us. Another thought occurred to me. What if next time, Miro killed Quila instead? Would I be able to forgive myself for risking Quila's life just because I wanted to travel with a girl I was crushing on? My face went pale at that thought. Is Goemi Passip worth risking all of it?
Chapter 4, Mama. Mia Passip. Our group had grown bigger, and somehow, it made me feel safer. Still, the stench of danger managed to fill the air around us. The bonfire lit low, and we barely saw each other in the darkness, but the light was enough to allow Quila to make animal forms with her hands and its shadows. Her voice changed from shrill to deep, to husky, to brisk and bubbly. I could tell that Miro was enjoying the story. Again, Miro said as he kept his eyes glued on Quila. Quila beamed, but when she looked at Arden, who was sitting close to Goemi, Quila's eyes shadowed. It's getting late, I said. We can have another show tomorrow, right, Quila? Yes. Miro dragged his feet as he walked towards our makeshift beds. As he lay down on the ground, I kissed him on the forehead. All of a sudden, an image started to form inside my head. I was somewhere in a cottage far away, tucking a boy to sleep. I jerked at the memory. Miro's eyes searched mine. Mama? He asked. He must have sensed my confusion. I smiled at him and ruffled his hair. Go to sleep now, I said. We'll be up early tomorrow. Goemi stretched out beside her twin. On the other side, Quila lay sleeping while Arden was still putting out the fire. Thank you for saving us, I said. Not a problem, he said casually, continuing to douse the fire. Where's your family? Quila's the only family I have. There must be someone looking for you, I said. I bet there were, but it's been moon turn since I left home. They probably forgot about me already. No. A mother never forgets her son's face, I said casually. Where did that come from? Did I say it for his or my benefit? I glanced at where Miro was sleeping and hoped that he would get to rest soundly tonight. I'm going to stay up tonight for a few hours to keep watch, Arden said. No, I can do the first shift, I insisted. That's not going to happen, Arden said. Go to sleep, my lady, Nia. I smiled. Arden was such a sweet boy. I knew he grew rough around the edges traveling all over Akean, but I could sense traces of his kindness. He would make a good son-in-law. At that thought, I blushed. Let me keep you company for a while. Sure, he said. He walked over to the far end of our camp and sat down. I followed him and sat beside him. The night had grown cold, and the moons went into hiding behind the distant clouds. Since we're traveling together now, could you tell me more about yourself? I asked. I've been traveling forever, he said, smiling but obviously reluctant. Can't complain, though. I love Akean. This place is magnificent, and there are lots of places I would have died without seeing if I didn't run away from my province. Which province? I can't tell you that. Otherwise, you might end up telling on me, he joked. I laughed. You have to trust me, too, Arden. Too? So, you mean you trust me? He said, his eyes now fixed on mine. I could see what my daughter saw in him. His eyes glowed bluer than the ocean, and his blonde hair shimmered under the pale moonglow. That's the only reason I let you go with us, I said. He smiled. Then it's my turn to thank you, Nia, he said. How old are you anyway? 17. Old enough to know what I want in life. And that is? To become a performer, he said. I'm pretty good with my tricks. If the way you handled the soldiers were any indication, I would have to agree with you. He laughed at that. Watch, he said as he pulled an apple from his belt pouch. He threw it in the air, and in one quick motion, he stood up, and his arms slashed several times quickly. I was unaware of what he was doing, but as he moved, he seemed like a skilled swordsman to me. The apple fell on the ground in 8 equally cut pieces. That's amazing, I said. I was never really a fan of magic tricks, not that I could remember that part either, but I knew how to show my appreciation. Arden beamed before grabbing a few of the apple pieces. He handed me an eighth, and we each had a quick snack. I want to put up my own traveling show. Sort of like a circus, he continued. Quila can entertain the children with her stories and puppets while I dazzle the adults. Then, of course, I would have to hire someone who would be willing to train horses, hubbubs even, and I would have the greatest traveling show Akean would ever know. And you know what, if I could just grab hold of a dragon's egg, that would make my traveling show even more famous. Arden was positively beaming, and I admired the young lad for that. I think that's a great plan, although hubbubs and dragons aren't really a good combination, I said, chuckling. Besides, hubbubs are just mythical creatures, and what do I have to say about dragons, but they're long gone. Nobody even knows how they disappeared. Arden grinned. There must be something that can still bring them back. He shrugged his shoulders. And maybe, I'm the one to find that out. But dragons and hubbubs aside, you should be starting now, I said. And yet that's the beauty of chasing mythical creatures, he said. It gives me a tolerable excuse to procrastinate. I laughed at that retort. My gold coins are not enough. Maybe I could buy a good tent with what I've saved so far, but I would need many carriages to carry the animals. And I haven't talked to other performers yet. He paused. After a while, he continued, it's going to take a lot of work. I can train your horses. I'm pretty good with them. Are you volunteering? Are you sure? He chuckled. I laughed, wondering to myself if I was really up for it. Instead of answering Arden, I shook my head and averted his gaze. I'm curious, though, if you don't mind me asking, he inquired. What's your power? I blushed at his question. I had asked the twins about my power, but the answer they gave me was utterly ridiculous, and I was too ashamed to share it with Arden. It's very private, I said. Arden seemed to understand. He did not push his question. What's your story then? He asked instead. I sighed. There's no story. That's impossible. Everybody has a story. Well, I don't. Or maybe I did, once. Before I woke up not remembering anything at all. Arden's eyes clouded. I'm sorry to hear that. At least you've got Goemi and Miro to remind you of the past. Yes. At least they help me remember. Anyway, if ever I get to form my traveling show and you're up for it, you're welcome to join my troupe, he said, determination coating his voice. Of course, I said, slowly rising to my feet. I better sleep so I can trade places with you later. I turned my back on him. You have a very charming daughter, he said. I looked back, unable to hide my amusement. He was smiling at me, but I could sense that the hint of red touching his cheeks was not sunburn. After all, his hat did have a very wide brim. I know, I said, smiling back. But don't get any ideas.
Chapter 5, The Old Man in a Hut. Dogan Rhonda. The good thing about being with a dozen Nivens was that they're always ready to move about. Like this morning. When I woke up, they were already out and about, too polite to ask me to get my sorry hubbub's ass up. I almost threw a fit when it struck me how long I had slept. I walked to a pond nearby to cool off, scooping water with my hands for a drink. I splashed the remaining water in my hands against my face. Only the gods knew how long before we would find another water source. Let's go, I said, wiping the drops of water off my brow. The Nivens disappeared into thin air as though to acknowledge my instructions. I don't think I would ever get used to the way their powers worked. Once we began the journey, it was as if I was alone again. I could barely hear their footsteps, and it was somewhat freaking me out. They could easily betray me, and I wouldn't know how to defend myself. This useless power of mine was driving me crazy. I squinted at the twin moons, somehow blaming them that I had to be born with such useless power. I frowned at myself. On the ground I was about to step on, a sturdy stem sprouted, and from it, a rose bloomed as though to taunt me. Stupid power. The gods were so unfair. I was with that thought when I saw some movement to my right, and a vine suddenly shot up from nowhere. What the? I grumbled. I tensed and urged the vine to grow. To my amazement, it did. Who knew I could make the vines grow now? Is my mind playing new tricks on me? I stopped dead in my tracks, spread my hand upright, and slowly urged another vine to grow. Cratty hababas. The vines sprouted like crazy. Aghast, I pumped my fists up in the air, and a wall of vines shot up, blocking our path. Dogan, someone murmured. I don't think now's the time to play with your power, Maniren, the taller Niven said. Huh? I said. I didn't know that I could do that. Well, the gods must be blessing you. That is one extreme power, Maniren continued, chuckling slightly before showing himself. I bet you could use it at a more appropriate time. I nodded slowly. Probably. It's taking us too long to catch up with the children, he said. So if I may, let's continue with the journey and stop blocking our paths with your vines. Maniren then continued to slash at the vines that shrouded our paths like curtains. One by one, the vines fell as I assumed the other Nivens joined in to tear down the vines. When none were left standing, we continued the journey. If I could get over my surprise, I swore I would have jumped up and yelled. I was never a fan of my power before, but then again, I never experimented with it. So maybe this discovery was the silver lining to all my self-doubt. I banged on the door of a rather small and dingy hut. If not for the faint scent of burned cooking, I would have ignored it altogether. I waited and looked back. The Nivens were behind me, but I couldn't see them anymore. They were good bodyguards like that. Finally, the door opened slightly, and an old man peered through the gap. Yes, he asked casually. Master. Liso Benfont, he added. Master Liso, I am a soldier, looking for 3 children, I said. I would like to know if you happen to see them pass by here. The old man's face became unreadable. He stared at me before opening the door widely without offering to welcome me in. 3 children, you say? I nodded. A tall boy, a fat boy, and a charming girl? I nodded eagerly. Tell me, what is your business with the children? This man was not going to make my task any easier. I heaved a deep breath before answering. The tall boy was left to me by his mother. I am his guardian. If the old man doubted my sincerity, it didn't show on his face. You don't look anything like him. Why would the mother make you his guardian? She was. I thought of the perfect word to describe my relationship with Lamare. A good friend. Come in, the man said. I went inside without looking back. The man looked so old that I had no qualms of him doing anything bad to me. I could easily defend myself, I assured myself. And yet, this old man was gifted with a high forehead that gave me the impression that he was cunning enough to do so. Or maybe, he only has a high forehead because he was still balding. Please have a seat, Master Liso said. I looked around and found a bench made of decaying wood. This household needed some major refurbishing. I sat casually, and the bench creaked under my weight. I studied the old man's face. This was supposedly what I was good at, to discern if the people I talked to were lying or hiding something. There was no better time to put this talent to good use but now. Tell me about your relationship with the children, he said, without even fidgeting as he sat opposite my chair. Kino Erager is the son of my friend. His mother, I paused, wondering if I could say it without feeling any pain this time, died. This left me as the boy's only family. Master Liso remained silent as though trying to measure me the way I was with him. But you're not blood relatives, he said. I shook my head. Not at all. What made the mother trust you? That made me uncomfortable. I vowed to her that I would protect her boy. Wearing the palace's insignia, do you expect me to believe that? Darn it. I knew I should have removed the orange and blue royal colors from my clothes. I used to serve the palace, I said, quickly recovering. Used to? A curious answer, he said. I'm sure you have heard about the last Akean Wine Festival. The one that left thousands of Akeans dead? Who hasn't? Even the deaf heard the news, he said. The Emperor ordered the woman's, I stammered, son to die. How could I not defect? It's hard to trust anybody nowadays, he said. And yet you invited me in, I replied. Suddenly, the decaying wood transformed, and would covered my feet up to my limbs. I wouldn't be able to stand up even if I wanted to. I can make you defenseless, Master Liso said, anytime. I gaped at the old man, itching to reach for the hilt of my sword. The only problem was that the magical wood encased it. I am not the enemy, Master Liso, I said, my voice hoarse. And yet, right now, would I be wrong to presume that you want to reach for your sword and slash my neck? My face felt hot. I met his gaze, but I wasn't able to say another word. Tell me about the other children, he asked. The other boy is Kino's friend. The girl saved Kino's life, I said. Those were the only things I knew of them. At that, the old man raised his eyebrows. The girl saved the boy's life? I nodded, irritated about my situation. My size dwarfed him, and yet there I was, defenseless as a pup. Talk about stupidity and trusting people too much. I must be more careful next time. They went south, the old man offered. Could I really trust his words? South meant Direla, Loondu, and other provinces. Where in the south? I have no idea, he said. The boy's life is in danger. If I don't get to him quickly, the wrong sort of people could capture him and bring him to the Emperor, I hissed. Wrong people who still wear the royal insignia? He leered at me. I tried to move my feet but failed. I twisted in my seat, but I only toppled down onto the floor. The wood that coated my lower body was suddenly gone, and I jumped to my feet. Ready to fight. There's no need to threaten me with your sword. You know what I can do. I retreated slowly. Thank you for the information, Master Liso. No matter how inconveniently you gave it to me, I said. I left without another word, unsure if I could trust the man's words. South? Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't overslept and followed the children faster. That way, I wouldn't have to rely on this man's words. South, I muttered under my breath as I started walking away, hoping that the Nivens heard me clearly. I was still seething, annoyed that an old man managed to disarm me so quickly. I turned to look back at the man's hut and saw him staring at me from the window. His face was concerned. Did he tell me the truth that the children went south? Why would he protect them from me? What did he know? Then a slow, lazy smile stretched across the old man's lips as though he was taunting me. At that moment, I knew he was playing with my head. Head east, I grumbled. This old man was lying all along. I turned and headed in the other direction. Then I hurriedly continued along, wondering how many miles separated me from Kino. I made a mental note to myself not to trust an old, toothless, bald man ever again. Chapter 6, The Road to Loondu? Kino Amerk. Are we any closer to where we're supposed to be? Mayo asked. I could feel how his temper could flare anytime soon. He was tired. All of us were. We have been pushing on for several days now since we left the old man's hut. On the way to Loondu, we passed by Direla but decided it was not the right place for us to hide. Everybody was trying to account for the casualty of the first and only flooding in the province, and because of that, they were registering everybody's names. The only good thing that came out of Direla was that we managed to get another horse. It was Pyper's doing. She turned herself invisible, and the rest was history. Even as she pranced the horse about, both she and the horse were nowhere to be seen, and only its hooves could be heard. Her turning invisible was still eerie if you asked me, but I was getting used to it. I don't remember the maps from our class. You were the one who spent countless hours in the library looking for places where we could have an adventure. You should be able to point out this place, I grumbled at Mayo. Well, if the sun hadn't burned my brain already, I would have told you where we are, he complained back. Keep your voice down. Don't whine too much. Remember, Nobody dragged you into this, I said, starting to feel irritated. All of us were tired, and I did not need Mayo to complain incessantly about his sore back muscles and the way he was never accustomed to lying on the ground. Mayo frowned. I only wanted to protect you, he said, his voice lower than his usual. I felt guilty. I had known Mayo since we entered schooling, and he has always been a very loyal friend and still is. But the problem was that he had this bad attitude of complaining about everything. Maybe living with his grandmother and enjoying the gold coins his parents kept on sending him made him a little unused to the kind of life Pyper and I had had. I'm sorry, I mumbled. I know you're tired. And we are too. Don't worry, once we find a decent enough place to hide in, we'll set up camp and stay there, maybe even for a few days. Mayo nodded, but I could sense that he was still irritable. Hey, I think we're in Loondu, Pyper said from behind. I turned to face where she was, and for a moment, I could not see the invisible goo that outlined her image. Pyper told me that it was the way Niven's powers worked. If another person could also turn invisible, then the Nivens could not really make themselves totally obscured because there would always be that sort of gooey translucent outline that could be seen around invisible people. Then I stared at where Pyper was looking and read, "Welcome to the Loondu Public Market." Mayo grinned. So now we can set camp? We don't have money, so I figured we would still be sleeping in boxes, Pyper said. That's better than traveling day in and out, Mayo said matter-of-factly. Anyone hungry? Pyper asked. Do you really have to ask? Mayo almost yelled. We've no more food in our packs. Let's inch over there. Mayo, stay with the horses while Kino and I work something out for lunch, she said, trailing off. Pyper and I went to the corner of the marketplace where nobody would pay us any mind. Pyper climbed down from the horse and handed the reins to Mayo. The horse became visible as though magic. Come on, Kino. It's time to put your invisibility power to good use, she said, but when she remembered that we were probably going to sneak up to the stalls and steal some fruit, she added, maybe bad use. But we've got to eat, don't we? I was standing behind some Loonduns, watching as Pyper sneaked towards one of the stalls. Then for some reason, her gooey figure vanished from my sight. Where did she go? I craned my neck to see where she could have been, but I could not find her. What the cratty ass was wrong with my power? How else would I learn to sneak and steal a few apples? From my back, a voice spoke, Hey lad, get out of here. You're blocking my stall. I turned to see a rather dark man staring at me with open annoyance. He could likely see right through me and the things I was planning to do to his apples. I gulped and walked away. I tried to make myself invisible when there was no one looking. To my surprise, however, my body only flickered for a while, and then I was solid again. What was wrong with my power? Why couldn't I make myself invisible? Just then, in front of me, a gooey figure started to approach me. What's wrong with you? Pyper asked. I've been gesturing for you to follow me, and you stand here like you don't see me at all, she said, obviously annoyed. But that's only because you vanished right under my nose. That's impossible. She gasped. Believe it. You were a few paces from me, and then, you were gone. I tried to make myself invisible, but I couldn't do it. To my irritation, I tried it again, and this time, it worked. You're invisible now. Don't play games with me, Pyper chided. If you're afraid to grab a few apples, then next time, starve. If I'm the only one who's going to get food for us, then tell Mayo that he can only have 2 apples each meal. Not one more, no matter how much he complains. I did not hear the rest of Pyper's ranting because I was so shocked to find myself invisible again. You've got to believe me. I couldn't turn myself invisible just now, I argued. Next time, tell me you're not up for it so I wouldn't be disappointed when you get cold feet. Pyper turned away and trotted to where Mayo was. Still stunned from the turn of events, I followed her nonetheless. Pyper squeezed through a crowd of Loonduns. The marketplace was so crowded today. One could easily get lost in the sea of Loondun noise. Maybe it was a bad idea to come here. Pyper's gooey figure vanished again from my sight as 3 or 4 Loonduns separated us. My body showed, and I blushed, crouching immediately at a nook to hide, and hoping that no one saw a body suddenly appear out of thin air. I was confused as I ran all the way to Mayo. This time, I decided not to cloak myself in invisibility. If I did, I might find myself in trouble for not being able to control it well enough. In a panic, I began to run after Pyper, and was shocked when I found myself sprinting so fast, as though my feet did not touch the ground, at all. And if I did not stop now, I would crash against the wall. True enough, I did. Pyper's body showed. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, the concern now etched on her face. Mayo was nibbling on an apple. His eyes were bulging too. "That big ball of dust was you?" he said, obviously surprised. My eyes were probably as wide as his. "I don't know. But right now, I have a terrible headache, and my face is going to be blue in the morning," I said, clutching my bloody cheek. "You're being weird," Pyper said. I sat down and wiped the blood off my face. Weird? If my hunch was correct, my power was fabulous. I grinned at Pyper and Mayo, who looked at me in askance. "I think I finally figured out what my power is," I said.
Chapter 7, of Crushes and Whatnots. Quila Tash. The days went by as though each one would never end. Sometimes, I forget to smile because Arden would spend a lot of his time with Goemi and her long legs. I hate her. What did Arden see in that leggy girl aside from her legs? Nothing, because her legs were covered with her long skirt. But to be fair to her, I remembered feeling envious when we took a bath together 2 days ago, and there I saw her long, shapely legs. I stared at mine, which in their own way, were shapely, like upturned pears. This jealousy is driving me so insane. At first, I could not point the finger at what it was that I was feeling. But when I heard Arden laugh about something Goemi said, which to my ears sounded silly, mind you, I literally felt my blood curdle. Arden was trying to replace me. Maybe he has stopped loving me. I blinked back my tears and flopped on the ground beside Miro. I stared at the boy with messy hair and began a conversation. "I hate your sister," I said. Miro stopped drawing circles on the ground as though he understood. "She's not even beautiful, and yet, Arden is so taken by her. Why? For the love of gods, why?" I almost yelled in despair. Miro stirred right beside me. "Feelings," he said. "Yeah, right? Feelings. Talk to me about it," I said sullenly as I watched Arden and Goemi engage in conversation. I used to think that when I grew up, I would end up with Arden. He's been kind to me. And he's amazing, do you know that? Not because of his power, but because he's... I don't know. Maybe you won't understand me at all. But I think that growing up, I was always inspired to become a better person because of him. Isn't that love? Miro blinked and giggled and yet said nothing, which irritated me further. "Look at them. Your sister is flirting with Arden. He's the only one I have. What will happen to me if he decides to leave me to be with Goemi?" I asked. "And if Goemi decides to run away with Arden, then you, Nia, and I would be stuck with each other." Miro tensed, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw some traces of lunacy in his eyes. He looked concerned, but it was gone so soon that I might have just imagined it. "See, I'll end up staying with you and Nia. And I can't even talk to you about anything. You sit there like a 2-moon-turned toddler," I sighed. "We're such losers." Miro kept on staring at Arden. Then his eyes would fall upon his sister's, then back at Arden's again. Finally, he spoke. "Heart," he said. "Yeah, tell me." "Heart. Love. Of course, they're falling in love if they're not already." I was so frustrated. Look at them smiling so sweetly at each other. Arden never even looked at me like that. All he ever did was ruffle my hair and call me chum. "Well, big news, I'm a girl too," I complained. "Pretty girl," Miro said as though to pacify me. I frowned even more. If I were pretty, Arden would have spent his time with me instead, I insisted. Then, to make matters worse, Arden reached out to hold Goemi's hands. The flirty girl blushed. Ugh. I hated her even more. Look at them, I told Miro. Then to Arden, I shouted, we're hungry over here. I thought we were supposed to hunt? Arden quickly dropped Goemi's hands, but he was still smiling when he turned to look at me. Oh, sorry. Come on, chum, he said gaily. Let's hit the woods. As though we were not in the woods yet. I seethed. I stood up and stomped my feet all the way to where they were. Hello, Quila, Goemi said, smiling from ear to ear. Insincerely, most likely. Hello to you too, I said stone-faced, using my coldest voice. Arden reached out to ruffle my hair, and my dark tresses fell across my face. I flailed and pushed his hand away. Quit it. I'm not in the mood. I yelled. I'm a grown woman, for God's sake. Then I darted away from him. Arden chuckled. When I turned to look back at him, he leaned towards Goemi, kissing her on the cheeks. And the pink-faced Goemi was positively beaming. Hurry! I shouted. Arden laughed good-naturedly. Right after you, chum. Chum, chum, chum. That was all I'd ever be. If not for our friendship and those golden locks, I swear I would have started my own circus show alone. Ha! And then he would beg me to be in my shows. Chill, Quila, I told myself. Chill. The only way I could get to Arden alone was if we were back in the Loondu market. Maybe, Nia and the twins would not tag along. I knew Arden's most passionate dream, and perhaps I could use that to make him forget Goemi. How are we doing with the gold coins? I asked as we walked in the woods. What? He asked. He was still smiling stupidly, and it seemed as though his thoughts were not ready for hunting. The gold coins, I said glumly, how are we doing with them? Oh, he said. Nothing has been added since we stayed in the woods. No one will enjoy our show here. Why do you even ask? And yet night after night, you perform, I said mockingly. What's going to happen to our dream if we keep on hiding here? He paused, peering over a moving prey a few yards away from us. He threw his dagger, and a wild duck fell. All right, maybe I was wrong when I concluded that his head was not yet back to hunting. I thought you said you wanted to take a vacation. That's what we're doing here, he said casually. You're the only one enjoying this vacation, Arden, I said. Play with Miro. He's a delight, he said absent-mindedly before walking towards the wild duck and pulling his dagger from the animal. Blood gushed out. A delight? I said. Do you even know what you're saying? All the boy ever does is drool. Though you have to admit that you enjoy presenting your puppet shows to him, he said. Because I love doing shows. He laughed. Cheer up, chum, he said. We'll still have the circus. Don't worry. When? When we're 1,000 moon turns already. He stopped in his tracks. No, he said thoughtfully. The sooner we get more gold coins, the sooner we will realize our plans. Which means that we have to get back to Loondu Market, right? He said. He bent down to grab the wild duck, tying its legs, before tossing it to me. Some of the blood splattered on my face. Disgusting. I scrubbed the blood off my face in annoyance. Easy, Quila. Relax, all right. We'll have the circus show. And have the best traveling show in all of Akean. When do you see that happening exactly? I said. He stopped again, considering. I like it here, he mumbled. Then he crouched down behind the bushes and looked for another prey. Why? Because. Of her? He paused before answering, yes. I like Goemi. It felt like my heart was breaking into 1,000 smoldering pieces. I wanted to cry right where I stood. Oh. All right, was all I managed to say. Cheer up, chum. You'll like her too. I seriously doubt it, I wanted to tell him. Let's go back to the marketplace and perform, I said, trying to make my voice sound happy. It ended up sounding too shrilly, even for me. You're speaking in high tones again, he admonished. It breaks my eardrums. He threw his dagger again, and this time, a deer fell. Come on, I pushed. Maybe I was playing this all wrong. I decided to change my tactics. Let's save up more gold coins. The sooner we start with the circus, the sooner we can help Nia and Miro and, I paused for effect, go me more. He turned to look at me. His eyes searched mine. You have a point there, chum, he said. I beamed. So, when are we leaving? He bent down to pick up the deer, which looked to be heavy. When he stood up, he smiled and said, tomorrow. We'll get more coins, and soon enough, we'll travel together. I was ecstatic. Never mind that Arden wanted to travel with Goemi. At least I would have a few days, or weeks even, alone with Arden. That, for me, will always be enough. Chapter 8 Unexpected Feelings. The Twins. I stared in fascination at Arden as he crouched low over a pile of stones that he arranged to use as our stove. On top of the burning coals, the duck he caught was roasting quite nicely. I smiled to myself. So this was what it felt like to have someone care for you. Things were suddenly happening so quickly. For one, Miro and I used to travel alone, and then we found a mother in Nia. Shortly after that, the gods must have been making up for all the heartaches that my twin and I endured because Arden came along. He glanced at me and smiled, and I blushed for what seemed like the 100th time. His golden locks glistened under Sisa's fading light as though it had always been adequately brushed and oiled. I grew self-conscious about my own dark locks. I mean, how could he have liked me? I was sure that I was very ordinary. It did not help that Nia was as beautiful as ever. Quila was also quite pretty. If I were to rank the women in this camp according to looks, I would find myself at the bottom, and admitting this would not even be considered modest. It was the plain truth. Been looking at him again, huh? Nia said as she sat beside me. I quickly averted my gaze and leaned against Miro's back. Come on, Nia pushed. You can tell me anything. I'm your mother. Besides, he's adorable. I blushed even deeper. I quickly stole another glance at Arden. You won't understand it, I said. What's not to understand? Nia said. Everyone falls in love. Her eyes took on a confused focus before she blinked. I wondered who Nia's first love was. It would have been nice to hear her stories, the real ones. I like him, Mama, I said timidly. Nia smiled. Well, he is quite charming, she said. It's not only that. He makes me feel safe. That's a good feeling. Besides, I think that any young girl would fall easy prey to someone like Arden. I could feel Miro tensing from behind me, but I ignored him. Yeah, I said. What's it like, Mama? I mean, when you fell in love. I said before regretting having opened my big mouth. Why don't you tell me? She replied. What's to tell? I asked quickly. My story. At one point, I probably told you about how I met your father. Was it romantic? I believe myself to be logical, and if you tell me otherwise, I'll say that being in love can do drastic things to anyone. She laughed heartily, such a pleasant laugh to hear. I tilted my head up and stared at the leaves that towered above us. There's no story to tell, Nia, I wanted to tell her. Or if there was, I would never know it. I pursed my lips sadly, but when I looked again at the face of the mother I had come to love, I smiled. You were illogical when it comes to love, I said, teasing her. Very. Nia's shapely eyebrows rose to the middle of her forehead. I believe she blushed a little too. I find that hard to believe. But you were. At least that's what you told us, I lied. Passip isn't such a common name. Could you tell me more about Jor? I flinched. Jor Passip was the name of my birth father. But there was no way he could have met Nia. He was a good man, I said. He looked like an older version of Miro. Was? I blushed. He left us. I don't know what became of him after he did. I fell silent after that. Remembering that father left us still made me sad sometimes. He was outside our house smoking a cigar with a blank expression on his face. I watched him for a few minutes, and I witnessed how his face crumpled. Then, perhaps realizing that someone was looking at him, he glanced my way. He puffed on his cigar before putting it out, and with a smile on his face, started walking towards me. He smelled of tobacco, and that scent usually turned me off, but when he grabbed me and held me against him, I closed my eyes and hugged him back, breathing in his familiar scent. Without saying another word, he went inside the house. Nia reached for my hand and squeezed it, telling me she understood. It was a good thing that she had no more questions about why father left. Anyway, Nia said after a while, I say both of you are quite lovely. And since you don't look a thing like me, I could only assume that my husband was quite pleasant to look at too. I smiled slightly, feeling uneasy at the turn of our conversation. I was never good at lying. I glanced back at Arden, who was watching me with a smile pasted permanently on his lips. He's quite taken by you too, Nia whispered. I felt my face heating up. Do you really think so? Nia smiled, nodding. He's got big dreams. Did you know that? I gaped at my mother. What do you mean? He wants to form a circus show. Really? That's amazing. I mean, I watched him perform and all, but I thought he'd be a waif forever. Not that I mind, because so are we, I said. But it's nice to know he's got big dreams. I told him that I'd be willing to join the show, she said. Mama. I jolted. You're not thinking of joining the circus and leaving us behind. Are you? I asked. Of course not, she said. But her eyes were twinkling, and I knew that her carefree spirit would have enjoyed every day traveling and performing in front of hundreds of people from across Akean. I could almost see it. Nia, the most beautiful woman in Akean, would be such an attraction in the towns that Arden's circus show would visit. I toppled over as Miro suddenly jumped to his feet. I stood up quickly too. Miro reached out, grabbed Nia in both arms, and forcefully began to carry her. Miro, son, what are you doing? Nia asked. Miro did not respond, but instead, he struggled against Nia as he dragged her with both his hands. Miro, stop it. I shouted. Stop at this very moment. Nia did not bother to fight Miro's grip because she was the kind of understanding woman who would be patient even with her son's silliest tantrum. My heart ached for her. Quila and Arden were immediately by our side. Miro, stop, please, Arden said in his charming tone. Away. Miro shouted. Away. Nia's eyes rounded. Please back away, she said. I stood there helplessly as I watched Miro drag poor Nia away. What are you doing? Arden said. Do you want us to perform for you? Come on, he continued. Then to Quila, he added, go, Quila, entertain him. Quila's face went pale. She looked terrified of Miro. Who could blame her? Miro's dark eyes looked very angry. Miro, please release Nia, Arden said. Away. Miro repeated. At that, Quila tensed. Arden, please. Don't antagonize him. He'll freeze your heart again, she said in fear. Nia's face paled. Please, everybody, back away. Then to Miro, she added, let's go back to the hut, dear, she said in a voice that was meant to soothe Miro. Everything's going to be all right. Soon Miro did not have to drag Nia anymore because she walked beside him. She even put her arms around him as they walked slowly towards the makeshift hut. Sweet Nia. Seeing Nia care for my twin broke me. It wasn't right for her to be involved in our lives, nor for her to suffer Miro's tantrums because no matter how much I made myself believe that we were protecting Nia by keeping her identity a secret, I knew it was never entirely true. I turned my back against them and ran away, crying. It hurt so much to see Miro lose his grip on sanity. Everything was starting to get better, and then this? I sobbed even more when for the first time, I wished he was gone from my life.
Chapter 9, The Swordless Swordsman. Arden Ruby Moeller. What just happened? Miro suddenly threw a tantrum and picked up Nia. Poor woman. And now, my legs were aching from trying to catch up with Goemi. I found her all bent over and crying her eyes out. I strolled to where she was. Without another word, I sat beside her. On instinct, I reached out and put my arm around her shoulders. She leaned against me and cried some more. I hate it when girls cry. I can never stand it. I kissed her on the top of her head. It's going to be all right, I said. She sobbed some more, but soon she stopped. She pulled back and gazed far away. I decided to sit there beside her. I reached out for her hand. I felt lightheaded when she entwined her fingers against mine. He is a good brother, she said. Shh, I said. I know. There's no need to explain what happened. She shook her head forcibly. No. Lately, I can feel that he's changing. He's becoming more possessive of Nia and me. Maybe he misses you, I said, thinking about Quila and how she was jealous of the time I spent with Goemi. Why? Because you spend a lot of time with me. That's ridiculous, she said softly, although I could sense that she was searching her heart if it was the truth. It rings true, I said casually. After all, have you ever been with someone else aside from him? Goemi shook her head. There you go, I said. Still, it doesn't make any sense. Why would he act like that towards Nia? What were the two of you talking about anyway? Goemi blushed. She hesitated before saying, you. We were talking about you. Really? I asked, grinning from the inside out. A smile escaped Goemi's lips. You look very pretty when you smile, I said. I was not lying, I mean, I told lies to a lot of women to make them smile at me, but never to Goemi. Goemi blushed. Thank you. Now, tell me what that ruckus was about, I said. I don't want to talk about it, she said. Then as though an afterthought, she added, maybe you're right. Maybe he's a bit jealous. I listened intently and squeezed her hand. I mean, we've always been together, and now I spend a lot of time with you. Which works to my advantage, I said in jest before smiling at her again. To my dismay, she removed her hand from my grip. Maybe we should stop being this close, she said. She said this as though it was such a bad thing. Why? Because. Because what? I asked, although, at the back of my mind, I had a hint of what she was afraid of. Her twin could freeze my heart, and if Goemi was not around to revive me, I could end up dead the next time Miro decides to do that. Quila had the same fear, and she was vocal to me about it. Was I crazy for being the only one who didn't fear Miro's power? I don't want to lose you. You won't lose me, I said. I promise. But Goemi wouldn't look at me anymore. I leaned towards her and wrapped my arms around her. She snuggled against my chest and shivered as though she was terribly afraid. It was so sweet of her to worry about me. I tilted her face closer to mine. I bent down to kiss her. Somehow though, as I gazed into her dark eyes, I grew afraid. This was the first time that a feeling of this magnitude had overwhelmed me. If I had already fallen in love with her, and if she were to move away from me, the thought would crush me. Literally and figuratively. So right before my lips met hers, I whispered, "Don't let me kiss you if you have no intention of falling in love with me." Goemi's eyes clouded, and tears started to well down her cheeks. "Hey," I said. She shook her head and pulled back. "It's not." "Why?" "I'm not sure how I feel about you. I mean, look at my twin. He's hardly normal. And I don't think I'd be able to choose between the two of you," she said as she hurried to her feet. "Nobody's making you choose," I said. "You aren't," she said. "But he would. He might." Before I could grab her hand, she had turned and was running back to camp. Just like that? I thought to myself. In frustration, I took out my dagger from my belt pouch and threw it against the tree. It hit the trunk with a resounding and sickening thud. Slowly, I walked over to the tree and pulled out the dagger. Then put it back into its sheath. When I looked up, I saw Quila standing just a few feet away from me, studying me. "I didn't know you followed me," I said. Quila spoke nothing. When I caught her eyes, they seemed sadder than usual. This time, however, she did not bother to tease or mock me. Instead, she walked towards me. And when I was within arm's reach, she held my hand. We started walking back to camp without another word. For some strange reason, I got the feeling that somehow, she understood why I was lonely.
Chapter 10, Emotions Afoot. The twins. I ran back to the camp. I felt so much pain inside. Was Arden right? Was Miro jealous of the attention that I afforded Arden? It seemed logical. Miro and I had never spent a moment apart. And now, I found myself wanting to be with Arden more and more. It was as though he was that part of me that I had been searching for all my life. At first, I was sure that Miro would understand that. And yet, could he really? If my brother had not been like this, perhaps this would not have been so hard. And yet, if Miro were not Miro, I probably would never have met Arden. I stopped when I reached the small hut we occupied. It was barely a house. Its walls were made of dried leaves that we gathered in the forest a few weeks back, and the roof was several layers of dried tree trunks. It was a good enough place to stay for a month or so. Something that Arden, Nia, and I built so that we could have a roof over our heads. I remembered the day we finally finished the hut. We were all beaming. We had a house, and we did not have to pay for anything. It was the first time I truly bonded with Arden. The first time he wrapped me in his embrace while whispering to me how good life was now that he had found me. But that was all in the past, I guess. Right now, going inside the hut, I felt a hollow space growing inside my chest. I pushed at the creaky door and saw Miro sitting with his back against the door to the only other room in the hut. "Where's Mama?" I asked. Miro did not even look up. He remained seated outside the door, his eyes fixed on the floor. "I'm inside, Goami," I heard Nia say. "Mama!" I shouted, banging against the door. "Open the door," I said. "No. Leave me inside for a while. This is what your brother wants, to keep me inside." I stared at Miro in disbelief. "You want to hold Mama prisoner?" I asked. "Hush, Goami. It's all right," Nia said from inside the room. "I'm all right?" "You're being unreasonable," I yelled at Miro. "You can't keep Mama inside. I paused, horrible. Miro remained rooted to the spot, unfazed by anything I said. I grabbed his shirt and pulled him to his feet. He had grown heavier, but I was able to lift him with the state I was in. I searched Miro's eyes, hoping that sanity would somehow reflect in them. "Let Mama go," I hissed. "Let her go." Miro avoided my eyes casually as he sagged under my grip. "I hate you," I seethed. "Goami," Nia shouted. "Stop, please. I've talked to your brother. I let him do this to me so he wouldn't hurt anyone. He promised." "But Mama, he can't treat you like this." "A few days will do. He will let me out as soon as he realizes that I'm not going to leave the two of you," she said. "Your brother. He's special. It's difficult to make him understand. So leave him be for a while. We can't have him lashing out on anyone anytime he feels like it. If being locked in a room is what it will take for me to have some form of control over him, then so be it." "But Mama." "That's enough, Goami," Nia said. Her voice had gone all cold and regal again. "I won't hear of it. I am your mother. I know what's best for both of you." I eyed Miro again, and for the second time today, I wish he was gone from my life. And yet, I loved him so much that I felt like I was breaking apart. Miro felt threatened that I would leave. That's why he acted this way. "We have to learn how to control his temper lest anyone else gets hurt," Nia said softly this time. I felt sorry for her. She had to sacrifice all of this because of my narrow-minded twin. And she was not even our birth mother. "If you ever hurt her, Miro, I swear to the moons. I will leave you," I said. I hoped so much he understood what I said. Oh, gods, I hope he did. But Miro said nothing. When I released his arms, he fell against the door to where he kept Nia. "Mama, can you please come out of the room? There's not even a lock on it," I said. "Your brother's power is stronger than any lock," she said. I sighed and glared at Miro while listening to Nia's words. "I'm all right. Don't worry about me. Let me figure out how to control Miro's power. We all have to understand your brother." I wanted to protest. To tell Nia that she was free to leave. That all we did was lie to her. She deserved to hear the truth. That she could leave at any time. And yet, I was not ready to live alone with my brother again. Life had been so lonely traveling from town to town with just him to talk to. Or not talk to. All right, Mama, I said in defeat. But let me know when you can't take it anymore. I will find a way to set you free. Nia did not respond after that. I was sure that she wanted to pacify Miro as much as she could. The problem was, there was no telling when Miro would really understand us at all. I looked outside the hut's windows and caught Arden staring at us. There was a curious glint in his eyes. Maybe he heard our conversation. Maybe he did not. But when he turned to leave, I had a feeling that maybe, I would not be seeing him for a while. The following morning, I found myself still feeling hollow inside. I hardly slept last night. It must have already been around dawn when I finally dozed off. When I got up to heat some water for tea, Quila and Arden's bunks were empty. I rushed outside, hoping that they were simply cleaning around the camp. "Arden?" I asked. When no one answered, I yelled, "Arden." Only the birds returned my call. They chirped as though to greet me this morning. Arden and Quila were nowhere to be found. No words were uttered. Not even a goodbye.
Chapter 11, The Last Sniffler. Mayo Kalo. Kino's power was interesting, although when he said that he could copy other people's abilities, he was not exactly able to display his new powers to me. The crazy thing was, he could not even run like the wind anymore. All he did was make himself invisible. And now, he had lost the power to grow vines. Weird power, if you ask me. Somehow, I felt like my power was better than his. That was comforting to think, for once. "Quit the long face, Kino," I said, trying to cheer him up. He only frowned even more. I was wrong. I thought that I could copy anyone's power, but if I could, then why can I only make myself invisible? Exactly what I thought, but I tried so hard not to say it out loud. "Hey, maybe you copied my power," I said. He puffed air from his mouth as though in frustration. "What makes you think that?" "Have you tried it?" I asked, throwing him an apple. "Here you go. Try to make the bad bits go away." Kino stared at the apple. His lips were tightly closed. Then right before our eyes, the red apple turned purple. "I got it," he said, matter-of-factly. "I copied your power too." "Then why do you sound as though you're not happy about it?" Kino kept silent. At that moment, Pyper returned from the marketplace. "Here's more food for us," she said. She noticed that we were both staring at the apple Kino was holding. "What did you do?" she asked. Kino tossed the apple to Pyper. Pyper had to put down her pack quickly before she grabbed the purple apple. "I did that," Kino said. "So you finally figured out what your power really is?" Kino shrugged. "Seems that way, but it's inconclusive. And if my power is like this, it's no use to me at all." "You're horrible," I said. "I thought you were a friend. After copying my power, you say that it's no use to you at all? What does that make me, huh?" "Don't make this your issue, Mayo. I didn't mean to say that your power was awful," Kino defended. "It's great. Remember, you saved Pyper's life." I blushed. "Then what do you mean?" "My power. If I can only copy powers and couldn't even keep track of what power I'm copying, then it's like having nothing at all. How can I nurture it? Like right now," he said before winking in and out. "I can turn invisible, and I can make this apple purple. And yet, yesterday, I was able to make vines grow. A while ago, I was able to run very, very fast." Kino and Pyper slumped to the ground. I took Pyper's pack and searched for food. "Great, berries. Can't you do that now?" Pyper asked. Kino shook his head. "I tried, but I'm back to running at a pace that would make the tortoises seem like sprinters. I laughed. I could not help it. Kino was so funny when he was being reasonable. I only stopped when Pyper gave me the evil eye. But that's so weird. How can you use your power to defend yourself if you don't know what it is? Pyper asked. Maybe each time I meet someone, I'll ask him. Hey, what's your power? I need to know because before you kill me, I was wondering if I could use it to defend myself against you, Kino grumbled. I laughed again. Kino was hilarious. It could work, I said, trying to catch my breath as I laughed. Kino shot me a dirty look. It's a useless power. I wish I could be invisible all the time. Think about it. Maybe there are signs when you copy a new power. A tingling of sorts. A beeping in your ears. Anything at all? Pyper asked. Kino paused, considering, until finally saying, I'm not sure. Maybe it has something to do with the distance, Mayo said. You said that you couldn't turn invisible when Pyper was far from you. Kino's eyes brightened. Now that makes sense. Mayo, you're a genius. Let's try, he said before quickly standing up. Then he made himself invisible. Pyper and I sat waiting for him to return. A few minutes passed by, and still, no Kino. I picked a grass stalk to chew on and lay down on the ground to pass the time. Suddenly, he appeared, hovering over me. I yelped in surprise. Kino! Quit doing that, I said. The grass stalk I was chewing on fell from my lips. So? Pyper asked. I walked more than a mile, and my body never flickered. I was invisible all throughout. And now I'm back here again, still invisible, he said, disappointed. We should be able to talk this out with someone else. Maybe somebody knows what your power's called. Well, we could check the registry, I said. I bet Kino's name was the last entry. Wait a minute, Pyper said. Our first task is to look for Kino's father. But do we know where to look for him? I asked. We all had no answers to that question. Maybe the registry is where we should look first, Kino said, eyeing me. Mayo's right. I gasped as a bright idea hit me. And, think about it, it could give us a clue about Kino's father. Maybe he inherited the power from his father. Kino smiled, and this time, the smile did touch his eyes. Wow! That would be so grand. Pyper was nodding, smiling. So, what are we waiting for? My throat constricted in panic. I don't feel so good suddenly, I murmured. And I was not even lying. Were we really going back to Canella? After everything that happened, are we going to saunter back to the palace, right into the Emperor's backyard? I felt sick. Sick because it seemed it was my idea in the first place. Pyper held my hand. I understand, she said. Kino's face had gone ashen. We were children, after all. And we had no way of defending ourselves. Let's forget about the registry for a while, Pyper said. I heard that a magician is back in the market. Loonduns call him the Swordless Swordsman. Isn't his name awesome? She asked, grinning. It worked. I could feel my heartbeat going in steady rhythms again. I grinned at Kino, who was also smiling as widely as Pyper and I. Let's go, Kino said. I haven't seen a magician perform in moon turns. I nodded at high speed. I wonder what he does, I mumbled. If he's a swordless swordsman, does that mean he performs magic without a sword? What does he do, unslice things? Pyper and Kino laughed. Soon, we were walking side by side towards the Loondu market.
Quila Tash. Arden looked upset, but his jaw was set, and I knew that whatever happened in the Loondun woods would somehow be forgotten as soon as we started performing. Are you ready? I asked. Arden studied our audience. We were at our usual spot in the market. My box was laid in front of us, and the puppets were on top of it. Today, I would tell the tale of the giant hubbub. It was always a children's favorite, and I hoped that Loonduns would be generous in giving us coins. A silver mark would be delightful. Arden exhaled before saying, "Come on, chum, let's do this." That was all the encouragement I needed. I bent down, took the puppets, and then sat behind the box so that only my upper body and the puppets showed. "Do your thing now," he said, although somewhat coldly. I nodded before bellowing in my loudest, crisp imitation of a voice. "Dear everyone. Greetings. Today, I will tell you the tale of the giant hubbub." Some passers-by stopped walking and glanced at me. A few eyes widened upon seeing that the voice came from me. I made my voice into a deep growl and began, "I am Dodo, the giant hubbub." The puppet opened its mouth as though it was the one speaking. A few children tugged at their mother's hands and begged them to sit in front of me. Dodo is always hungry. Its eyes blazing red as it wanders in Canela looking for food. Its head twisted sideways to search for the children with the fattest thighs. I moved my left hand that was holding the puppet of a bear. "My thighs are not juicy, nor are they fatty." The bear growled. Dodo stopped, eyeing the bear. "Maybe not juicy, but once I devour you, I can go back to the forest and hide. But you," he hissed. "You will do for now." "Ha ha ha." I made the bear puppet leap and ran away, and the children who were watching shrieked. Then I made Dodo the hubbub fly. It swooped down over the bear while I made a gurgling sound, opening Dodo's mouth widely. It took the bear in its mouth. "Goodbye, Sir Bear," Dodo said. I glanced up at my audience and saw that the number of children had started to increase. A fat boy eating an apple stood at the back. He stopped biting on the apple upon seeing Dodo devour the bear. "Now, where do I go?" Dodo said. I put my left hand inside a soldier puppet and made it move. I modulated my voice and made it sound deep like a handsome prince's. "Aha! The king asked me to cut the head of a beast. I will offer your head to the princess," the soldier said. I made loud, laughing guttural sounds. "Oh no, you won't," Dodo said. "Your sword won't touch me. Not as fast as I can lick your belly button." The children laughed. That line always drove the audience nuts. Then the soldier struck with his sword and the hubbub's head was cut. It fell off as I removed my right hand inside the puppet. The children applauded. I was beaming when it was over. I quickly glanced at Arden, who wasn't paying attention to my story. He was hunched over, playing with his hat. A solemn look crossed his face. "It's your turn," I yelled at Arden. Arden shook his head. "I'm not ready." My mouth hung open in surprise. "What? But you do the slashing thing all the time." "Yeah, but he cut short before squeezing his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he exhaled loudly. "Please. Give me some more time. Tell them another story. The tale of the Great Black Egg. I'm sure everyone would love it." "I only do one story at a time," I protested. "Quila, I'm asking you a favor now. There are lots of things in my head, so if you could just..." All right. I'll do it," I said in exasperation. I sighed. It had been a long time since I last performed the tale of the Great Black Egg, and the last time, I didn't even want to think about it. I went back to the center of the crowd and rummaged under the box until my hand got hold of a shiny black egg. I picked it up and raised it upward before roaring like a dragon, "Rawr!" Everybody stopped talking. Silence permeated the air. I closed my eyes, trying to remember the Great Black Egg story. I never saw one, not ever, and sometimes I wondered if there really were dragons in the past. There were stories about the last Great Black Egg, which mentioned that it was hidden somewhere by its mother dragon before she died frozen in an ice storm. But the stories turned into myths, and even the myths faded when moon turns came and went, and there were no signs of these fire-breathing creatures. I tried to remember its history, and when all that I knew about it had come back to me, I opened my eyes and began. In the olden days, dragons roamed Akean. Every land flourished because dragons were able to provide fire to melt metals, and metals were used for making tools and monies. There was peace all over the land because each province had a dragon to its name, and dragons, being fierce creatures, would not back out in war, and hence, for the preservation of each province in Akean, the kings and queens agreed to settle all disputes without even engaging in warfare. Talks about the war were ridiculous during that time. Peace lasted for centuries, until one day, King Aram of Karasthea realized that dragons have specific strengths and weaknesses, and therefore, among all the kings and queens in the land, it could be that one of them can rule the whole of Achaea. He proposed that dragons must be tested by making them fight in an arena. The weak would perish, and the strong would rule. It would be a battle that would determine who should be hailed as the emperor. The kings and queens of the other provinces objected to the proposal, calling King Aram names for even thinking of harming the dragons. The citizens made protests. Rebels marched the fields. Arms were raised because nobody wanted to lose a dragon to such an unreasonable cause. But the ruler of Karasthea contended that since the biggest volcano in Achaea is in his land, his province must decide on such matters. Nobody agreed because all of the rulers wanted equality in power, which each of them enjoyed. All of them, save for one. King Aram of Karasthea believed that his dragons were the superior ones, and to prove such a point, he ventured on a dragon hunt. In a matter of months, 7 provinces had lost their dragons. When winter came, the lands froze and the rulers of the other provinces took the journey to the Karasthea volcanoes to ensure that their dragons would be protected from the cold weather. This had been a tradition ever since, but this moon turn, King Aram closed the gates of Karasthea to any dragon, save for those that his kingdom owned. When spring came, the ice melted, but not all provinces were lucky enough to save their dragons. The eggs that did not receive sufficient warmth had rotten. Thus, even in the absence of the war, King Aram was able to get what he wanted, the annihilation of all the other dragons but his. Unbeknownst to him, however, the newly founded province of Canela was still rearing its last dragon. The young ruler of the land, Akean Amerk, would not let his family's dragon die without a fight. He asked for the blessing of his ancestors and, upon receiving it, set on a journey with his dragon to Karasthea. It was said that King Dwi was so valiant that even though his dragon was still too young to fly, it survived the long flight to Karasthea. News had traveled all over the land that there were no more dragons except for those in Karasthea, so King Dwi headed straight to the volcanoes where he hid for 11 moon turns. During this time, King Aram declared war all over the land and named himself the very first emperor of Achaea. The rulers of all the other lands had opposed the new emperor's dictatorship, and they met in secret to avenge the death of their dragons and to overthrow the emperor. To do this, they agreed that they would kill all the golden dragons of Karasthea. So they made themselves ready and journeyed towards the gates of Karasthea. It was rumored that King Aram only had 7 dragons left. All male, except for one. The fighters from the other provinces all set out to kill the female dragon first. If the female is dead, there is no way to breed another. Balance to the land would be restored. So they chased after the female dragon until an arrow pierced its breast. The dragon swooped and fell into the ocean. When King Aram learned about the hunt, he released all of his 6 dragons to ravage the fighters from all the lands. But with the triumph of killing the female dragon, the rebels' stamina was unmatched, and they were inspired to put an end to the tyranny that King Aram had placed upon Achaea. Weeks passed before all of the king's dragons were slain. Meanwhile, in the volcanoes of Karasthea, King Dwi and his black dragon were still hiding. Now that a moon turn had passed, the dragon had grown, and its body had become enormous. Its eyes were golden, its scales glistening black. The span of its wings boasted a good 10 yards at the very least. King Dwi decided that it was now time for him to go out into the world. King Dwi was unaware of what was happening in Karasthea, and when he reached it, he was surprised to find King Aram at the mercy of all the other rulers in Achaea. Swords were pointed at the neck of the tyrant king, and it was King Dwi who begged the other rulers to spare his life. King Dwi was now the only one with a dragon, and without any contestation from the other rulers, he was crowned as the second emperor. Some say that it was not to be, but nobody else could voice out his concern. The dragon lived for many years before it finally succumbed to death in its old age. Since then, it has been our tradition to have an emperor to oversee all the 14 provinces of Achaea, to ensure that there will be balance all throughout the land. King Aram's lineage was cut from the royal line. But he had a son, Lucran. Lucran despised the life that he had after the king was removed from power, so he vowed to search for the body of his father's female dragon. Lucran traveled across the land, far and wide, believing that when the dragon fell to the ocean, it had managed to get away undetected. But as Lucran grew older, he was unable to find the female dragon. On Lucren's deathbed, it was rumored that he cursed the land of Achaea. At the top of his lungs, he vowed that Achaea's peace would cease when the dragon was found. Chaos would ensue. Then he died. Everyone who was listening to me was hushed. The little boys in front had their mouths open, while the elderly seemed bothered. Eyebrows were raised, foreheads creased. There was visible unrest among the crowd. What happened after that? Someone asked. Did they ever find the dead body of the female dragon? I grunted. Nobody found the female dragon, I said. It's common knowledge. Otherwise, we would see the dragons in flight again all over Achaea. Did Lucren have a son? What happened to King Dwi and his black dragon? I sighed. This was what I was trying to avoid. Nobody ever got contented with dragon history. The people always wanted to know more, and I could only share so much about the dragons because the truth was, what I shared just now was also just passed on to me. But I had begun the story, and so I believed I had to respond to their questions. It was the least that I could do for them. According to legends, Lucren had a son and a daughter. The son died when he was still young, but the daughter lived. Her name was Zanya. She was a fair maiden, and she was taken to the Locae Islands. But her ship capsized, and she was never seen again, I said. Ooh, the crowd responded in unison. Then they grew rowdy. So the dragon and Zanya ended up in the ocean. The end of Achaea is coming. When they return, all will die. An old man yelled. I glared at him but knew better than to argue. That's not going to happen. It's all just a story, I said. Well, part of history. But let's not twist it, all right? As though the emperor is not enough to worry about. The boy biting on an apple chuckled and choked. The girl beside him thumped him on his back, and the boy spewed out the apple's core. Zanya's lover went looking for her until he too gave up and decided to jump into the ocean to drown. But before he lost his breath, he found himself staring into the eyes of his love, and she rescued him from drowning. She took him underwater to live. Many moon turns later, she told him that she had found the last dragon's egg, I said. What happened? The crowd grew even more unsettled after that. What happened to the egg? So there really is a dragon? Tell us where the egg is. I was already flushing, perhaps due to frustration, as I tried to hush the crowd. Zanya said that she would keep the last black egg underwater because she didn't want to break the land. But her lover thought otherwise. So one day, while Zanya was swimming with the sea creatures, her lover stole the last black egg. She realized that the egg was missing, so she went after her lover. She said, "Do not release the egg. Give it back to me." But he replied, "No. I have dreams of ruling the world." I changed my voice several times to better portray the exchanges between the maiden and her lover. But the maiden replied that he would break Achaea and not rule it if the last great black egg were released upon the land. Her lover did not believe it, though, so he ventured into the mainlands and left the ocean, which had already become their home. The maiden pursued him, but it was a futile chase. Because the maiden was no longer accustomed to the land, she grew sick and was rendered bedridden. It was said that every day, she would watch the sun rise from her window to see if Sisis would cease from shining and if the moons, Luna and Risa, would rise to light up the evening sky. But she was beginning to lose hope of ever retrieving the last great black egg again. And so, right before she met her sad fate, the daughter, like Lucren her father, uttered a curse. She whispered to the trees, "Take this curse to my lover who has not abided by my rules. I curse you, heart of my heart. From now until your last breath, you will not rule Achaea. You will be slow, and your power will be limited to trees. To grow trees. To care for birds. You will be soft and kind, and your soul will not be tainted. All that you so long wished to have, authority over the land, would never be yours." I paused before continuing, and that was how the tree runners came to be. "I never heard that story before," a boy mumbled. There were several yelps of "tell us more," but there was nothing to share anymore. Everything I knew, I had already told them. I also wondered if that was really how the tree runners came into being, but I have never gotten the chance to meet any of them yet, so I have no way of knowing. Besides, I have no intention of meeting one, now that their characters are in question. After many moon turns of being banished to Sinista, Akeans are not sure if the tree runners were still the same mild creatures they once were. The conversations among the audience went on. One remark interested me, though. And so that's the reason why all birds leave their eggs in nests in trees. To confuse all citizens who would want to grab hold of the last great black egg. Because the truth is the last great black egg will never be found. I continued walking away towards where Arden was. I was sweating profusely when I reached him. I never intend to share the story of the dragons again. I wanted to bury it inside my head and stop perpetuating the hopes of everyone to ever catch one. I patted Arden's shoulder, and he gave me a curt nod before moving to the center of the stage to perform. It was time for me to move around and ask for coins from the audience. I received more coins than usual, and I knew it was because of the dragon story. Akean still loved to hear everything about the dragons.
Kino Amerk. The girl who told the stories about Dodo the giant hubbub and the last great black egg was quite amusing. Her voice fit her perfectly as a puppeteer because she could change it according to the role she portrayed. Her ability suited her perfectly. No wonder Pyper was excited to see the show. It was even worthier when the storyteller performed the dragon story retelling. Have you seen her perform before? I asked Pyper. There was no performance earlier. I bet they just arrived. The vendors told me that they pop in and out of here like mushrooms. I can't wait to see the Swordless Swordsman perform. I bet he can top the storyteller, said Mayo. I squinted in front of me. Do you see him anywhere? I asked. No, Mayo said, biting into his third apple. I want to catch a dragon. There are no dragons. They all died. Didn't you listen? I said. Mayo just continued biting on his apple, completely ignoring me. Pyper nudged me in the ribs. Look at him, she said. Isn't he pretty? I looked at where Pyper was pointing, and my gaze fell upon a blond young man. Blondes looked the same to me. You sound funny, she said, giggling. Yeah, Kino. You sounded like a gander, Mayo said. No, I didn't. I said. Then I put my hand around my throat, surprised by the low and throaty sound that I made. Dear gods, please, not that power, I mumbled incoherently in a girl's voice. Mayo doubled over, laughing. He clutched at his sides, and Pyper joined in. I blushed furiously and decided not to open my mouth again. Why did the gods play with my power? I mean, for 12 moon turns, they hid my power from me, and now that they finally decided to put an end to my agony, they gave me one that was so ridiculous, it was making me wish I was back to being powerless. I grunted and vowed not to open my mouth again unless I was sure that my voice had returned to normal. Have you heard of the Swordless Swordsman? The girl puppeteer asked in a loud, shrill voice. She was back on stage after roaming around collecting coins. The crowd cheered, pumping their fists in the air. I was caught in the moment, and I raised my clenched fist, but I made extreme precautions not to cheer. Only the gods knew what sounds would come out next. The girl puppeteer glanced at the young man with golden hair, and she seemed delighted by the crowd's welcoming attitude. The Swordless Swordsman sauntered to the front and raised his arms. He was beaming at all of us. I stole a glance at Pyper, who seemed positively taken by his charms. I frowned. Welcome to our show, he said. Today, you will witness the incredible talent that is, me, he said. His eyes wandered until they fell upon Mayo. You there, boy, he said. Huh? Mayo said. Pyper nudged him. Go, he's calling you, she said. But I don't want to be sliced, Mayo said. He can't slice you. He has no sword, remember? Pyper said. Swordless. Got it? The Swordless Swordsman urged Mayo to come forward. What's your name? He asked. Mayo looked at Pyper and me. The crowd started shouting, What's your name? Or give your name. Mayo, he said. The Swordless Swordsman chuckled. Come here, Mayo, he added jokingly. The crowd laughed. Pyper all but pushed at Mayo. Go. It's going to be fun. Then why don't you step in front? He hissed. He mumbled as he started walking towards the awaiting swordsman. When he was finally within arm's reach, Mayo stopped. The swordsman smiled at Mayo and looked at the crowd. Today, I'm going to show you something different, he said. To Mayo, he added, give me your apple. Why? Give it to me. Oh, all right, said Mayo. He looked at the apple longingly and took one big bite before handing it over. The swordsman put the apple with bite marks on top of Mayo's head. The crowd cheered as Mayo turned blue. My mouth hung open in astonishment while beside me, Pyper clutched at my hand. Dear gods, he's going to split the apple on top of Mayo's head, Pyper whispered urgently. I was speechless. My eyes were glued to the swordsman. Everyone else had gone silent. People pushed between Pyper and me to see what was going on, but by the time I found her again, she was a few paces away from me. The swordsman glided around Mayo more like he was a dancer instead of a swordsman. His movements were measured and graceful. Then he stretched out his hands as though he was holding a sword. He made several slashing movements before he raised his arm upwards. I watched as his arm fell forward to the exact level of Mayo's head. The crowd hushed, waiting for what would happen. Slowly, the apple fell from both sides of Mayo's head. The apple hit the ground in two equal halves. Mayo burped, most probably in fear. That was the moment the crowd burst into cheers. Did you see that? Pyper asked. What? The way he cut the apple? It's amazing. Who ever heard of anybody slicing things with air? No. Not that, Pyper insisted. Mayo ran back to where we were standing. I hate apples, he mumbled. The coins started piling on the hat while the swordsman began throwing pieces of fruit in the air, slashing his hands towards them. The pieces fell to the ground, either diced, or sliced, or cut randomly. I was delighted. So that's why he's the swordless swordsman, I said, grinning. Pyper was shaking her head at me. No. It's a sham, she said. What are you talking about? It's a sham. He can fool everybody here, but not me. He shouldn't be able to fool you either, she said. She was strangely cryptic, and I did not understand her at all. What are you talking about? I asked for the second time. Mayo was pressed closer to us. What's wrong? Pyper shook her head, and her curls tumbled. Then she stepped forward before she yelled, It's a sham. The crowd looked at her. The girl puppeteer looked confused. The swordsman stared at Pyper as though he laid eyes on her for the first time. His blue eyes rounded. The swordless swordsman is not swordless, Pyper said, locking eyes with the performer.
Pyper San Diego. I never thought that outside Niven, I would find someone like him. The swordless swordsman moved with so much grace that it was difficult to see what he was hiding, his identity. Things happened fast. I was unaware of what came over me, why I did what I did, revealing him for who he was. Before the crowd could react, the swordsman made a gracious bow and gave us a winning smile. Then he bade us goodbye. The crowd became upset and started shouting for more. Kino walked towards me and grabbed me by hand. Let's go, he said, eyes pleading. The crowd may not be so happy about what you did. True enough, when the swordless swordsman and the puppeteer briskly walked away, the crowd turned to me and booed. Mayo ran away, with Kino and me closely trailing behind him. When I thought that we had escaped the angry crowd, a tomato hit me in the head. Fruits started to fly behind us, and it was all I could do to not make myself invisible. Run! I yelled. I'm sorry for the trouble. I shouted. Keep running. Turn left. Over there. He said, pointing to a dark alley. All three of us ran in the same direction. By the time we entered the alley, thankfully, no one was following us. I pressed my back against the dingy wall. The air smelled of urine and rotten food. Mayo was scrunching his nose. What came over you? He asked, panting. Yeah. What was that about? Kino added. I closed my eyes, trying to recall what I had seen earlier. He's got a sword. I didn't see one, Mayo said. How were you able to see it if I couldn't? Because, I said, pausing. I have reason to believe he's a Niven. Quila Tash. Why did we end the show so soon? I asked. Arden had made me run away from the crowd after we made our attempted graceful exit. For a change, he took my box as we ran. That was nice of him. I don't like being accused. Not in front of a huge crowd like that, he said. Accused? It's a little girl saying you're not swordless, I said. You should expect that. Every magician has a critic. What you should have done was to prove her wrong. No. What I did was the best thing that I could have done, he paused. We have to leave. I don't want any attention after this. I frowned. But why? I don't understand. Arden continued walking away while I trudged after him. The sky had darkened, and it seemed like he had no plans of stopping. I figured that we could rest when we got to our place in the Loondu woods. When we reached our hut, Arden started putting his belongings in a pack. What are you doing? I asked. We're moving. Again? We're halfway across the world. Do you know how far that is already? I asked, irritated because he was mum about what was bothering him. Shut it, Quila. His nostrils flared a little when he shouted my name under his breath, and I began to worry about him. I backed down. He only called me by my name when something was really bothering him. Instead of asking him again, I decided to pack my stuff up too. If we were going to travel for a long distance, I could not bring the box anymore. So I took out the pack from under my bed and started putting the puppets inside it. When we reach our new destination, I will make a new box to hold my puppets. It seemed like a good plan. I glanced at Arden, who was still moving about hurriedly as his hands took the things that mattered to him before tossing everything inside his pack. When he had cleaned up enough, he slumped on his bed, his face worried. I decided to try talking to him again. I approached slowly and sat beside him. Then I tucked my feet under my legs. This house was a home to us, I said. Arden nodded absently. How long have we stayed here? Maybe a little over 3 months. 4, if we had not stayed too long with Nia, Goemi, and Miro. It is a nice place. I thought that we could stay here for at least 2 moon turns. That's why I made the beds, he said. I looked at him, trying to catch his eyes. Then why don't we? His eyes clouded. Because. You know you can tell me, right? I said. We were staring outside the window from the bed. The sky had grown dark. Under the pale moonlight, Arden's face looked soft and beautiful. There are some things I can't tell you. Not yet, he said. I fell silent, thinking, do you remember that time when I was still little and had to follow you on my own because you wouldn't talk to me? He nodded, smiling weakly. I will do it again if I have to, I said. I know, he said. It's just that. I'm afraid. Of what? The little girl. At the market. I remember when you discovered that I was following you. You were also afraid. Does that mean that little girls frighten you? I teased him to ease the tension. He smiled at that, shaking his head. It's not that. Then what is it? What's bothering you about the girl that's enough to send us running off like this? She said I had a sword, he replied. So what? It isn't true, right? I argued. Arden put a hand over the left part of his waist. Then slowly, he pulled out a sword. He laid it on the floor below us. I stared in astonishment at the sword with a red gem encrusted at its hilt. That is why I was afraid of the little girl, he said. Our eyes locked. My eyes were popping out of their sockets. You can close your mouth now. I swear, if he had not told me to close my mouth, it probably would have hung open all the while that I was staring at the sword. How did she know? I asked. I'm not sure, he said before pausing, but she's as gray as the rest of us. Us? I asked, confused. Yes, us. What you outlanders so fondly call ghosts, Arden answered, which made me more confused. Ghosts? There are no ghosts. And Arden's not gray at all.
Kino Amerk. Something told me that we would not find the Swordless Swordsman again, but Pyper insisted that we look for him. It has been 3 days since the performance, and still, there were no traces of their whereabouts. Do you know that if we had just continued our journey instead, we could be, I don't know, but it would be pretty far away, Mayo said. We've got to find him, Pyper said, obviously determined. Why? Mayo and I said almost in unison. Because you have this obsession with exposing him to the world? I said. Of course not. I'm not evil. Then, why? We have other things to worry about, remember? I said. Honestly, I was starting to get annoyed by all this. Then it hit Mayo and me. We were dallying, afraid to continue on our mission. I didn't say another word. There. Pyper pointed excitedly at a small, dingy shop. There was no one outside. A sign hung on the door that said, "The Last Sniffler." What are we going to do here? I asked. The Last Sniffler. I didn't think we could get this lucky. Pyper said as she turned to us. Don't you get it? A sniffler can lead us to them. Her eyes were literally sparkling. We don't have any money to spare on a sniffler. Plus, do you know how much the service of a sniffler would cost us? I asked. This is too much. What's a sniffler, eh? Asked Mayo, likely to be ambiguous about what was happening. I've been looking for one since yesterday. Snifflers have the power to track people by using their sense of smell, she said matter-of-factly. I read about snifflers before, so I knew what they were. Oh, a sniffer, Mayo corrected. Sniffler, not sniffer, Pyper said. The power of a sniffler can make anyone burst into tears. They catch the awful stench that people's scents give off. Mayo laughed. Some power, he mumbled. Come on, Pyper said as she pulled both Mayo and me inside the hut. But we don't have any coins, I protested. Who needs coins? Pyper said before winking at me. She pushed the door, and it creaked loudly. It made sense that the sniffler did not have enough coins to grease the door bolts. There seemed to be hardly anyone needing his services, or maybe some did, and coins were hard to come by now. The waft of old paper and dust hit us like a brick wall to the face. Inside, there were tall bookcases, with light from outside struggling to seep through the glass windows that were filled with so many cobwebs that they started to look like decorations on the glass panels. A small table lamp lit up a decent part of the room. My guests for today, a thin oily man said. His curly dark hair was oiled too much and was combed so far back that no strand fell to his forehead. It made him look like he was up to no good and rather intimidating at the same time. Mayo gulped. Pyper walked towards the man. I wish to engage the services of a sniffler, she said. The man's eyebrows shot up with delight, I guess. I am a sniffler. Pyper beamed. Great. Then it is my pleasure to meet you, sir, she said as she extended her hand to the man. I am Pyper San Diego. I almost cut her because she gave her real name, but then again, nobody knew her, so it should be all right. And these are my friends, she said, looking at me. Reno Crom and Cal Mayo. I had to paste a smile on my face. Our names were not good disguises. And my name is Boris Johann, the man said. I am, if I may put it, the best and only sniffler in town, the world, rather. He released Pyper's hand, and he scrutinized Mayo and me. Funny that you should need my services. Pyper's expression did not change. It was as though she was so accustomed to lying. Master Boris Johann, we're looking for a thief, Pyper said. He took something that is sentimental value to me. A locket that my great-grandmother gave me before she passed away. A locket? Yes. It's made of gold. The man grinned. The flickering light of the lamp deepened the shadows that lined his face as his teeth glistened in the half-lit room. I cringed. Now we're talking, he said. How much for 1 day of your service? Pyper asked. The man leaned back in his seat and raised his feet on the table, all the while counting with his fingers. 100 gold coins, plus an additional payment for food and carriage, he said. Pyper's eyes rounded, and it made me wonder if she was feigning surprise. 100? She asked. But that's a lot. If I have 100 gold coins with me, why would I go search for my locket? I might as well melt the coins and look for a blacksmith or a jeweler and ask him to craft me a new one. Mayo laughed his fakest laugh. He did that at the most inconvenient of times. The man's face froze. Memories, my dear, he leered. There was something about the way he said memories that made my blood curdle. As though all of this was not eerie enough. I am the last sniffler, he exclaimed in a booming voice. This was the opposite of lunacy, and I wanted to run out of the shop to escape from him. Don't you know how loathing it is to think of someone's face or scent and consciously retain them in the head? It's like I could smell them everywhere, and every breath I take only makes me inhale more of the scent. And mind you, I cannot filter which scent to retain. If a man reeks of both filth and flowers, I cannot choose to retain only the scent of the flowers. It would always be both. And the scent could become so strong that I could almost taste them at times, he shouted, his ghastly lecture filling the corners of whatever sad excuse he had for an office. He then thumped his fists on the table, leaned towards us, and leeringly said, "That's why you have to pay me a lot. You won't be able to find another who can offer you the same services because, like what I've told you, I am the last sniffler." Then, as though he was confused, he added softly, "Which part of that don't you understand, children? Is that how your power works? You just think about someone's face and," Pyper asked. The sniffler's face darkened. "You think it's that easy?" "Never. Thinking is easy, but to smell someone's stink is most definitely not." Pyper's eyes twinkled as though she understood before she shivered visibly. "Then," she cried. "Wait, not here. What is this? Don't cry on me, I beg you," the man said. He was obviously disturbed by the contrived sobbing. "It's from my grandma. And it's..." The man stood up so fast that his chair crashed onto the floor. The last sniffler grabbed Mayo and me by our shirts before dragging us towards the door. Then, the sniffler turned to Pyper, grabbed her by the collar, and shoved all of us out of the shop. "Out. Go. I don't need you, penniless clients. Out," he shouted, frustrated that he failed to make a deal for the day. We sank to the ground right in front of the shop. Mayo was grimacing as he put both of his hands on his buttocks. I stood up slowly, grunting at the pain that was shooting up my legs. "He's a bad man," I said. When I looked at Pyper, she was sitting, staring at me. Her eyes were searching mine. "How do you feel?" she asked. "My butt hurts," I grumbled. "Not that," she said. "Normal," I yelled. "Let's go. And quit grinning. We know we didn't have any money to spend on a sniffler, yet we still went to him. It was a terrible idea." Pyper stood up excitedly. "Let's run away now. And while we're at it, let's make sure that nobody comes in close contact with you," she said. "Why?" I asked. Pyper started sprinting with Mayo and me trailing behind her. "Because I think I have figured out how your power works, and I don't want your sniffling power to vanish so quickly," she said. She glanced back and winked at me. Chapter 12, Secrets. Dante Leban. I studied the general from afar. He was still quite young, and maybe that was why he did not pursue Lamare. He may not have the wisdom that older generals possess. It bothered me that our group was still here in the province, trading horses, when I knew that Kino's mother was out there keeping the boy away from the emperor. Was not overthrowing the empire the masked warrior's goal? Because if it were, then I could swear that the general had acted and reacted wrongly. Sometimes, I wished I had more power. Or maybe, instead of becoming a professor of power toning, I should have enlisted myself as a palace soldier. By now, I could have already been a general too. And I would have had soldiers following my commands. Instead, I waited for this general's orders. In truth, we believed in the same things, but the manner by which the orders were executed was something we did not agree upon. My aggressiveness would push me to pursue Lamare. I shook my head in dismay. Suddenly, I remembered Lima and Conrad, the boys who had always bullied Kino. Maybe, I could make good use of them. I may not have an army here, but the school could prove otherwise. I had to speak to the general. The lanky general was inspecting the new horses. He was oddly stroking his chin again, the way he usually did when in deep thought. "General, may I have an ounce of your time?" I asked. He nodded at me. "In private, please." He was reluctant at first, but then he walked away from the bevy of soldiers, and I followed him. "A week, huh?" he said. "Pardon?" "A week before you finally break your silence and dissent," he said. I flushed. This man had always managed to read my thoughts. It was such a shame that I still underestimated him at times. "I'm sorry, General. I share the masked warrior's objectives. But I think that from this point forward, I may have to go back to where my heart lies," I said. "To where?" "Canella. Back to teaching." "To teach or to plant seeds of rebellion in the young one's blood?" I tensed slightly. "It's not as bad as it sounds, teaching, I mean," I said, trying to avoid his gaze. The general grew silent. "So when will you leave us?" he asked, emphasizing how treacherous my act was. "This noon. It will be a long ride, and I have to reach Canella sooner." He nodded solemnly. "I don't know where the children are, but we'll get to them soon enough." "There's no doubt about that, General," I said. I meant it too. "Be careful," the general said. His eyes were hardened. Something beneath his tough exterior lay a worried man, I could tell. But he blinked, and the anxiety was gone. "When I come back, General, I will be able to support our group's endeavor in a way that will make you proud of me." "I know," he said coldly this time. "The information that you provided was used wisely. Don't think that a stretch of land dividing us would be a hurdle in sending out your insights." "Yes, General." He patted my shoulder to bid me goodbye. Then he started walking back to the soldiers. I brushed my hair up with my fingers and mounted my horse. There was no reason left for me to stick around. My new mission commenced the moment the general gave me my leave.
Chapter 13, Serendipity. The twins. Days dragged on after Arden left. Everything seemed to have changed since he was last here. For one, the canopy leaves have dried up. I was unsure if I was just emotional or if the seasons had something to do with what I was feeling. I missed looking up from what I was doing and finding Arden staring back at me with that coy smile on his lips. Sometimes he would tip his hat to acknowledge me. On other occasions, he would blow air to make his hair that fell on his forehead move sideways. Sometimes, he would even wave at me. And I would smile back at him, my heart soaring as though the simplest gestures from him were enough to complete my day. When he spoke, my heart would beat rapidly, like wild birds were flapping their wings inside my fragile heart. Now everything was coated with a duller hue without him. I felt like nothing was ever going to be the same again. "Hey," Nia called from behind me. I kept myself busy, gathering dried wood that we could use for cooking later. I straightened up, dropping what I was carrying to the ground, and then stooped down again to arrange the wood. "Don't worry, he'll come back," she said. "And if he doesn't?" "Why wouldn't he?" Nia sighed. "When we first met Arden, Miro literally killed him. It could have been accidental, but can you blame him if he doesn't want to be anywhere near us anymore? But I brought him back to life and..." "That's not the point, Goomy. And you know that, right?" Nia said. In fact, she paused as she visibly shivered. "I am also quite terrified of Miro's power. If I weren't his mother, I'm not sure if I could stay on this journey with him. He can kill anyone on a whim, anytime, anywhere." Her eyes had gone huge, and there was terror not only in her voice but also in her eyes. I was speechless. Maybe being with Miro for a long time made me disregard the fact that I have been traveling with a highly probable, dare I say it, murderer. I gulped, and my throat constricted in fear. It's all right, Nia said. Please don't mention it to your brother. I don't want him to know that I fear him. Guilt spread inside my chest like shards of glass. I won't. I promise. Then, to quickly change the topic, I said, I don't think about Arden. Not anymore. It was a lie, but then again, I have been so used to lying to Nia that it stopped bearing a heavy weight on my conscience. Let me help you arrange that, Nia said, bending down and scooping up the logs. It's all right, Mama. I can handle this. Go back inside the room before Miro throws another tantrum. Nia shrugged. He was sleeping when I left the room, she said, sighing. Besides, there's no reason for him to be agitated now. It's back to only the three of us. I heaved a deep sigh but nodded in agreement. That's true. I left the room yesterday, and Miro didn't seem to mind. I think it's all going to get better from this point onwards, she said. I did not like it that my twin had to keep Nia inside the room. He's being more unreasonable than usual. I don't think we should put up with his whims anymore. You know that your brother can easily freeze someone's heart. And he's different. We can't afford to misunderstand him, she paused, studying me. It wasn't his fault. But Mama, this is how it's always been with him. I had to put up with everything because he's special, I cautiously objected. And I don't think that I can still do that. You have to. Because he is family, she said firmly. Family. Always family. Please, Mama. You have to know that I love him. I love him so much. Nothing's changed about that, but he's become aggressive, especially when. I stopped talking because I could not bring myself to say the words anymore. Especially when? Nia asked. I wanted to say, especially when you came into our lives. I sighed instead and lied, I don't know. He's become extremely possessive of us, like he wants to roam the world without anyone else but the two of us. It shouldn't be like that. Nia moved closer and took my right hand, squeezing it between hers. I know what you're feeling. You're confused. You're torn because you met Arden, and now, you don't know if it's worth sticking around here or being with Arden would be a better choice. Why can't it be both, Mama? I asked tersely. I don't understand why it can't. Nia smiled kindly at me. Come closer, my dear. My heart was raging inside, and I silently cursed Arden and Miro for making me feel this way. I embraced Nia and rested my cheek against her shoulder. She ran her hand against my long hair. If Arden loves you, he will come back. Miro won't be able to stop him from seeing you. And even Miro, in his condition, will understand love if he sees that you're happy, Nia said. I squeezed her tighter, grateful for the kind words. When I looked up, I saw Miro watching us from the doorstep. He turned around and went back inside the hut. Nia pass up. It was a peculiar feeling to find my daughter in love for the first time. Somehow, seeing how she blushed when Arden was still with us made me remember some pleasant feeling memories. There were no faces, but the elated feeling was there, a mix of good and sad emotions. I could sense Goemi's frustration. She may not be telling me everything, but I could feel her heartbeat for Arden. She was, after all, my daughter. I had no intention of blaming either Arden or Miro. If there was anybody who should be blamed, it could only be me because I was their mother. Where could Miro have gotten his bad genes but from Jor and me? Admittedly, my first weeks with the twins did not remind me of anything, it was as though they were strangers, but that was an affliction I had to face. Someday, I hoped that my memories would return. The first signs should have made me cautious. When Miro began tensing every time we talked about the outside world, I should have assured him that I would never leave him. It did not have to come to this point where he's jealous of Arden or anyone else for that matter. And now, I had to take small, cautionary steps to keep him from becoming enraged. I trailed after him, and once I was inside the hut, I sat beside him, our backs pressed against the door to the room. I began to wonder what my son could be thinking. How are you today? I asked, offering him a smile. He did not tear his eyes away from the floor. I touched the right side of his head and brushed his hair up. I don't know what you feel. But as your mother, I think I should. I want you to know that I'll always stay with you. No matter what. I watched my son's eyes. They were dark and lost in oblivion. But the moment I said that I would always stay with him, gentleness touched his face, and his shoulders loosened. I pulled his head to my shoulder and let him stay there for a while, offering him comfort because I knew now that words were impossible for him to discern. At that moment, Goemi entered, her eyes puffy from crying. When she saw me hugging Miro, she knelt in front of us and took Miro's hands. "Hey," she said, eyes still watery. Miro was unfazed and averted his gaze. "Do you remember that time when we were still little and you cried every night for a whole week because you thought that we would be separated? I made a promise to you that I would never leave you." She paused. "Believe me, Miro. I'm never going to break that promise." My eyes got watery because I could barely remember the memory Goemi was referring to. It broke my heart that I could not share their past. "I'm sorry," Goemi said. I choked and pulled my daughter towards us. Then she cried. In my arms, I had everything, and yet, even holding them so close, it felt as though there was still something missing, a hollowness that only my forgotten memories could fill. Quila Tash. When I woke up today, I was surprised to find that I was still in my bed. Last night, I convinced Arden to stay one more night here, and he agreed. But today, I was sure that I would never be able to persuade him from leaving. Arden knocked on my door. Before I could respond, the door swiveled, and his head popped through the gap. "We have to leave now," he said. I nodded and pushed myself up. "All right," I said. I brushed my hair quickly. I liked wearing it loose, but I had to pull my hair back if we were traveling and battling heat and dust. I did not have to change my clothes because I was already dressed for travel. I picked up my pack and walked outside. Arden was sitting on top of his pack. Now that I knew he had a sword, I noticed that there was a small bulge on the side of his hips. I used to dismiss it, thinking that it was the way his coat folded. It seemed silly to think of it that way now. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Where are we going?" He stood up and started loading our packs onto the horse. Then he pulled himself up and extended a hand for me. I grabbed it and pulled myself behind him. He kicked at the horse before answering. "We're going to see Goemi first," he said. "Is that a good idea?" "I don't know. But if we don't drop by the hut, I'm not sure if we'll ever see them again." "And?" "What?" "I don't think I can bear the thought of leaving like this. Not being able to talk to her. Or saying a proper goodbye." I frowned but dismissed the feeling. Well, maybe it was all for the best. I hope that Miro won't be so mad today. Arden chuckled. "I don't think he will be. I made him something." "A present?" "Yes. I figured that he felt threatened, maybe jealous of me. So I have to be friends with him. Can't we leave them behind? I mean, we've always been happy traveling alone." Things changed. I want to see Goemi again. "Ha! Do you really like her?" "She's sweet." "What about the Queen of Amer? The one you dreamed about?" Arden laughed. "Come on, chum. You didn't think that she's really my type, did you? She's way older than I am." "Still." "No. When I met Goemi, it had all gone soaring." "Yeah," I wanted to say, and here I am drowning with jealousy. "Wait. What?" But I kept my mouth shut and pulled myself closer to his back, thinking how much I would miss him when he got to spend every minute of every day with leggy Goemi. Arden turned to look at me, his eyes soft and sparkling like the ocean during a calm afternoon. "I think I've fallen in love with Goemi." I blushed. What do I say to that? "Come on, Quila, think. Think." Before I could filter my words, I started shouting, "Oh, my cratty hubbub's ass. Are you really telling that to me now? I want you to hear me out, all right? Miro killed you. Without any thought. And without any remorse either. He just did, as though it meant nothing to him. And then you're going to tell me that you're in love with his twin? Have you cratting lost your mind, or do you really have a death wish I don't know about?" Arden's eyes were bulging from their sockets. "Hey. No. You listen to me. You're the only one I have in the world. To keep you safe, if I have to hurt Miro or Goemi, then may the moons forgive me, but I would do that. Remember that, Arden Ruby Molar. And don't you ever forget it." I slumped down from the horse, eyes wet with unshed tears. My hands were clenched tightly, and I wanted to shout some more, but when I opened my mouth to rant, I surprised myself that I said in a soft voice, "I need you to promise me that you would be extremely careful around Miro." Imagine, he even resorted to locking Nia inside a room. Now, if that isn't insanity, then I don't know what is. And she is his mother. His cratting mother. And how does he see you? The enemy, most probably. Arden's mouth was still hanging open, probably surprised at my tirade. And I keep putting on this facade whenever I'm with him, so he doesn't notice that I'm not scared, but the gods know that I am shaking inside, wondering if talking to him would mean my death, I said, shivering. I started to sob. Arden got off the bay and sat beside me. He looked shaken as well, although I didn't know which among the things that I said finally made sense to him. Was he scared of Miro? Did Arden realize that he was putting both our lives in danger every time he chose to be with Goemi? He put an arm around me and squeezed me tightly to his side. "That's enough," he said. "I won't let Miro harm you. I know that it's difficult for you to understand, but I want to give it a try. I want to be with Goemi." I stopped crying and wiped my tears, nodding vigorously. "All right. If that's what you really want," I said, feeling crestfallen. "Having said my piece is enough for me. At least you know where I stand on this." Arden hugged me. "Thank you. It's nice to know I am important in your life," he said. After a while, he added, "I promise, I won't let Miro hurt me." Somehow, I felt relieved. We stayed like that for almost an hour, just sitting together, watching the birds, waiting it out, until at last, my butt started to numb. "Let's go," I said. "I think it is time to leave." Arden heaved a deep breath before nodding. "I hope I can convince Goemi to leave Loondu. It's not safe for me here anymore." His voice became serious. I prayed that we could stay here forever because I did not want Arden to see Goemi. And what if Goemi tells Arden she has fallen in love with him too? Ugh. This still sucks. They both suck.
The Swordless Swordsman. The hut was still there. I tried to sound cheerful for Quila's sake, but inside, my heart was galloping because I was unsure what I would find when I got to Goemi's hut. From afar, it looked as though nothing had changed, and I could almost make myself believe that this was like one of the past days when I went out to hunt, and that when I came in, Goemi would greet me with her sweet, timid smile. And with it, the tiredness of the day would be swept away, replaced by a fleeting feeling of elation. Of a feeling that I was luckier than most. I held my breath until the door to the hut opened, and Nia came out. She grinned and waved her arms at us. Then she shouted, "Goemi, you wouldn't believe this." That was the moment I started breathing again because they were still here. Not that it mattered a lot because I would track them down in case they had already gone, but it was as though the gods really wanted me to see them, Goemi, again. From behind Nia, the most beautiful face I ever saw peered through. I used to think that Nia was more beautiful than Goemi, but love made the comparison moot. She met my gaze, and I smiled at her. Nia inched sideways, and Goemi was now in my full view. My gaze fell lovingly to her face, down to her body, and to her fair sandaled feet. On instinct, I jumped down from my mount and started running towards her, slowing only when I was a few paces away. I could not tear my eyes from her face. I missed her so much, and inside of me, I was wondering if she did too. Goemi slowly walked closer to me before stopping an arm's length away. "I missed you," I said, barely opening my mouth. I could not even hear my voice anymore because my heart was drumming in my ears. A slow smile split her lips before she jumped at me. I caught her and laughed. "I guess you missed me too," I whispered against her ear. She squeezed her head against the gap between my shoulders and my head, and it felt wonderful. She was hugging me tightly, and I couldn't breathe. I leaned closer towards her head, smelling the pleasant scent of her hair and breathing in the memory that never left me. Before courage could escape me, I whispered to her, "I love you." Goemi's body tensed before it became soft against my body. After a while, she whispered, "I missed you so much." I smiled, knowing that everything was going to be all right. It was a few seconds that felt like forever. I did not want to let Goemi out of my life again. I had never felt like this before. She was everything I hoped for. I prayed that she wanted me in her life as fervently as I wanted her in mine. I caught Quila's eyes and looked away. Nia was watching us with a smile glued to her face. From behind her, Miro emerged. He sauntered towards me, eyes never leaving my face. I put Goemi down to her feet, clasping her hand in mine. "It's nice to see you again, Miro," I said in a friendly tone. I smiled at him to make him feel that it was all right. When he didn't move, I let go of Goemi's hand and approached Miro. "I have something for you," I said. From my back, I pulled at the wooden sword that I made for him. "This is for you," I said, handing him the training sword. "This is so we can be soldiers together." Miro stared at the wooden sword in my hands. "Would you like me to teach you how to use it?" I asked. "When we're good at swords, we'll travel around the world, all of us." Miro took the wooden sword and swung it at me. I ducked, but I was caught off guard, so he was able to hit me in the back. He may not have known how to properly wield a sword, but he was strong, and my back stung from where the wooden sword lashed it. "No!" Miro yelled. He pulled at Nia and all but dragged her inside and pushed her inside the room. Then he sat with his back to the door, gripping the hilt of the wooden sword tightly, all the while glaring at me with malevolent eyes of hatred. I stood up and started walking towards him, but Goemi pulled at me. "No," she whispered. "I have to talk to him," I told Goemi, my eyes never leaving Miro's face. "No, Arden," she begged. "Please, let it go." "But when you went away, he allowed Nia out of the room. But he's threatened again, afraid that he'll lose us." I looked at Goemi. "But it's not going to happen. Quila and I will travel with you. No one's going to be separated." "He doesn't understand that. He sees you as a threat." "I'm everything but that," I insisted. "He's never going to understand. Let me at least try." She embraced me tightly. "No," she said, searching my eyes. "Right now, he doesn't touch your heart. He doesn't freeze it because he knows that Nia and I will be angry at him, but it doesn't mean that he won't if he were provoked." I should have been scared, but instead of being afraid, love filled my heart because right in front of me was someone who cared for me, who would never risk seeing harm come to me. I pulled Goemi closer. "It may be a little early, but I love you," I whispered against the back of her head. Part of me wanted her to hear her say it too, but another part of me wished she had not. And if she heard, I did not know if she understood because she said nothing. She pulled back after a while. "Stay here, all right? I will talk to Miro. I'll make sure Nia's fine. I'll be right here." Goemi entered the hut and closed the door behind her. Quila was watching me from a distance. She neither came towards me, nor did she say anything, but the look she gave me conveyed what her heart said, "I told you so." For a moment, I wondered if I should have listened to Quila. Kino Amerk. I knew Pyper was brilliant, but each day that I got to spend with her only proved that she was more than that. I mean, who would ever think that the only reason she'd want to go to a sniffler was so I could copy his power? I smiled fondly at her even though she had her back on me. "Wait, I'm getting a scent," I said. Pyper and Mayo both turned to look at me. "Where do we go now?" Pyper asked. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the swordsman's face, just like the sniffler said he did to make his power work, and behold, I instantly had a whiff of the swordsman's scent. Although the power of a sniffler could be put to great use, I did not think I would appreciate having it for long. I mean, who would ever want to smell people? It was good luck that Arden did not smell so foul. All I could make out of his scent was sweat and a mix of fruits, which he could have gotten from slicing so many of them. I opened my eyes and pointed to our left. "We should head there." That's where he went. Mayo and Pyper ran towards where I pointed, and I had to run faster to catch up with them. They were excited to get a chance to talk to the swordsman. What we found, though, was a hut that was already left empty. I went inside and almost gagged. My knees wobbled, and I had to help myself upright so I would not faint. "What's wrong?" Mayo asked. "This place smells strongly of him." "I feel like gagging," I said. Dear gods, now I understand why the sniffler charges 100 coins to find someone. The smell was too much. Every time I breathed in, an odd sensation washed over me, and all I could breathe in was the swordsman's scent. I breathed using my mouth, and it only got worse, because this time, it was as though I could taste what I smelled. I had to sit down and clutch at my stomach. Tears formed at the corners of my eyes as my stomach continued turning. Now I understand why this power is called sniffling. I don't think I can do this anymore. This is making me puke all over, I complained, gasping for breath. Pyper looked at me. "The sooner we find him, the sooner we can let go of your power." "But how do we release this horrible power?" I asked. Pyper stopped. "I'm not sure." "What?" I said, gaping at her. "I thought you said you got it all figured out?" She nodded. "I said that I think I got it all figured out. I never said I was sure about how your power works." "Then what do you think can remove this power?" "Copy another's power," she said matter-of-factly. Dear gods. And if there's no other power to copy, then I'm stuck with it? She nodded concernedly. "But don't worry. Maybe if you're not looking for anyone else, you wouldn't feel so horrible. You look pale and," Mayo butted in. "Well, I don't feel good," I said. Then irritated, I went outside the hut. "Be quick here. Try to find out where they are headed, and let's go. I don't think I can last another 5 minutes smelling nothing but him." I was expecting Mayo to laugh, but instead, he kept quiet. The door closed behind me, and I was out in the woods, trying to desperately replace the swordsman's scent. I thought about other people with the fervent desire to replace the swordsman's image and scent. Dogan's face entered my mind, and I choked when his scent filled my nose. He had a stronger scent. Maybe it came with age and from an arduous journey following us. It was far from being nice at all. I dropped to the ground and gagged repeatedly. I was unable to control it this time because the scent was far worse. Who would ever want to smell soldiers? It was a stupid thing to think of Dogan at this time. I started thinking about the swordsman again, and a less terrible scent filled my nose. Better. Pyper and Mayo came out of the door. They left no traces, no clues as to where they were headed. "We have to rely on your power," Pyper said sadly. I heaved a deep breath and then regretted it as the mix of sweat and fruit scent grew stronger. I nodded glumly. "Come on," I said. "Let's get this over with. Maybe we can find them sooner." Pyper's fixation at finding the swordsman was driving me insane. I had to forget the swordsman's face so that I could breathe properly. Then a thought crossed my head. What if I think of the puppeteer instead? It's worth a try. I pictured her plump, pretty face inside my head, and instantly, the scent that lingered became a mix of dried flowers and sweat. The sweat though was lighter when compared to the swordsman's. That was a relief. I coughed. "Are they still far away?" Mayo broke the silence. I shrugged. "I don't know. I have no way of telling." Pyper squinted ahead of us. "If they are trying to escape us, I'm afraid you'll have to bear the scent for a while." I grimaced. Who would ever want this power? "But we've not been dallying. We were rather fast too," Mayo insisted. "Besides, this horse is making travel faster for us. There are 3 riders on this horse." "Who knows, maybe they each have a horse," Pyper said. This was going to be a long day. Since we were at the marketplace, we had been traveling for 3 days straight. There was no sign of the swordsman anywhere. I hoped that what my gut was telling me was correct. "Straight ahead," I mumbled before kicking at the horse. This was something new to me. I was not a good rider, and my back ached from spending too much time on the horse. Pyper's shoulder froze. "Wait, keep quiet," she said softly. I pulled at the horse's reins. Mayo pressed his face behind my shoulder, his round head peering from behind me. "What is it?" he asked. I shrugged and tried to look at what Pyper was looking at. "Kino, make yourself invisible. Make the horse invisible, too," she said before jumping off the horse. "Come on, Mayo." "What's your plan?" I asked. "I think there's something ahead of us. If I'm not mistaken, we could have already found them," Pyper said. Mayo climbed down, taking each step painstakingly slow. When he was on the ground, Pyper reached for Mayo's hand and turned invisible. "Make the horse invisible, Kino," Pyper repeated. "Then go as quietly as you can." "I'll handle Mayo," she said. Mayo protested, "Hey. Shh." Pyper led us forward. The scent grew stronger, and I felt like choking. Dear gods, this power was horrendous. Something about the sniffler's power was bothering me, like I could make pretty good use of it. If I think about the Emperor, will I be led to where he was? The Emperor's face entered my mind. Silver eyes, silver hair, his rugged face. His tan skin and tattooed body. I cringed in fear as his scent entered my nose. He smelled like the sea breeze, reminding me of the days when Mother would take me to the shore, and we would walk there to watch the sunset. The waves would come crashing to the rocks with the wind blowing strongly against our bodies. The familiar scent of the sea was what the Emperor smelled like. Then just like that, I saw his face. He was in a dark place. I gasped and shivered in fear. "Pyper," I croaked. Pyper and Mayo's gooey figure stopped. "What?" she asked. "If I think about the Emperor, I can also see where he is. I don't know the place, but I bet I can track him too." Pyper's gooey figure nodded. "I know," she said before becoming visible. There was an emotion hiding behind her eyes as her gaze met mine. She knew that I could track any person I wanted to find. It's the sniffler's power. But why did she look concerned? "Let's go," she said before making Mayo and herself invisible again. I followed her, holding the reins tightly while I dug my heel against the horse's body. What was Pyper afraid of? Then it hit me. Pyper knew that I could smell anyone I wanted to find, and she's afraid that. My heart froze before it began thumping stronger against my ribcage. "Pyper," I said. "If I think about searching for my mother." I fell silent. I felt nauseated. Afraid to think of my mother. "Don't," Pyper hissed. She sprinted back towards me, revealing herself and Mayo in the process. I made myself visible. I was terrified to speak. My eyes got watery in an instant. If I think about her, maybe I could still find her. Even though she's. My voice trailed off. Pyper was standing beside the horse. Her hands grasped mine tightly. "Don't," she said. "It's going to hurt." Mayo was behind her, looking just as concerned too. I wished they did not look at me that way. I never wanted to be the object of pity. "You have to promise not to think of her," Pyper said. I swallowed and felt a big lump inside my throat. "But I want to see her." I couldn't say the words. "I want to say goodbye," I drawled, tears sliding down my cheek. "Oh, Kino," Pyper said before pulling me down the horse. When I was standing in front of her, she embraced me so tightly I thought my bones would get crushed. I rested my chin on top of her head and let my tears flow. "I miss her so much," I said. She squeezed me closer. "It's going to be all right." I shook my head. "It's never going to be all right," I whispered back. "Maybe we should let him think about her. Some form of closure is important," Mayo said. Pyper pulled back from the embrace and glared at Mayo. "Mayo. He'll only be hurt. But he needs to say goodbye. We don't know where she is. At least this power could take him to her." "Shut up. I don't want him to hurt any further. He's been through a lot already," she said as though I wasn't there. "But." "Enough." Pyper snarled. Then she turned to me. "Don't think about her. If you say goodbye to her memories, It will only make her deader than she already is. Pyper's words stung me. It hurt me so much that I gaped at her. I brushed my tears away. I don't want to remember her dead, I said, afraid to speak another word. I climbed back onto the horse. Lately, I began to forget my mother's smile. Nothing could be sadder than that. Pyper studied me for a while, and when she seemed satisfied, she took Mayo's hand, and they became invisible once again. That was my cue to become invisible too. We were well on our way, trotting quietly, and when we passed the tall trees, a clearing greeted us. The scent of the plump, pretty girl choked me, which could only mean that they were here or that they stayed here. Pyper, this is the place. I think they could be here, I said. Let's go. There's no time to waste any more, Pyper said. I watched as her small gooey frame and Mayo's thick body walked stealthily towards the hut, but I could not force myself to go after them. This was my chance to see Mother again, and this was the last chance I would probably have of smelling her scent that always reminded me of flowers because she smelled like lavender. I wondered if sweat would also riddle her scent. I missed my mother so much. Maybe, if I thought about her, it would not hurt as much as Pyper thought. Maybe, just once, I could think about searching for her. But what if when I thought about her, I saw her covered with soil? Her face pale and starting to decay? What if worms were circling her body? What if she smelled putrid? Would I dare lose all good memories of her and replace them with the stink of death? I choked. Pyper was right. This was going to hurt me a lot. I kicked softly at the horse. Just one time, my thoughts kept on telling me. Just one time. See her again one more time. Do I? Am I brave enough? And yet, what if? This was driving me insane. I breathed in and shut my eyes. I will see her. One last time. And then say goodbye. I pictured my mother's face and fed my desire to find her. I would find her, I kept on telling myself. I filled my mind with our memories. Then I gasped as the plump, pretty girl's scent was replaced by the lavender scent that my mother used to wear. I could smell her, and she did not smell horrible at all. Tears coursed down my cheeks again, longing for my mother's embrace. Then I saw her. She was lying in a dark room, but her face was as beautiful as ever. No worms touched her. Her eyes were closed, and she looked to be only sleeping, as though death never touched her. I was not scared anymore. I would find her. With a stronger resolve, I opened my eyes and involuntarily made myself visible. And there in front of me was the plump girl. She was holding out a dagger to me. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Don't hurt me," I said in a very deep voice that did not belong to me. "Get down, but don't come any closer," she growled at me, her dagger swinging in front of her. "Get off the horse." "I'm not an enemy," I said. This time my voice was shrill like hers. I choked as it dawned on me that I copied her power. If I copied her power, what did I lose? Trembling, I climbed down the horse and raised both my arms. "I'm a waif," I said. "I don't mean to hurt you." She studied me, arms still swinging as she pointed her dagger at me. Then I closed my eyes and thought of my mother's face again. I was trying to recall her scent. Trace her location. Everything about her. I need to find her. But this time, I didn't see her. I paled. The power of the sniffler was gone. I swung, nausea overwhelming my senses. I would not be able to find my mother now. No. My head screamed. No, no, no. I said desperately. That was when the plump girl moved towards me. I thought she was going to slit my neck. But then, she lifted her arm and hit me at the back of my head with the dagger's hilt. I remembered nothing after that.
Quila Tash. It's the boy from the market. How did he find us? I was on my way back to the hut when from in front of me, the boy and the horse materialized. My heart started to pound, and I was scared. Was he a ghost? But he sat there on his horse, eyes shut and tears sliding down his cheeks. Ghosts cry too. They come back to the waking world to haunt people or finish whatever business they were unable to carry out while living. And yet, he spoke. I could not stop my arms from swinging at first because I was afraid he really was a ghost. I mean, whoever heard of someone materializing out of thin air? Nobody had that power. But when he obeyed my instruction to dismount the horse, I knew he was real. When I got the chance to study his face, it occurred to me why he looked so familiar. He was with the girl who shouted that Arden was not swordless. What do I do with you? I talked to myself, wondering if it was right that I hit the boy. Dear gods. I stood up and looked for a vine that could hold his wrists. When I was done tying him, I ran all the way back to the hut to get Arden. Arden! I shouted. I pushed the door open and found no one inside the hut. There were loud voices at the back of the hut. I rushed out. Nia was calling out from inside the room. Quila? Is that you? She asked. Yes. I said rapidly. Where are they? I found a boy. I heard unfamiliar voices, but when I peered through the gap of the door, there was no one. I thought that I must be dreaming. Where did they go? I don't know. But there were sounds coming from the back, Nia said. I paused. Do you want to come out? I asked. No. Nia said frantically. It's not going to help. I don't know what my power is. But please, find Miro, tell him not to hurt anyone, and I won't try to escape from the room, she said. Tell him that, and he won't touch anyone's heart. I shivered. Miro gave me the creeps. I mean, he was silent most of the time, but his power was so evil. He could quickly kill anyone, and if Goemi were not around to revive that person's heart soon, the person would surely die. All right. I will do that, I said before running through the back door. Outside, the cold wind hit my face, and I shivered even more. What if I could not find the ghosts? And where was Arden? And Goemi? And Miro? All of them had gone missing. Admit it. What are you? A girl's voice asked. I squinted my eyes to find where the voice came from, but there was no one. Pyper, I don't see him, a boy said. Shut up, Mayo. I'm trying to make him admit to it. I stared at an open space where the voices were coming from, but there was nothing to see. You're a runaway, aren't you? The girl asked. Admit it. I'm a runaway too. To my right, Arden suddenly appeared, and I shrieked, but nobody paid me any mind. Arden looked worried. Fine. Show yourself, he said in verbal surrender. To my right, a girl and a boy appeared. The girl was holding the boy's hand, and then she let his hand go. The moonlight struck the girl's face, and her gray face greeted me. The thick boy was frowning. What's going on? I asked. That was the only time that all pairs of eyes swiveled towards me. From behind me, Goemi and Miro appeared. Will you please stop popping in here like mushrooms? You're scaring me. I yelled in frustration. Arden looked at me. It's all right. They're not bad people. But they followed you here. And their powers, I trailed off. They're freaks. That would make me a freak as well, Arden said. I can turn myself invisible like them. Then his image winked as though the darkness engulfed him, and then he was back where he was standing. Goemi gasped, and she squeezed her twin's hand. It was her turn to be curious. What's going on? Goemi asked. She said as she looked back and forth at Arden and the two children. This was going to be one hell of a story. Miro tensed, and I feared for all of us. Goemi sensed him tensing up too, and she pacified him. It's all right, she told him. Nia promised to remain inside the hut as long as Miro doesn't use his power, I said involuntarily. It was as though the words were dragged out of my mouth. They all stared at me. What? The girl asked. Who's Nia? The boy said. It's a long story, Arden said. The good thing is Miro's not going to use his power. I'm Pyper San Diego, the girl said. And this is my friend, Mayo Kalo. I'm Arden Ruby Moeller. And this is Miro and Goemi Passip. She's Quila Tash, he said before pointing at me. Hello, I said, uncertain of what to say next. Then suddenly, I remembered the boy I had tied up earlier. I think we have to hurry back to the boy. There's someone I tied up right there in the woods, near the front of our hut. Pyper blanched. Kino, she said before rushing forward to find him. Mayo followed her too, and soon all the others were running after them. I was left in the backyard. Kino, I said softly, testing the name on my lips. Now, where did I hear that name before? Pyper San Diego. Kino was lying on the ground. He was unconscious. Upon reaching him, I crouched down and started shaking him back to his senses. Kino, I said. Wake up. I shook him hard so that he would wake up. But when he still did not stir, I brushed the hair away from his face, felt his cheeks, and clutched his hands. I felt for his wrist. His pulse was steady. Help me untie him, I said in a rush. Mayo quickly bent over and started removing the bonds holding Kino's hands and feet. What did you do to him? Arden said to Quila. Quila's face paled. I thought he was a ghost, so I smacked the back of his head. You thought he was a ghost, so you smacked him? Isn't it a known fact that ghosts can't feel a thing? I asked sarcastically. If anything happened to Kino, I would wrestle with Quila. After all we had been through, I could not have Kino like this. Here, this may help, the other girl, Goemi, said as she handed me a basin filled with cold water. I took it and paused, wondering what to do with it. Then instead of splashing a few hand scoops, I poured the entire thing on Kino's face. Mayo gasped. You're drowning him. He said. No, I'm not. That's his punishment for making me worry, I said even though I earnestly hoped he was all right. Then Kino stirred and coughed. His hands were free from the bond, but Mayo was still working on loosening Kino's feet. Arden leaned over to cut the vines with a knife to make the task faster. There you go, he said. Kino rose to his feet and wobbled. What's going on? He asked, searching our faces. His gaze panned across my face, then Arden's, then Goemi's and Miro's, at Mayo's, and finally, at Quila's. You. What did you do that for? He asked. Quila blushed. You popped right where I was walking. What did you expect me to do? Shriek like a girl? Of course, I'd fight you, she said. But I'm not the enemy. Kino shrieked in a voice that sounded so much like Quila's. Kino, what happened to your voice? I asked. Kino flushed and shook his head. I'm no longer a sniffler, he said as his eyes met mine. Oh. But that was unimportant now. We found the swordsman. I opened my mouth to say it, but Kino interrupted me. I won't be able to find my mother, he said sadly. I told you never to try, I said. Then my face paled. Dear gods, did you attempt to search for her? Is that why you were crying? Quila butt in. You were crying? Again? Mayo yelped. Kino blushed even deeper. Forget it. I'm never going to find her anyway. What did you do? Did you think about her? I asked. Kino looked at me, his eyes were pained. What did you expect? I got the chance to finally see her, and yet, it was gone, he said in his natural voice. He glared at Quila. Her stupid power took away the snifflers. Quila's eyes rounded. She obviously did not understand what we were talking about. Enough with that, Arden said. It's getting late. Whatever it is that you are talking about, discuss it over food. We'll all feel so much better, he said before turning his back on us and walking towards the hut. Quila stood beside Kino. I'm sorry. Whatever it was I did, I'm sorry, she said. Kino studied her for a while before saying, It's not really your fault. Then we all started walking after Arden. Miro was sitting in front of the door to the only room in the hut. He had been there ever since we entered the house. What's he doing? I asked. Goemi turned to look around. Don't mind him. He has issues. Issues? Yeah, like you know, inside his head, she said. I thought Goemi was joking, but she never smiled. So I believed her. Maybe he was afflicted with something that made him act less normal. There was someone like him back in Niven, an old man who would gape at all passers-by and act like a child. Poor Miro, I thought. Not, Miro said. Speak. He's saying something, I said to Goemi. I told you to ignore him, she said tersely. And I returned to eating. I glanced at Arden. I need to talk to you, I said. Alone. Arden's eyebrows shot up. He took a big bite of the rabbit's leg before standing up. Come on, kid, he said. I followed him. I could sense that everyone was looking at me. Outside, underneath the sky full of stars, I gazed at Arden. He was good-looking, especially with the moonglow softly touching his face. I went to the nearest tree and started climbing. Can you still climb? I asked. His shoulders tensed before he said, that part of our heritage never left me. He started climbing after me. I looked for a branch that could hold our weight. When I spotted a sturdy bough, I sat down and waited for Arden. What he said about him not forgetting our heritage when it came to climbing was right. He glided through the tree instead of climbing it. And just like that, he sat beside me. No one spoke for a while. We just watched as our feet dangled from the branch. In the darkness of the night, the stars lit up the sky, and the moons peered at us over the thick leaves of the trees as though stealing whatever privacy we had in the forest. What made you run away? I started. He chuckled. You're really very straightforward. Well, what made you do it? You wouldn't run away for no reason at all, knowing the implications it would have on your family, I said. His face clouded. Are they all right? I racked my brains. Who were the nameless in Niven? There was one family I could think of. We were bound to secrecy, to keep our identities hidden from the world, so nobody had the heart to run away aside from Arden. I nodded. They live. He smiled weakly this time. He was hunched as though he was carrying a heavy burden. It wasn't easy. I was a boy when I left. I don't know if you would even understand it. I mean, why I left. Trust me. I'm more mature than I look, I said. He chuckled. I began to like his good nature. Well, you do sound more mature than Quila, though I bet she's several moon turns older, he said. I didn't like having to hide in the middle of the mountains. He was a free-spirited person like me. So you abandoned your family? Arden looked away, his eyes narrowing as though he was thinking things over before giving me a proper response. I didn't really mean to. I never wanted for them to become nameless. But I can't live my life like that, confined from the world when I knew that outside, there was a whole world to conquer. Well, at least that was what Father told me when he was still alive. That's true. I never wanted to hide my identity, so I left. But that's exactly what you're doing, I objected. Arden blushed. I know, he said softly. He looked at me and reached out to ruffle my hair. I hated it when people did that. It made me feel like a 3-moon turn old. How can you live without knowing how they are? I asked. I did not have to tell him who I meant by them. He understood. I will always have a place for Nivens in my heart. But I don't believe in what Nivens stand for. In keeping our identities hidden. If we are bound to be hunted by the Emperor once he learns about our existence, then the least we can do is fight. I nodded and pursed my lips. I gazed up at the moons, wishing that somehow, I could talk to them and ask for guidance. The Niven elders told me that was how they developed wisdom, by listening to the moons. I told my father that, I said. Arden's eyes narrowed as he studied me. Right. He yelped. You're the chief hunter's daughter. Look how you've grown. You were only a few moon turns when I left. Chubby cheeks, they used to call you, he said. I frowned. Not anymore. Arden laughed. What do they call you now? Peeps. Or gray skin. Or loose feet. I think I prefer chubby cheeks over gray skin anytime, I said. Why would they call me gray skin anyway? All of us have gray skin. Well, you're talking to someone who doesn't have gray skin, he said. You didn't make yourself invisible, so there's no way for you to be gray, I said. Arden smiled sheepishly. You know what? Parts of me are gray. Really? Where? He opened his gloved hand. There was a hole in the glove's palm. Then he removed the glove, and I stared at his gray hand. It looked odd. His arms were unusually white, and then right below his wrist, the skin was gray down to his fingertips. I cocked my eyebrows. So that's how you do it, I said, amazed. He smiled. Yeah. It took me a while to figure out how to make a sword disappear. Initially, I held it with my gloved hands, flesh all concealed, but there were times that the sword flickered if I didn't make a part of me touch the sword directly. I couldn't let my hand get invisible, otherwise, I'd be known as the swordless freak. That sounds better to me than the swordless swordsman. He laughed. He eased the belt and pulled it lower. Do you see this? It's also gray, he said. I gaped at the gray skin on Arden's left waist. It must have taken him an awful lot of concentration to manage to consciously make the belt and sword invisible all the time. I watched as Arden tightened the belt again. After a while, he said, I miss our people. I stared at him, wondering what the right thing to say was at that moment. I'm sure your family misses you too. That's not true, he said, shaking his head. I could tell he was feeling lonely. Maybe it is, I said. Maybe you should go back home. He laughed at that, as though what I had said was utterly ridiculous. They're not going to welcome me back. I thought about that moon turns ago, wondering what Mother would do if I should come back. But I guess I never wanted to face them feeling like I betrayed their trust. The Niven elders were harsh on those who left Niven. It occurred to me that right now, I may be in the same predicament as Arden. And suddenly, I missed home. The tall trees, the cold breeze, the sound of birds as we slept in the night. Mother's warm embrace, father's lap, the vine's constant gentle swinging. My eyes grew watery, and perhaps they glistened in the darkness because Arden rested an arm over my shoulder and pulled me closer. It's going to be fine, he whispered. Perhaps they'll treat you better because you're the chief hunter's daughter. A lump formed in my throat, and I hoped that what Arden said was true. Now that I found out who the swordless swordsman was and that my hunch about him being a Niven was confirmed, what should I do next? I had been dallying, afraid to start a journey to the Canellan Palace to get the registry, the Book of Citizens, and to face the Emperor. But nothing was holding us back now. The mission was over. Maybe it was time to go. Only, I was afraid to do something that could lead to our capture. Worse, to our deaths. The stillness of the night was broken by a loud shriek from the hut. Arden and I froze. Stop it! The voice yelled. No. Came another voice, which sounded like Goamese. He's dead. What's that? I asked in a panic. Let's find out, Arden breathed out before climbing down hastily. I went after him to find out what the commotion was about.
Chapter 14, For a Heart. Elder Tala Algula. Women could do a lot to change a man. Tens of moon turns ago, I never thought that I would be the puppet dangling at the end of the strings while some woman's hand manipulated me from above. It had been a long time since I escaped Niven, and the journey had led me to dangerous places. During the night, when sleep befell me, I would wake up panting after dreaming of those eyes that peered at me. Upon waking, I would realize that strong as my power was, Niven's terrified me. It was not right for the gods to give the gift of invisibility to anyone, let alone to an entire province. The emperor must have scared them, otherwise, why would they shroud themselves with such secrecy? Why would they play at being ghosts when they could have easily come crashing into the Canellan Palace gates, and no one would ever know they were there? At least not until the ghosts start to slit the soldiers' necks. And even then, it would be dangerous for the soldiers without the gift of invisibility to fight back because they would be staring at nothing but air. Now I understand Mayandila's obsession with uncovering the identity of the ghosts. It was a wise decision for me to have followed him. If Mayan were able to convince Nivens to join the Elders Guild in ousting the Emperor, they would pose quite a threat to the palace. Images of the war generals' faces flashed inside my head, and I wondered if all of them stood firmly behind the Emperor. Who would defect if a rebellion were to start? And who would my woman order me to kill first? I had to find a way to divide the Nivens. Convert the other half to side with the Emperor. I ran a hand over my bald head. It was probably burned now, and my tan skin would not likely return to its usual fair tone. I wondered if my trap would work. For days now, I had become more careless in covering my tracks. The distance that I was able to put between the pursuing Nivens and me had narrowed, owing to the horse I had stolen in Bulaknin canyons. If I dallied a few more days, the Nivens would catch up with me. I longed for that time to come. I realized that fighting Nivens from a distance was not the way to go because I would never have a clue where they were. But face to face, then I would stand a chance. I pulled the reins holding my bay and climbed down. The water from the spring seemed very inviting. I walked over to it and led the horse, sure that it was as thirsty as I was. The horse drank greedily, and I followed suit. When the horse had its fill, I pulled at its reins and tied its rope to a tree. I may not be able to pass by another good water source, and this spot was suitable for a bath. I undressed and folded my clothes, intent on washing them after taking a bath. My hands searched for the letters, and I took extra care not to wrinkle them. If my plan were to work, these letters would have to reach their intended recipients. I could not deliver them because my goal had changed. I needed to divide the Nivens. By doing that, I would be able to please my woman. I didn't realize that I had fallen asleep. When I woke up, I was lying near the spring with only the leaves to cover my body. My clothes had been hung out to dry. A dozen spears were pointed at my body. Instead of throwing the Nivens off using distantekis, I smiled smugly. "Don't move," a voice yelled. "Or else you will find yourself dead." I raised my hands, and instantly, 2 spears moved and pierced my palms, pinning my hands against the ground. The pain traveled up my arms, and I grimaced. I had to bite my tongue to keep myself from groaning to their satisfaction. "One more move, and you will find yourself facing your ancestors," the same voice said. I heard some spiteful spitting. I stared at the other spears pointed towards me. "I will not fight," I said. "Show yourselves." A tall man appeared in front of me. The men holding the spears appeared from thin air one by one. "It's been a long flight, and it's high time we capture you," the man said. If the pain in my palms were not so searing, I would have spat out that they did not stand a chance at catching me if I did not want to be captured. But I knew that if I said those words, my plan would never work. "Bind him," the man said. "There's no need for that," I said, hoping that I could play my cards right. "I will go with you to your chief hunter so that I can face my punishment." They all looked confused except for the man who seemed to be their leader. "And why would you go with us willingly?" he asked harshly, spitting over my face. "You destroyed a household. You caused havoc in our town. What changed?" "The Akean Wine Festival," I said. The man was taken aback. "The festival? The one that killed thousands of Akeans?" "All because of the Emperor's wrath," I said slowly, intently watching the man's face. "I can no longer support a man who vows to protect Akean at one instance and yet massacres his people without mercy at another." Confusion touched the edges of his eyes, and I could see that my plan had a chance of working out well. Bless the gods for the wisdom they gave me. "I don't believe you," he yelled at me. "An incident doesn't change a man that easily. You are a traitor if you come with us willingly." I laughed at him. "My dear friend, or brother, if you will. Loyalty can be measured, faith can waver. And I am only a man." The Niven kicked me in the face, and my head swung to the left. "Bind him and tie him to his horse. We will start the journey back to Niven," the man said coldly. I wondered if it occurred to him to cover me with my clothes. And if my letters, which were secretly stitched to my cloak, would ever find their destinations.
Saul Douglas. The soldiers guarding Wynn's door were eyeing me warily. They remained unflinching from the entrance, not letting me pass, so I used my power on them to make them calm before I spoke. "The Emperor will see me," I said. "Now." The 2 soldiers glanced at each other before stepping sideways. I wondered what Wynn could be doing. He had kept to himself for far too long. "Has the Emperor eaten?" I asked. "The servants that go inside the room all come scurrying out," the soldier said. "We have no knowledge of his condition except that he is alive, my lady." Worry filled my chest. The man behind the Emperor is, someone I gave my heart to. He could have changed a lot, but it did not mean that my love for him drained away with the change. "Open the door now," I ordered. The soldiers obeyed and pushed the doors wide open. A rancid smell entered my nose. It smelled of decay and sweat. I walked slowly inside, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. "Shut the door," Wind's voice hollered. The soldiers shoved the doors, and I was left alone with Wind. My gaze searched for him, but I could not find where he was. Then, the air tightened around me, and I was lifted from the ground. "Wind," I said. "Don't." But he would not stop. He pushed the windows open with air, and they swung. Bright lights flooded the room, and I raised my arms to cover my eyes. "What are you doing here?" he hissed. Then he pushed me outside the window with nothing but air holding me. Outside, the palace soldiers milled around. I made no sound to avoid anyone from seeing what was happening. I could control Wind. "Wind," I said one more time. This time, I used my power on him and fed peace into his heart. "Bring me down." "Next to you?" For a moment, the air holding me loosened, and I gasped as I slid in the air for more than 2 yards. I swallowed when, finally, he brought me inside. Relief flooded my chest. Wind did not release me. Instead, he carried me, air binding my waist, to where he was. With the midday light seeping through the windows, I could see him now. His hair was all disheveled, his body had loosened where muscles used to be. The sternness in his eyes remained, though. They were angry, and yet, there was something in them that reminded me of the Wind I first met tens of moon turns ago. Back when he was so much younger. When he was only a grape picker's son. "You have to get out of this room," I said. He shook his head vehemently. "I can't." There was a touch of softness in his voice. An uncertainty that I could not define, and my heart went to him. After all these moon turns, he still held me captive. I walked over to where he was sitting. He was slouched against a giant chair. I touched his arm upon reaching him. I gave him peace, a taste of calmness, and his countenance changed. He looked up at me with tired eyes. "What went wrong, Saul?" he asked. "I don't know, my heart." I hoped that referring to him using the endearment we addressed each other with would make the conversation easier. "What's going on outside?" he asked. His shoulders tensed again. I ached to see Wind like this because I still love him. I grabbed a chair, pulled it closer to him, and ran a hand over his ruffled hair to straighten some of the silvery streaks. "What's happened can no longer be changed. It is now time to face your people." I paused. "Wasn't that what you always wanted? To be the source of strength for them? To be the formidable leader that Akeans needed?" "I failed my people. He stopped, then shook his head. "What was it with the boy?" I asked. It had been a wonder to me why he ordered a boy to die. And why, for no good reason at all, we went on pursuing Lamare. "The boy will kill me," he said simply. "He will take my empire." If he had not looked so serious when he said it, I would have laughed. How in the world will a boy take his empire? "You have the war generals to your side. The palace is united. There's no need to fear a boy," I said. His power was unleashed. "I don't know what you mean. But he is still just a boy," I said. All of a sudden, Wind flew into a rage. He stood up and flung the table across the room. "What happened to Karasthea? Did the volcanoes erupt?" he seethed. "What? No. There was no news about that," I said, confused. It couldn't have been. The stupid woman's death put an end to her words. "Wind, I don't understand." "You don't. You won't. Because it was never your business. You were not meant to stay with me. Go away. Let me be." I made a vow long ago and asked a general to utter my words to the late Emperor Northside Amerk. I promise to serve the Emperor as long as your life is spared. And I am a woman of my word. I don't want you here. This was hurting so much. All my life, I have dedicated my services to this man. What news is there? What else have you got to tell me? Is there no good news in Canela anymore? Thousands have died. Children, old citizens, animals, crops. Everything that was within a mile from you during the festival ended either dead or injured." I paused. "I'm afraid I have no good news." To that, he laughed maniacally. They all deserve to die. For planning behind my back. For releasing the boy's power. He paused, turned to me, and said, Lamare is dead. I stared at his narrowed eyes. Those silver eyes were now red-rimmed. Perhaps he wanted me to remember Lamare, who had always been a puzzle to me. She was someone I was never able to figure out until that time that Wind and I came after her, and I learned that she used to be Wind's wife. But if that were real, how was it that I have no memory of her aside from her serving as a royal scribe? Was she erased from my memory? It must have been some power that had tricked me into believing she was nobody. Would I ever find out the entire story? You have to come out, Wind. You have to face the people. Since the festival, how many times have you met the generals? I asked. Once? Twice? Only once, he answered. An event which was so horrible and ended with me sending them all away, he shouted. They can all defect for all I care. That is not the way an emperor should think, I said, closing my eyes and passing on calmness to him. He had to see some sense in his actions. I walked over to him, rested both my hands against his chest to calm him. Then I gazed up at his lonely eyes that looked at me as though they still belonged to that lad from many moon turns ago. You are a good leader. You will do well again, I whispered. Then I glanced at the red robe that was lying on the floor. I bent to pick it up and slowly eased it over his shoulders. You are the emperor. Let no one else think otherwise. You are who you are. You always have been. And you have my unwavering support. It is time for you to return to us. He stared at me with blank eyes. I continued, people will always look up to you for support. What's been done is over. Gather yourself and rule the land like before. There's no other way but to do that. He paused, searching for words. Without Lamare, my power has no good backing. Will he ever tell me what his connection to Lamare was? What was her power? You have me. And there's someone else I sent to rally people behind you, I said, wondering when Elder Tala would send his news to me. Now is a good time to start convening the generals. Give them your orders. Make them work behind you. And the people will forget? The people will never forget. All emperors before you had their slip-ups, but it didn't stop people from supporting them. Show the citizens what you're truly made of. That you are the strength they need. That you will bring Akean to greater heights. That you are the rightful emperor, I said. At this point, I embraced him, my heart beating against his chest. Then I touched the messy hair that covered his ears and whispered in the most intimate voice I could harness, forget about the boy. His body relaxed. For that, I was thankful. His arms wrapped me in a tight embrace, and he was once again mine. We stared into each other's eyes, and he seemingly understood. My job here was done. I had brought him back to life, and as I vowed in the past, I would never leave his side. I'm sorry, Saul, he whispered in a voice that reminded me of the lad from many moon turns ago. The gentle, fragile, loving lad. I don't want to hurt you, he said. I gave him a smile before snuggling closer to his chest. I felt his chest harden, his muscles tensing. He released air, and from the window, I could see lightning tearing at the sky like fireworks. The crowd outside shrieked. The booming thunder followed. I pressed myself closer to Wind, and he held me on my waist. We were lifted up into the air, but this time, we were not stepping on a cloud, and I could only surmise his power had grown even stronger. He released air quickly, and all around me, the furniture flew. Chairs, tables, bookcases, and footstools all swirled around us slowly before gathering speed until I could no longer discern the separate pieces from each other, the bed, the chairs, the chandeliers. The walls of the palace shook. The air surged, and I felt like drowning. I wondered if the lower floors of the palace felt the tremor, but up here, at the highest level, the walls shook. I looked up at Wind's calm face, his eyes were shut tightly. Even with all the worries he had, Wind still looked regal. His rugged face was still domineering. Authority reeked from every pore of his face, and I will be forever mesmerized. I clutched tightly at his body, waiting for what he was about to do. The walls of the top floor of the palace that were covering us shook and burst. There was a loud explosion as the walls flew and crumbled. Bright lights hit us. It took me a moment before I opened my eyes. Wind released me, and I dropped to the floor. He glided in the air until he was near the edge, and everybody could see him. I ran after him, stopping only when there were no floors to step on. He looked at the faces of the Akeans. Akeans, we will rise. He shouted. The audience was stunned to see the Canellan Palace's top floor exploding before their very eyes. Amazed to see the man who made that happen, stunned to see the Emperor once more. One by one, the audience knelt. Some began shouting, crying to the Emperor. My eyes watered. The man's power was unleashed again. I prayed that this time, he would do good to serve Akia. To the Emperor. The chants kept on. Long live the Emperor. I prayed that the crowd really did forgive. Wind threw his arms upwards at the sky. The land had been so dry, and the crops had died without rain. Famine had grown uncontrollably since the festival. And this time, the clouds darkened until the rain started to pour. One by one, the Akeans stood up, and the cheers only grew louder. There was dancing outside, a sign of gratitude to their emperor for bringing the gift from the gods. I looked down at all of them, wondering how many were doing this for show and how many were planning to plant a dagger at the emperor's back. The emperor's horrible deeds would not be forgotten this easily. That was when I started to worry, because no open opposition to Wind's rule only meant that our enemies were all in hiding, waiting for the moment to retaliate. Look for Tehran Erager. Tell him to meet me in the chambers. I nodded in understanding. The road had finally opened, and I hoped that we were again back on track. One more thing, though. Go to your mother, I said. Wind's head jerked upwards, and his eyes were angry in an instant. Do not speak to me about that woman. He spat out. You need allies who you know will not defect from you. Aside from me, how many among your war generals do you really have on a leash? Wind looked away. He shut his eyes tightly, the corners of his eyes showing off some faint lines. Then send word to Marcella Benilda. I will pay her a visit, he said coldly. Sometimes he listens. Yes, sometimes he does. Marcella Benilda. Do it again, I told my maidservant in an irritated tone. She curtsied and, with shaking fingers, untied my hair. My long, dark locks fell across the length of my back, and I stared at myself in the mirror in front of me. Lines gathered at the edges of my eyes, but my face was still uncorrupted by age. Nothing could go wrong today. Nothing, I kept on telling myself. After all these years, I will finally meet my son. I invited him to the Ameresian palace too many times, but it was only now that he accepted. The note that was sent to me was written in graceful scripts, with each letter ending with a loop. I knew that this was not my son's handwriting. I had hoped that he would write to me personally, but then again, maybe I did not deserve that much attention from him. His Royal Highness wishes to inform you that he will visit you in Ameresian Palace. Expect His Grace to arrive before nightfall. All of this left me jittery. What would I tell him? Did he still hate me? Could I find a way into his heart? I would do anything for a smile. The maidservant tugged at my hair, and my head jerked backward. Careful, or you will find yourself out on the streets, I hissed. She was new to the Ameresian Palace, and she was yet to be accustomed to my ways. It was unfortunate that my former hairdresser had been one of the thousands to die at the Akean Wine Festival. A regrettable event. And now, I had to make do with this young girl who was not as familiar with arranging hair. Then I gasped as I stared again in the mirror. My hair was finished. It was raised on a bun at just the right angle. Some locks were hanging and looping right below my ears that gave off a dramatic effect. This girl was an excellent hairdresser, after all. I closed my mouth to hide my surprise. You've been doing this a long time, girl? I asked. Yes, Your Highness, she answered. Since when? 3 moon turns ago, Your Highness. I frowned. She was much too young to have been working for 3 moon turns, but labor was hard to come by, and citizens needed to earn a living. I will work on your face now, Your Highness, she said. Then she moved right in front of me. I closed my eyes and relaxed, but my heart continued to beat rapidly. I wished it were tomorrow. That way, this day would be over, I would have known how my meeting with Wind would end, and I could sleep again in peace. My son has finally acknowledged my presence, and that was enough to put me in a better mood. The moons were glowing while the sun was beginning to shy away from us. Still, I stood waiting outside the palace gates. All around me, my people were wearing their best clothes. A touch of red grazed their gowns and dress shirts to represent the Benilde house. I could see from their faces that they were either eager or afraid. If any of them was irritated, they did a good job hiding it. There was still no sign of my son. "Your Highness," Laras Sendo said. "We've been waiting for almost half a day. Are you certain he's coming?" What was I to say? If the Emperor were not to come as promised, it would cause a lot of uncertainty in Amer. It would send the signal that he did not support my house. His own mother's house. "He will come," I said sternly. Laras gazed at the far end of the court, awaiting any movement the gate guards would make to indicate that someone was outside and that someone had arrived. But his eyes only narrowed as he watched the stillness of the guards. "Your Highness, let me escort you inside. Standing out here is not doing you any good. As soon as the Emperor's soldiers arrive, I will fetch you," he urged. "Nonsense. I will stay here and wait," I said. "I have waited for a long time. What does it matter if my son makes me wait for another hour or two?" Nobody, though, not even Laras, would understand why a queen had to wait. Laras's jaw hardened, and I felt sorry for him. This young man was just doing his job, which was primarily to protect me. His face had a hard edge which the ladies in the palace found attractive. He was also good with the sword. What brought me closer to him, though, was his power. I had a pretty good use for that. "If you say so, my queen," he said with an edge to his tone that was almost defiant. My gaze was torn away from his face when the crowd began to stir. Up above, I saw my son riding a sea of clouds. He stood to the front, uncaring whether or not a rebel could be present among my people. He was brave and foolish, and for that, I beamed proudly as only a mother would. The clouds finally touched the ground, and the mist thinned, revealing 100 soldiers escorting him. My son must have developed a fondness for such ostentatious displays. I was torn between kneeling in front of him or rushing over and embracing him tightly. My boy, whom I had missed forever and whom I had not thought of reuniting with in this lifetime, was standing right in front of me. If my people were not here, I would have shed tears and begged for his forgiveness. And probably tried to make him understand what had happened before between us. Why did I have to leave the way I did? Why did he have to grow up without a mother? All the whys of our past, but the Queen's actions were closely watched, and I could not falter. I could feel Laras's glare from behind me. He knew about Wind and who he was in my life. Laras knew why I sent him every now and then to the Canellan Palace. Why I had him report to me everything he learned about the young emperor, and why I had asked him to use his power on some of the men across the land. Wind did not flinch from where he landed. The soldiers around him stood ready, as evidenced by their tense shoulders and set jaws. My eyes searched his face for any hint of softness, but it was either he was still far away from me, or there was no room for tenderness in his heart for his mother. For what I did, who could blame him? His red robes danced as he strode forward. He stopped when he was an arm's length away. Tears filled my eyes no matter how hard I tried to hide my emotions. He was staring at me. His eyes were a perfect reflection of mine. Gray eyes met gray eyes, and the coldness seeped from his stare into mine. But I met his stare with the remorse I had been feeling ever since I left him. I swallowed and spoke, "The Emperor's presence humbles me, Your Grace." His expression did not change. I knelt and looked up at the face that was my son's. All around me, my people knelt down, for no one among them could stand higher than their queen. "Stand up," he said. Then in a thick voice, he added, "Woman." Shock filled me. It was humiliating to be addressed as woman in front of my people. I stood up on wobbly knees, and when Laras moved beside me to help me, I swatted his hand. This moment was for my son and me alone. Then I smiled at the Emperor and waited for him to return it. He did not. There was no trace of affection that I could read from his eyes. This man, this hard man in front of me, became who he was because of me. The roughness and the toughened exterior were all because of my doing. And I could not decide if I wanted him like this. As a mother, my heart ached for the hardships that my son had to go through, and on impulse, I jumped at him and clutched at his body. There was no room to think twice about it. This was my son. My only son. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of unsheathed swords. The men who came with wind surrounded me, their swords pointed at my body. Laras was not a slow man. He was immediately right behind the Emperor, his sword drawn against my son's head. I was still holding wind. If I died here holding him, then all of the waiting would be worth it, but my son had other things on his mind. He pulled back from my grip and laughed. Then he faced Laras. "Did you think that I am afraid of your sword?" Wind spat out. "Only a fool would think that." Wind lifted Laras's body in the air. Laras's hand that held the sword was bent backward by an invisible force, and his grip on the sword loosened, sending a loud clanging sound across the stillness of the courtyard. No one stirred. Even the air stiffened, and I grew scared. I pulled away from Wind, my gaze not leaving his face. "Put your swords down," I commanded. Wind stared at me, his eyes measuring mine. He may be the Emperor, but I was still his mother. If there were a chance for us to reconcile, he would support me this instant. "There is no reason for this chaos," Wind said. "Put your arms on the ground. Amer has always stood behind the Canellan palace. We will dine without swords and armor." The men from Canella were the first ones to obey. Their armors were removed, and their swords began to litter the ground. Laras followed suit, albeit reluctantly. Against the darkening sky, the Ameresian courtyard sparkled with the metal that reflected the waning light. "Come, Ameresian queen," Wind said. "There is something we need to discuss." His eyes rolled upwards as he said those words, and it scared me. He closed his eyes, his jaw hardened. I stood frozen. Was being addressed as Ameresian queen better than being called woman? Should I remind him that he is also of Ameresian blood? When I still did not stir, he said, "Woman, walk with me." I extended my hand to him, which he all but thumped before pushing it away. When Wind started walking towards the palace, my men parted to give way. I followed him. Wind slowed down until I was walking beside him. "Never touch me again," he said, seething. I looked at him, but he did not meet my gaze. He walked ahead of me as though he was the ruler of Amer and I was the visitor. But he was my son, and he was the Emperor. By both accounts, he had a right to rule this land. Somewhere from my back, I heard the sounds of gritting teeth. Laras was walking a few paces behind me.
McQuinn Storm Aaron. Marcella Benilda, the Queen of Amer, had taken to her chambers. And here I am in a room that was probably bigger than hers. She said that this was her father's, my grandfather's, room and that it would not be right for her to take it. No one but anyone higher than her father could use this room. When she said that, she had studied me from head to toe as though measuring me if I was worthy. I could not sleep. Nighttime used to be my companion, a sifter of my muffled thoughts, but tonight, perhaps knowing that my mother was with me in the same place made me uncomfortable. There were many questions I needed her to answer for me. Why did she leave my father and me? Why did she have to go? Why? There was a gnawing pain in my chest, and I had to obliterate it before I found myself exploding again. My ears had started to throb, and I could feel them burning. Breathe easy, I told myself. If only Saul were here, she would have been able to control my emotions, and I would not have to struggle so much. But when Saul learned that I would be traveling to Amer riding the clouds, she refused. I did not ask her again because I understood her hesitation. She was a good woman, and Lamare's death still bothered her. Saul promised to follow me here, though. It could take her 7 days if she were to travel in a carriage. 5 if she and the soldiers who would be coming with her were to ride the horses hard. I tossed in bed and clutched the blanket closer to me. The weather was damp, but there was a certain hollowness in me that I thought needed covering up with the blanket. Lamare tricked me. Up until now, I still could not believe that I could be so preoccupied with other matters that I would fall prey to her trick. A trick that cost Lamare her life and could cost me my empire. I could not recall everything that Lamare wrote in her last scroll. There were bits and pieces about a wage increase, to which I had objected. The volcanoes were going to erupt. What happened to all of that? It made me feel deeply insecure that the last manipulation of the events to come was lost to me. Everything she wrote should have happened in a fortnight, and yet, the days had passed by, and none of the events she wrote about materialized. What should I do now that Lamari is gone? How could I be sure that I would be able to hold Akean forever? All rules come to an end, and that was what I was trying to avoid. The time that Northside talked to me about foresight, I have tried to do anything within my power to change the future. Because the future, if the vision that I had seen was accurate, was catastrophic, for me. And now, what could I do to ensure that my power would remain? I counted the days inside my head. Tehran Erager executed my instructions earlier today. He had sent word to every general to meet me in a fortnight. Ride hard. The Emperor summons you, was what the communique had said. Saul was right. I had kept to myself for a long time, and this could quite possibly appear as a weakness on my side. I needed to meet the generals and show them that what happened at the festival was a ploy. For what? I sat up and buried my face in my hands. How would I explain it to them? Nobody knew about Micromanya's prophecy. Nobody knew about Lamare and me. That she betrayed me when I was still her husband. And that in her demise, the blow was greater to me than it ever was to anyone who knew her. To that, I laughed. Nobody knew her. Nobody remembered her, except for her boy, the product of her betrayal. I squeezed my eyes shut again and clutched at my head. Keeping her alive for so long had been a mistake. Letting the boy live was a mistake, too, a side effect of a wrong decision. Now, I had to deploy people I trusted to kill the boy. However, the dilemma was that not even my most trusted general would execute the order willingly. The generals would obey me, there was no question about that. But it did not mean that they would not remember an order given without any explanation. If it were a man of age being pursued, my order could go unquestioned. But the one I wanted dead was a boy. So maybe I could capture him. Put him behind bars. Wait for the moment that he could fight me and challenge him to a duel. That way, I would not be shamed. I was disturbed by several knocks on my door. I looked up and shouted, "Go away, whoever you are. I did not summon you." The knock did not come again, but after a few seconds, I heard the voice of someone I did not know I had always kept in the back of my mind. "It is I," she said. I gritted my teeth. There was nothing to speak about. It had taken all my courage not to hit her upon seeing her. But to be alone with her? I never want my restraint to be tested. "Go away." "All the more reason that I should send you away," I said. In the darkness, a trickle of light seeped as the door opened slightly. It fully opened until the silhouette of the woman I had longed to see when I was much younger stood framed by the door. "Who allowed you to come here? Where are my soldiers?" I snarled. She glided towards me in steps that were so graceful. "Dear wind, you keep on forgetting. Your mother is not the lowly housewife you remembered from long ago," she said in a cooing voice. She closed the door behind her. My eyes adjusted to the darkness. This must be how my people perceived me. In the dark, her eyes shone like silver pools, piercing and intimidating. If she had shown deference to me earlier, all traces were gone now. I remembered a good mother. "What did you know?" she asked. Red veiled my eyes. "What you allowed me to know. You left. I paused, "You left us. You left me." She stood right in front of me. "That was the only way this could happen," she said. "What are you saying?" "This. The Empire. If I had not done what I did, you wouldn't be an emperor now." I stood up from the four-poster bed and strode towards her. This woman was all but claiming credit for my holding the throne. Patience was a virtue I am unfamiliar with, and my blood boiled in rage. "How dare you?" I said. "How dare you take credit for what I worked for all my life? When you were here in the palace surrounded by your servants, did you ever stop to think about us? Did you ever once consider coming back to my father? To your boy? Tell me, Mama," I paused. "Did you ever think about me?" It seemed like so long ago, and yet, all the hatred that built up inside my chest remained. I could fool myself into acting civilly towards the Queen, but I could not make myself believe that I no longer loathed Marcella Benilde, the woman who left me. Her eyes glanced at me, the fierceness gone, and all I saw in them was the tenderness of that time when I was only 8 moon turns old. When I saw her lying on the floor inside my room with broken pieces of hard clay shattered around her, I was afraid that she had hurt herself. That she had been lost to me forever. So, I woke her up, and when she would not stir, I went to fetch Papa from the vineyard. I never thought that upon waking, my mother would hurt me even more by leaving. Had I known, I would have let her lie there on the floor for the maggots to eat. I shivered despite the dampness of my room. Memories make a man weak. I cannot blame you for how you feel about me. No words would ever be good enough to explain what happened, she said. But I'm back now. Let me help you. You have enemies. Plots are rising all around you. Don't tell me that you've turned a blind eye to the opposition? That is the reason I came here and not the reunion you were hoping to have. She blanched. Better I hurt her in the same way she hurt me. You have nothing to fear about that, she said. Her voice had taken an edge, and it almost made me want to kneel before her and beg her to love me again. For her to love her boy again. Instead, I met her glare. She was hurt that I doubted her allegiance. I would hurt her more by being indifferent. Make me trust you again, I said. She blinked, and her mouth thinned. I am gathering support from all over the land. I will send you a word once I hear from my sources. I nodded curtly. I need you to find the boy. She pursed her lips and walked slowly towards a chair. I followed her. Will you light this lamp? She said. I looked at the oil lamp, pointed my forefinger at the wick, and flicked. A small charge of lightning emitted from the tip of my finger, and the lamp started to burn. The flame danced, and it drew shadows across my mother's face. A smile graced her lips, making me believe that she was proud of my power. Who is the boy? She asked. I took the chair beside her. He is my nemesis. A burst of delighted laughter escaped my mother's lips. Your nemesis? It doesn't seem like that to me. This boy is the one who could overthrow me. There was a prophecy. Something. I stopped, not meaning to share what I knew with the woman in front of me. A prophecy, you say? Forget it. Look for the boy, and I will forgive you. After a while, I added, perhaps. She stared at me for a long time. He is not the one who will kill you, she said. I stared at her, trying to measure if she was kidding. What do you know of these things? I seethed. My power gives me warnings. A sense of what will happen in the future. It isn't always, she paused before shaking her head, accurate. But it gives me a prediction. Like a prophecy, I said. Almost. What was it you saw? A swordsman will behead you. A swordsman? All my soldiers wield the sword. All the other houses' soldiers wield the sword. Did you think that I would believe you? A swordsman could be anyone. Even the peddlers could grab a sword from their family's heirlooms and use it against me. What you've offered me has no value at all. I can find him, she said. When I do, I will kill him to stop him from killing you. I laughed, and to anyone within earshot, I would surmise that they would think I was crazy. You will leave me without any soldiers then? Be careful because with what you're planning to do, you could end up with only the slaves surrounding you. I continued laughing. Her eyes glinted dangerously. They tore down the cold walls I put between us. This is no laughing matter. It is not appropriate that you find this so amusing. And what do you expect from the Emperor? I said. To send his people to throw daggers at every swordsman to keep himself alive? You are crazy. There are many things even the Emperor does not, will not, understand, she started. Other citizens' powers may not be as strong as yours, but theirs are equally important. It never was in the power one possesses but in how the wielder chooses to use it. I see you've used yours as a shield against hatred. When will you use it to conquer? You talk of understanding as though you're one who understands it. As though you're easy to understand. But that's where you got it wrong, I leered. Do you want to hear what I believe in? She stared at me with widened eyes. Hatred, I said. Hatred makes my power grow. Hate makes me unbeatable. You see this? I asked as I enveloped her with a fistful of air. Her body rose, and when her feet no longer touched the floor, her arms flailed at her sides as I strangled her. Then I released her, and she fell to the floor with a sickening thud. Before me, the Queen of Amer lay helplessly. It did not give me satisfaction, though, because when she looked up at me, I saw no tears in her eyes. Hate makes me this strong, I said softly. You're wrong, she said. It makes you weak. A moment ago, you were not controlling your power. It was controlling you. And now I see why you have developed enemies within your own yard. Get out, I answered sternly. I did not need a lecture from her. This isn't over, Wind, she said as she stood. Get away from me, I said. I don't need you anymore. I'm no longer your little boy. She walked towards me. Then she curtsied before leaving me alone in the room. I sensed my own remorse, but I could not feel affection. As soon as she was out, I shoved the door with air. The hinges creaked and gave way, sending the door a few yards away from its frame. From where I was standing, I could see the silhouette of a woman who hesitated momentarily before turning away and leaving me. Again. There would be no rest for tonight as rage fed the hollowness inside my chest. Elder Tala Algula. We had been traveling for days, and I could already smell how badly I reeked. These Nivens did not care for me at all. The last bath I had taken seemed too long ago, and my white robes were greasy and torn. At least they had the decency to let me put them back on. My hands were bound behind my back, but my fingers were loose. Had I wanted to escape, I could have. If only I were good with words, maybe I would have finished my task. Romeo, I said. When will we arrive at the ghost town? He didn't look at me. Shut up. He was a hard one to break. He would not even talk to me. If my sense is right, we could have been there, but you keep on sidling along unconquered paths. I laughed. What are you afraid to find when we get back to the middle of the mountains? That you no longer have the community of hiders? He turned around and did not relent. He punched me hard across my cheek. It stung, but it was worth it. Better to be hurt than to go unnoticed. You will keep your mouth shut, he sneered. You will have your word with the chief hunter. Not with me or any other. He pulled away so quickly that I almost admired the grace of these Nivens. They moved fluidly as though every movement was a dance step. Why there? Why not here? Why with him and not with you? I shouted. Protocol. I laughed mockingly. Protocol? You are found out. What protocol are you still talking about? Once the Emperor learns about your existence, you will be eradicated from Akean. And this time, I'm afraid there will be no room for ghosts. Not anymore. Why can't you keep your mouth shut? Because I want to understand you. You said that you're going with us voluntarily. Yet you keep on taunting me. Only because you act like a child. His face hardened. You will not refer to me as one. Then think about why I call you a child. Here I am alone with your group, and not once did you try to question me. Not once did you subject me to questioning about the world when I knew everything that's going on in Akean. Don't you find this information useful? I know my place. Take a moment to ponder yours. There is no need. I know my place, and that is exactly why I'm talking to you, I said. To convince you that your place is not here. Don't fool me with words. How old are you? Far less than what my wisdom represents. I chuckled. You are the one good with words. You have nothing to fear from me. Talk to me. A wise man always welcomes information. A fool hears what has been said and forgets about it. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, he said. And yet here you are still talking to me. I raised my eyebrows at him and met his stare. Against the sunlight, I could hardly see his face. My eyes were puffed with the blows I received from Niven's hands. Blood clotted the corners of my eyes. How long has it been? He avoided my eyes. I was young when it happened. My people were practicing for the festival. We were perfecting the moon steps. I heard about the moon steps but never got the chance to see the Nivens perform it. It was a famous dance, one where citizens who saw it claimed that it was like watching people fly even though their feet touched the ground. All at once, dark clouds covered the sky. Trees were hurled all over Niven. Half of Niven was destroyed. No other living creature thrived. And that was before the storm started, Romeo said. Ironically, with his claim of not wanting to talk to me, he slumped to the ground and continued speaking. I was barely grown to a man's chest. I didn't understand what was happening except that the rain came in torrents. The elders found shelter for us, and we waited for the rain to stop. But it never did. Soon enough, the water rose, and we went scrambling to the trees. My friends climbed up to where we were sheltering, but a bolt of lightning splintered the tree. I was a coward then. Upon seeing my friends' burning bodies, I grabbed the vine closest to me and started swinging from one vine to the next until my hands were raw. I ended up in the outskirts of Amer, barely alive, as I watched the smoke trail to the sky as though it was a beacon that none of my people survived. Romeo's gray face twisted in pain. I let him continue speaking. When it was over, I made myself invisible. And I used the moon steps to glide back to the province discreetly. When I reached Niven, my people were nowhere to be found. Bodies lay everywhere. Dead, burned, and decaying. What did we do to make the emperor so mad? He asked me. How can you be sure it was the emperor's doing? Only he has the power to do that, he answered. I looked for my people until I found them somewhere in the deepest part of Niven huddled like lost children. Everyone was accounting for their dead, he said, shaking his head. You wouldn't believe the sounds I heard there. The wailing was unimaginable, like it was coming from beneath the ground. Their cries left me sleepless for weeks. There is always a reason, I said. A reason to kill people? He yelled. A reason to ravish all of us who remained loyal to him for all the moon turns that passed? Do you believe in prophecies? I prefer not to. Micromania prophesied that out of Niven blood, Akean would rise again. He stopped clenching his fist and glared at me. Micromania? And that's why we were destroyed? The great woman seer. She was a counselor to Northside Amerk. How did you know all these? I smiled dryly. I am an elder. I know the world more than you could ever fathom. I paused before continuing. Northside was a great emperor. He was able to find her, his daughter, a good consort, I said before I stopped short. Daughter? How come I could barely remember a daughter or a princess of any sort? Romeo sensed my confusion. And? Wind was a great young man. He was excellent as far as his power was concerned, and Northside saw the good that he could do for the land. But when Northside asked what Micromania thought of Wind, she had only one thing to say. What? That out of Niven blood, Akean will rise again. I stopped because I did not understand the riddle either. Northside knew he had made a mistake in marrying his daughter off to the grape picker's son. What Northside failed to consider was that when he made Wind his daughter's consort, Northside had begun to share his power with Wind. And his power was? Charm, I answered. That doesn't make any sense. I smiled again. How little you understand. Have you laid eyes on the emperor? Moon turns ago, even the soldiers wanted to bet him. I laughed, shaking my head at the notion. With charm, even Micromania couldn't resist Wind, and she disclosed what was supposedly a sacred prophecy. Why are you telling me all this? To make you understand. I trust only the words of my clan. Then you are not the wise man I thought you were. He sneered. And you are the lamest of liars in Akean. I'm not lying. So, the Emperor, if I were to take your account as true, is not. He's acting to protect what's his. I smiled sincerely this time. Exactly. Like what you're doing now. We are different. Different goals, but the way you both act is certainly similar. You remind me of a younger version of him. Cold and detached, angry at the world. And yet, if only your eyes were open to the truth, you would choose to side with the right faction. I thought you wanted to go to Niven? I know your people's story. What is there left for me to unravel? Then you lie. Again and again and again. Makes me a terrible mentor, doesn't it? He shook his head. You want me to side with the Emperor? He said, his gray face losing blood. Don't we all want to side with the ruler? With the one who has the most power? I am not a traitor. My clan believes in our tenets. We survive in the way the tenets dictate. We do not break apart at the slightest challenge. Mountains will be flattened, but the Nivens will all rise to bring them up again if only to keep ourselves barricaded from the outside world, he said coldly. His voice shook with rage. I decided it best not to respond to that. At least he had gotten to thinking. He left without another word. After a few minutes, I was pulled from where I was sitting and strapped against the horse, lying flatly against the horse's back. The light blinded me from above, and it was a terrible position for me to be in, but patience was what it would take to win against these Nivens. I would be able to convince Romeo and his entourage to go with me to Canellan Palace in time, and my letters would find their ways soon enough to their intended recipients. Part 3, The Journey to Sinista. Chapter 1, The Road to Amer. Kino Amerk. I did not know what had happened until the boy dropped unconsciously to the floor. Goemi shrieked, saying he was not breathing. Quila had lost all her color. Mayo looked as though he had seen a ghost while I stood frozen by his side. That was when Pyper and Arden came in. What happened? Kino's gone freakish again. Pyper looked at me with a question in her eye. I don't know how it happened, I protested. Leave some space around, Goemi said. Make room, please. Move back. We moved to clear some space. Mayo inched a lot farther than was necessary. Goemi put her hand over her twin's chest and shut her eyes as she puffed air out of her mouth. Sweat rolled down her brows. Then Mira sat up with such sudden force that it knocked Goemi backward towards the other side of the room. It was a few seconds only before Mira sagged back down to the floor motionless. This time, he was breathing. Arden bent down and gathered Miro in his arms. Goemi helped him by lifting his legs. They put him on the cot. Unconscious, Miro looked harmless. What was that? Pyper asked. I opened my mouth to answer her, but it was Mayo who spoke. Kino killed him. What? Pyper said. How did it happen? It's not my fault. I yelled. Someone must have that power, or I wouldn't have been able to do it. I said angrily. But you did, you murderer. Mayo shouted back. I felt the blood drain from my face. My lips twitched as though words wanted to escape them, but I had nothing to say. I did what I was always good at. I squeezed myself hurriedly towards the door and ran away. Kino. Pyper yelled after me. Mayo, that was so insensitive. Does anybody around here ever respect the sleeping people? Goemi shouted. I did not hear anything anymore except for the sound of my feet as they rhythmically thumped the ground. When I felt like I was safe enough, I slumped to the ground and cried. What was happening to me? Am I crazy? Is my power horrible? Is it the reason the Emperor wanted me dead? But I swore it wasn't my power. I must have copied it from someone else, but from whom? What was I thinking anyway? Even if it were someone's power, the fact that I did trigger it meant that I had intended for it to happen. This knowledge terrified me most of all. I slapped my hands against my cheek to wake me up in case I was dreaming. The sting that lined my cheek was real, and the feeling of horror that weighed me down was so real. The stones against my butt were real. The ant bites were real. I brushed off the ants but did not bother to move from where I was sitting. So this must be how it was always going to be for me. I would never be safe to be released into the world. I would have to spend my days in hiding because if I copied the wrong power, and I did not know what it was, I could end up killing or hurting someone. Murder. My hackles rose. It was all an accident, but who will ever believe me when even my best friend doubts me? Mayo was actually the first to accuse me of that. Maybe it was wrong to have stayed with Pyper and Mayo. I shouldn't have let Pyper talk me into traveling with them. I shouldn't have. I should leave them behind. But where would I go? I had no coins, no anything. No one. I sobbed again and wished for the 100th time that Mother was still here. She would know what to do. She always did.
Lamare Amerk. I looked outside the room and found Miro on the floor, unconscious. A stout boy with straight dark hair, together with Quila and Goemi, were surrounding him. And then there was this boy, a tall, lanky one with curly, chestnut hair. He was standing with his back against me, and I could not see his face. Turn around. I wanted to coax him, but I could not bring myself to speak. Instead, the voice that came out of my mouth was barely a shriek. A stress call, hoping that my son was all right. Goemi quickly leaned against her twin, pressed her hands to Miro's chest, and shut her eyes tightly. Then all at once, Miro was revived. At that moment, Arden came in with a blonde girl. I froze upon seeing the girl's face. There was something about her that reminded me of my past. Of something that happened a long time ago, but I could not put my finger on it. My eyes went back to the tall boy and his chestnut hair. Turn around. But his back remained to be the only thing visible to me. I wanted to see his face. Then slowly, he turned, and it was as though everything was happening in slow motion. The stout boy said that it was the tall boy who killed my son. No, Miro can't be dead. Goemi will always be there to revive him. They coexist because the gods willed it so, a balance of their power. The tall boy looked confused and ready to cry, and for a brief moment, I caught sight of his seemingly green eyes. I could not really tell from this distance. But in case they were green, they reminded me of another memory. Of a man who had no face. Of a man who could make himself invisible. Of a man who... I paused. Of a man who wasn't my husband. The man in my memory wasn't Jor. Or was he? I gazed at the tall boy's face and felt an affection that I did not know I was capable of feeling. I wanted to run out of the room, hold the boy, and tell him that it was all right. Miro was going to be all right. But I knew I could not leave the room, otherwise, I would risk Miro exacting his vengeance on the other children. I could not have that. I could choose to suffer here inside the room as long as I knew that Miro would not do anything harmful to the other children. When the tall boy started running away, though, my heart jerked painfully as though I had lost him. I shook my head, confused at what I was feeling. He ran without looking back. I wanted to shout and beg the boy to stay. But on the other side of the room, in a cot, there was Miro. He needed me more than anybody else. One of these days, I would be able to reassure Miro that I would not run away and leave him. Perhaps then he would not feel so threatened to confine me inside a room. Quila Tash. Arden was watching over Miro, who looked to be only sleeping now. "Where's Nia?" I asked. "Locked in the room," Goemi answered. "Shouldn't we let her out and care for Miro? I'm sure he'll appreciate it, knowing how gaga he is over his mom," I added. "No," Goemi shouted. Arden looked surprised. "There's no need to be so panicky. All right?" Goemi blushed. "Miro might wake up, and once he sees Nia out, he may have another tantrum." Arden stood up and planted a kiss on top of Goemi's head. "Ugh. It's all right. There's no need to explain," he said. In the other corner of the room, the two children were arguing about something. I went over to them. "Hey." Both of them stopped talking. "I have to go after Kino," Pyper said, concerned. "He's kind of stubborn, and if no one goes after him, he may not come back here." "Oh," was all I said. Pyper nodded. "Well, yeah. He's that stubborn." Pyper turned to Mayo, whose eyes were glistening with tears. "I'm sorry, Pyper," he said. Pyper paused before she walked away. She must have heard but chose not to respond. Mayo pressed his back against the wall. He slid slowly down until he came to a sitting position. I sat beside him. The night was as dark as ever. Lately, I noticed that even the moon seemed to be shying away from us. Or maybe it was just my imagination. I was growing increasingly despondent with Arden liking someone else more than I. And to top it all off, these adventures were becoming more and more terrifying. Miro is his usual self, a raging lunatic. Bah! If the world had once been clothed in the soft textures of gentleness and kindness, it was now coming to resemble something more like chainmail. Violence was everywhere, and it seemed like ideals of hope, trust, and benevolence were mere fairy tales. You shouldn't have called your friend a murderer, I said. Who needs your stupid opinion? He growled at me. I flushed. You can't call your friends names. You hurt him. You're wrong. Friends can call each other names. It doesn't matter if they're true or not because friends forgive each other, Mayo added sullenly. I did not say another word. He isn't a freak. He is, Mayo insisted. Whatever you say, I exhaled, rolling my eyes in frustration. If Pyper said that Kino is stubborn, he's in good company because I believe Mayo is the same. No. I mean, Kino is, Mayo continued. If you knew him, you would know that he didn't have any power. His life changed because of a sham performance, a show to make him a citizen. Everything went crazy from there. All at once, he developed a power. He could copy powers, he doesn't know how to control it, and in that way, he is a freak. He paused. A touch of affection crossed his eyes. But he is my freak. He will always be my best friend, no matter how freakish he becomes. I felt a lump forming in my throat. Mayo did not seem to be so bad at all. True, he was quick to throw around hurtful words, but he is a friend. Wait a minute. I think I missed something in what Mayo revealed. Mayo continued staring at the door, probably waiting for Pyper and Kino to return. Since there were no more available cots, I decided to stretch my legs before leaning my head against the wall. This was probably the next most comfortable way of sleeping now. The day had been long, and I was tired. On the other side of the room, Goemi was watching over Miro, and Arden was standing by the doorway. My last thought was how handsome Arden was regardless of circumstance. And right before I fell asleep, I realized that was how I managed to sleep with a smile. Arden was always the last image inside my head before I drifted off.
The Swordless Swordsman. I walked over to the door of the room where Nia was being kept. If I pressed my hands against the door, I wondered if I would know how she was. Nia? I asked. Arden? Tell me everything has settled. She said in a rush. I glanced at where Miro was. He was sulking on his cot, and he would not touch his food. He was definitely one odd lad. Sometimes, I wondered if he would ever be well enough to understand human emotions. Miro's better, I suppose, I lied to Nia. She exhaled from the other side of the door. Would you like to come out? I asked. Nia was silent for a while. I'm not sure, Nia said. Do you think it's a good idea? I studied Miro from a distance. He was brooding. Goemi was sitting beside him. She caught my eye, and she shook her head as though she could hear what Nia and I were talking about. No, I said flatly. Maybe next time. Miro threw a tantrum. That's what Goemi told me. And then this boy managed to freeze his heart. It was bizarre. I mean, who would have thought that someone else shares Miro's powers? What were the gods thinking, anyway? She gasped but did not say a word as though she knew it all along. He's all right now. I'm sorry no one told you about it sooner. And I was sorry. I mean, she was locked in her room by her crazy son. I heard some sounds from the inside as though Nia was walking around. Hey, I said. Don't mind me. I'm thinking. Maybe it's time to move around. I mean, we've stayed here long enough. I could not go back to Loondu Market because the audience there knew about my show. I would like for them to forget the incident about Pyper first. Once the issue had died down, that's when I could come back. I'll talk to you later, Nia, I said. She did not reply any more, but her soft footsteps accompanied me as I walked over to where Goemi was. When I sat beside Goemi, she tucked her arm beneath mine and rested her head against my shoulder. Right at that moment, I forgot all about the gold coins and my dream because, just like that, she became the only dream I could ever possibly want. Miro's going to be fine, right? I asked. Goemi nodded without looking at me. I think so. He must be shocked. I mean, his power was used against him. I don't think he expected that to ever happen. And I always thought that my power could only be used to counter what my twin had done. Apparently, that's not true. I can reverse someone else's wrongdoing too. Don't you ever get afraid? I asked. Of what? Him. Goemi looked thoughtful. Then she breathed out heavily. No. I wondered if that was good or not, but I decided to leave it at that. This whole scenario. It's weird. I couldn't agree more. I mean, shouldn't we be moving along? But where will we go? I stopped. I mean, there's got to be a way to release Nia from the room. She's been there a long time, and I could sense that although she doesn't say it, she wants to get out of there. I feel bad about that, but she's the one who told me not to let her go. She doesn't want to make Miro mad, she said. It doesn't mean she likes it, though. She eased away from me and touched Miro's hand. Hey, she said. Miro sat motionlessly. Let's go to Amer, I told Goemi. The queen told me that if ever I'm in Amer, she would like to see me perform again. I bet she will give me another pouch of gold coins, and we can certainly make use of that. Amer? She asked. Isn't it a long way from here? We have horses. We can get there in a few weeks. I don't know. Can we just stay here for a little bit more? I thought about it. The soldiers who were following Nia, Goemi, and Miro probably figured out by now that we had been living here in the woods. That meant that they could be on their way back here. There was no sense in going back to the market. The last incident probably made them wary about my performance. And well, Pyper had already cracked my secret. It was only logical for us to leave while Pyper and Kino were not yet back. Mayo would not go with us because he was terrified without his friends. He did not pose a threat to any of us. I wanted to tell Goemi we should be going but decided that since Miro was within earshot, I had better play my cards right. All right. Goemi did not say anything anymore. Let's talk later, I whispered against Goemi's ear before I stood up to look for Quila.
Pyper, San Diego. It was a mistake not to go immediately after Kino. Now that he was hours ahead of me, it was no longer an easy task to track him. Kino. I shouted. Where are you? Come on out. There were no sounds aside from the rustle of the leaves. Occasionally, a few birds would chirp. You have to return to camp now. I shouted. But Kino was nowhere to be found. I had been searching for him for hours, and all I could find were his tracks from where I supposed he had sat. There were no other traces of where he could have gone. I slumped down, frustrated. Where would I find him this time? I rushed back to camp and found everyone waiting for me. It was Mayo who first approached me. Where's Kino? He asked, the worry etched into his face. After you called him a murderer, he went back to being his usual stubborn self, I said icily. Mayo's expression changed to one where I supposed he was ready to cry. His eyes had watered and there was a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I breathed in and exhaled slowly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, I said. I couldn't find Kino. I'm partly to blame too. I should have followed him sooner, knowing how sensitive he has become. Where do you suppose he'll go? Mayo asked. I shook my head. I have no idea. Quila was watching us. His mother. Won't he go look for her? She's dead, I answered. Oh, Quila said sadly. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. It's all right. It wasn't your fault. Kino was crying when I found him. Was it because? Quila pushed. Probably, I said. Then my head snapped quickly to the right as I squeezed Mayo's hand. I know where he is, I said in excitement. We should go now. Mayo did not have to ask me. He followed me inside the hut and grabbed his pack. You're leaving? Arden said from behind me. His golden hair covered his right eye. I have to find Kino. Why is he important to you? He asked. Why don't you come with me instead? We're the same. I don't think I can let you out into the world alone. No. My place is with Kino. He's been through a lot. He's got no one else, I said. He needs me. I don't understand. I frowned. Why would Arden want me to join him? So we could perform together as two Nivens? Let me put it this way. Kino, to me, is what Quila probably is to you. He's a dear friend. Arden's nose scrunched up. Oh, well. Maybe at least you'd like me to help you? He offered. I'm good at locating people. That would be wonderful, I said. I turned to look at Mayo. Come on. Let's leave our packs. After we find Kino, we'll go back here. Mayo nodded eagerly and rushed outside to get the horse. Arden was quickly mounted. He said his goodbyes. As for me, I had no time for anything else. I mounted the horse and gave it 3 strong kicks that caused the horse to lurch forward. Mayo and Arden galloped after me.
Kino Amerk. The trees seemed to have eyes, and I could feel them breathing against the back of my neck as I passed. I looked over my shoulder and exhaled slowly when I found no one behind me. I missed Mayo and Pyper. It had been a few days, and yet, I already missed them. I wish I did not have to do this on my own. I mean, who would help me out? What is my power now? I made myself invisible and instantly felt relieved. Then I tried to make a vine grow, but nothing happened. I closed my eyes for a while and tried to locate my mother, but I could not see where she was. The power of the sniffler has long ago abandoned me too. I was probably stuck with invisibility, freezing a heart, and Quila's stupid collection of voices. I wished I could choose which powers to keep. My knees felt wobbly, so I stopped at the next tall tree I passed and gazed up. Perhaps this would be my home for tonight. I climbed up and continued until I was high enough, and the branches were not so thin to still hold my weight. I sagged against the tree and secured myself by resting my shoulders against a gap between branches. Then I closed my eyes. I fell into a dream that I was running in the Loondu market. Palace soldiers were chasing me. A man with chinky eyes that did not seem to suit him was there too. He was tall with gray hair on the temples, and he looked even more massive than Dogan. A dozen soldiers were running after him. They were leaping over crates and barrels effortlessly as though they had been born with running as their special abilities. I pumped my fists in the air. Sweat rolled down my forehead to my cheeks, and I tasted the tang of my own perspiration. I was breathing through my mouth in exhaustion. From the alley in front of me, I saw the sniffler come out. I turned the other way and ran for my life. The soldiers would not catch me. I would never let myself be caught. From behind me, I heard the eerie sound of arrows as they zipped through the air and plunged into a body. I froze and turned to look back. Another arrow whizzed and hit the sniffler. Again and again and again. This time, blood dripped from the sniffler's clothes, and I halted, frozen to the spot. The tall soldier who looked to be a war general sauntered quickly and in measured steps until he reached the sniffler. He raised his sword and swung it against the sniffler's head. The last sounds I heard were the sniffler's final desperate pleas to save his life. His voice was guttural, and his appeals were barely words. My hands trembled as I raised them against my eyes and wiped away the sweat that had mixed with tears. The war general turned to look at me and sneered, "It's your turn to die." I ran, but my whole body was trembling. I could not think straight. I only had to rely on my feet. I was so afraid of what would happen should the general lay his hands upon me that I forgot I could still make myself invisible. The war general was a few yards away now. I stopped and watched as the general leapt towards me, hands outstretched as though to grab me. But right before his hands touched me, I slid sideways and turned invisible. I crept slowly and silently away from him. He rose to his feet, his eyes rounding. His mouth twisted in anger as he searched for me. But I was gone in thin air. The day was broken by his shouts. "Find him!" He yelled at the other soldiers, who went scurrying after me. I stood in the middle of the soldiers, not knowing what to do, praying that they would disperse soon and they would leave me behind. I was shivering, afraid that I would faint when I heard a thick voice address them kindly. "Soldiers of Canella, what is it you're looking for?" A man with white hair and a thick mustache asked. I studied his face. He had caramel eyes, and a cleft marked his chin. Gazing up at him, I was mesmerized. If this man had spoken to make me come out of hiding, I would have done so without any hesitation. The general turned to look at the man. "A boy." He ran away to that alley to your left. You will find him there scavenging for food," the old man said. The general looked ready to object, but instead of saying anything more, he merely snapped his fingers and whistled. His eyes were still on the old man. "We will push now. Find the boy. Towards the alley over there," he said, pointing to the alley the old man referred to. I was left alone with the old man. He looked so kindly that I wanted to reveal myself to him. But I did not know who I could trust. "Show yourself," the old man said. The words were spoken so very gently that it came as a surprise to me that I could not deny him his request. My body flickered in the air before it solidified. I gazed up again at the old man and met his caramel eyes. He smiled at me and bent forward before touching my shoulder. "Let's go home now," he whispered. "Let's go home now. Let's go home." The sound faded until I woke up with a start. My shoulder was wedged between the branches, for the gods only knew how long. My body was numb. I eased myself slowly and breathed out. Even in sleep, there was no rest. Dreams played with me. They haunted me. They chased after me. I shivered even though the sun had risen and the heat had dominated the day. I bent down to see how high I had climbed and was instantly nauseated. It was higher than I would have wanted. I braced myself and began my descent. I had to get to the sniffler. I had to be there and copy his power. As soon as I was on the ground, I ran again because I could not waste any more time. It could take me days before I reached Loondu because I had no sense of direction without Mayo and Pyper beside me. Northside Amerk. It had been a month since Micromania paid me a visit, and she was gone into the chaos of Akean. The conversation we had revealed nothing new to me. I massaged my temples. Was it really necessary to kill Wind? I mean, I knew the man back when he was still a lad. He was full of ambition and had a firm resolve about the Empire. I never doubted his abilities. But somewhere along the way, something went wrong, and Micromania paid for it dearly with both hands and her right foot. I frowned. Maybe Wind's death was essential to bring back peace in Akean. But how? Microm did not even tell me how to do it. She said that she would begin the hunt for Kino, and when she found him, she would tell him about it because he was the only one who needed to know. Out of the Niven blood, Akean will rise again. The prophecy haunted me. It clearly spelled out Niven blood, and Kino wasn't. I glanced at the cave that had been my sanctuary for so many moon turns. It was time to leave now and start searching for my grandson. He could not face this alone. He needed a mentor. And who better to mentor him than me? A falcon hovered in the sky. It flew in circles before it dipped and flew towards me to perch on my outstretched hand. A rolled-up message was tied to its leg. I quickly took it. As though the falcon understood that it had done its job, it flew away almost immediately. I unrolled the parchment and read. The note was straightforward. Loondu. South. It said nothing more. It would be an excellent place to start my search. If Kino's not there, then I will continue searching for the place that Micromania prophesied, back where all the chaos had started, except that I did not know what place she could have been referring to when she said that. For now, though, Loondu would have to do. I strapped my pack on my horse and mounted it. Ion Noto. I crumpled the note from Tehran Erager and threw it to the flaming hearth. The Emperor was summoning us back to Canella. I stood up, thinking, I have come a long way, and I may get lucky to find the boy. There were rumors in the marketplace about children traveling. The last sighting was that they were in the market stealing fruits, for God's sakes. If only I could get my hands on a sketch artist, I would have the children's faces drawn on sheets of paper and have the copies distributed around. Maybe then, everything would become more manageable. The other generals were scattered all over Akean, and my informants told me that there was no other general here in Loondu aside from me. This meant that I was the one closest to capturing the boy and handing him over to the Emperor. If I caught the boy, it would put me in better standing with the Emperor. The way it should be. Dogan Rondo was nowhere to be found, though. Maybe the others had a better chance of finding and capturing him. His head was probably as important as the boy. Imagine the Emperor's man shield deserting the Emperor for a woman. It was plain stupid. A wanton act. If I were in his shoes, I would have already put a dagger to my heart. Better be dead than to have the Emperor's torment upon me. The question was, where was Lamare Amerk? There was no news about the royal scribe. Was she ever really just a royal scribe? The answer to this question still bothered me. Somehow, there was something familiar about her. I remember reading about her in my notes from long ago. I shook my head in disgust. All of these efforts and it would now be left behind because the Emperor wanted us back in Canella. It was not right to go against the wishes of the Emperor even if I was sure that a few more days and I would be able to capture the children finally. But I had to stay longer. I slumped back to my seat and opened the drawer. It was sealed with 2 bolts. If anybody ever tried to open it, I would instantly know. I inspected the locks, and they did not look as though they had been tampered with. From my pocket, I drew the keys out. I inserted a key on one end and the second key on the other end. I twisted the keys simultaneously until I heard a click. I pulled at the drawer and took out the sheets of paper. I had to go over them again, study the information I had, and see what else I could piece together that I might have missed the other times I looked into them. It was dangerous to keep these documents, and I should have long ago burned them. But sometimes, my memory failed me, and I did not want that to happen ever again. I leafed through the top pages of my messages. These were accounts of Akean. Events that happened after the Akean Wine Festival. The insurgents' uprising in Amer. Quenched under the hands of Queen Marcella Benilda. 1,000 deaths. There were some names of royalty listed together with soldiers that died. These were all acts of desperate people. It was also stated in one of the notes that the Queen was a loyal supporter of her son. Flooding in Dirella. Less than 100 deaths. Missing bodies turned up as though ghosts were searching for them. This was before the Akean Wine Festival. It was surreal to have Dirella flooded. The place was so high that if there was ever a flood there, I would fear for the provinces surrounding it. But this was real. It happened. The Emperor himself went there to bring everything to order. Another uprising in the Licay Islands. Sightings of ghost tracks in Bulaknan. Elders defecting support to the Emperor. There were so many stories circulating around, and with the volume of information, it was sometimes quite difficult to identify which ones were real and which ones were gossip. When I opened the drawer, there was something that I wanted to look for specifically. What was that? I leafed through the sheets again until my hands found a yellowish sheet of paper. It was partially burned, and so I could only make out what was written on the left. It was something I wrote back when I was new in the palace. Northside was still the Emperor, and based on my notes, it seemed like it was the first time I had seen Lamare. I read the words I penned down and still became confused by what I meant when I wrote this. Being a simple man, I never thought that I could. Charring like Lamare. I mean, she's all charring, but the Emperor wanted her too. Charring was I ever fool enough to take on the charring I see her face, and I forget everything. Charring my princess. I will. Charring, and then there were no other words. I could not remember what I had written on the rest of the page. There's Lamare. Sure, she was beautiful, and I had always fancied glancing at her, but what exactly did I write here? And why was the paper burned? I could not recall any incident which could have led to its burning. Here I was staring at something that seemed to be a piece of my most intimate thoughts that I wrote long ago, and yet, I could not remember anything at all about it. And how did this page burn without damaging the other pages? How come the rest of my notes did not burn? What sort of sorcery was this? Who was she? Who was Amer Amerk? Was it a coincidence that she shared the same royal name as Northside? But in Canella, Amerk was as common as Rhinos in Amer. Or the Rondas of Dirella. Or the Arindalas of Minoan. I tore at my hair, trying to find the answers. And now, Amer Amerk was one that had to be hunted and brought back to the palace. There were no traces of her, though, and this was what puzzled me. At the very least, news should have been flooding in about sightings of her. There was nothing on her, though. I traced a finger over the edge of the burned paper and wondered again what I had written so long ago. It seemed to me like they were only random musings, and yet, it could at least give me some clue about Amer. It was lost to me now. I was bothered when there were several knocks on my door. I put the papers back inside the drawer and locked them. "Come in," I said. "General? The boy has been found," Rodora Tulin said. Rodora was a wide woman. Her hair was cropped short the way most men wore theirs, but her face remained beautiful. She could don layers of chainmail, and she would still easily come out to be the most beautiful woman in a pack of 10. I stood up immediately. "Where? Did you have someone tail him?" "Yes, General. The men are following him, but they remain discreet so he won't be alarmed." "Good. This is good. I would catch the boy before we set off on the journey to Canella. The gods must be favoring me today." "And the other children?" I asked. "He is alone." At that, my eyebrows shot up. Then consciously, I lowered them. "Alone?" "No one is with him." "Where are his companions?" "I need to find the other children he's traveling with, especially General Kalo's son. If I were to rank myself against the other war generals, it is only General Renner Kalo who probably had to be on an equal footing with me. Or he could have inched greater in the eyes of the Emperor. The easiest way to remedy that was to implicate the general's son as a traitor. A runaway with the boy the Emperor wanted dead. They were nowhere to be found. We scouted within a mile's perimeter of where we found the boy, and there was no information about the two children, Rodora said. We figured that he wanted to look for his, friends. He has been spotted outside the sniffler's shop." "Do snifflers still exist? Does anybody still believe in a sniffler?" I asked. "No one in this place still does. The shop was shabby, dilapidated, dingy, and such an eyesore, and yet the boy stood staring at the door for more than an hour yesterday." "Well, boys do tend to believe in strange powers. Where is he now?" "He's been moving from the marketplace to the sniffler's shop. We don't exactly know what his business there is." "Has anyone here approached the boy?" "No, General. Your instructions were clear. We are to find him, but you will be the one to bring him forward to the Emperor. The capture is an honor we'll leave for you to take." "Good," I said as I scrunched my nose. "If I get Kino now, I will be able to get back to Canella in time for the war general meeting. And on that same day, I would surprise the Emperor by offering him the boy he wanted." Rodora stood stiffly in front of me as though awaiting my instructions. "We will move in an hour. Ask the men to pack up. As soon as we have the boy in custody, we will start with the journey to Canella," I said. "We're going home." Rodora smiled. News of home always warms a soldier's heart. There's a rumor that Rodora was keeping a lover back home, and if her wide smile were any indication, then I would say that the gossip was real. "By your leave, General," she said. I nodded curtly and stood up to give instructions to my men. I looked outside the window and noted that the sky was painted orange, and the clouds had taken on the color of apricots dipped in honey. I could already taste the sweet sensation of victory. Kino Amerk. It had been 2 days since I found Master Boris Johann's place. I could not enter the shop because the last time I was inside, I had been terribly afraid of him. He had looked like he had not taken a bath in a long time, and his crooked nose reminded me of a parrot's beak. If I were to describe a villain, I could just as easily imagine the Sniffler's face. I wished that Pyper and Mayo were here to help me. But I shook my head at the thought, pushing away the notion because I did not want my friends here. I had to keep on reminding myself that I was dangerous because of my power. I could not risk being with the people I cared for. I wondered if standing outside the last Sniffler's shop for a long time would allow me to copy his power, but whenever I checked if I had already done so, I couldn't even get a whiff of anything. I really needed to see the Sniffler outside the shop and follow him. There's no need to make him aware of my presence. He might look as though he did not have any money to his name. Regardless, he had a certain air that made him almost respectable and terrifying at the same time. I waited for the bell to chime, to tell me the time of day. If it were an hour past noon, the Sniffler would come out and take his walk around. Once he does that, I could follow him and copy his power. I sighed. Yesterday, I almost made it. I had copied his power, but I ended up in the market, and after a few minutes, the Sniffler's power was gone, replaced by some other power. How could I ensure that I would be able to keep his power longer this time? Long enough for me to at least think about my mother and find her location. Today, something seemed odd. I had been seeing soldiers patrolling everywhere. That was also true yesterday. I had tensed when one of them made eye contact with me, but then again, the soldier passed me by, and I breathed a sigh of relief after that. Even now, I saw 2 soldiers milling about. Both of them stopped in front of the Sniffler's shop and entered. I hoped they would not be in there for a long time, or else I might miss my chance to follow the Sniffler. From behind me, another soldier passed. And another. I backed away from them, worried. If only I had Pyper's power of invisibility, I would have made myself invisible, but due to the number of people in the market that I bumped into, I lost her power. I did not know what I had gained because I was afraid to try. What if I copied another evil power? I shuddered at the thought. I stopped walking when I bumped against someone. "I'm sorry," I muttered before looking up. The man was the soldier I saw yesterday. "Go, boy," the soldier said and slapped me gently on the shoulder. He seemed distant, like he was worried. I walked away from him. After a while, I looked back and saw him staring at me. His face bore a somber expression. The bell chimed, and I stood straight, ready to follow the Sniffler should he come out. I counted while waiting. Any moment now, he would go out to take his meal. And that's the moment that I would trail after him, copy his power, and run away really fast to make sure that I do not come into contact with someone who could easily replace the Sniffler's ability. The door to the Sniffler's shop creaked, and my breath caught. Any moment now.
Pyper, San Diego. Arden and Mayo were riding hard from behind me. They tried to outrun me, but I did not give them the chance to take the lead. I could almost imagine what Kino would do. I galloped along the cobbled streets towards the Loondu Market, hoping to find him soon. When I saw him, I would never let him out of my sight ever again. I quickly glanced back at Arden and Mayo and saw them on their horses, faces serious. At our pace, we would find ourselves at the Sniffler's shop soon enough.
Ion Noto. Precision was my friend. I could not act on impulse because I always had this urge to make sure that everything would go as planned. There must be no death if it wasn't necessary. I looked beside me and found Rodora riding her horse. She looked stern and ready to fight. To our backs were the rest of my soldiers. Their horses were already carrying our packs. As soon as we captured Kino, we would start the journey towards Canela. I could only imagine the honor the capture of the boy would bring to my name. If only I could also bring back General Kolo's son. That would be grand. Rodora turned to me. "There he is," she said, pointing at the boy who was hiding behind a barrel. He could not be exactly hiding because he was still standing straight, but there was something about his stance that told me he was ready to run any time. I pulled the reins of my horse until it stopped, my eyes still fixed on the boy. There was nothing unusual about him. He looked young, and I guess he really was because he had just presented his power in the palace, which could only mean that he was somewhere between 12 to 15 moon turns. The boy was thin with unkempt hair. If the emperor had ever been afraid of this boy, I wondered why. The boy shifted in his position, eyes still trained on the sniffler's shop. What could the sniffler mean to him? Was it merely to find his friends? He was here yesterday? I asked. She nodded. Her eyes were fixed on the boy too. I don't understand his fascination with the sniffler. And yet, he just stands there. Like that? Exactly like that. There must be something special about the sniffler that I did not know about. The sniffler's power was supposed to track missing people, and this had proven to be a valuable ability in the past. Over the moon turns, new powers had manifested resulting from intermarriages across the provinces, and the long-ago gift of a sniffler had almost been forgotten. It was no longer an honor today to be referred to as a sniffler. Slowly, the power became unpopular. And here I was staring at the last shop of a sniffler. Maybe they still had great powers. Maybe. Or maybe the boy had some kind of relationship with the sniffler. I had to find out. At that moment, the boy peered around. His eyes lingered on the soldiers passing by. Then I caught his eyes. From afar, they looked so innocent that I began asking myself if what I was about to do was right. This boy did not seem like the wild, dangerous person the emperor could have feared. Even if the boy possessed distantekis, I doubt he could use it to fight my men and me. Perhaps the best he could do at this point was throw rocks at us. The boy shivered. I did not want to scare him and drive him away, so I averted my gaze. Capturing him would be easy, but I needed to know if there was a connection between the last sniffler and the boy. I dismounted and walked towards the sniffler's shop. Watch the boy, I hissed to Rhodora, who nodded and immediately fell behind me. The shop's door creaked as I pushed it open. The putrid scent of decay greeted me, and I had to restrain myself from spitting out. The place smelled of old, worn shoes. At the far end of the shop, two of my men were talking to the sniffler. I coughed. My men looked back and, upon seeing me, gave way so I could talk to the sniffler. The shrill voice of the sniffler filled the room. "Welcome, my lord," he said. He leapt to his feet and scurried over to where I was. He grabbed my hand and pressed his lips against the back of my hand. "An honor, my lord." "An absolute honor," he continued. Through his slick hair, I gaped at the large flakes of dandruff covering the top of his head. I watched in disgust as a few fell on his shoulders. "My lord is silent, eh?" he continued. "Tea will perhaps set your tongue at work," he offered, smiling. "Who are you?" I asked. The man flushed. Then he kept on bowing before me. "My apologies, my lord, for not giving an introduction. I am Boris Johann, the last sniffler in all of Achaea." He glanced at me through his eyelids. The whites of his eyes were so wide that for a while, he scared me. "Do you know Kino Erager?" I asked. "My lord?" he asked. I watched his confused face. "Kino Erager. Do you know him?" He shook his head. "No, my lord." "My apologies. Is he the one you want me to find?" he asked in all innocence. I laughed mockingly. "You are a good liar," I said. "Liar, my lord?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "No, my lord. I am not a liar. I know no one by that name." "Then why is he watching your place?" I asked. Boris Johann's eyes widened in fear. "Watching my shop?" he stammered. "My lord, you must be mistaken." "Liar!" I shouted as I struck his face with the back of my hand. He sobbed and curled against a chair. "No, my lord. I am not a liar. I am telling the truth. I know no one by that name." I struck him again. This time he wailed in fear. "No. Please, I beg you. Don't hurt me," he shrieked, and I almost pitied the oily man. His cowardice made my blood boil. He disgusted me. "Tell me what your connection is to the boy," I said. He pulled his arms upward to cover his face, and he shook his head in a fast rhythm. "I have no idea who he is. This boy, I don't know. I swear to the moons, I know no one by that name," he said. A coward and a liar. If he had no relationship with the boy, why would the boy wait for him outside as though his very life depended on this man? It did not add up. "Get up," I hissed. "Follow me outside. If I learn that you're lying, you will meet with the creators soon enough." Boris Johann gasped. He curled even more against the chair instead of obeying my instruction. He latched onto it so that two of my soldiers had to drag him. Outside, the boy still stood where I last saw him. He was staring at me as though he recognized me. He froze. From behind me, the sniffler shrieked, each one louder than the last. "Let go of me. My lord!" he shouted. "I beg you. I don't know what you're talking about." "Silence!" I shouted at him. However, my gaze did not leave the boy's face. Rhodora was watching us. The other soldiers stood ready to fight. An audience had gathered all around us. "Boy," I said. "Do you know this man?" The boy looked behind him as though he was expecting that I was talking to someone else. When he found no one, he paled and shook his head. "Bring him forward," I said. The two soldiers dragged the sniffler until he was in front of me. The soldiers shoved him, and he fell. He crawled towards me and kissed my left boot and then the right, slobbering them in saliva. "My lord, please. I beg you. I don't know that boy." I kicked Boris, and he fell face flat against the cobbled path. "You're the only one who can save him, boy," I said. "If you tell me your connection to him, I won't kill him." The boy's mouth thinned, and he shook his head. "I don't know him." It was awful to be lied to. Not by a cowardly man, and certainly not by a boy. I unsheathed my sword and raised it high above my head. Then I swung the sword, and its tip hit the chin of the sniffler. He shrieked. The boy flinched, but he did not say anything more. "This man's fate now rests upon your hands. Tell me the truth, boy, and I swear I will let this man live," I said. "But should you lie to me one more time, you will find an arrow piercing his body." "But I don't know him," the boy said. His eyes had gone huge and round. Rhodora shot an arrow, piercing the sniffler's right elbow. He wailed. "My lord, I beg you. Please, I don't know who he is." The boy's face had lost its color. "Rhodora, another arrow. Right below the kneecap," I said coldly. The sniffler, who still lay on the cobbled path, hugged his knees against his chest in an attempt to protect them from the arrow. Rhodora knocked an arrow on her bow, pulling at the string until it was strained and the arrow ready to be let loose. "Give me the word again, General," she said. "Stop!" the boy shouted. "Please don't kill him. I need him," he said. "I need his power." The boy wasn't difficult to deal with. His heart was still untouched by corruption. He was weak. I raised my arm again, and this time, swung the sword and hit Boris's neck. His body convulsed before it lay still. His mouth gargled blood, and his wide eyes stared at the horizon. He was gone. "No!" the boy shrieked. "You killed him. How am I supposed to find her?" Then the boy leapt into the air and ran towards me. I stood, waiting for his punches. But when he was an arm's length away from me, he swung, and my head flew sideways as the strength of his punch touched me. I fell back, surprised at his strength. I could not believe it. He was as strong as I was. Rhodora loosened an arrow, and it hit the boy in his left leg. The boy fell down, but he fought to stand up again. He leapt to pounce on me, but this time, I was ready. I blocked him off and sent him flying. He fell in a heap, unconscious. I touched the corner of my lip and saw blood on my finger. That was one strong punch. Bind him, I ordered. Tie him to a horse and don't release him. He will be our gift to the Emperor, I said sullenly. It does not lend credibility to my image, being hit in the face by a boy. But it's over now. The boy was captured. A crowd had already gathered around us. You all right, General? Rhodora asked. I sneered at her. Then I mounted my horse. Let's go. The boy will ride alongside me. Wake him up so he will know the consequence of hitting me in the face.
Pyper San Diego. Make way. I shouted at the crowd. All around us, the Loonduns were bustling like headless chickens. Some even started crying. An old lady was shivering on the side. Arden jumped from his horse and squeezed himself through the crowd. I jumped from my horse too and sprinted towards him. Without hesitation, I turned invisible. When I got to where the chaos was, I saw Master Boris Johann's dead body. I shivered as I looked upon his glazed eyes. The soldiers' backs were all I could see. I ran after them. Arden was nowhere in sight. Mayo was still on his horse, and he was having a hard time squeezing through the crowd. His position gave him an advantage as he could see farther. He's captured, Mayo shouted. I looked at Mayo. What? Kino's tied to a horse, he said frantically. I'm not sure if it is really him, but it is a boy with brown hair. It looks like him. I paled. If Kino had been caught by the Emperor's men, then it could only mean his death. And I could not let that fate befall my friend. I ran towards Mayo. I pulled at him so he would jump off his horse. I will go after them, I said rapidly, not giving him a chance to speak. But, Pyper, he shouted after me. From my right, I felt someone grab the reins and sit behind me. Not without me, chum, Arden said. I did not care if anyone saw the horse disappear before his or her eyes. I did not care anymore for my power to be revealed to the world. All that mattered was to save Kino. I kicked at the horse, and it lunged forward. Its strides had grown longer, faster. My hair flew behind me as I kicked and kicked and kicked until the back of my feet felt numb in precisely the same way that my heart was feeling right now.
Mayo Kalo. I scrambled through the crowd and looked down at the sniffler's body. Poor guy, I thought. It was only a few weeks ago when he was still so alive, pushing us out of his shop. And now, he would not get up anymore to introduce himself to prospective clients as the last sniffler. I put a hand over Master Boris Johann's chest and thought of an apple. I closed my eyes and searched for anything foul in his body, but all I felt were the wounds. There were no traces of poison. There was nothing I could do for him anymore, so I bent down and closed his eyes. It was the only act of kindness I could offer him. I stood up warily. It felt terrible to know the limits of one's power. I had to go after the soldiers. Pyper and Arden were right behind them. So what should I do now that they have put miles between us? What would Kino do if he were in my shoes? I always thought of Kino as the logical one. So whenever I was faced with a dilemma, I paused and thought about what my best friend would do. I cannot run after them. I might only bring trouble. The best I can do is go back to the woods and tell everybody about what happened. Yes, that would be better. A backup needed a backup. If Pyper and Arden should fail in their attempt to rescue Kino, I had to be the other backup. But I could not do it alone. I searched for the other two horses, and luckily, I was able to retrieve them. I rode the black, lean one and took the reins of the plump mare. I hoped I would reach the woods soon. If I did not come across them, I was sure we could find them in Canella. As soon as I kicked at the horse, I felt horrible. What if the soldiers kill Kino before reaching Canella? What if Pyper and Arden decide to stop the soldiers? What if they get killed too? I pulled the reins of the horses to stop. Then I lurched to the side and started throwing up all I had eaten earlier. My face was flushed when I was done. My stomach felt better, but my heartbeat never returned to its normal speed. When my senses had returned, I started riding like a madman to get some help. Somebody had to help us. Chapter 2, Behind the Stars. Renner Kalo. It was beginning to get dark. The last of the Loonduns were fast asleep as we crossed from Loondu to Prile. I touched my chin with my forefinger. Was I wrong in not going after Kino's mother? I wondered. Was the professor right in telling me that I should have gone after her? Louis approached me. His face bore the semblance of a young warrior, alert and determined. He reminded me of myself when I was his age. I raised my eyebrows at him. "There's nothing here, General," he said. "All the soldiers are back, and there's no information about a boy and his traveling companions." I rubbed at my chin again. Maybe they had not crossed Loondu yet. "Could be," he said. "Call it a night. Order the men to set camp." He nodded, but instead of going away, he sat beside me. "Once we find the boy, what are we going to do?" he asked as he gazed up at the starless sky. It was an appropriate question. One where I was ashamed to admit, I wasn't quite sure what my response should be. "We will find the answers," I said. "From the boy?" "Through the boy." "Do you know why the Emperor wanted him so badly?" There were some suggestions from Dante Levin. Regardless, they were not enough to make me conclude the Emperor's actions. "Distantecus, maybe," I offered. Louis looked worried. "If it's only because of that, I don't think the Emperor would send everyone to hunt for the boy. He is an unpredictable man, irrational at times. That's why the masked warriors came into existence." Louis sighed. "Do you believe in everything the masked warriors fight for?" I looked at him in askance. The masked warriors desire to put an end to the Emperor's rule. The Emperor has changed. He has become, I paused, searching for the right word, reckless. "Do you remember the charters, General?" It was like asking if there were ghosts in Niven. By heart. Nobody ever becomes a war general without being able to cite each provision in the charter word for word. "I didn't mean to offend," Louis said. I shook my head slightly. "None taken." I fished for a cigar in my pocket and lit it. I handed one to Louis. "The night is young, and we've had quite an ordinary day. Let's brighten it up with these cigars." He took the cigar without another word and cut its end before lighting it. We puffed together without saying a word for a few minutes. "Sometimes, I become lost," Louis admitted. "My loyalty is to you and the masked warriors, don't question that." "I don't. We're fighting the war with war. Oppression with a desire to oppress. It doesn't feel right. Nothing would come to us on a silver platter. Sacrifices have to be made." "I know. Still. Do we have to resort to this?" I puffed at the cigar again and blew out the smoke in circles. A man has to stand for something. For whatever it is he believes in. No one ever has it right every time. There are always shortcomings. Hesitations. Fear. But if a man questions what he stands for, that is worse than even death, I said. We live for principles. We choose based on them. Louis and I sat together in silence. The other men were resting, but no one had started to set camp yet. No one had bothered to light a fire. The darkness, to a soldier, felt to him like a home more than any other house did. "Does it bother you that your boy is with the one we're hunting?" Louis asked. I froze. I always tried to forget that part. If I could protect my son by sending him home to his grandmother, I would. But his association with Kino had become known to the Emperor. I was only a man, and I was worried too. "I will deal with my son. I hope they're all right." Louis did not say anything anymore. He dropped the remains of the cigar on the ground and stepped on it to put it out. "I will tell the men to camp," he said. "Don't worry, General. You can focus on finding Kino. I swear to you, I will care for your boy once we retrieve them." I met Louis' eyes and saw only sincerity in them. I knew he would honor his promise, and it was gracious of him to offer to help. "Thank you, Louis," was all I said.
Quila Tash. The night was humid, but I felt cold to the bones. I rubbed my arms to make them warmer. Inside, though, my heart was frozen, like a chunk of ice had found its way inside my body. I sat outside the hut, waiting for Kino, Mayo, Pyper, and Arden to return. All right, I admit it. I sat outside waiting for Arden more than half the time and then the other half, hoping that the others were also safe. Inside the hut, Mia was still confined in the room like a produce pincher. Miro would not allow her to come out. He still sulked. Goemi, on the other hand, walked around like a dead person. Well, to give her credit, she still managed to cook and clean the house and look after Miro. Arden must have been right. Goemi must be an extraordinary girl. I may understand Arden's feelings, but it did not make me like it. I still wished I was the only girl in his life. Hey, Goemi said from behind me, and I quickly jumped to my feet. You startled me, I said. Sorry. I didn't mean to, she apologized. I sat back down again and arranged my skirts against my legs. Goemi sat beside me. I wondered how she managed to sit so comfortably and look so amazing at the same time. Well, I had to give Arden credit for liking Goemi. She did look lovely under the pale moonlight. Do you miss him? Goemi asked. She didn't have to say more. I instantly knew who she was referring to. It doesn't matter, I grumbled. Then I flushed. Of course, it does, she said. He loves you so much. Goemi giggled. Do you know that when we're together, he talks to me about you all the time? Goemi looked at me, and I blushed deeper. I ducked my head between my legs, and Goemi laughed. Don't do that. You're not a child anymore, she chastised. I see Miro do this all the time, and you don't call his attention, I argued. Well, that's because he is a child. In the head, at least, she said. I giggled before looking up. Arden likes you a lot, I said. I could not say love, my mouth was not trained to utter that word. It was Goemi's turn to blush. He's so handsome, isn't he? She gushed. I chuckled, wondering if I was jealous. I hate to admit it, but yes, he is. The first time I saw him, I couldn't believe anyone could be that good-looking. I mean, he's beautiful. He is. I agreed again. When we do perform, I sometimes hate it that most patrons only wait for his act. It's like I am the ugly assistant of the great Arden Ruby Moeller, I complained good-naturedly. A smile still touched my lips. It was good to talk about Arden with someone else. Since you've been sharing what you feel, I'd like you to know that I have insecurities too, Goemi said before blushing furiously again. I mean, have you seen him? I laughed this time. I know. When we walk together, I don't think anyone ever bothers to look at me, she said. She said it without any jealousy or hatred. Instead, her words were coated with affection for Arden. That's not exactly true, I said. Back when I hated you, I used to call you a leggy bitch. Back when you hated me, huh? She said in jest. Yeah. Which means that it was only in the past. I paused and looked up at the sky. Do I still hate her? After hearing her talk about Arden so lovingly? I shook my head and met her gaze. I don't hate you now, but an hour ago, I did. I said half-jokingly. Then we both laughed. It was an excellent night to chat and bond with a girl who was almost as old as I am. Do you think they're on their way back now? Goemi's tone became serious. I nodded. I could not bring myself to comfort her and tell her that yes, I'm sure they're on their way back now because I had doubts about that. What was taking them so long, anyway? If they rode hard the way they did upon leaving, they should have been back days ago. Which meant that, my stomach turned, that something could have gone awfully wrong. My eyes watered. I couldn't imagine life without Arden. All right, so maybe this was the worrywart in me. I tend to imagine things that weren't real, and in the process, I usually made myself cry. Like now. I could almost imagine myself moving from town to town with just my box, without anyone calling me chum. It painted a miserable image inside my head. Will you go with us? I asked. Then I lay back on the ground so I could gaze up at the sky. Goemi did not answer immediately. Instead, she copied what I did. We were silent for a while. She twisted to face me. Do you want me to? I had been expecting to hear a resounding yes from her because, let's face it, if someone as awesome as Arden asks a girl to go with him, who would ever have the strength to say no? I mean, I literally followed him like a lovesick puppy when I was younger. And now, instead of saying the words I expected to come out of Goemi's mouth, she answered my question with another question that made a tear roll down my cheek. I turned to meet her gaze. "You are a swell lady," I said, smiling timidly. "Arden is lucky to have you. But I still hate you?" Goemi smiled. "You didn't answer my question." "Do I have to when you know I can't stand you?" I said in mockery. Then we both laughed. "It's nice," Goemi said. "Ah. You know what I mean?" I giggled. "Yes. I never had a sister. I never had anyone I could share my feelings with." "Likewise," Goemi said. From the sound of her voice, I could tell that she was also grateful for whatever relationship we had. It's not yet friendship, but we are more than acquaintances now. I beamed inside, although I think that there was some truth at the back of my head when I said that I still hated her. The night was late, but I did not feel sleepy at all. "When will Nia come out of the room?" I asked. "I don't know. She said she understood," Goemi said. "I want her out of the room. I don't like it that we're treating her like a prisoner. She's our mother." Yeah, I thought inside my head. It was so weird that Nia would allow herself to be confined in the room. Or was it? If I were the one who gave birth to someone who had the most horrible power in Akean, would I also allow myself to be manipulated into being held as a prisoner to prevent my son from wreaking havoc in the land? I nodded to myself. Perhaps, when I put it that way, Nia's actions seemed more reasonable. "Strange genes," I said, remembering that moment when I saw Nia and stared at her eyes. Goemi studied me. "What do you mean?" I said strange genes, I repeated. And again, I asked, "What do you mean?" I looked at her. "Your parents have some pretty knocked up genes. You've got blue eyes. Miro's got dark eyes. And Nia's are caramel brown. I would not be surprised if you told me that your father's got green eyes. Your forefathers must have passed on their eye colors directly to you," I said matter-of-factly. Goemi laughed nervously as though she was trying to cover something up before looking away, not meeting my gaze. She stared at the sky and started counting the stars. She closed her eyes and turned her back to me. In a few minutes, her shoulders were moving in a slow, rhythmic fashion, telling me that she had gone to sleep. I closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep. The ground was rough, what with all the pebbles and rocks gathered around, but lying on it with a friend, the ground offered me more than comfort. It offered me a home.
Andoni San Diego. Since Dogan Ronda left Niven, a group of Nivens practiced wielding the swords, while another group practiced with arrows. It was as though everybody was preparing for battle. Under the blanket of the night sky, I watched as my wife walked towards me. After we were married and she gave birth to Pyper, she had gained weight, which she was not able to get rid of, regardless of how hard she labored. Her eyes were exact copies of my daughter's. And seeing my wife at this late hour reminded me of how much I missed Pyper. "Have you received any news from Dogan?" Laren asked. I avoided her eyes. It had been over a month, and Dogan had not sent me a word. I did not want to doubt his credibility, though. "News will come to me when it is needed," I answered. She stood in front of me as though she wanted to confront me, and yet, she remained quiet. "Your daughter is safe. Trust me on that," I said, although I really wasn't sure. Dogan took with him a dozen Nivens to search for Pyper. How could he miss her? Laren's jaw firmed. "I want her back here. She's 12 for the love of the gods. How can she even protect herself?" I understood her feelings. I worried about my daughter too, but the responsibility to the community far outweighed the responsibility to one's own family. "Rest easy. Dogan will find her and keep her safe," I said, trying to sound reassuring. Her face twisted in agony. "She's our only child, Andoni. If anything happens to her, I don't think I can forgive myself." With that, I stood up and put an arm around her waist. I pulled her close to me and whispered against her ear, "I promise you, I will die first before any harm befalls her." But how can you say that when she's not around for us to protect? Do you remember the first time she went missing for days after she learned how to swing using the vines? I said, my heart warmed upon remembering one of my fondest memories of my daughter. She called herself Monkey because she said she could outswing them. Laren laughed, but her eyes were glistening with tears. And then she would return to us, apologize and finish her pairs of sandals. It was a proper punishment. She hated that task, and because of that, her exploits decreased. Still, she's a free-spirited girl, and we cannot break her wings. You know you couldn't even if you tried. Laren pressed her cheek against my chest. I miss our daughter, and I'm worried sick about her. I miss her too. But all we can do for now is wait. My gut tightened. I cannot look for her myself and leave the town. You know the situation here now. If I so much as set foot in the outskirts of the mountains, Salvatore may push for the Nivens to oust me as the chief hunter. He's not going to do that, she said. Why not? I asked. He never favored me in the past. He still hates me now. He is my uncle. He cannot be so hard on you. I smiled at Laren. Well, thank the gods for that, or else I would have found myself an enemy, I said jokingly. Laren smiled. He is what he is. She stared into my eyes. You have to promise me, though, that if in another month we don't hear from Dogan, you will send someone else to find Pyper. A tear had fallen down her cheek. I nodded. I promise, I said. Laren still looked worried, but she relaxed in my arms. Bombay approached us, blushing. Chief Hunter, he said. My apologies for interrupting you. But Elder Mayan wishes to speak with you. In the middle of the night? I wondered what he wanted to tell me that he could not wait until tomorrow. The night sky was cloudy. It would be good to talk outside. Bring him here, I told Bombay. Bombay looked confused. Here? But he could summon the animals and attack us if we remove him from his cell. He won't. He's an honorable man. He won't compromise his principles. Bombay nodded reluctantly. If you say so, Chief Hunter. I will go and fetch him now. Laren left me and went back to our treehouse, where I supposed she would arrange Pyper's room yet again, in the hopes that she would return to us soon. Elder Mayan was walking towards me. His face was a mask. If ever there was anything important he wanted to disclose to me, it did not appear like that. More than a dozen Nivens stood ready in case the elder tried any tricks. The Nivens were far enough from where I was and yet close enough to immediately provide assistance in case something went wrong. The elder bent down and sat beside me. These days, it has become a more daunting task for me to bend than to fight with a sword. Old people's backs aren't made for sitting on the ground, he said. I glanced at him. He did not seem as though he had had a hard time at all. What is so important that you need to talk to me now? I asked. Your identity has been compromised. I glared at him. Continue. No one told you, but a Niven died at the Akean Wine Festival. A boy. His remains lay in the death tents, he said. Unburied. I stared at him in surprise. Who told you that? Where did your information come from? I asked. I kept my voice low so as not to rouse the Nivens around us. A friend, Elder Mayan said. By friend, he meant one of the animals that talked to him. I paled. No one should keep a secret like this. If our identities were compromised by a boy's death, such information should have been disclosed to me much sooner, so the Hall could decide what to do about it. We cannot let one of us be scrutinized by the scholars. It would only take them a few months to realize that the skin color was not because of sickness. I felt sick to my stomach. Horror raged inside my chest. How could anyone keep this from me? Everything that I've been doing to protect our identities from the outside world would be for naught if the boy were not retrieved. It's impossible, I said. No one would keep this from me. There are ways to validate what I told you, Elder Mayan replied. But why put one's life ahead of the community? Nobody wanted to become nameless, he replied. Nameless? Dear gods! No, Niven wanted to be ostracized from the community. I stood up hurriedly and sauntered away in long strides. Immediately, the Nivens around us rushed in and escorted Elder Man. Don't touch him, I warned. Let him come after me, I said. The Nivens fell back but continued following me. Sound the bells. Rouse everyone. Ask all households to step out of their tree houses, I said. I will make the rounds tonight. I heard someone running away from us to head for the bell tower. I was boiling inside, angry at the man who kept this information from me. Whoever this household was would meet the town's wrath for breaking an oath. The bell started to toll, and one by one, the tree houses became lit. The people went out, faces worried. I saw mothers clutching at their babies. I saw children holding tightly against their mothers' skirts. The men's eyes were already veiled, ready to attack, ready to fight, ready to give up their lives to protect our land. But among these faces was a traitor that broke the Niven tenets. I stopped walking upon reaching the clearing, the heart of Niven. I looked around before shouting. Who among you has lost a family member? I shouted. There was only silence. Confused faces gazed back at me. Someone died in a foreign land, and, I paused, blood pumping wildly in my veins. I was too angry to think straight, I was not informed. I looked at the faces around me, at the men and women of Niven, daring them to meet my gaze and tell me the truth. Death is a painful event not only to the family but to all of us here. Death is not something we should keep from each other. We honor the dead. We bring them back to be welcomed by the motherland. We offer prayers so the moons will set light upon their paths to meet the gods. I gritted my teeth. And yet, you kept from our society a death. I saw shuffling of feet, mostly from the women. And I understood them. I had not expressed anger such as this in the past. What was written in the tenets about death? That upon the death of a Niven in a foreign land, the body must be immediately retrieved to protect the Niven identity. I shouted in frustration. I could feel the veins in my forehead tightening. Salvatore was watching me from a distance. He also stood with his family, all 7 of them. I looked around. The Mirasols were complete, all 5 of them. Beside them were the Puges, all 4 of them. And from behind were Sandalosses, all 8 of them. I started walking around, counting the heads of each family. No one seemed to be missing. A dozen families shivered as I walked past them, all complete. I looked behind me and found Elder Mayon. His face wore a mask of serenity. Could he have been making a fool out of me? I walked farther along until, in the darkness of the night, I saw one family huddled together. Alicia? I asked. The mother's shoulders jerked. Then she looked up. Her arms were holding her children, and I started counting. There were Jerem, Nolan, Pedro, Alice, Meninda. Joros was missing. I stared into Alicia's eyes questioningly. She paled as though to confirm my doubts. Was it Joros then? I asked. All at once, my rage dissipated. How could it be Joros? How could it be from Alicia Rella's family? The gods could be so cruel. Alicia rushed towards me and knelt before me. She grabbed my coat and started crying. Chief Hunter, please, I beg you, she wailed. I was supposed to tell you. I planned on telling you, but... All around us, the crowd went wild. There were gasps. I heard women wailing, talking to each other. The men were silent, as though they understood Alicia. And a part of me did, too, although it was wrong of her to keep this information from us. From the Nivens. I was supposed to tell you. Believe me, Chief Hunter. Please, I beg you. She said pleadingly. My husband had long ago met with the creators, and I couldn't risk becoming nameless. I have 5 more children. I cannot be nameless. What would become of them? Who would look after them if we are not welcomed in Niven as equals? My shoulders sagged. I had expected, hoped, That it would not be from her family. I watched as the woman wailed in front of me, clutching at my coat, begging me to not make her nameless. But these weren't my rules. These weren't my tenets. These were the community's. Alicia Rella, I said in a deep, guttural voice. I did not want to finish what I was about to say, but my authority made me the bearer of the sad curse. Your household is no more. You will live your days as nameless. Your children and the children they will bear are no more. You will walk Niven breathing and yet dead. Then I turned around. I could not stay to watch and listen to her wails, to her incessant pleading asking for forgiveness. Chief Hunter, she shouted. It wasn't my fault. It was the circumstance. Had I told you, what would have happened? You would retrieve the body of my son. And when he was back home and offered to the creators, what then? My family would still bear the shame of having a death outside Niven. What would you have me do? How I reacted was normal. What did you expect? I stared at her, my heart was breaking for her children. Her dead husband, Herod, was a dear friend. Honesty, I said. I walked away and vowed not to look back regardless of whether or not she called out. I passed beside Salvatore, who nodded his head at me as though in approval. Kobe was standing alone at the far end. He looked angry. I felt horrible. The bell tower was sounded again to reinforce the pronouncement I made. Now, we had to go to Canella and retrieve Joros's body. Our identities could not be compromised more than they already were. I needed to have Pyper back with me, otherwise, my household would be in danger too. No Niven wanted to be branded as one of the nameless. Elder Mayandilo. I felt sorry for Alicia Rella and her children. The punishment was harsh in all aspects. It was as Alicia argued, she had no choice. Either way, she would have ended nameless. But it was, from the little pieces of my knowledge, what the Niven tenets dictated. It was indeed a test of one's character and leadership when an event such as this happened. Right now, the Nivens went back to their tree houses. Worries hung over their heads like beacons. They had lived peacefully, keeping to themselves. They were no longer accustomed to what was happening outside, and for that, they were anxious. I was back in my cell. An hour ago, it felt good to get a glimpse of the world. The life of an elder required one to travel, and because of that, I was not accustomed to being confined in one place. I lay on the hardwood provided for my bed, but I could not sleep. Alicia Rella's wails kept on haunting me. What exactly did it mean to become nameless? Elder Mayandilo, you are being summoned to the town hall meeting. The chief hunter wants you, a stout Niven said. He looked edgy, and his lips were dark, which could only have developed from smoking tobacco. I sat up. Lead me to him, I said. The cell's hinges creaked as they opened wide to allow me to come out. Escorts surrounded me. Their hands were ready to bring out the sword in case I decided to run or summon my friends. When will they trust me? I wondered. Tonight, there were numerous stars scattered in the sky as though taunting us with their beauty, while down here on the mainland, people were suffering. I entered the tent and found Andoni talking to the Nivens. There will be 3 groups among us. We will leave Niven at the break of dawn. The first group will scout the area for the death tents. The second group will be the rescuing team. He paused, and I flinched. It wasn't as though we were rescuing someone still alive. I could feel the sadness in Andoni's voice. The third group will be in charge of cleaning up after the first 2 groups. Whatever traces the 2 groups leave behind, the last group must ensure that all such traces are removed afterward. He looked around, catching everyone's eyes, and measuring if they were listening to him. How big is the party? Salvatore asked. 36 men. What if the guards become suspicious? How will you fight them with 36 men? We do not engage in a fight. My instructions are clear. We will avoid the palace guards. Salvatore did not look convinced, but he did not say another word. A show of hands? Andoni asked. One by one, the hands of the Nivens shot up in the air. Bombay started writing down the names of the volunteers. Andoni saw me and nodded at me to acknowledge my presence. "I need you to join us," he said upon reaching me. "I can't turn invisible, Chief Hunter." "I will only make the journey harder for everyone," I said. Andoni looked displeased. "How can Niven's partner with anyone who refuses to take the first task that was asked of him?" I flushed. "It's not that, Chief Hunter," I replied. "Call me Andoni. Nivens have not accepted a partnership with the Elders Guild, but we will be having another meeting after we retrieve the boy's body. Expect that a decision will be reached by then." "You don't need me in the retrieval," I argued. Andoni turned to face me again. "Canella boasts of its war dogs. They are trained to sniff out intruders. We may be invisible to humans, but the animals must be treated differently." "War dogs?" I thought inside my head. It's going to be a challenge. "Nivens won't touch the war dogs. You have to promise that," I said. "Why?" I wondered if it was right to divulge the weakness of my power to this man. "Animals are my friends. I won't have them treated with disrespect," I said simply. "You have my word. Nivens won't touch a war dog as long as it doesn't threaten to rip us into shreds." "I understand," I said. "Later, then. We leave at the break of dawn. You have a few hours to prepare your pack."
Quila Tash. When I woke up, I stared up at the sky. There were no more stars, as though it was about to rain. I sat and looked beside me. Goemi did not seem like she had moved in her sleep. The night was still dark, but it was time for me to get up and cook. For the past few days, I left that task to Goemi because I hated her. But that changed now that we had somehow become friends. I stood up and walked softly so as not to wake Goemi. But just my luck, the sounds of the horses' hooves suddenly filled the air. I searched where it was coming from. Behind me, Goemi sat up. Her eyes looked concerned. "Do you think it's them?" she asked as she stood beside me. "I don't know. I don't see anyone yet," I said. From behind the trees, a horse appeared. On its back was a boy. The dark was shrouding him, so it was difficult for me to make out who he was. "Is it Mayo?" Goemi asked. I squinted, and soon enough, I recognized the plump cheeks. "It's him," I said. My stomach twisted as though fish had started swimming inside it when I realized that he was alone. I did not get an answer to my question because Goemi ran towards Mayo. In a split second, I did the same. We reached Mayo almost at the same time, both of us panting. I could not say a word. I stared at Mayo's tired face. There were circles around his eyes as though he had not slept. His hair was a mess, as though he had been traveling hard. "Where are they?" It was Goemi who dared to ask what I was dreading to say. Mayo's eyes met ours. "The palace soldiers got Kino." "What? Where are Arden and Pyper?" I said. "They followed the palace soldiers. They will rescue Kino," he said. "Dear gods," Goemi muttered. "Where are they headed?" "The Canellan Palace, I suppose," Mayo said. That was when it all came back to me. The conversation Mayo and I had where he said that when Kino started presenting, the Emperor went mad. Dear gods. May the moon shine on their paths. I paled at the thought. Goemi was as pale as I was, if not more. "Is he the boy?" I stammered. "The boy the Emperor wanted dead," Mayo finished for me. "He is." I went even paler. "I knew it. I knew you'd only bring us trouble. Right from the moment your girlfriend shouted that Arden had a sword, I knew you'd bring nothing but trouble. And now Arden could die saving Kino." I shouted. I hated to admit it, but right at that moment, I wanted to run to Canella and save Arden. Forget about Kino and Pyper. I was walking very fast in circles. "She's not my girlfriend," Mayo shouted. He had dismounted from his horse. "I don't know about you, but I came back here to tell you what happened so that if friendship ever meant anything to you, you'd join me in rescuing all three of them." Mayo's eyes were piercing. He was angry and frustrated. Probably because of how I had reacted. I stared at him silently. Calmness still had not found me. So you're one to talk about friendship and yet not understand it, Mayo said to me. After lecturing me about calling Kino a murderer, look who's turned her back on a friend. I flushed. He was right, and I felt ashamed. At least calling my friend a murderer didn't kill him. But turning your back on Arden could. So, who's the worst friend? He said. Every word Mayo said was accurate. I blinked back several times and averted my face away from his gaze. Come on. Mayo shouted. Let's rescue them. Don't tell me that I rode all the way here to hear you say you won't come with me? He was literally tearing at his hair in frustration. Goemi looked like she'd been doused with a bucket of cold water, tense and with pale lips. I don't think I can stay here knowing that they're all in danger, she said softly. Her lips barely moved, and it was as though I was dreaming. Everything was happening in slow motion. Mayo glared at me again. And you? Will you join us? I stared at him dumbfounded. I felt ashamed of myself. I wanted Arden safe, but that meant deepening my association with Kino, the boy the Emperor wanted dead. Would it be a wise move to do that? But then again, Arden was out there trying to save the boy's life. Yes, I said. I'll go with you. We have to take Miro, Mayo said. What? I stared at him in disbelief. We'll leave him here with Nia. No. He can freeze the hearts of the palace soldiers. Once he does that, it will be easy for us to rescue Kino. I don't feel comfortable using his power for this, Goemi said, shaking her head. What are you so afraid of? Mayo asked. That some soldiers may die? But what about our friends? Those soldiers, Mayo said, pumping his fists in the air, meant to bring Kino to the Emperor. What do you think will happen then, huh? It's not like the Emperor wanted to adopt Kino. The Emperor wanted Kino dead. Dead. Do you understand me? He shouted. When still no one answered, he kicked at a rock on the ground and sent it flying yards away. Arg! He shouted. I can't believe this is how you're reacting. I'll ask Miro to come, Goemi said. I turned to stare at her. Mayo did too. Perhaps I can make him understand. I'll talk to him, she said. Then Goemi walked towards the hut. I followed her in a trance. Hey, Mayo said as his hand grabbed my elbow. I looked at his flushed face. His eyes were sunken. He really did look worried. Thank you. I blushed. It's not a problem, I mumbled. Then we raced towards the hut to convince Miro to join us. I could not stop thinking about Arden. I knew how crazy he was. Kino would not die because Arden would rather lose his life than see a friend die. I shivered. I wish I had Arden's courage. After much thought and discussion, we finally settled on a plan. Nia would be let out from the confines of the room holding her prisoner, although this part was the most difficult to negotiate with Miro, especially since he had not spoken a word during the ordeal. Luckily, when we let Nia out of the room, Miro just grunted but did not do anything terrifying anymore. All of us sighed in relief after that. The other surprise of the day was Miro immediately agreeing to join the rescue mission. He did not say yes, but nor did he say no, either. Instead, he listened as his head swayed to and fro as though he was playing. And when Goemi started packing some things, he did not object. His actions were as good as him saying yes. We only have 2 horses, Mayo said. This will make it harder for us to catch up on them. We can buy some more. I have Arden's gold coins with me, I volunteered. Forgive me, Arden, but some of the coins need to be used so I can come after you and save you. Goemi shook her head. No. Arden's been saving that all his life, she said. I felt my affection towards her growing. I don't care if he yells at me for spending some of the gold coins. But what good is a circus show if the magician's no longer around to perform? Goemi froze. You're right. Come on, Mayo said. We have to start moving now. Nia joined us. Where are they headed? She asked. Canellan Palace, Mayo replied without looking at her. I'm not good with directions, I said. Mayo frowned. I know a bit about Akean maps. I study them in the library whenever Kino and I sought adventures. Mayo was waving his hands in his usual manner as though he could not say anything without making some wild gestures. Then he stopped when his eyes fell upon Nia. His mouth hung open. I looked around me. Miro tensed, and Goomy froze. What? I asked them. What's wrong? Mistress Lamare Amerk, Mayo said softly, almost in reverence. Chapter 3, History. Marcella Benilda. I stared at the long table I had asked the kitchen mistress to prepare. Since Wind arrived in Amer, the only time I was able to talk to him was when I came to his room uninvited. That did not even go well. I had several invitations sent to him to join me for dinner, but he always declined. We were strangers. Maria approached me. My queen, the Emperor regrets to inform you that he won't be joining you for dinner tonight, she said. Maria bowed down as though she was apologetic, and I had to avoid her eyes so she would not see my disappointment. Maria poured wine into my goblet, and I watched as the red liquid slowly brought life to my cup. I grabbed the goblet and threw it hard across the far end of the table. The poor woman flinched and hurried over to clean up the shards. Get out! I yelled at her. Leave me alone. She flinched again as though my words had stung her. I clutched my head, and sobs racked me. Frustration oozed from all my pores. I had wanted to have Wind here with me, to make him see that we could be allies, and yet, all he did was avoid me. How would I make him understand that leaving him was something I abhorred? That it killed me more than it harmed him? My queen, a calm voice said. Go away. I don't need anyone here, I said tersely. A wave of calmness penetrated my being, and my sobs subsided. I glanced at the woman who spoke and lost my voice when I saw who she was. I remembered her face from a dream, although today, her eyes were not reflecting the burning lava of Karasthea. She was the woman who had been walking towards me when the lava hurled towards us. It would have hit her because she was blocking me, but at the last minute, she had moved sideways, leaving the lava hurling straight towards me and burning me on the spot. My body went cold. Who are you? Who allowed you to seek my audience? And at this hour? I demanded. I have to admit that as much as I wanted to be mad at the woman, I could not bring myself to be, and that in itself was a puzzle. My queen, I am Solarin Douglas, the Emperor's advisor and peacemaker, she said, bowing before me. It doesn't matter who you are. I didn't summon you. You have no right to stand before me, unannounced, I said. I paled upon recognizing the woman in front of me. Her face did not change. There was a slight upturn of her lips, but her eyes remained kindly and calm. Forgive me, my queen. I'm here to talk to you about your son, she said. I raised my eyebrows at her. What business is it of yours? I growled. As much as it is the Emperor's, she said calmly. I wanted her out of my sight because she reminded me of the dream that I had. The one where I died. She was the one with me when that happened. How do I prevent it from happening? I needed to run away from her or to send her away from me. What exactly do you need from me? I asked. Your presence. I almost choked. My presence? But I can't be around her. I shook my head. That's ridiculous. I have a palace to run. Leave it temporarily with your advisor. Leave it with the general. You will find a way. I was the one who convinced your son to see you. I was shocked but decided not to let her see it. This woman appeared to know more about Wind than I did, no matter how many spies I had sent to Canella to watch my son's activities and report them to me. He doesn't need me. He wouldn't even dine with me, I said. Your Majesty, you are like a child. What did you expect? For him to come crawling back to you after you deserted him? He wants you back in his life, but he doesn't know it yet. He craves for your love the way the land craves the rain in summer. That's not how I see it. We are free to make our opinions based on what we know, but out of all the opinions, there is one that always happens to be closest to the truth. Why should I listen to you? I asked. Because I have no reason to lie. I have always loved your son. Although truth be told, he hasn't always returned the affection, she said. There was a trace of sadness in her voice that only one accustomed to the same emotion could probably detect. A long time ago, after he came to your palace and you ignored him, he came back to us tormented and hurt. He could not understand why his own mother would not even speak to him. Why would his own blood not welcome him inside the palace gates? I hated that incident abysmally. It was the right thing to do back then, but if I were given a chance to relive that moment, I wasn't sure I would have acted in the same manner again. I regretted it, and yet, it was essential. That's when I learned more about you. Did you know that he had prepared a feast in Minoan because he was expecting that you would go back with him? I'm a pale woman, but I was pretty sure that if skin could go translucent, mine would have already done so with the way I was feeling now. I shook my head as a lump formed inside my throat. You didn't know how much he suffered chasing after the first woman he ever loved. He was rejected. His power was a manifestation of his emotions. He's as strong as his emotions allowed him. That's where the danger lies. He had fought with palace soldiers, and he had been summoned to the palace. Not in a good way, she said, pausing. He had been summoned by the former emperor himself for accosting an ally of Canella, you, Win's own mother. I did not realize that I was standing up in front of Saul until that moment that my knees felt so weak I had to slump back in my seat. My gaze was fixed on her face. I offered myself to the emperor and vowed to serve the emperor in exchange for Win's life. That is why Win's life is now strongly intertwined with mine, she finished. What do I have to do? Come with us. For a while, at least. When we leave for Canella, follow us. Win loathes me, I said. If you follow him uninvited and swear to protect him, he will hear the truth in your words. And maybe, she paused. For a moment, I believed that her eyes filled with tears. He would learn to love again. Then perhaps realizing that she had shown vulnerability, she masked her emotions and said, Akean needs a compassionate leader, never a ruthless one. It will be the best weapon to quench any rebellion. Let me think this over, I muttered. If what Saul said were true, then maybe I had to do as she said, but that meant that I would always be beside her. And my death would not be that far away if that happened. By your leave, Your Majesty, I ask permission to be dismissed, she said. I almost laughed at her inconsistency. She came here uninvited, and yet here she was, asking my permission to dismiss her. I nodded curtly, and she turned away. Wait. I said. What happened to Goryo? Saul looked at me. Nobody knows what became of him. When the palace soldiers took us, Goryo did not bother to follow us. He was even the one who asked the soldiers to take Wind with them. That's impossible. Goryo loved, our son. Goryo despised the fact that Wind assaulted you and your people. I blanched. After all these moon turns, he must have still loved me. I waved my hand at Saul, and she went away. I rested my forehead on my right palm, absorbing all that Saul had revealed to me. I had no news about Goryo Aaron, either. The last I heard was that he was in Amer, but he disappeared so abruptly that even the spies I hired weren't able to find him. It was as though he had ceased to exist. I remembered his face and felt a harrowing feeling as our memories together came flooding back to me, the good and the bad. The memory sent me on a journey back to my old life as a simple grape picker's wife, and my eyes started to water. For the millionth time, I wondered if I may still be in love with him.
Chapter 4, The Rescue. Dogan Ronda. The high palace walls of Amer glinted in the sun, and I stood mesmerized by its grandeur. It was the Queen's place, and because of that, I had to be cautious searching for Kino, Pyper, and Mayo because the Queen was an open supporter of the Emperor. Niven appeared right in front of me, and I jumped. These Nivens were really irritating. What now? He asked. We wait, I said thoughtfully. I think the Elder tricked us into believing they headed this way, Niven complained. It's not yet too late to turn your back on me, I said in a low rumble. If they did not want to be with me anymore, that was fine with me. After all, my promise was primarily to Lamare and only secondary to the chief hunter. We'll have no honor if we abandon you, no matter how recklessly you make your decisions, he said. I grunted and balled my fists. This man was testing my patience. It will do all of us good if you roam the walls outside the palace and listen to gossip. Sometimes, gossip is far better than the information the spies bring, I said. We've nothing better to do, So I guess that's what we could do to pass the time, Niven said. Niven vanished again, and I could swear to myself that as he left, I heard other people moving around. Maybe I had spent such a long time with Nivens that I could now hear their footsteps no matter how lightly they trudged. I removed my sword from its sheath and covered it with a cloth. I should keep it here in the inn, otherwise, this might draw attention. I did not know if the Emperor had issued orders to capture me, but I had better be ready. The next thing I did was shave my hair and beard. I studied myself in the mirror. The soldiers would still be able to recognize me. The door to my room opened with a thud, and in came Niven. "You can't go out alone," he said earnestly. "I had walked only a few yards from the inn when I caught sight of your drawings. The Emperor has put a price on your head. 500 gold coins." My mouth hung wide open. Niven approached me. "We have to leave the inn now. I think the innkeeper will blow the whistle on the palace guards any time now." What he had said had not fully registered to me when I heard a loud bang on the inn's main door. Niven jumped to his feet and turned invisible at once. Then he grabbed my hand. "Too late," he said. "The Queen's guards are already here." He pulled at me, and I had to shrug him off. "Wait, I have to bring my sword." I grabbed it from the closet quickly and strapped it to my waist. Then I watched as my body vanished right before my eyes. Niven jumped from the window of my room, and I had only a second to follow him. His hands gripped my wrist so tightly that I landed awkwardly on my feet. I felt a shooting pain in my left leg and wondered if I had injured my bad leg further. "Run now," Niven said urgently. I saw an outline of his body and followed it. I grimaced each time my left foot touched the ground. If this was already such a pain, then the rescue of the children was going to be an even greater challenge. I glanced behind me at the inn and saw the Queen's guards filling the yard while some were peering through the window of the room I occupied. Chapter 5, In Mourning. Kino Amerk. I opened my eyes, and I felt nauseated because everything was moving all around me like I was riding a ship, and the waves were taunting the captain to make the ship dance. My face was sore, and I could feel a pricking pain developing on its right side. I could barely see with my right eye, which was probably because of a bad wound. I tried looking down to my feet and caught a glimpse of my left leg bound with bandages. At least, these soldiers had been kind enough to tend to the arrow wound. My stomach grumbled, and I felt sick. I was tired, hungry, and aching all over. My body parts were numb where the ropes bound them. I wished I did not go away alone on this journey. If Pyper and Mayo were with me, perhaps the soldiers would not have caught me. Pyper would have probably been able to think of something to trick the soldiers. And Mayo, with all his bluntness, would have been able to throw the general off course by saying something scathing and mean. But then I remembered the danger I brought upon my friends, and I thought to myself that it was right that I had left them behind. I blinked back the tears that started forming in the corners of my eyes. I promised Pyper that I would have courage. That I would not run any more. If I stayed, would it mean the same thing as captivity? Beside me was a man who looked old enough to be my father. In the darkness, I saw him glance at me. There was a trace of worry in his eyes, and I did not know if he was genuinely worried about me or if he were concerned I would die before I reached the Emperor. "Try not to move, boy," he said in hushed tones. "The general wants you punished for hitting him in the face." I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. My throat was dry. "Water, please," I begged. The man looked around first before pulling the horse to a stop. "Open your mouth," he ordered in a voice that commanded attention. The other soldiers glanced at us. Then I felt the cold water trickle down my face. I edged my head higher so that my mouth could catch the liquid, but it was like a game to the soldier. He either pulled back or pushed forward the water. The other soldiers laughed. "Enough of the show," the soldier said quietly. "Drink now, boy," he said. This time, the water fell straight to my mouth, and I was thankful for it. I looked sideways to signal the soldier that I wasn't thirsty anymore. He pulled at the reins again, and the horse I was strapped to started moving. "Where are we?" I asked. "Anerida." "How long before we reach Canella?" "Not in less than a month," he said. "What's the hurry?" I shook my head and stared at the leaves of the trees covering us. Every now and then, the leaves would part, and the sky would peer at me. Escape was all I could hope for now. If it would take us a month to reach Canella, then it meant that's how long I still have before I finally face the Emperor. "What's your power?" I asked the soldier. He grunted and laughed weakly. "Where I came from, it is considered inappropriate to ask someone about one's power," he said. "Oh. I'm sorry. I wished he would have answered me. That way, I would know what power I could use to help me in my escape." "It's all right. I'm not thin-skinned like the Akeans." "Will the general allow me to straddle the horse?" "I'm uncomfortable in this position," I said. The soldier eyed me warily. "Why did you punch him?" I met the soldier's eyes, and some memories flashed inside my head. He was there days ago in the Loondu Palace. The soldier that I bumped against. He had looked worried then, the way he did now. The soldier was waiting for my response. "We were all surprised to see you throw such a strong punch. Caught the general off guard," he said. I wondered if that strength came from the general or from one of the soldiers nearby when I threw the punch. If only I knew whose power it was, I would be able to use it to my advantage. "The general killed my last hope," I said. "Your last hope? Of escaping the Emperor?" I shook my head and closed my eyes. I could feel the uneven road we were traveling on. Each bump sent me thumping against the saddle. I fought the urge to groan in pain. Of finding my mother. The soldier fell silent after that. Of the bunch of soldiers around, he was the one who seemed to care a little about me. "Your mother?" he asked. "I lost her. Only the news of her death reached me. The man she trusted came to me and told me that my mother was gone," I said. I tried so hard to prevent my voice from breaking, but I could not help it. The pain of losing my mother was still too much for me to bear. The soldier bent down to look at me and wiped my wet cheeks. I pulled back from him in embarrassment. My right cheek throbbed even from the lightest contact with his gloved fingers. "I'm sorry," the soldier said. "Time will heal your pain." I gazed at the sky above, wondering when that time would come. "Right," the soldier said. "What?" "When I lost my wife, I started to write," he said. "It helps if there's someone to talk to, but there aren't always willing ears to listen to sad stories. So, write." I could imagine Mayo laughing at me if he saw me carrying a parchment and a pen to write about what I felt. I would never hear the end of it. At least the thought made me smile. "You can laugh about it, but trust me. Your friends will eventually get tired of hearing you talk about how much you miss your mother. Sooner, it will just be you and your thoughts. And if there's no one to talk to, what would you do?" "Maybe I'll try it when my hands are not bound by ropes," I said. The soldier looked at me, concerned. "Why are you being friendly to me?" I asked. At that, he grunted. "I'm not. But I don't think you're dangerous enough." "Dangerous? Do they think I am dangerous? Like how? Do they think I might explode the way the Emperor did when he learned who my mother was?" I asked in a controlled voice. I was upset, but I did not want to catch the other soldiers' attention. Who was Swordless Amerk aside from the Emperor's royal scribe? Or should I say former royal scribe? I did not answer because I had nothing to offer. Amerk is a common name in Akean. There had been several Amerks who became emperor. But I see no connection with why the Emperor could be so keen on capturing you. He paused. "What can you move now?" "Huh? With your power. What can you do with Distantecus?" I forgot about that. The stupid power that got me into all this mess. "I don't know. I don't think I can move anything," I said. And it wasn't a lie. I was only able to manifest Distantecus because Pyper was with me making a wooden box float by lifting it up and throwing it around while she was invisible. That's why I don't understand any of it, the soldier said. You're a mere boy? He said the last statement as though he did not mean for me to hear. I wanted to tell him that it was a big question for me too, but I dared not. Will you help me escape? I asked. For a while, my heart stopped beating. The soldier tensed. From where I came from, it is most inappropriate to ask someone to renounce his honor, he said grimly. I did not understand what he said, but with the way his body tensed, it was as good as him saying a resounding no. Then please ask the general to let me have my rest. I can't feel my legs anymore, I begged. The soldier nodded solemnly. That's where I can still be of service to you, he said before stopping the horse and handing the reins to another soldier. I will have a word with the general. Watch him, he said.
Chapter 6, Writing. Pyper, San Diego. Arden had his back to me, and I was gripping his sides tightly. We lost some time yesterday when we slept late, and this resulted in us waking late as well. The good thing was, Arden was an excellent tracker. And now, we were back, a few miles away from the Canellan soldiers. Suddenly, Arden stopped the horse, and I lurched forward, pressed against his back. Why did you stop? He exhaled. I don't have a plan, Pyper.
Neither do I admitted.
What do we do now? I guess staying as close to them as possible without getting noticed is our best chance. Where do you think Mayo went? I paused. Mayo's such a stubborn boy, but I'm sure he's racking his brains to figure out a way to follow us. He has probably talked the rest of the gang to track us down. Are you sure? Because we can use Miro's power, Arden said so matter-of-factly that I blanched. Do you know that you're suggesting murder? I said. Arden shrugged. It's not murder if the soldiers are going to kill us anyway. It's self-defense. It's premeditated. That doesn't sound like self-defense to me. Arden frowned. We've no choice, chum. Besides, Goemi can revive them. All we have to do is tie them up when they're all passed out, and Goemi will give them back their lives. Then we run. It was not a good plan, but still a plan. One that could work if only Miro were here with us. Right now, we have to ensure that we're always close by. If an opportunity opens up, then we can rescue Kino. Who knows? Maybe a chance will open up for us. The gods used to favor me in the past, he said. Do you think Mayo and the group will come after us? Maybe. Except for Nia, Arden answered. Anyway, I don't know if she would be of much help. She doesn't remember anything. She's very pretty, though. Pretty? I find it highly inappropriate that you should talk about someone being pretty at a time like this. I frowned. We need all the powers we can get. Anything would help us. Arden shrugged. All right, maybe that was inappropriate. Do you want to visit their camp tonight? I asked. We can both be invisible and at least see how Kino is doing. Arden looked grim and determined. He pulled down the tip of his hat. Let's move a bit closer to their camp so we won't have to walk very far later. I nodded. Arden kicked at the horse again, and it neighed. Shh, Arden said. Quiet, or you'll bring us trouble. As though the horse understood, it stopped neighing before it started prancing. Arden was the one who made the horse invisible in the meantime. Later, it will be my task to do that. When we were more than a mile away, Arden stopped the horse again. This is it, he whispered. He jumped from the horse, and his gooey figure landed on the ground. I did the same. Wait here, he said. I'll tie the horse, and we'll start out for the soldiers' camp. I watched as Arden walked away with the invisible horse and tied the rope against the tree trunk. When he was finished, he walked back towards me. Let's go. This time, his voice sounded uncertain. I followed his lead. Are you scared? I asked. Terrified. Me too, I said. Arden sprinted lightly, and I traced his steps. When we got closer to the camp, he stopped. Over there, he said, pointing to a large tree. I think we can manage to get there without being caught. How will Kino know we're right behind him? I don't want him to think that rescue's not coming. Arden did not answer me right away. Instead, he walked towards the tree and started climbing. "I have an idea," he said. The next thing I knew, I was dangling on a vine while Arden was on the other end, working the vine from the top of the tree. He chose a sturdy branch that was thick enough to support both our weights. I held my breath as slowly, Arden lowered the vine. If I were close enough to Kino, he would be able to copy my power and he would see my gooey figure. When that happened, he'd know it was me. 2 soldiers were guarding him. When I was close enough, I saw his bruised face. His right eye was half closed as a serious wound festered under his eye. His usually unkempt hair was even more disheveled, and his right leg was wrapped with a dirty bandage. He looked awful. I tightened my hold on the vine, careful not to make any noise as Arden lowered me further. I was a few yards away from Kino now. When I got closer, I saw what Kino was doing. He was writing on a parchment. At a time like this? Really? He seemed as odd as Mayo sometimes. The night sky was not dark tonight. Instead, Sisis and Luna illuminated the sky, and it was as though they were providing light for Kino, so he could write whatever it was he wanted to pen down. "I'm starting to forget how you smile. The way your hand touches my hair on the sides and the way your laughter sounds when I make a crazy joke." I swallowed as the realization hit me that Kino was writing what he was feeling. Was it a diary of sorts? I wished I could forget what I had read. It felt wrong to read something so intimate, no matter how close as friends we were. One of the soldiers was snoring, but the other was wide awake. It would be risky to talk to Kino. I looked up, and I could only imagine Arden peering down at me. I tugged at the vine so that he would stop lowering me. At this distance, I knew that Kino could already copy my power. If only he would check on his power. Instead, Kino continued pouring out his thoughts on the parchment. I looked away because I did not want to read about his feelings anymore. He was hurting. I mean, I would have been devastated if my mother were to die. And to not see her before her death. That would be horrible. I could not think of a way to send a signal to Kino. "Look up," I urged inside my head. "Look up, Kino. I'm here." I kept on repeating inside my head. But Kino did not pay attention to me. He was oblivious to his surroundings. A thought hit me. I started peeling off some skin from the vine. I did it slowly so that I could pull a lengthy skin. When I was finished, I dangled it below me towards Kino. It was so thin that when it touched Kino's hair, he sat there as though nothing had happened. I tried it again and again until I saw him raise his arm up and scratch at his head. That was the moment I was waiting for. I let the vine skin graze his arm as though to tickle it. It worked. He looked up. His face did not change, and I thought he did not see me. But before he jerked his head back towards his notes, he looked around so abruptly that I knew he had seen my gooey image. In bold letters, he wrote at the back of the parchment. "Pyper?" He continued scribbling, and I tried to read what he wrote. "If it's you, touch me again or give me a sign." The soldier beside him peered at what Kino was doing. "What's that, boy?" he said. Kino shook his head. "Nothing. Some random thoughts," he said. The soldier looked around and upwards to where Kino was staring earlier. The soldier stood up, and he was gazing right through me. I tugged at the vine to signal Arden to pull me up. The soldier was eyeing where I was, but he could not see me. My breath had become loud enough for me to hear. I was unsure if it was just me or if it really came out loud. All I knew was that I could even hear the blood pumping in my ears. I tugged at the vine again, hoping that Arden was watching closely and would decide to pull me up. I crumpled the vine skin I was holding and dropped it on Kino's lap. He stood up, and fear painted his face. The soldier was watching Kino, and then he turned around as though to leave. He had taken only a step forward when the soldier turned around so quickly again, this time with his sword in his hands. He swung it against me. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and prayed that the soldier would miss. The sound of the sword was like a rumble of thunder that made me flinch. I opened my eyes and stared at the soldier, who looked to be satisfied. He was still confused about what Kino was looking at, but because his sword did not touch anything, he gazed up at me one more time without seeing me and sat back down. I let out a breath and pulled at the vine. This time, I felt myself being lifted. While I was being hauled up, Kino bent down to pick up the vine skin, which I had balled before dropping it to him. He folded the parchment he was writing on and tucked it in his belt. The soldier went towards him and bound his wrists. The night is getting crazy. The general will have my head if he sees that I removed the ropes holding you, so back to them you go, he said. When I reached Arden, I was very close to tears, but I told myself I shouldn't cry. We will be able to rescue Kino. Arden looked at me, concern etched upon his face. We'll get him back, he said. At least now he knows we're out here for him, he added as though to console me. Chapter 7, Who Am I? Mia Passup. What did you say? I asked. Instead of answering, the fat boy in front of me leapt to his feet and hugged me tightly. He buried his face against my chest. Kino would be so happy if he were here, he said. Then he hugged me tightly again. I glanced all around me, and Quila's face was a mask of confusion. Miro's eyes had a dangerous glint in them. I glanced at Goemi, who went as pale as snow. What did you say? I said, pulling away from the boy. I had to do it because Miro's face had turned dark, the rage clearly building again. I did not want to go back inside the room, so I pushed the boy away. What do you mean? Don't you remember me? The boy asked. I stared at him, trying to recall a memory, but nothing came to me. I shook my head. Goemi stood up and grabbed me. What are you talking about? She hissed at Mayo. She's Tehran Erager. She's Kino's mother. What are you doing? The boy insisted. What did you say my name was? I asked, oblivious of the dangerous look on Miro's face. Tehran Erager, the fat boy said. I'm Mayo Kalo. I'm Kino's, your son's, best friend. You're lying. Goemi said. How can she be someone else's mother when she has always been with us? Mayo fumed. His mouth twisted, and his eyes bulged. You're the one who's lying. We've been looking for her all this time. He paused before looking back at me. We thought you died. I closed my eyes for a moment and tried to remember everything about the name. Tehran Erager. Tehran Erager. Tehran Erager. I kept repeating the name inside my head, but there weren't any memories associated with the name. I opened my eyes and stared at the boy. Nothing. There was no memory associated with the name. You must be mistaken, I said. I'm Mia Passup. I have children, the twins. No. He said vehemently. You have a child, not children. I glanced at Miro, who had stood up. He kept rocking on his feet as though he was agitated. I quickly moved towards him and put an arm around his waist. I'm Mia Passup, no one else, I repeated to Mayo. The boy looked confused. But I can't be mistaken. Why were you looking for me? I asked. Because Dogan said you died. We did not know how or where. But the Emperor was pursuing us during the Akean Wine Festival. You see, you allowed us to escape. But you stayed with Dogan to stop the Emperor, he paused. We did not know what happened after that. He's lying, Mama. Please, you have to believe us, Goemi uttered as though in a plea. We're your children. I pulled Miro tighter towards me to stop him from rocking. I put my cheek against his head and whispered, It's all right, baby. It's all right. Prove it, I said to Mayo. It has always been a mystery to me. What my power was. I had asked the twins, and they told me that my gift was making any man fall in love with me. I had laughed at that and did not believe them. Right now was my chance to find out if Mayo was telling the truth. What's my power? I asked. Mayo paused for a while. His eyes were still huge and round as though he could not believe that I would put him in such a dilemma. It has something to do with writing? I don't know exactly, but you wrote for the Emperor. Maybe you messed something up in the stories you wrote, which was why he chased after you, he said rapidly. Write something. Do it, he said in exasperation. Miro and Goemi tensed, but they did not protest when Quila handed me a paper and a pen. I took them and, without looking away from Mayo, asked, What will happen when I write something? I'm not sure, he said. You write? That's what Kino told me. Write anything, see what happens. You'll know I'm telling the truth. Mama, no. Don't listen to him. He's lying, Goemi said. I was bewildered that Mayo seemed to really know me, but he could not be right. You live in Wawang village. It's a town near Canela. You have a hut, but you were happy with Kino there, Mayo continued. Who is my husband? I asked. Mayo shook his head. I don't know. See? He's lying. Goemi said. All I know is that you go to the Canelan Palace every fortnight. You like swimming with Kino. I won't ever forget you, you know, he said. Why? Because you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, he said, flushing. Then he added, by far. I can't be mistaken. I slumped on the chair, shaking. Was this true? Was writing my power? But what specifically about writing was my power about? With trembling fingers, I held the pen upright and stared at the blank piece of paper in front of me. What happens if I write something? I asked. Mayo shook his head. I told you, I don't know. But you do write. If writing is my power, then it could either be that I can write extremely entertaining prose or touching poetry, or maybe I can make things happen when I write. I'm not sure. Maybe my writing will tell me who I am? Perhaps it can make me remember who I had been. I put the pen over the paper and was surprised to find that I produced the most graceful of scripts. I wrote, Who am I? The children all rushed forward to see what I had written. We held our breath, waiting for what would happen. Maybe the paper would magically form words and answer my question, but nothing happened. Mayo shuffled his feet uneasily. Write something else. I tried to think of something else to write, but nothing came. I did not think I was creative enough to weave stories. Once upon a time, there lived a. I stopped writing. A what? A gnome? A princess? A damsel in distress? I shook my head. I don't think writing is my power. No. You have to believe me. It is. Mayo pushed. Nothing's happening, I said. But there's got to be something. Write a command. Write something more specific. I did what Mayo told me. I wrote, Miro will smile at me. All of us stared at Miro, waiting for him to smile. His lips moved a little but nothing more. That's unfair. Miro never smiles. All he ever does is sulk. Mayo argued. But if it's her power, then it doesn't matter what Miro is like, Goemi said in a panicky voice. Quit it, Mayo. It's a lie, and we all know that. Mayo looked as though he was very close to tears. I'm telling the truth. Let's go and rescue Kino. He will tell you everything about you. Maybe he will make you remember who you really are, he said. I exhaled. Miro looked grim as his eyes stared blankly at the paper. Whatever Mayo was claiming could not be true. Or maybe, part of it was. But he could not offer me any proof. The name Lamare Amerk does not even ring a bell to me, but then, so did Nia Passup. Let's forget about this and focus instead on getting Arden, Pyper, and Kino back. It's not important who I am. I have my family here, I said and clasped Goemi's and Miro's hands. Mayo shook his head sadly as though he still believed what he said. I guess that's all we can do for now. But I promise you, once you talk to Kino, you will remember everything. Stop it! Goemi shouted. She was red all over. I told you to stop telling lies. Goemi. I said. It's all right. I don't believe him. Goemi stared at me, her eyes wide with hurt and watery from unshed tears. Wouldn't you be upset, Mama, if anybody else claimed your mother as his own? And your mother, even for just a while, doubted the truth in what you have said? I stood up and pulled Goemi and Miro closer to me. I hugged the twins tightly and pressed my face against their heads. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I said. I believe you. Over their heads, Mayo was still staring at me, like he was hurt because I did not believe him. And now, I was confused about who I really was. I was uncertain of so many things, but there was one thing I was sure of: even if I doubted my twins, I would have to keep it to myself, otherwise, Mayo could be in danger from Miro. I shivered at the thought. It seemed like the little exchange of words I had had with Mayo had left me with more uncertainties. Chapter 8, Questions. Quila Tash. I was trying to be logical about Nia Passip's family drama. Was she really the twins or Kino's mother? The trouble was, Kino wasn't here to make a claim or to offer proof of his association to Nia. On the other hand, the twins were here to lay down all the facts about their ties to Nia. We had dinner before we began packing some of the things we would need for travel. Pack lightly, I kept on telling Mayo, but he kept on putting apples inside his backpack like he was afraid we would not be passing any stall to replenish our food supplies. Ready? Nia asked. Now that Arden is not around, there's nobody else to lead us. As the oldest among us, Nia took on the role. I nodded at her. Goemi came out holding Miro's hand as though to guide him. We only have 2 horses with us, Nia said. I will ride with Mayo, she said. What? I muttered under my breath. Where will that leave me? I'm going to get stuck between Goemi and her crazy twin. Mayo shook his head. Better ride with the twins. Miro doesn't look happy about your suggestion, he said to Nia. I sighed in relief. Sometimes Mayo made sense. Or maybe, he was just afraid of Miro. I mounted the smaller horse and waited for Mayo to climb from behind me. When we were all mounted, Nia kicked at the horse that she was sharing with the twins. Where to? I shouted. North. Canela, Nia said. I kicked at the horse and missed and ended up kicking Mayo's shin. Ouch. He yelped. Oops, sorry, I said. I could sense him pouting behind my back. You should learn how to accept apologies, I said. When you're deliberately kicked, do you accept apologies so easily? He said. I flushed. Was he accusing me of deliberately kicking him? I fumed. You know what, you're impossible. I don't know why Kino and Pyper ever put up with you. You're the reason we're trying to rescue Kino in the first place. If you had not called him a murderer, he would not have gone running away. And he's got some loose nuts. Like you. I said. Then after I belted out, I flushed even deeper. Mayo was so infuriating. I waited for him to throw back some accusing words, but all he said was, I know. I felt like I was dipped in the pond. Somehow, I felt sorry for him. Why do you think I want to rescue him so much? Because if something happens to him, I will blame myself forever. He's like a brother to me, he said softly. That's why I'm sad that Mistress Lamare doesn't remember me. She was like a mother to me too, so picture this. I, who is an outsider from her family, felt betrayed when she could not remember me. How much worse do you think Kino would feel? I thought about it for a while. Maybe he would be as devastated if what Mayo was saying was true. Who was to know, though? Why did you do that? I asked. Do what? Claim that Nia is Kino's mother. Do you want to have your heart frozen by crazy Miro? Because it's the truth. Hell, it is, I muttered sarcastically. I know you don't have any reason to believe me, but give me credit on this one, all right? I wouldn't want to break up a family on a whim. Well, he certainly had a point there. But nothing seemed to really make sense. But you see them together, right? I mean, look how attached they are. Mayo laughed dryly. I only see them together now because crazy Miro kept her locked up in the room. Why do you think he keeps on locking her? Maybe because he did not want anyone to see Nia up close. That seemed valid to me. It's not that. He's very possessive of Nia. And even Goemi, I said, wondering if I should tell him about the times that Miro threw fits whenever Arden asked Goemi to come with us. I mean, that was lucid behavior to me. I also died a little inside whenever Arden did that, and that's because of jealousy. I don't know what happened after Dogen left her. Why does she have no memory? Mayo said as though thinking out loud. Well, you said so yourself that this Dogen told you that Lamare died, so why claim Nia is Lamare? Because she is, he said with so much certainty that for a while there, I believed him. I don't know why you're so sure about it. Because I will never forget her face. I laughed at that. What is it with boys and pretty faces? I don't understand it at all. Don't they ever realize that it's what's beneath the skin tone, the beautiful eyes and long lashes that counts? Well, the twins don't look like Nia, I said. See? I told you. And did you see Kino? Look at her. Kino's got her hair and her chin, Mayo said. I didn't really stare long enough at Kino to know, I said. Arden was prettier than Kino by far, and I would not waste my time staring at someone not so equally handsome. I almost choked when it hit me that I was also looking at Arden the way boys look at pretty girls. What a hypocrite I was. Then I remembered my conversation with Goemi a few days ago. The key is in their eyes, I said in a hushed voice. Mayo did not respond, so I decided to keep my mouth shut. If I told him about what I had noticed about the twins' eyes, Mayo might rage on and on about it, and it could lead to Miro freezing Mayo's heart. Even though my relationship with Mayo was far from amicable, I could not bear to see him lying on the ground, dead. We rode in silence after that. Chapter 9, Misunderstanding. The twins. I grabbed Miro's hand and pulled him away from Nia, Quila, and Mayo. I did not know what to do. This Mayo, he seemed to really know Nia. It was as though the gods were working against my twin and me again. Like they wanted to take Nia from us. When we were far from where the three were, I stopped. I pushed Miro against a tree. He grunted as his back hit the trunk. His head rolled to the side as though he had no control over his movements. Miro, I need to talk to you, I started. Please. I looked up at the sky and prayed to the gods and moons to hear me out. Then I glanced back at Miro. He was staring blankly at me this time. There was no drool on the side of his lips. We have a problem, I said. Mayo seemed to really know Nia. What are we going to do? He stared at me. His mouth opened like he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Do you think that Kino is really her son? I stared at my brother's eyes. I remember his name. Now I know why his name sounded so familiar. Nia uttered it when she first opened her eyes. Then it was never mentioned again. Oh, Miro. I don't know what to do. Miro clamped his hands around my arms. No. He said. Why did you even tell her that she's our mama? It was wrong, I said. Then I shook my head because it was more my fault. I was the sane one. I should have immediately corrected the lie. I knew Miro longed for a mother, but it was wrong to make someone believe she was ours. I hate myself for lying. I've come to love her, Miro. I know you do too. And if she finds out that we lied, what do you think will happen? She's going to leave us behind, I sobbed. Miro slumped to the ground, his back pressed against the trunk. He had his head between his knees again, which he usually does when he's either feeling shy, agitated, or naughty. Right now, it could only be agitation. Talk to me, please, I begged. I knelt in front of him and forced his head upward so he could stare me in the eye. That was the moment I remembered what Quila said days ago. About our crazy genes. I pushed the thought away. Listen to me. I know words are hard for you, but if you understand what I'm saying, blink now. I waited, and Miro blinked. I tried to think of how I could engage him in a conversation. If you agree with me or you want to say yes, blink once. Otherwise, blink twice. Miro blinked again. Once. We're in danger of being found out, I said. Miro blinked once. That means he's aware of our situation. Good. We can put an end to this. I can slow down the group, so we won't be able to come to Kino soon enough. That way, we'll have Nia with us longer. I waited. Miro blinked twice. I nodded. I agree. It was utterly selfish of me to think that way. What if Nia gets her memory back and leaves us? Are we going to travel alone again? He blinked twice. So, we're going to stay with them? Won't you get jealous? He blinked once. But you have to promise not to do anything bad to Kino, I said. He did not blink at all. I shook him. You have to promise. He stared at me. He looked confused, as though he wanted not to hurt Kino, and yet, part of him did. Dear gods, what am I going to do with you? I said, exasperated. If you're going to get jealous, then why do you want to rescue Kino? He did not blink. Stupid me, I cursed myself. How can you answer with a yes or no to a question that needs an explanation? I rephrased the question inside my head before asking again. Do you want to rescue Kino now? Miro blinked once. That means he'll be able to prove if Nia is really Lamare. Do you want that? Miro blinked twice. But that is something inevitable. If we rescue him, it's as good as losing Mia. Miro blinked twice. What do you mean? You don't want to rescue Kino? Miro blinked once. Then who do you want to go after? Pyper? Do you like her? Miro blinked twice. I paused. It's Arden, I said in a hushed voice. Miro blinked once. A lump rose in my throat, and I could not speak anymore. Even if Miro had not shown any affection towards Arden, maybe he had somehow understood that Arden was important to me. I hugged him tightly. Thank you, I whispered in his ear. Then I brushed away my tears. I stood up and pulled him up with me. Right now, here's the decision that we reached. We're not going to let Nia leave us even when Kino is already with us. We're going to rescue them. We're going to rescue Arden, I said. Miro did not show any reaction to all that I said. He had his head bowed as we walked back to the rest of the group. You're a swell brother, do you know that? I told him, still delighted that he wanted to go on the rescue mission because of Arden, because of what Arden meant to me. But as usual, Miro did not respond to what I said.
Chapter 10, The Chase. The Swordless Swordsman. The other night, when I hauled Pyper from the tree, I was saddened because I missed Quila. I did not know where she was right then, and that was after I vowed to myself that I would always protect her. However, I could not let Pyper go alone to rescue Kino. She was a little girl, and her only power was invisibility. Besides, us being both away from Niven, she brought forth good memories, what few of them I had, of the place. When the soldier swung his sword at Pyper, I had been afraid that the edge would find her. To a swordsman, anything that comes in contact with the blade, no matter how lightly, can be felt. And if that had happened, I was sure that there would have been two bodies now tied to the horse instead of one. We were lucky that night because the soldier guarding Kino was not so strict. But today, our friend was bound with ropes again. He was in a sitting position this time straddled to a horse. Several soldiers were walking around Kino's horse while several soldiers on horses surrounded him. My heart tightened at the sight of Kino being treated like he's a criminal, and the gods only knew that his only offense was really two. I stopped suddenly. Pyper was quiet from behind me. Her forehead bumped against my spine as the horse came to an abrupt halt. Why? I asked. Huh? Why did the soldiers take Kino? I need to understand why Kino was handled like this by the soldiers. The Emperor's a crazy man, she said. Pyper. I hissed. All right. It's a long story, and no one ever really figured out the answer to your question. I mean, who's to say? But these soldiers are going to take Kino to the Emperor. Why? Because he wanted Kino dead, she explained. I paled. Was Kino the boy Quila talked about? The one who caused havoc in Canella? In the Akean Wine Festival? The one who was able to turn himself invisible and manifest distant Tekis at the same time? What is his power, really? He managed to freeze Miro's heart, and he also copied Quila's power. I dismounted and pulled Pyper with me. Come on, chum. We have to talk, I said. I walked over to where we could stay hidden and not lose sight of the soldiers. Pyper sat beside me. Tell me all that I need to know, I said. I made myself visible and waited for Pyper to do the same. When she did not, I told her, show yourself. I need to see your eyes, so I will know you're not lying. Ion Noto. I played the message inside my head and called Rodora. The beautiful soldier entered my camp and bowed. You have instructions, General? She asked. We're going to Amer, I said. She looked doubtful. There's a different route that we could take, which could bring us faster to Canella. If we pass by Amer, it would mean a week's delay in reaching the Emperor. We'll reach the Emperor sooner if we go straight to Amer, I said, cutting Rodora short. She looked up at me, her eyes squinting. The Emperor is in his mother's palace, I said. He's been there for almost a fortnight now, and the information that reached me was that there's no assurance as to when he will leave for Canella. That's the fastest way we can take the boy to him, I said. Rhodora smiled. Then, so be it. I nodded. So be it. Mayo Colo. I stared at Mistress Lamare's back, and for the 100th time, I told myself that I could not be mistaken. The resemblance was so considerable even when she had her back turned on me. I mean, could Mistress Lamare possibly have a twin? After all, if Mistress Nia was her twin, it made sense that she could have twins of her own, ergo, Goemi and Miro. Kino never said anything about an aunt, although, come to think of it, Kino never told me anything about his family except for the bits and pieces about his mother. Why could not I remember what her power was? Kino said it had something to do with writing. But what precisely about it? How would I prove to the rest of the gang that Nia was Mistress Lamare? I wish Nia would begin remembering things. I didn't even know how she died. I should have asked Dogen. Anyway, it was all Kino's and his stupid emotions' fault. If he had not rushed away from Dogen, we would perhaps know what happened. If Kino had not sprinted off the way he did, maybe this dilemma of mine, of believing that Nia is Lamare and not being able to prove it, would long be over by now. There was something odd about these twins. Earlier, I saw Goemi pull Miro away and heard them talking. But I could not understand what they were discussing. Crazy Miro and his stupid monosyllabic responses. I mean, how difficult is it to say yes or no? Even a toddler could say that. I thought Miro was hiding something. Sometimes his eyes looked lucid enough to me. I don't know. Maybe I could trap him. If only I weren't so scared of his power. Quila, I don't think we can catch up to the soldiers fast enough, I said. What are you saying? We need to find a shortcut. Or find some other way to make the soldiers run slower. How in the world are we going to do that? I don't even know where we are, she said. I scratched my head, disappointed. Ask Goemi. She's been traveling all her life. Maybe she would be able to look for a faster route, I said. All right, she said before kicking her horse several times to catch up with the others. Wait up, Quila shouted when only a few yards separated us. Nia pulled at the reins, and the horse slowed down before it wriggled its head and turned to face us. We can't camp again, Goemi said. We started on the journey an hour ago. No. It's not that, Quila said. We have to be faster. How can we do that? Goemi seemed to consider what Quila said. Reroute. I nodded. Yes, we have to find another way. Fishing, Miro said. Stupid Miro, I muttered under my breath. Goemi's eyes lit up. That's right. We can't go fishing. There's got to be another way, I said. No. Follow us, Goemi said. Then she pointed Nia in a different direction. On the riverbank, several dark-skinned men were wearing wide-brimmed hats. The sleeves of their shirts were rolled up to their elbows. Nia was talking to them. Quila was also with them holding her pouch of gold coins. After a while, everybody seemed to be in agreement, and Nia and Quila walked towards us. I stood up. What now? They gave us passage. Goemi paled. How many coins? Arden won't mind, Quila said. You shouldn't have been open-fisted spending them. The coins would be the manifestation of Arden's dream, Goemi said. Quila flushed, and her eyes registered fury, but she did not say anything. Ready? Nia asked. I nodded and mounted the horse while Nia began pulling at the other horse. When we reached the bank, the two men helped us ride the boat. I caught my breath as the horse danced, afraid of the sudden motion the boat made. I exhaled when I had crossed the boat and recognized that I had made a huge mistake. I shouldn't have ridden the horse into the boat. The horse and I could have fallen, and rescue would have been difficult. I waited while Nia, Goemi, Quila, and Miro came on board. How many days, Master Damien? Nia asked. 3 days if the gods will permit. Where will we be in 3 days? I asked. North of Amer, a town behind the Queen's palace, Master Damien said. We're lucky. The winds are with us. The current is also strong. If this doesn't change, we could be there even before noon of the 3rd day. Nia nodded. Very well, Master Damien, she said. We'll take the cabin and rest for a while. The vessel wasn't so big. In fact, if we had another horse with us, I was almost sure that the vessel would sink if we were to encounter rough waters. But it was fast, and the 2 men who were steering it seemed to be experts in plying the waters. Is there a cook? I asked. Nia laughed. No. This is not a ship. And we have to rely on hard bread and stew. That's what you always fed Kino. I yelled. Nia flushed. She looked at the rest of the group and me before answering. Well, if you're telling the truth, that would make me a terrible mother if that's what I only got to feed him. She laughed nervously. Her brow rose in doubt. Come on, let's get inside the room and eat whatever we have in our packs. Quila jabbed me with her elbow as I entered the room. Better keep your mouth shut. Do you really want Crazy Miro to freeze your heart? Of course not. I wanted to tell her. But it wasn't my fault that I said what I had. The words escaped my mouth involuntarily. The room was no bigger than Kino's room in their hut. A double bunk bed was situated in the far end, and that was it. Miro sat down on the bottom bunk, and Nia sat beside him. Goemi did too, which left the top bunk for Quila and me. I sighed as I climbed the wooden ladder and bumped my head against the ceiling. Quila seemed to have a much better job at climbing. She sat beside me with ease. I thought we were going to eat, I said. Well, go fetch something from your pack, Quila said. I grunted as I pulled open the string that held the canvas bag closed. I peered inside and counted the apples. Only 3 were remaining, and there were 3 days ahead of us. I grabbed one and bit it, then handed it to Quila, who did the same. Then she tossed the apple down to Goemi. After a few seconds, Nia stood up and gave me back the core of the apple and 2 pieces of hard bread. I gave one to Quila and grumbled. How are we going to survive like this? When I finished chewing the bread, I lay down in bed and moved towards the wall. My back was against Quila. If there was nothing else to eat, I better sleep and ignore the rumbling of my stomach. When I woke up, Quila was no longer beside me. I climbed down the bunk bed ladder and yelped when I found myself eye to eye with Miro. Where are they? I asked him. He did not answer me, but I could swear that he looked at me with hatred. He dropped his gaze to his lap. I walked outside and tripped when the boat lurched. Then I pulled myself up and walked outside the room. The cold breeze greeted me. Nia and the other girls were sitting on a bench and were staring ahead. Finally, you're awake, Quila said. Goemi eyed me warily before looking ahead again. I was trying to quench my hunger, I offered as an excuse. There's the soup we left for you. Master Damien cooked for us. There's also fish. Help yourself, Nia offered. I grinned and sat beside them and helped myself to a big enough serving of fish. It did not matter that it looked burned. At least my hunger would be relieved. Where are we? Are we close enough? I asked. Goemi grunted. We're only on day 1. What did you expect? I did not answer her sarcasm and instead focused on the fish. It would do little for my pride if I ended up choking on a fishbone. The silence was deafening, and I became scared again. Maybe it was because of the grim attitude of my companions. They're going to be all right, I offered. What makes you so sure? Quila said. I thought about it. Pyper and Arden can make themselves invisible, I said. As for Kino, I did not know what his power was now. Will you tell me more about Kino? Nia said. I smiled to myself. Maybe there's some way I can convince Nia that Kino is her son. He's a good guy. He's my best friend, I said. She waited for more. He's all right, I guess. I mean, for a child who didn't have any power, he dealt with the bullying pretty well. If I were in his shoes, I might have rebelled and refused to attend Professor Leban's classes. Who's Professor Leban? Nia asked. He's our power toning professor, I said. He teaches us how to control our power. Kino hated attending his classes, but he bore each one because that's the kind of good person he is. Mama, I thought you said you believed me? Goemi interrupted. Nia looked at her and put an arm over her shoulder. I do, but I want to know more about the boy we're rescuing, she said mildly. I frowned. It is not his fault that he's being pursued by the Emperor, I said. Nia looked grim. I don't understand that. Why? Oh well, here we go again. I needed to tell the gruesome story of Kino's life. Perhaps instead of becoming a soldier, I should aspire to be a bard so that I could do just that. We wanted to be registered as citizens in the books, but the only way to do that was to display our power in front of the Emperor. Kino had no power before all this ruckus began, so he tricked the Emperor into believing he had Distantecus, I said. Distantecus? Nia asked. That's one of the strongest powers. It is. Maybe that's what freaked out the Emperor. Quila was listening to our conversation as though she was processing all the information I was sharing with the group. How did he manage to trick the Emperor? I beamed. It was a neat trick. We met Pyper, a ghost. Nia turned to look at me. Ghost? I nodded rapidly. A Niven. But before, I thought of her as a ghost. She can turn herself invisible, so she did that and lifted a wooden box in front of the Emperor. Wow, Nia said, awed. But that wasn't when the Emperor got mad, I said, pausing for effect. All three of them turned to stare at me. Weren't any of you there? I asked. That's the grandest event every year, and Akeans shouldn't miss it. Quila rolled her eyes. Arden didn't want to go, so I was stuck with him in Loondu. And you? I asked Goemi. We missed it, she said. But we almost made it to the festival. It was a good thing, though, I mean, missing the festival. Otherwise, I don't know if Miro and I would have survived it. And Nia? I pressed. Goemi flushed. It took her a few seconds before answering. Mama would have survived it, she said softly. Was she with you? I pressed Goemi. Then to Nia, I added, were you there? Nia shook her head. I don't remember. She was with us. Goemi said. She held my gaze. She's keeping something from us, I could tell. But what? Why would Nia have survived it? I asked. Because she's quick. She can outrun anybody, Goemi defended. But she wouldn't leave you and Mira behind, so no matter how quickly she can run, she could have ended up dead, too, I said. I was observing Goemi's reaction. Something's got to give. Yeah. But we would have outrun them all, Goemi said. I decided not to push the topic. So what else happened? Quila asked. The Emperor got mad when he learned who Kino's mother was, I said, eyeing Nia. If Nia was shocked, she hid it well. She stared at me, mouth slightly open. He ordered Kino to be killed after he learned that Lamare Amerk was his mother, I finished. Nia shivered visibly. You're freaking us out. Quila said. Stop it now. That's the truth, I said. So, it wasn't really Kino the soldiers were after? Quila asked again. I shook my head. I don't know. All I remember was that the earth rumbled beneath our feet, and lightning started splitting the sky. A lot of people died. Even some of my friends, I said solemnly. Under the pale moonlight, Lamare looked to have lost blood. Do you remember anything? I asked her. She held my gaze before shaking her head. If the Emperor were pursuing Lamare, and you're accusing me of being Kino's mother, then. Her words trailed off. You are in danger, too, I said. Which was why you died. But apparently, you didn't, I finished. Goemi flared up. Stop telling all these lies, Mayo, she shouted. It's not a lie. How many times do I have to tell you? I said. When we get to rescue them, we will find out who between us have been lying all along, she said as though a threat. Enough, Nia said. Let's focus on saving them. Then we will figure out what to do next when we're all together. Goemi looked worried, but she gazed at me as though she wanted to plant a dagger into my back, and I grew scared. I wasn't able to finish the fish after that. I was worried that the twins would find a way to get rid of me when I fell asleep. I glanced at Quila, who seemed to be working on the information I had revealed. It did not look as though she believed me, but the good thing was, it did not look as though she also bought Goemi's stories. The Swordless Swordsman. It's Amer, I said, amazed at the vast province. From where we were standing, the white palace walls were glinting as the light touched them. It was as I remembered it some moon turns ago. Pyper peered from my back. That is one grand castle. Canellan Palace is majestic, but this, she said in awe, pausing, is what grandeur means. Look at all those columns. And the lawn. And the brass are all shining. I nodded. This was why the Queen had so many gold coins to spare on a lowly performer like me. Are you sure the soldiers went inside? Pyper asked. Aha, I replied. Maybe we can find out something from the townsfolk, Pyper said. She jumped from the horse and became visible. I'll try to listen in on any gossip, she said. I nodded. Meet me here after an hour. I will make the rounds, too, I said. Then Pyper went away. It felt odd to be back in the place I promised Quila I would take her and yet not be with her. I had told her all about Amer and the Ameresian palace. I hated to admit it, but the plump, pretty girl's presence was sorely missed now. I wished Goemi were with me. If she were, I would have taken her to the famous inn that served crabs as big as my head. She would have liked that very much. Right now, though, other things are more important. I had to save Kino. I dismounted from the horse and started walking around. It was true. One will soon learn that useful information could come from gossip if only one knew how to sift the truth from the embellishments. I made myself visible and tipped my hat upwards. All I had to do was grin at ladies, and I was sure I would be able to make them tell. An open bar was situated right in front of me, and I walked towards it. Several men were drinking, and one or two were drunk based on how red their skins had already become. The maiden who was serving ale frowned as one of the men slapped her behind and thrust an empty mug towards her. I helped myself to a bar stool right in front of the maiden and put on my most charming smile. How many mugs can I buy with this? I asked, tossing a gold coin in the air and then catching it again with my open palm. I grinned at the maiden. Her frown vanished as her eyes landed on the gold coin. For that, you can even take me home, she said good-naturedly. Bella! The drunk man yelled. Where's my ale? The maiden, whose name was Bella, glanced back at the man. Forgive me, lad, she said. I have to bring this back, or else I'll lose my toil. But stay there. I'll have your drink fast. She turned away, and I watched with a wide grin plastered on my face as her hips swayed gracefully. The maiden was very pretty. As promised, she came back to me with a mug full of ale. She gave me a huge smile. I grinned at her and drank. What's someone like you doing in a place like this? I asked. The silver is good, she said, blushing. Her green eyes were huge and framed with long lashes. When she looked down at the mug, her lashes almost touched her cheek. The gold is the devil, I said. She giggled and nodded. A girl needs the devil to survive, she said playfully. That's something I wouldn't know, I flirted. I looked around, removed my hat, and put it on the table. I brushed my hair up the way I knew girls liked it before winking at Bella. "What's the news around here, Bella?" I asked matter-of-factly. She scrunched her nose. "Nothing new. These cratty drunkards always litter the bars as though they had all the money in the world." I chuckled. "Wouldn't that be something you should be thankful for?" "Not if they never tip," she said. I laughed again and downed the last of my ale. "Can I have another mug?" I asked, grinning. She took my mug and brought back another one filled with ale. "So, really, don't tell me you spend days and nights here not hearing about anything new?" I said as soon as she was in front of me. She rubbed her hands against her apron, eyes narrowing at me. "Are you looking for someone?" "Because I have connections with spies," she whispered. I coughed, and a mouthful of ale sprinkled from my mouth. "No. What makes you think that?" I said. "You kept on asking about the news." "Well, anyway, the Emperor's here in the Queen's palace," she said. "What?" I asked, trying to hide the panic in my voice. "He came here a fortnight ago." "The Emperor is still here?" Bella shook her head. "No. He left. You missed him by a day." I drank in relief. "Yesterday morning, we thought there was a storm coming. The skies grew dark so suddenly, and we went out to see what was happening. It was incredible to see the Emperor's power on display. There was a thick cloud formation that passed above us all, and the Emperor was riding it together with his soldiers," she said. I wiped the ale that dripped down my chin. "That must be quite a sight. Why did the Emperor come here?" Bella shook her head. "Nobody knows. The royals' businesses are their own. It will do you good not to ask about it, or your pretty head could end up on a pike." "The Queen, is she in the palace?" I asked. "What is your business with Her Majesty?" "We waifs like to rub elbows with royalty," I said in jest. Bella laughed. "You are much too young to know how to flirt. But you are so smooth with your words. And you have a pretty face. Come back to me when you're 20. "I'll be waiting," she said jokingly. I grinned at her and leaned forward until my lips brushed her cheek quickly. "That's for luck," I said. Then I grabbed my hat and threw it up in the air. As usual, I jumped up to catch the hat with my head. Bella giggled like the other maidens I had met in the past. Then I tossed her the gold coin. "See you when I'm 20, I said. Bella grinned and waved. Sometimes, it felt nice to look pretty. I mean, I can live without being pretty, but it certainly has its perks. I wondered where Pyper could be and what news she was able to gather.
Pyper, San Diego. "You reek of tobacco." I complained. Arden grinned at me. "Where did you go anyway?" I asked. "Just around," he answered, his words a bit muddled. "Are you drunk?" "2 mugs of ale can't sink me," he replied. He was still wearing a wide grin. I knew it. Instead of asking for information, you went around throwing off your money on ale. Arden shook his head. "Whoa, that's not it, chum. I got us some really useful information," he said. "The Emperor was here." "Was? When did he leave?" I asked, concerned. "Yesterday. But the good thing is he's gone, so there's still some time for us to rescue your friend." I walked in circles in front of him. Canela could not be that far away from Amer, and a few days perhaps were all it would take to be face to face with the Emperor. "We have to rescue Kino fast." "We have to rescue him now?" I said. Arden's expression changed. He became serious and slumped to the ground. "Quit walking around. You're making me dizzy," he complained. "If you had not drunk ale, this wouldn't have bothered you," I said, but I sat beside him. "What are we going to do?" "What did you learn?" he asked. "The soldiers were there, but they haven't met the Queen yet. That's what I heard. They were still waiting to be received by the Queen, which means we don't have much time." Arden looked thoughtful. "The only way we can rescue Kino is if we go inside the palace walls, and we can't." I wailed. Please stop talking in high tones. I thought my ears would get some rest because Quila isn't with me, he said. I frowned at him. I still could not figure out a way to get into the palace. Wait, we can pass the gates by making ourselves invisible. That would work. So, are we going there tonight? It may be so soon. But it's Kino's neck on the line. I know. But we have to come up with a plan first. We can't barge in there and just take Kino away. How do you suppose we can get to him? We need a distraction, I said. Something that could draw the attention of the soldiers. And then, when most of them are gathered in one place, we will pounce and find out where Kino is. Do you think you can find Kino alone? He said. I think so. But you have to come with me so we can roam the grounds faster. No. I will provide the distraction, but you have to be the one to find him? And how do you propose to do that? I asked. Arden grinned mischievously. I wanted to hit him with a bat for being mysterious about his plan. When the sun was starting to set, Arden nudged me. Come on. It's time to pay Her Majesty a visit, he said. Do you think it will work? I asked him. I'm positive. All right, I said. Arden walked away, and I turned invisible. The plan was that we would enter the palace gates together. He would come in as a performer, and I would pass through the guards unnoticed by being invisible. As soon as we reached the gate, Arden said, Good luck, chum. Take Kino to the horse as soon as you can. I nodded. My palms started to sweat in nervousness, but there was no going back now. If we are to rescue Kino, the best time is now. Good luck with your performance. I hope the Queen remembers you. Arden smiled. No one who has seen this face will ever forget it, he said before winking. At least he had the confidence to joke about our situation. For that, I was thankful as some of my nervousness died down. My knees were still shaking as I began to cross the palace gates. Marcella Benilda. Ion Noto was a big man. His shoulders were so broad that if he were to pass the door of my chambers, anyone following him would have to wait for his turn because the two of them would not fit comfortably together in the doorway. His almond-shaped eyes were staring at me with obvious concern. He looked disappointed. I wondered if it had been right to make him wait for 2 days before I granted his request for an audience. He is a brusque man, and his reputation preceded him. With him around, even at the confines of my palace, I did not feel safe. It is an honor to have a war general visit my palace, I began. But forgive my curiosity. What is it that brought this great honor to my house? Your Majesty, I heard the news that the Emperor was here. News does travel fast. And what of that? I asked. I have a present for him, Ion said. A present? Ion looked back at his soldiers and clapped his hands twice. Present him to the Queen, he said. The soldiers that were standing behind him moved sideways as though an invisible line divided them. At the back of them was a horse, and a boy was sitting on the saddle. I squinted to see who it was and was horrified to find a bloody boy with a bandage wrapped around his leg. What is this? I demanded. Pardon me, my queen, but the correct question is, who is this boy? He said. Ion motioned for the soldier to escort the boy forward, and he walked towards me. When the horse was beside Ion, the soldier pulled at the horse's reins to make it stop. May I present to you, Kino Erager, Ion Noto said. The boy the Emperor wanted. I hardly recognized the boy. The last time I saw him, he was in much better condition. The one in front of me now had longer, ruffled brown hair. His face was swollen on the right side, and his right eye was puffed closed. His hands were tied with ropes, and his left foot was in a bandage. I gasped. What did you do to him? I asked. We captured him. When we heard that the Emperor was here in Amer, I steered my soldiers towards Amer so the Emperor could receive his gift. It is disappointing to find out that he has departed. I rushed forward and stopped in front of the boy. My heart melted at the sight of his bruised face. His clothes were torn, and his lips were pale. He had his eyes on the floor. Look at me, boy, I said. The boy turned to look at me slowly. His lips parted when his eyes met mine. He probably remembered the time when I visited his house. I turned to look at Ion. This is what brought you to my palace? I said in rage. To show my people what glory it will bring a war general to capture a boy? You must be out of your mind, I spat. Ion's jaw hardened. Your Majesty, it was what the Emperor ordered. An order of a madman. I shrieked. Look at the boy. Tell me how he could be dangerous to the Emperor's reign. Ion's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared at me with hatred. You may be a queen, but you have no right to call the Emperor a madman. I can have you arrested for that. Laras moved forward, and I heard the sound his sword made as it was unsheathed. There's no need for that, Laras, I said. I will not have my palace shamed by keeping a general that takes pride from the capture of a boy. Ion clenched his fist. His jaw hardened even more. The soldiers behind him put their hands on their swords. This time, it was he who raised his left arm towards his soldiers. There's no need to draw blood in Her Majesty's presence, he said coldly. We will leave now. He turned and started walking away. You will not shame my house by leaving on the same day you were granted an audience, I said with authority. Ion turned towards me again. What is it you propose, Your Majesty? Stay the night. Let me feed your men. But at the breaking of dawn, leave as though you weren't here. I support my son in his plans, in what he plans to do to Akean, but I will not tolerate the hunting of boys who have not even tasted the kiss of a young woman. Ion stood stiffly, his eyes were still burning with rage, but he knew his place, and he would not dare argue with a queen in the presence of her soldiers. By your leave, Your Majesty. Let my men make camp, he said through clenched teeth. I nodded reluctantly. Leave the boy with me, I said. That is not possible. Are you to question the order of a queen? If anything happens to the boy, if he escapes, you will answer to me, he shouted. Laras moved forward, unsheathed his sword, and in one fluid motion thrust the sword against Ion. One word, my queen, and this man will meet his ancestors. Grant me the grace to be the one to make it happen, Laras said. I won't have it, Laras, I said. My heart pumped. If Ion were to unsheath his sword, there would be bloodshed. And I can't have it now. Take back what you said, General. And I will forget this happened, I commanded. Ion stared at the tip of Laras's sword before his face broke into a sarcastic smile. Do you know that I can easily drag you out and beat you using your own sword? He sneered at Laras. Then, why don't you? Laras said. His gaze was unwavering. Because I do not fight someone who is not my equal, Ion said. As opposed to a boy who should still be suckling milk from his mother. Ion drew out his sword. You will not shame me in front of my men, he told Laras. Death finds those who seek it, I said in a cold voice. Silence came after that. Then slowly, Laras sheathed his sword, and Ion followed. Ion glared at me. Then he bowed and said, By your leave, Your Majesty. I nodded. Ion turned and walked away, followed by his men. I was able to breathe after that. Laras looked up at me and bowed. He was furious, I could tell, but he did not say anything to shame his queen. He muttered a soft, By your leave, my queen, and when I nodded, he left on the other side of the chambers. I was left staring at the boy who was shivering. Do you remember me, boy? I asked gently. He nodded. Then I motioned for my maidservants. Bathe the boy and feed him. He will rest for the night. A manservant moved forward and released the ropes that bound the boy's wrist and carried him from the horse. The boy sagged against the man, and I felt sorry for the boy. He reminded me of my son, a boy who had no idea how cruel life could get when I left him moon turns ago. This boy, like my son, was another victim of fate, and yet there was nothing that could be done to twist it. Tonight, though, I would let this boy find comfort in my palace. Tomorrow, he will be Ion Nodo's captive again. My advisor, Doran Laksa, an old and pudgy man, walked towards me. Your Majesty, a performer is seeking your audience, she said. A performer? If it had been any other day, perhaps I would have said no. But the day had been stressful, and it would do well to the soldiers and my men to have some amusement. Bring him in, I said, remembering a performer in Loondu and hoping that it was he who was seeking an audience with me. I proved to be correct because in a few minutes, a beautiful golden-haired lad strode forward, and when he was in front of me, he took off his hat and bowed gracefully. He was indeed the boy from Loondu. "My queen, it is an honor to be in your presence once more," he said with his head bowed. Even his voice was beautiful. I could not help it. I smiled at him, wishing again that this was how Wind had been as a lad.
Ion Noto? Who did he think he was? Laros Sendo will be a dead man soon, I vowed. It was bad enough that the queen did not share my delight in the boy's captivity, but to be chastised like a child in front of my men. I would not allow such an act to pass me by without vengeance. The emperor would learn about this, and Laros Sendo and the queen would pay for my shame. "General," Rhodora said from behind me. "Tell the men to camp outside the gates." "We will not obey," I said. "It isn't wise, General," Rhodora said. I turned to face her. "Who gave you the right to question my authority?" "I will not take it from you," I said vehemently. "If you shame the queen, you will lose your honor. Be the bigger man. Do as the protocol dictates, and have your retaliation later on." My blood was boiling, and I could not think straight. They shamed me in front of the men who surrendered their lives to me. The men, who upon my whim, would claim their own lives had I ordered it. What mask do I put on so I could face them again? I sneered at her. "The mask of humility," Rhodora said. She walked closer, and when she was within reach, she raised her right hand to touch my face. "You will be honored by the emperor as soon as he learns about what you did today. He will bring you justice, Ion." I stirred at Rhodora's gentle touch. She slid her fingers down my face until her fingers rested on my lips. I stared into her blue eyes and wondered what she was up to. But before I could put together the answers to my questions, she gave them to me. She brought her lips upon mine and captured my mouth in a kiss. I am only a man, and tonight, I have a need to conquer. I returned the kiss and pulled at Rhodora's body. The Swordless Swordsman. The queen was as beautiful as I remembered her, although this time, I was able to take note of the lines across her forehead, which spoke of the moon turns that she had lived. I was in the middle of the stage, the curtains were still drawn down. A box of assorted fruits was beside me, and I studied its contents. I took an apple and started eating. "You're not allowed to eat that," the manservant told me. "That's for the show." I grinned at him. "It's all right. The queen likes me," I said. The manservant punched me in the stomach, and I hurled, clutching at my stomach. "You will not make such jokes," he warned. I coughed. Gods, the punch was hard. I stood up slowly, pulled a chair, and sat on it. Stupid manservant. He was acting as though he was royalty. These people could really be so irritating. I wondered where Pyper was and hoped that she had been successful in finding Kino. The curtains moved, and a pretty slave with a beautiful tan looked at me. "It's time for your show," she said. I nodded and waited for the curtains to open.
Pyper San Diego. Kino was not in the dungeons, and he wasn't with the soldiers either. Where could he be? I was tired and hungry and worried and scared that all of the negative energy was getting to me. What if I could not find him? This is the only chance Arden and I have at rescuing him. We could not fail. I went to the kitchen, hid behind the long tables, and waited until the cooks had turned their backs. I decided to go under the table even though I was invisible so that no one would have the chance to bump against me. Tonight, they were preparing for a huge dinner the queen was throwing for the war general. I crawled to the opposite side of the table and found myself staring at a cat. Dear gods, this cat would sense me. The cat let out a loud purring sound, and the fat cook bent down. Upon seeing the cat, he gathered it in his arms, almost brushing me, and threw the cat out of the window. Silly cat's been making funny sounds, he said. It's only a cat. You shouldn't be so hard on it, another one said. Bah! It's a thief. Been eating the fish we prepared for the queen's guests. They're not such good men. I tell you, that cat is doing the food justice. I'd rather have it eat the food we cooked than have those soldiers eat their full. Then go get the cat back and feed it. The man shouted. You are a harsh man, the other said. I kept on crawling until I reached the other end of the table, then I stood up and grabbed a piece of bread. I was so hungry that I gulped it down in seconds. The table was full of pastries and other colorful food that I didn't know existed. What I would do to taste all of them. If Mayo were here, I'm sure he would have a feast. I took a pastry with cream on top and gobbled it. It was delicious. Sweeter than anything I had ever tasted. The fat cook turned towards the table and stared at the space where the pastry had been. His eyes rounded, and his nostrils flared. See? That stupid cat stole my dessert. He raged. I crept silently out of the kitchen until I could no longer hear the curses of the cook. Now, where could Kino be? I finished scouting the yard, the kitchen, the dungeons, the palace halls, and still, there was no sign of Kino. Where was he? I stopped walking and pressed my back against a wall when I heard footsteps approaching me. 2 servants were talking to each other. Did you hear what happened to the general? The thin one asked. No. Spill, the thinner one answered. He was shamed by the queen. That's his punishment for taking a boy as a captive. The other servant shook her head in disgust. And you know what he said? That it was the emperor's order. No. He couldn't have. He's the queen's son, and she's a good queen. How in the moon's names could she have an offspring as twisted as he is? Watch your tongue. These walls have ears, the servant said. I decided to follow them. What happened to the boy? The thinner one asked. He's being cleaned and fed. I don't know. If I were the queen, I wouldn't give him back to the general. But if she doesn't do that, the queen will be at the emperor's mercy. Do you think so? She's his mother. Don't underestimate the vileness that runs in the emperor's veins. But he's so good-looking. Lucinda. The other servant giggled. But he is. Admit it, she said. Wait, there's Martha. The other servant said. Hey Martha, where's the boy? Lucinda asked. The older servant who answered to the name Martha rolled her eyes at the 2 younger women. He's resting now. I held my breath. Please tell me where he is. Where is he? Lucinda asked. I am not allowed to tell. Her Majesty's order, Martha said coldly as though it was such a privilege to be entrusted with the information. I was still holding my breath. Please say where Kino is. You snob. You think you're better than us. Bah. Lucinda said before walking away. Martha stared at Lucinda's back with hatred. The other servant remained. What are you looking at? Martha fumed. Nothing, the other servant mumbled. At last, I could hold it no more. I said, where is the boy? Martha shrieked and grabbed the other servant, who also screamed, rivaling the sound that Martha made. Lucinda came running back. What is it? Somebody spoke. Ha! That's for being so snotty, parading your nose up in the air when you're like. Where is he? I yelled. This time, all 3 of them shrieked, hugging each other. Did you hear that? Martha asked. It sounded like a little girl. I've heard stories about little girl ghosts roaming the palace before. Lucinda nodded in high speed, and she all but pressed her face against the older woman's chest. It was such a funny sight, and I would have stayed and played tricks with them if only I weren't pressed for time. Our tenets bound Nivens not to play tricks on other Akeans, so it was only now that I learned how much fun it was to scare non-Nivens. If you don't tell me where he is, I'm going to pinch your butt, I said. Martha yelped and pressed her back against the wall to protect her buttocks. 3rd floor, first door on the left, she said, her voice quivering in fear. Thanks, I said before running away silently. I did not want them to think that I had fled them. I glanced back and saw them huddled together. It was your snotty nose's fault, Lucinda said. They were looking around as though they were expecting somebody else to speak up.
Kino Amerk. I felt hot all over. I remember talking to a queen, a woman who visited me long ago, someone who made my sleep disturbed by dreams, but it was as though all that happened in the past day was not real. When I hit the warm water, I shivered, and my body convulsed. Then I heard the servants chattering about the festering wound in my leg. Another one yelped and said that it was as hot as the burned cooking of Anton, the fat cook. Then they giggled. Another servant chastised them and told them to tend to my wound. Everything came in a blur. I remembered tasting goo. It felt soft and slimy in my mouth, and they told me to swallow it, so I did. But it tasted like wood. Now, I stared at the flickering lamp on the left side of the bed. I raised my head, but my surroundings swirled so quickly that I had no option but to put my head back on the soft pillow. I had never laid my head on something so soft, and although I was drowsy, I managed to smile. A pinching pain made my left leg jerk. I flailed as though I had no control over my body. I was burning like I had been dipped in boiling water and, after that, was put on a sizzling metal plate. But everything would be better now. At least that's what the servant told me. She told me that the queen would not let me be taken by the general. Did they know that the emperor wanted me dead? That it was I who caused the emperor to rage during the Akean Wine Festival? That it was I who caused the death of some of their families, friends, and acquaintances? Had they known, would they have treated me so kindly? Mother's face entered my mind, and I smiled. Mother! I called her name, fervently wishing that she was the one taking care of me. That she would see me through this. That when all of this was over, I would gaze at her face. I tried to recall the last time she told me she loved me. It was from a long time ago, right before Dogan took her away. Right before Pyper, Mayo, Kogi, and I headed to the ghost town. What was the ghost town? What were Nivens? Pyper was a ghost. I shivered and shut my eyes. I clutched at the blanket covering me. It felt like silk, and I wasn't accustomed to its sheerness. It felt so smooth that I was afraid I would fall off the bed. But if I fell off the bed, what then? Did anybody ever die by falling from the bed? If yes, would I choose to fall and meet my untimely death? Maybe all of this suffering would be over. Perhaps, this was all a bad dream, and when I came to, I would find myself in Wawang, in a hut with my mother. Mom, I called inside my head. But she's dead. Dogan betrayed me. He must have killed her. The gall of that soldier for running after me after he let my mother die. I would kill him when I got older. I would kill him. The general hadn't pulled the tip of the arrow from my leg. He said that it was punishment for hitting him. Then the servants opened my leg with a knife and removed the metal tip. They said if they did not, the wound would not heal, and they would have to cut off my leg. I cried and shivered. Sleep, foolish boy, I told myself. Sleep and forget about everything. Forget your mother. Forget the general. Forget the emperor. Die in your sleep. Because if you die, no one can come after you. And you would win this battle you did not know you were fighting. I twisted as another burning pain shot at my leg. It was becoming numb now. I hoped it would numb forever so that I would not hurt anymore. I wanted to write. I wanted to write the way the kind soldier had told me to. I would write about my pain because, sooner or later, my friends would not want to listen to my complaints. The soldier was right. No one would want to hear me ranting on and on about the pain of losing my mother. Where was my parchment? The general must have taken my pen. I cried again. Mom, I called out. Please, Mom. Please. I need you. I felt a hand touch my face, but when I opened my eyes to see who it was, no one was there. I smiled. Maybe this was how dying felt. I smiled again and prayed that this would be over soon. And then that would mean I beat all of them. The pain of losing a mother. The general. The emperor. No one could kill me when I'm dead. I started laughing. The hand kept on brushing my hair. Kino, the voice said. I smiled. It was such a pretty voice. It was like listening to the sound an angel makes. The gods must be waiting for me now. Take me with you, I said feverishly. It was difficult for me to speak. My throat hurts. The angel answered, Wake up, Kino. We're here to rescue you. I opened my eyes and gazed at an angel. She had Pyper's blue eyes. I smiled at her and said softly, "You look like Pyper." "She doesn't have wings either." Then my head rolled to the side, and I did not remember anything more.
Pyper, San Diego. "Wake up, Kino," I said in a rush. "Wake up." But Kino lay there staring at me and rambling incoherently. Then he drifted off. How will I escape with him now? I can't carry him. I shook Kino's shoulders to wake him up. Please, wake up. If the servants had overcome their fear, I might find them here soon. Please, wake up, I kept on telling Kino. When he still lay motionless, I stood up and looked around, trying to find a way to take him with me. But he was bigger than I. And I could not carry him. Maybe it should have been Arden to rescue him. I could have easily provided the distraction. I walked in circles again, trying to think of a way to bring Kino out of the palace without anybody noticing, but it seemed like I ran out of ideas. I stopped and listened. Footsteps were coming. Dear gods. Not now.
Ragansair. For what the queen had done, I was grateful. The boy was so pitiful, and I did not know why the emperor wanted him. After I learned that the boy had lost his mother, I tried to hold him and tell him that it was going to be all right. It was not right for the gods to have made him suffer a mother's loss and then to let a heartless general capture him. I lost my wife and son not so long ago, and I feel for anyone who has ever suffered the same. Sometimes, I even wish that I could be with my family. If it were meant to happen that Kino Amerk is handed to the emperor, I could only wish that it would be under the hands of General Renner. He was fierce in battle, but he was never mean. A true leader. That's why for moon turns now, I had always yearned for a reassignment. Maybe next moon turn, I would get to be so lucky as to serve under him. I went to the general's room and found him with Rhodora. I was shocked at first, but I managed to mask my surprise. It was normal. The general was putting on his clothes while Rhodora still lay in bed. At least I would be the one to guard the boy tonight, and tomorrow, the one to ride with him on the horse. He did not deserve to suffer so much. If at all, the least I could do was to let him ride in comfort before the emperor did to him what he wanted. I walked in long strides and found the door where Kino was kept. I turned the knob and pushed at the door.
Marcella Benilda. The servants did a marvelous job at having the hall ready for the festivity. It helped that my son was here the other day and that the hall was still filled with the long mahogany tables gilded with emeralds and rubies. I sat on the throne and looked around. To my left side was a stage where the Swordless Swordsman, as the lad had asked to be referred, would perform. In front of me were long tables for dining. Ion Nodo's place at the table was still unoccupied, and it made me fume. If he did not show himself tonight, I would not forget this day. I glanced up as the sounds of heavy footsteps entered. Ion was followed by his soldiers. He locked eyes with me as he moved forward, and right before sitting, he bowed. I nodded, and he sat down. At least he knew his place. The tightness around his eyes was still there. It caused me to worry, but tonight, maybe the tricks of the performer could ease the tension between us. The curtain opened, and the Swordless Swordsman came out. He was a pretty boy who knew very well how pretty he was and who used his charisma in drawing the crowd. "Your Majesty," he said, bowing. The audience cheered him on. He went to his box and took a pear. Similar to the last performance of him that I had seen, he threw the pear up in the air and slashed at it as though he was wielding a sword, and the pear fell on the floor, all 8 pieces of it, cut in equal parts. The crowd cheered, and the lad bowed down. The red cape he put on looked good on him. Then he did the same with the apple, orange, and several other fruits that he could throw up. Somehow, due to the monotony of the performance, the crowd seemed less enthused as the performance continued. Dinner was served, and the clinking of the utensils filled the air. From the long dining tables, conversations began to arise, and I was left watching the performer. The Swordless Swordsman, as though sensing the crowd's boredom, bent down and pulled out a huge pumpkin from the box. It was so big that he was barely able to lift it. The crowd yelled, urging him to throw it up in the air. The lad smiled graciously and refused. "Watch closely," he said. The lad danced as though he was a warrior with a sword. His movements were fluid and graceful, and I was awed. When he turned in circles, he raised his right foot up and thrust his hand towards the pumpkin without touching it. He moved his arms as though he was drawing a pattern on the pumpkin. Then he bowed down. The crowd became silent. What was that? Nothing happened. A soldier complained. He was with Ion Noto. The lad grinned and tapped his right foot on the stage. Like magic, the skin of the pumpkin fell on the floor like they were the petals that bloomed from a bud. The swordless swordsman tapped his foot, and this time, the pumpkin's meat came off, leaving the seeds in the middle. The crowd laughed. It was an uproar, and the lad bowed in front of all of us. He had turned away after the display with flair when a soldier stood up and called him. "Hey, lad," the soldier shouted. Then he threw an apple up in the air. In a swift movement, the lad put a hand over his left waist like he was unsheathing a sword, then he thrust his hand upwards and slashed several times. The apple came down peeled. The crowd gave off another enthused applause with them thumping on the tables. I was on the edge of my seat, carefully watching the lad's movement. If I had not paid attention to his movements, I would have missed the delicate jerking of his right hand as though he was putting a sword back to its scabbard. I stared at his left side and, for the first time, noticed a bulge on the side of his waist. When the lad bowed down again, I could not be mistaken anymore. There was a pointed thing thrusting out towards the back of his cape. It was like he really did have a sword. I stood up, and my eyes never left him until he was back behind the curtains. "Your Majesty," Laras said. "What's wrong?" "Find him. Bring him to me. Don't let him leave the palace," I said. My heart started to pound. Could he be the swordsman in my dream? The one who would kill my son? Laras nodded and stood up, but before he could follow the lad, a soldier came in. He was a huge man but still smaller than Ion. He looked around as though trying to find someone. Then his eyes locked against Ion's. "General, the boy is missing," he said. All at once, the soldiers rose, both those who had come with Ion and those who were my men. Ion stared at me as his eyes narrowed and his lips thinned into a straight line before he rushed outside the dining hall and went to search the palace. The room was soon empty with soldiers, and only the servants were left. I could not believe what I heard. The boy could not be missing. How could he leave in that condition? I stared at Laras in panic and unleashed my wrath upon him upon realizing that he had not left my side to follow the swordless swordsman. Disobedience at its finest. "Find the lad," I shouted. "Forgive me, my queen," he said. "But my place is with you now. I saw the way Ion looked at you, and if the boy is not found, I'm not sure what the general would do." I shuddered. Not because I was afraid of the general, but because of what the boy meant to my son, the emperor. How many times would I have to tell him that the boy wasn't the one who would kill him? It was the lad. The swordless swordsman would be the one to cut his head off. I stood up and walked briskly. Soldiers immediately surrounded me. Laras was before me, and a dozen other soldiers loomed in on me. "Find the lad," I ordered Laras. His eyes met mine levelly. "Ahari," Laras shouted. A soldier moved forward. "Find the performer. He is not to leave the palace yards. Announce it to the guards. Capture him," he said without breaking his eye contact with me. Ahari bowed once and then ran away to obey his lord. Pyper, San Diego. I sat on the horse with Kino tied tightly against my back. It was difficult because he was not awake, and he could not use his power. I had to be the one to make him invisible. I was anxious as I waited for Arden. "Please be here," I whispered to the moons. "Please bring Arden back here." But I sat there helplessly without seeing any movement anywhere. From where I was, I could see the rushed movements inside the palace yards. They were probably looking for Kino. And Arden, if he had better sense, would know that I had rescued Kino, and he would be running straight to us. But no. To Arden, it seemed like the gold coins were more important than us. Where could he be? When soldiers started to rush out of the palace gates, I would have no other option but to go without Arden. I hoped that the ropes binding Kino to my waist were tight enough. And then, to my horror, the palace gates opened and a throng of soldiers burst forth. They were riding hard.
Ion Noto. Find the boy. I shouted. The soldiers raced to their horses, and one by one, they rode and started galloping away. But at the gates, the Queen's soldiers barred us. No one is coming out tonight. Her Majesty's orders, the soldier said. I yelled at the soldier, tell Her Majesty that I take no orders from anyone but the Emperor. Then I gestured at my men. Bring the palace gates down. My soldiers rallied and fought the Queen's soldiers until their armors were bloodied. When not one of the soldiers holding the gates was left standing, my men rushed towards the gates to open them. Find the boy. No one will sleep tonight until we get him back. I yelled. I kicked at my horse and searched for anything moving outside the palace yards. The Swordless Swordsman. There was a lone horse in the middle of the road, the one that I left with Pyper. The horse turned and was about to gallop away, so I decided to do something fast. Wait! I shouted. The horse stopped, and I could almost sense Pyper breathing out in relief as I climbed behind Kino's back. As soon as I was mounted, I turned the horse invisible. Now all of us were invisible. Even if the soldiers passed by us, they would not know we were here. The horse's hooves thumped the ground louder. We cannot outrun them, Pyper, I said. I was still flushed from running. Keep still. I could hear my own heartbeat amidst the sounds of the horse's hooves against the ground. Do you have a plan? Pyper asked. No. But we'll get through this. I kicked at the horse, and it moved forward slowly. All around us, horses were prancing madly. Pyper turned to look at me. If they bump against us, they will know where we are, she said nervously. Don't worry. No one will, I said, although I was pretty sure that in a few seconds, someone may bump into us. We could not gallop at high speed because our horse was carrying 3 people, one of whom was unconscious. It would be dangerous to risk it. I looked around, trying to find a way to save ourselves. A huge boulder was situated about 100 yards from where we were. I kicked at the horse. Hold on, Pyper. We're going to race them to the boulder, I said in agony. Then I kept on kicking at the horse to make it faster. I pulled the reins to the right, and the horse followed. Someone was riding fast behind us, and we were about to collide. I had no choice. Hold the reins, I shouted to Pyper. Then I wielded my sword and thumped the blunt side of the sword against the soldier behind us. He fell to the ground, and the horse ran wildly. I muttered under my breath as I watched the soldier be trampled by the other riders. Faster, Pyper. Towards the boulder. We have to get behind it, I said. There are so many of them. Our horse is fighting against me, she said. I grabbed the reins back and pulled at them hard towards the right. The horse took a sharp turn to the right. Then I kicked at the horse, again and again, to make it gallop faster. In a few seconds, 100 or more soldiers would be on a stampede towards us. There was no time left. I glanced back and saw the horses gaining speed. Any moment now. When I give the signal, pull the reins hard, Pyper. I shouted. We were about 10 yards from the boulder. Now. I yelled as I pulled at the reins. I felt Pyper tugging at the reins as well. And our horse slowed down as soon as it passed by the boulder until it halted. We watched from behind the boulder in gratitude as all of the soldiers headed straight on. For now, we were safe. I breathed out in relief. Are you all right? I asked. I'm scared, Pyper said. Her voice was actually quivering. Don't worry, I said. We'll take the opposite route. They will have no idea where we went. The night is dark, and I can feel a storm coming. If it rains, our tracks will be covered by the puddles. But should it rain, we'll leave tracks that would be harder to cover, she said. That's also true, so I did not say anything more. One problem at a time, I told myself. One problem at a time. Ion Noto. When it was clear that the boy was not to be found that night, I urged my soldiers back to the palace. I would make the queen pay. The gates were closed again, and there was no way for us to enter. I rallied my men. They shouted behind me, urging the gates to be opened. From the top of the gate, a queen's guard stood up. He removed his helmet. The queen no longer welcomes you in Amer. For the blood that was shed tonight, Her Majesty is most forgiving in not taking you as captives, Laros said. That foul fiend. Tell your queen that Ion Noto does not and will not take any more of her orders. The blood that was shed was minuscule compared to what she made me lose. I yelled. We will ride hard, and the Emperor will soon learn about how his mother, your queen, I said sarcastically, betrayed him. I raised my right hand that was holding a sword. My army is ready to take down your walls tonight. Laros put his hand in the air, and almost at the same time, guards rose atop all parts of the palace gates. Bows were drawn and pointed at us. If we so much as moved in the wrong direction, Laros would not have second thoughts about giving the order to shoot us. I stared at Laros, remembering the contours of his face. I will not forget this man. I was fuming because we lost the boy. I would not let this rest. I vowed to make the queen pay for what she had done. I put my sword back into its scabbard, turned around, and started galloping away. My men followed me towards Canella. I was still fuming when Rhodora rode up beside me. General, she said. It would interest you to find a traitor among the group, she said. I stopped my horse abruptly and gazed at her face. My eyes were searching hers. Rhodora looked behind her and nodded at the other soldiers behind her back. They pushed forward a man who had his hands tied behind his back. His head was bowed. I jumped from my horse, eager to face the man who changed the course of my fate. Show me your face, I said coldly, but he did not obey me. I walked over and kicked the man's head so I could gaze at the traitor's eyes. He lay sprawled on the ground, face already bruised. But when his eyes met mine, I could not believe what I saw. Reigen? What have you done? I seethed. I pulled him up and punched him, throwing him yards away from where I was. I had forgotten how strong my power was, and now I had no desire to even attempt to control it. My rage was feeding my power. What have you done? I shouted. I walked over to where he was. His face was covered in blood, but I caught a slight smile on his lips. He stared at me. The honorable thing to do, General, he answered. This weak man let the boy escape. I should have known better not to trust a man who had nothing to live for. The moment he lost his wife and son was also the same time I lost the spirit of a once valiant soldier in his person. A dead man cannot be killed a second time. I pulled at my sword and swung. Metal hit the flesh and bones of his legs. He shrieked, and it broke the stillness of the night. Even the dead can still feel pain. I stared and spat at Reigen for the horrendous thing he had done. We're not going to leave him behind. He has to suffer the consequences of his actions, I said. Bind the part of his leg where I cut it off. Don't let him die because of blood loss. We will feed him, so he remains alive. When the wound is festering, we will clean it. When it is clean, we will make it burn, and when it festers, we will tend to it again. He will suffer for all the days that he will still live. I will not have him die with honor. The edge of my sword shall not touch the vein that runs in his neck. Then I walked away, leaving my men to do their tasks. No one betrays me. Better they are reminded about it every now and then. That night, I could swear that nobody slept soundly except for me. Reigen had shrieked all night. To the soldiers, it was the sound of a warning, but to my ears, it was the voice of assurance that no one would dare betray me now. Chapter 11, What Was Lost? The Swordless Swordsman. The horizon was pale, and only the first rays of the sun peered through the mountains. I walked slowly while pulling at the reins of my horse. On the saddle were Pyper and Kino. Kino had his arms hanging to his sides, and his head bobbed forward with each step that the horse made. Pyper's eyes were clouded, and her eyelids were almost closed. She looked tired, but her lips were still set on a firm line. "We need to camp," I said. Pyper glanced at me, but she did not slow the horse down. "Come on, chum," I said. "Follow me." Pyper did not object, and it seemed to me that she was already asleep but was too proud to admit that she needed the rest. I was also tired and wanted to rest, although I have to admit that I would have continued on the journey instead if I had my way. Lately, only the forest seemed friendly. I pulled the horse's rein and steered it towards a huge tree. Upon arriving at what seemed like a good hiding place, I stopped. I reached towards Kino and almost drew my hand back. He was still burning up. "Help me untie him," I said. Pyper stared at me, and her head dropped forward before she managed to snatch it back up again. She blinked several times, and I had to laugh. "Go get some sleep," I told her. Pyper shook her head. "No. I'm not sleepy," she said. She helped me with the knots, and when the rope was loose, I pulled Kino towards me and carried him to safety. Pyper dismounted and secured the horse's reins. Then she gathered hay and leaves and put them together to create a makeshift bed. "This should be comfortable enough," she said. I put Kino down and took a scarf from my pack. I poured water onto it to make it cold and put it on his forehead. This would make some of the heat go away. Kino winced as I accidentally grazed the wound under his eye. The swelling had subsided. The bruise had darkened and was now healing, but I was afraid the scar might be there to stay. Pyper dropped beside Kino and was sleeping in an instant. Poor kid, I thought, she must be so tired. I plopped down with my back against the two of them and wondered if anybody would be able to find us here. I yawned. God, I'm sleepy. But I can't sleep yet. When Pyper wakes up, that is the time that I should have my own nap. And then, we could travel for a few miles before we set camp again. I did not know where we should be going, but I knew it could not be Amer. It could not be Canela either, and most certainly not the ghost town. Loondu was also off my list. So, where? I thought it over and considered Karasthea. And then all loose thoughts escaped me as I fell asleep without meaning to.
Mia Passup. As Master Damien had promised, our journey was a fast one. "My lady," Master Damien said, "this is as far as we can take you. The river breaks into a fall a mile from here." "What is this place?" "The north of Amer. It's called Sinista." "And what of its people?" I asked. "There's no need to worry, my lady. Only beasts inhabit this area." I choked. "No need to worry because beasts inhabit this area? As opposed to what?" He looked at me as though what I had asked was irrelevant. "People are more dangerous than beasts. Beasts don't disguise themselves. People do." I studied the surroundings. It did not look much different from Loondu. Several men dived into the river to push the boat to the bank. Huge rocks tied to ropes were dropped to the water to anchor the boat. The children moved towards me, riding the horses. To my right, a plank was being arranged so that the horses could pass. Mayo went first, followed by my twins. Where was Quila? I looked back at Master Damien. "Thank you for providing us with a safe passage," I said. "It is an honor, my lady," he said, bowing to me. "I am not a lady, Master Damien," I said. I must have told him that 100 times, and yet he still kept on referring to me as one. "A woman who acts like a lady deserves to be called a lady," he said, grinning. I smiled back and turned to go. The gold coins had been paid to him, and our business with him was settled. "Wait," he said. He studied me with sharp eyes. "What you have lost will be found, but what he finds, he will lose again." "Pardon me," I said. "It is my gift to you, my lady. An assurance that you will find what you're looking for." "Are you a seer?" I asked. He chuckled and shook his head. "I don't know. I never understood my power. I thought I was a poet, but when things I said started happening, I knew that my power was different. I look at people, and words will begin to form inside my head." He glanced at the twins. "I see them and find the words. I don't understand them, but maybe this will make more sense to you. He paused. You cannot touch the heart of the hands that gave you life. He laughed to himself. It is an odd thing. I watched the twins and could not make out what Master Damien said could possibly mean. And the other two? I asked, curious. He squinted. They stand too close. I don't know which one is for whom. The heart is blemished, but the good always wins. He frowned, and his lips trembled. Frozen. That's only one sentence. What's the other one? I asked. Frozen. That's the only word that came to my mind, he said, confused. This has not happened before, but that's the only thing I can say. There was a loud gasp from behind Master Damien, and I saw Quila's blonde locks. Quila. I said. Be fast. We're leaving already. What are you still doing on the deck? I'm sorry, Mistress Lamare, Master Damien, she said, bowing to both of us. But your words gave me the chills, she said to Master Damien. Don't repeat what you heard here to anyone, all right? I said. Quila nodded in high speed before scrambling to go down the deck. She's a good child, Master Damien said. Yes. I think so too, I said. I turned around to face Master Damien, wishing that there were other things he could tell me. But for now, I will take his words as warnings. May the moons guide your path, he said. And the moons bring forth more blessings for the kindness of your heart, I returned. He urged his men to come back to the boat. I received something for the passage I offered. It wasn't kindness, he said. When I reached the land, I watched for a while as the boat began its journey to Canella. Mayo looked concerned. His gaze swept all around us. I don't like this place at all, he said. Quila was also twisting in her saddle. Me too. I feel like there are eyes staring at me. Come on, Mama. Let's go. We'd better start traveling while there's still light, Goemi said. I nodded and mounted the horse. Quila rode beside me, looking concerned. What did Master Damien mean? What were those he said? She asked. It's an adult conversation. Whatever you heard, forget about it, I said curtly. Then I kicked at the horse to avoid any more of her questions.
Kino Amerk. I remembered being lifted from my bed with strong arms. There were hushed voices. The angels and a man's voices. Then my head bumped against the back of a man as he ran downstairs towards a gathering. He said something, and then everybody got up as though he had announced that there was a war being fought outside. But I did not understand any of what happened. I remembered having my wrists gripped tightly. I opened my eyes and could not see myself. So, I really died, I thought. The Emperor lost because he could no longer harm me. I started laughing softly until a voice from beside me asked me to stop laughing. So, I did. And then there was nothing anymore. Everything was hazy in my head, as though I was dreaming. Then, the images in my head vanished as I woke up with a jolt and squinted at the blinding light above me. My clothes were drenched. Your fever has gone down, but you're still hot, someone said. I could only make out the golden hair of a boy as my vision adjusted to the brightness of the day. I squinted until the image became more vivid, and I found myself gaping at Arden. Are you feeling better, chum? He asked. From beside me, someone knelt and tugged at my hand. Hey, she said. I squinted again until a girl's face materialized, and my heart swelled upon recognizing who it was. Pyper, I said, smiling slowly. You found me. She nodded, eyes watering. You're going to be all right, she said. I'm dizzy, I said. Arden pulled at my hands, and Pyper pushed at my back. It's because you have not moved for a while. Your butt must hurt, Arden said. I laughed weakly. Arden pulled me until I was standing up. Come on, chum. Walk, he said. Arden removed his arms around me, and I swayed. Pyper grabbed my waist. Arden! She yelled. How inconsiderate. Arden looked at her innocently as though he did not know why she was chastising him. It's all right, I said. I think I can walk. But when I stepped forward, my left leg started to throb, and it drove me to wakefulness. I blinked several times and gazed down at my bandaged leg. Then everything came back to me. The arrow that hit my leg. The days I spent tied to a horse. The soldier who rode beside me talked to me and urged me to write about my feelings. "I need a cane," I said. "Here," Arden said and handed me a stick. "This will help." I took it and started to walk around. My leg hurt with every step that I made, but I had to start moving, or else my muscles would be like jelly. I was walking around with the stick for a cane when Arden left, and by the time he came back, I felt like I had regained my full mobility even though my left leg still throbbed every time I stood with my full weight on it. Arden was holding a rabbit. Pyper helped roast it, and in a few minutes, my mouth watered as I anticipated the taste of a succulent meal. My stomach rumbled in hunger, reminding me that I had not eaten anything since I woke up. I did not have to wait for long. Before I knew it, Arden was handing me my share of the meal. We ate together, facing each other. Arden frowned. "We have to leave this place sooner. There's hardly anything to eat." "This rabbit was all I was able to catch," he said with a note of deep concern. "Maybe you've gone soft," Pyper teased. "I don't think so, chum," Arden said. "I'm telling you, something's wrong with this place." I shivered and looked around. Maybe I was too sick to feel anything, but the moment I turned around and listened to the eerie sounds of the forest, the hair on my neck stood on end. Arden is right. There's something wrong with this place. I was thankful for the day. It was better than the other days. Still average, but better in many ways. For one, I was back with my friends, even if I did not know what we were going to do next. I told Pyper and Arden about the sniffler and how the general killed him. It hurts to think about it. And I panicked. "Where's Mayo?" I asked Pyper. How could I have forgotten about him? Then without waiting for an answer, I turned to Arden. "And your companions?" "They're probably looking for us." It was Pyper who answered. "When we came after you, Arden and I left Mayo behind. We needed him to notify everyone where we're going so that someone else can come after us and help." She paused. "We saw what happened to the sniffler." Her eyes had gone soft as they studied me. "Maybe Mayo and everyone else will find us soon." "And if they don't?" I asked. Pyper shook her head. "I don't know, but something tells me that Mayo and the others will find us. I mean, there are 5 of them looking for us, and they all know that we're headed to Canella. The world may be big, but if we're all going to the same place, we'll chance upon each other." "5?" I asked. "What?" "You said there's 5 of them," I said. "There's the twins, and Quila and Mayo." "I never saw her either, but Arden said that the twins' mother is also traveling with them," Pyper said. "Well, I didn't see her," I said. Arden chuckled. "Don't worry, chum. I hardly saw her either. She is kept inside a room by Miro," he said. "Why would he do that? Extremely possessive?" "That's not sane," I said. "Nobody said Miro is," Arden said, eyes shining. "Nia's very pretty." "Arg. At a time like this, Arden? Really?" Pyper said, exasperated. Arden only grinned. "Believe me, chum. Their mother's going to make you wish your tens of moon turns older so you could court her." I did not believe him. Nobody could ever be quite as beautiful as my mother.
Quila Tash. This place was giving me the creeps. "What is this place called again?" I asked. "Sinista," Nia answered. "Keep your voice down. Master Damien said that this place is inhabited by beasts." I shivered. Arden and I had never been here before. I mean, we liked hiding in the woods, but the place had to be near a marketplace too. Otherwise, who would we be performing for? "I can feel eyes glaring at me," Mayo said in a hushed voice. "Shh," I said. Then I kicked at the horse to make it go faster. Nia's back had become smaller from my view, and I did not want to keep more than a few arms' length distance between us. Not in this place. I jerked when sudden movements rushed behind the bushes in front of us. I pulled at the reins and froze. Mia did too. We tried to be still, but the horses danced as though they could smell something inhuman and horrible. Mia, I called out. Stay calm, she said. When I say go, kick at the horse as hard as you can. Mia glanced back at me once, and I could see that her face had gone pale. I shrieked when from behind the bushes, giant beasts with human eyes jumped and pranced around us. They had hair all over their bodies. Their yellow teeth showed as they snarled at us. There were 3 of them, and they smelled horrible. My bay raised its front legs, almost sending me tumbling down, except that I held on to the reins tightly. Mayo gripped my waist so he would not fall off. Now. Go. Mia shouted. There's no need to run, Goemi shouted. Miro, use your power on them, she urged him. The first beast leapt towards Nia, but before it could reach Nia, its body fell to the ground as though it had lost consciousness in midair. The other 2 beasts pranced around us, oblivious to the danger that Miro brought upon them. I twisted in my saddle so I could keep my eyes on them. The beasts were going around us in circles. Then the creature leapt towards Mayo. Seconds later, the other beast jumped towards Miro. At that moment, the one attacking Mayo fell as though it had died. Miro turned in his saddle to face the other beast, but it was too late. The beast's fangs tore at Miro's clothes and dragged him down. It galloped away, carrying Miro in its fangs. No. Mia shouted and kicked at the horse to go after the beast. I did too. I watched as Miro raised his hands towards the beast to protect himself. The creature dropped Miro to the ground and growled. Then it raised its right paw and hit Miro in the face. He lay there unconscious. I watched in horror as Nia jumped off the horse and raced towards Miro. Goemi was on the horse and climbed down too. From all around me, the trees moved. From the trunks, bodies came off. The bodies had arms and legs like humans. When I looked at their faces, the eyes were similar to ours. Then the bodies, which resembled wooden statues, ran towards the beast and, in quick movements, kicked the beast. Once, twice, so many times until the beast growled in defeat and retreated. What are they? Mayo asked. Nia ran towards Miro's limp body and clutched him towards her, urging him to wake up. I jumped off the horse almost at the same time that Mayo did. Our feet entangled, and we fell heavily to the ground. Ouch. I said. It's your fault, Mayo grumbled as he stood up and ran towards Nia and Miro. I grunted in annoyance. Nia was still holding Miro, waking him up. The almost wooden statues walked away. Wait. Nia said. They stopped. What are you? She asked. She blushed after saying that. I meant no offense, but I've never seen anyone like you before, she said. The wooden statue smiled if the splitting of its face could be called a smile. We are the tree runners. We protect the trees. Tree runners? It's a long story, my lady, he said in a low voice. And nobody remembers us anymore. For my story, the tree runners protect the secret of the last black egg. I exclaimed in excitement. The tree runner's eyebrows furrowed and he shook his head. There's nothing to tell about the last black egg. But you hold the secret to it. It's a tale, Quila. Goemi said as she moved towards her twin. Looking at Miro, she muttered to herself, he's going to be all right. My eyes were popping from their sockets. Why was it that nobody was interested to know more about the last black egg? If ever the tree runners could tell us where it was hidden, then we could get it, sell it, and form our traveling show. But everyone had dismissed the last black egg story as though it was really just make-believe. Nia stood up and walked towards the tree runner. We were banished, my lady. And so, we hide. We stood staring at the tree runners. I was scared of them, with their dark skin that appeared to be like tree trunks. With their long limbs and sharp faces. If trees were humans, this was how they would look. Why were you banished? The tree runner hesitated before answering. There are many reasons, but I will give you the one that was widely known. The death of the 7 lords. Death of the 7 lords? Dear gods. I wanted to run away from them. But they did seem kind. We were banished, but the emperor couldn't kill us because he knew we were needed in Akean. Nia's gaze softened, and she extended her right hand towards the tree runner. The tree runner hesitated before taking her hand. "An honor, my lady," the tree runner said. "It is nice to be acknowledged." "You shouldn't be hiding. Come with us," Nia urged. The tree runner shook its head. "My brothers won't like it. We can't. The death of the 7 lords won't release us from our punishment." Nia looked around at the other tree runners. They had started walking away until, one by one, each had taken their places back in the tree trunks again, blending into them as though they were one with the trees. "One day, you will see the light again, and you will walk with us," Nia said. Her voice was regal, and I wondered who she really was. There were moments that she confused me even more, like now. If she had so much as gazed at me, I swear I would have melted as though I was staring straight at a queen. Silly thoughts. "Thank you for your kindness, my lady," the tree runner said. "No. It is I who should extend my gratitude to you. You saved us. This place is dangerous. Find a way to get out of here fast. We may not be around next time. Hubbubs inhabit the area." "Hubbubs?" I choked. "We encountered hubbubs." I panicked. Nia nodded and walked over to Miro. The tree runner turned around, and when I looked at it, it had vanished. I could not even find the traces of the trees with tree runners on them. "Help me carry Miro," Nia said. So we did. And after that, we traveled faster, afraid of having to spend the night in Sinista.
The Swordless Swordsman. "Will you check what your powers are now?" I asked Kino. "Invisibility," he muttered. "I don't want to know what the rest are." "Then try," I said. "We don't know what we'll encounter here. And the gods only know that we may be needing your power soon." Kino frowned. "I can't," he added stubbornly. "Just try." "Quit bothering him, all right?" Pyper said to me. "You're both being unreasonable. This place gives me the creeps. Don't you feel it? It's like everywhere, eyes are staring at us," I said. I looked around and caught sight of some movements. "Don't you feel it?" I asked Kino. As an afterthought, I added, "Why won't you try your power anyway? Don't you remember what happened to Miro? I froze him dead because I copied his stupid power," Kino barked. "What if the power I copied was so horrible that I could burn people? Would you forgive me if I reduced you to cinders?" "I'd be lost in oblivion, so you wouldn't have to worry," I said. He had a point, though. "But what are the chances? Surely there must be some way for you to find out what you copied. Stare somewhere else as you try to reveal what you've copied. I mean, who was the last person you were with aside from Pyper and me?" "I don't know. I was down with a fever." "The soldier who carried you while we were invisible," Pyper said. "Do you know his power?" "I don't even know who he was," Kino answered. Pyper's face blanched. "He is Reigensayer. Remember that, Kino. He risked his life to save you," she said. Kino looked mortified. "I will. But if it's him who rescued me, I did ask him what his power was, he never told me." "Fine. I won't bother you any more about it, but in case some monsters approach us, wouldn't it be more horrible to learn what other powers you copied at the exact moment that the monsters are tearing at our throats?" Kino did not answer anymore. I hoped his silence meant that he was rationalizing what I said. "Maybe it's time to hide," Pyper said. I nodded in agreement, and all 3 of us vanished. I wondered how Quila was doing without me. It had been weeks, maybe, since I last saw her. More importantly, I wondered how Goemi was. The girl that captured my heart was somewhere I had no idea where, and this thought made me glum. I never liked anybody the way I liked her in the past. When we see each other again, I'll talk to her. Tell her that she and Nia and Miro should travel with Quila and me. And maybe I could convince Pyper, Kino, and Mayo to join us too. What was the plan now? Find Quila. And establish the traveling show I so longed to have. I clutched at the pouch of gold coins hanging on my belt and smiled. Too bad I had left more than half of the gold coins with Quila, or I would already be able to buy a cage and capture a hubbub. Kino would pose a threat to the traveling show, though. If he were with us, then there was always the danger of being discovered and captured by the Emperor. I hope it does not boil down to that. There's a river out here. Kino yelled. I rolled my eyes as I ran to where he was. Pyper was already cleaning herself up, and Kino was drinking like crazy. He was scooping water from the river, and after he finished drinking, he splashed some on his face. The wound below his eye had begun to heal. Clean yourself up, too, I said before kneeling and drinking. Kino stripped off his clothes and joined Pyper. Be careful. The current is quite strong. I lay back on the ground and rested. I covered my face with my hat and did not realize that I had dozed off when drips of water coming from Pyper's hair fell on my body. Wake up, Pyper said, shaking me. I sat up immediately and stared into her eyes. What's wrong? I asked. Kino was getting dressed. There's a boat. We should hide, she said and stood up. I grabbed her hand, pulling at her. Hide the way Nivens do, I said. Pyper blushed. I turned invisible, and so did the other two. Better we see who they are and what they're doing here. A boat was approaching. It was not huge. Perhaps only 20 square yards. The sails were not hoisted because they were against the wind. On the deck was a huge man who looked to be the captain or the head boatman. Several other men were on the deck. Shouldn't we go with them? Maybe that's the quickest way for us to get out of here, Pyper whispered. I don't know. Anybody could so easily turn us to the Emperor. I don't think we can trust anyone we meet at this point, I said. Let's go. I think we stayed a long time here. Pyper and Kino nodded, and we left the riverbank towards the gods nowhere. Right then, my plans were limited to what fate may dictate. I did not like it one bit. Chapter 12, The Meeting. Renner Kalo. There were no further reports about the children. Not one word about them. Not even anything about their mother. If Dante Leben wasn't lying, then at least that information would be of use to the Emperor. Louis was riding beside me. His horse had been galloping the way my horse had been, and I could only guess that we needed to have another stop before taking the final flight towards Canella. We were so near that I could almost sense the horror of the deaths that littered the palace yards not so many months ago. I slowed down the horse, and my men did the same. When I finally pulled to a stop, my men gathered behind me. I turned around to face them. Last camp, soldiers, I said. Rest for the night, and we'll continue to the palace tomorrow. Nobody complained, and everybody went about pitching their tents. In a matter of minutes, we were resting. Some of the men were playing cards. I walked around and checked on my men to make sure that nobody was missing. What were the Emperor's plans now? Nothing had been leaked about the boy's capture, and I wondered if I would ever learn the reasons why he wanted the boy dead. Dante Leben had remained silent too. I wondered where he was now. Louis came trotting towards me. He dismounted quickly and walked towards me. He seemed concerned. General, he said. Ion Noto captured the boy. Where did you get the news? It's been going around like wildfire in Amer. Apparently, the Emperor visited the Queen. And when Ion learned about it, he went straight to Amer to give the boy to the Emperor. I stared blankly at Louis, afraid of what he had to say next. Your boy wasn't with them, Louis added, perhaps sensing my distress. I exhaled. What of the boy then? Does the Emperor have him now? I gritted my teeth. This is bad. If the Emperor had his hands on the boy, I wondered how I would ever take him to be protected by the masked warriors. That's the part that got muddled. All I knew was that Ion left Amer in a rage. Nobody had heard anything about the boy from that point in the story. He frowned. Or maybe they were keeping that information to themselves. The boy escaped? I said askingly. There's no telling. How could he? He's inside Amer's walls guarded by the Queen's guards and General Ion Noto's soldiers. It did not seem possible. True. There's no way that the boy could escape unless he really could turn invisible and run away unseen, the way Dante Levin told me. It means we have to be fast on our journey. We need to reach Canella soonest and see for ourselves, I said. How long since General Noto left for Canella? 2 days. That means he could already be dining with the Emperor today. There's no time to waste. Rouse the soldiers. Tell them we leave again in 30 minutes, I said urgently. Louis nodded and turned away. He rode the horse and roamed the camps, shouting instructions to my men. Mayo, if you're not with your friend, then where the hell are you? I silently cursed myself. Bettina would be so mad at me once she learned that I had been lax about our son's security. I closed my eyes and pushed away thoughts about my wife. I met Bettina when we were still young soldiers. She had red, short, curly, wild hair. And her face was one I could almost say was handcrafted by the gods themselves. She took my breath away at the exact moment I laid eyes upon her face. I fished a cigar from my coat pocket and lit it. It was sad that Bettina and I had to be soldiers. That I had to be a war general when she did not. That she had to join another war general's camp instead of mine. That we had to leave Mayo behind with his grandma. If Bettina found out that I had lost contact with our son, she would be furious. And her long-ago plea to be set free, to get out of our marriage vows, would be opened again on our tables. I had to find my son. I looked at Louis as he kept on rousing the soldiers. Everyone was getting ready. If there's anyone in the camp that I trust the way I believe in myself, it's Louis. Maybe it was time to set him off to find Mayo. 2 pairs of eyes going in different directions, searching for my son, were definitely better than one. I puffed on the cigar and tried to catch Louis' eyes. When he looked at me, I motioned for him to come over. He trotted over, and I waited until he was seated beside me. I offered him a cigar, and when we were both enjoying the smoke, I told him he had to leave and look for Mayo on his own.
Mia Passup. I could feel the group's tension as we continued our journey out of Sinista. Somehow, knowing that there were tree runners made me feel secure. That regardless of whether there were beasts around, I could assuage my fears because someone would be able to assist us again. Miro had a bad cut on the left side of his face. The hubbub's claw had left an ugly gash just under his eye. It was red and swelling now, but at least the bleeding had stopped. My son looked mad, as though he could not believe that he could be beaten by a beast. "I'm tired, Mama," Goami said. "We can't stop yet." "I believe we're almost out of Sinista," I said. Then I wondered inside my head how I knew. It was like I was familiar with Akia's geography. "What did I do before?" I asked. "What?" Goami said. "What did I do before I lost my memory?" Goami pursed her lips. "You were a barmaid." "Are you sure? Was I not a mapmaker or something of the sort?" Goami flushed and shook her head vehemently. It was strange the way I seemed to be familiar with places I had supposedly never seen. "If we head further north, we'll be safe from all the beasts." "Are you sure, Mama?" Goami asked. Barely, I wanted to say, but instead, I said, "I'm sure." Then I swallowed and hoped that my daughter did not notice my uncertainty. I looked back as Quila and Mayo's horse caught up with ours. They were bickering. Again. "What is it this time?" I asked both of them. Mayo said that we couldn't continue heading north because that will bring us to the Canellan Palace, Quila said. "But we'll find Kino in the palace." "Yeah. But well, he's scared again," Quila said glumly. "Let's leave him here to be eaten by beasts," Goami suggested. Surprisingly, Miro laughed as though he clearly understood what we were talking about. Quila gasped. "It's a joke," Goami muttered. Then she became silent. "Let's move now. I don't want to spend another night here," I said. Sinista's glow was different. It was as though the sunlight bathing it passed through a coating of some sort, making the light subdued and the place even eerier. The horse Quila and Mayo were riding was close by. "Do you think we'll ever find them?" Quila asked. "We will find a way to rescue them," I said half-heartedly. "You'll have your friends back." And your son too, Mayo said in a rush. You have to remember Kino. Kino Amerk, I played the name again inside my head. Nothing came to me, though. Could Mayo be telling the truth? Did he really know me from my past? And yet, that would mean that Goemi and Miro had been lying to me all along. The problem with the situation was that only one of them could be telling the truth, and I did not know which I preferred. My memories deserted me, and for that, I was dependent on what was being said about me. I shook my head. I don't know about that, I said. You have to remember. Mayo said again. He could be very stubborn. I glared at him to make him stop talking as I did not want Miro agitated. It worked. Mayo blushed, and he kept silent throughout the rest of our trip. Pyper, San Diego. Every once in a while, I would catch Kino staring ahead with sad eyes. And at times, when he was the one who remained awake in the night to watch over us and raise the alarm should there be soldiers or beasts around, I would see him writing. Probably something to take his mind off what he had gone through. I did not dare to ask him about it as I knew it was too personal to discuss. Curiosity still dominated, though, and sometimes, I would ask him about it. To which he would shake his head in response and say nothing. Right then, as we rested under the trees, he had his lips pursed thinly as he wrote again. What's that you're writing? Are you some sort of a poet now? I said, teasing him. I wanted to make him laugh because his eyes seemed to be clouded more often than not. Kino shook his head. It's nothing. Something Reigen told me to do. He continued writing for a few more minutes before he folded the paper and tucked it inside the pocket of his trousers. I want to get out of this place, he said after a while. Who doesn't? I said. Arden walked over to us, holding 2 roasted rabbits. This is all I was able to get us, he said, handing me the stick with the burned rabbit. It looked gory with all the char covering it. I gave it to Kino, who immediately pulled at a leg and started eating. A few days, and we'll be out of here, Arden said. Did you find anything else when you hunted? I asked. Arden's eyebrows rose. Nothing. No humans. I heard some sounds, but it could be beasts or animals. Nothing out of the ordinary. Have you thought of a place to go now that the soldiers are no longer coming after us? I asked. It occurred to me that the best place to go would be Canella. So, we'll continue pushing north. Kino paled. We're not going back there. Not after we ran away from the palace soldiers on the last moon turn. Well, it seemed the logical thing to do, Arden said as he munched on the meat. Mayo would tell everyone that we're trying to rescue you. Akean is much too big for us to meet coincidentally, he said, frowning. I don't think we'll be able to find them if we have no common destination in mind. So, are we going back there? Kino asked. That's the best way to find them sooner, he said. Listen, I know what you're thinking. That it's going to be dangerous, but Pyper and I can make ourselves invisible, and since you're with us, you can do that too. Danger is only an illusion to us. What power do you have now? I asked Kino. Kino shrugged. Invisibility is definitely one of them, but I don't know what the rest are, and I don't intend to find out. But you have to know, maybe it will save us one of these days, I said. Do you remember how I froze Miro's heart? Kino asked for the 100th time as though it was something anyone would forget easily. I exhaled. That doesn't count, really. It serves him right anyway for keeping his mother locked up in a room all the time. I mean, no one sane is going to do that. Not that I think Miro is sane. Regardless, I don't want to find out that the next power I have is something as vile, Kino argued. Pyper has a point, though, Arden said. He rubbed the back of his hand against his lower lip to remove the grease that had oozed from the rabbit's meat. Come on. I'm sure you'll be able to control your power. Not going to happen, Kino said stubbornly. What if you walk several paces away from us? And while you're at it, focus on that tree over there. Maybe if you're far enough from us, your power won't touch us, I said. Go on, Arden added. Pyper's suggestion is sound enough to me. Kino stood up, brooding. Maybe it would work. He walked away from us and stopped when he was a good 10 yards away. Not too far. Arden yelled. That should do. Kino looked at us. Then, right before our eyes, his body transformed as though he had grown bark all over his body. I gasped and stood up. Arden was standing up, too, with his mouth hanging open as though he could not believe what he had just witnessed. I ran towards Kino, with Arden following me closely. Upon reaching Kino, I stared at him with wide eyes. "What the crap happened to you?" I asked. Kino stood taller than Arden, like he'd grown several inches. His skin had gone sallow but on the brink of brown. It looked leathery the way trees' trunks are. His face had become sharp, almost splintery on the edges, too, and when he moved, it was as though he was not human. His movements were stiff. Only his eyes remained their original green. "What happened?" Kino asked in a guttural voice. Then instantly, he returned to his skin. He shivered visibly. "Did you see that? It's like I became a log. A living log. What kind of stupid power is that?" I was squeamish about it, and so was Arden. We stared at Kino in disbelief. "No one's going to have any use for that power," Kino said irritably. "I told you, it was a bad idea," he grumbled before walking back to where we left our food. He collapsed on the ground, but he did not pick up his food. Arden was laughing from behind me, and I glared back at him, disgusted at his reaction. "What?" he asked, a huge smile painted on his face. "You have to admit. It's hilarious." He kept on chuckling until both of us were seated back beside Kino. I looked at Kino, and he stopped me from saying anything. "Quit it, Pyper. I'm not trying any power again if I don't know what it is." My eyes widened. "Do you reckon it was Reigen's power? I mean, he was clutching you to his body that time that he helped us escape." "Huh?" Kino said. "Could be. However, that is one horrible power. What good will it do anyway?" Arden chuckled again. "When we need to make a bonfire, your power's going to be useful," he said jokingly. Then, he laughed again. I wanted so badly to smack his head. He could be his usual jolly self, but not when Kino was being so sensitive. To my horror, Arden continued, "You will join us in the circus. Akeans will go crazy over your power." He broke into another fit of laughter. Kino frowned, but this time, he reached for the rabbit and started eating again. Arden suddenly became silent. "Wait," he said in a hushed voice. His face had gone ashen. "I think I heard something." Instantly, I turned invisible, and Kino and Arden did too. The hubbub's eyes glared around us, their fangs were bared, and saliva dripped from the edges of their huge mouths, but their yellow eyes fell upon nothing. I tensed and wondered if they would find us. Two among the pack sauntered towards us slowly, their noses rising in the air as though trying to sniff at us. It was the stupid rabbit's fault. I threw away the one that I was holding, hoping that Arden and Kino would do the same. Kino and Arden did too, and the hubbubs turned to where the meat landed. They gobbled up the meat, snarling at each other. The two hubbubs remained in front of us. They stared right into my eyes as though they could see me, and I froze. Maybe the beast's eyes could see through the invisibility. Then I jumped as one of the hubbubs snarled at the rabbit's meat that remained lying on the ground. I yelped, and the silence was broken. Arden quickly unsheathed his sword and thrust it at the hubbub in front of me. The hubbub fell and whimpered, but it struggled to its feet again and aimlessly leapt at us. It hit Kino, and he fell backward, his body showing. The other hubbubs saw the commotion and moved towards us. Arden leapt and kept on swinging his sword, but there were many hubbubs, and Arden was only a lad. I drew the dagger I had with me and slashed at the nearest hubbub, but it was in vain. I pierced its side, but it was not enough to weaken the hubbub. It snarled at me, but I was fast, and I scampered up a tree. Two hubbubs charged towards Kino. Instantly, Kino's body changed. His body became leathery. The hubbub's teeth sank into his shoulder, but there was no damage, as though the leathery skin was impenetrable to the hubbub's fangs. Arden swung forcefully at the other hubbub, and its head was severed from its body. The dismembered head rolled across the ground. Another hubbub leapt towards Kino, but he was standing now, and he did not look as scared. He knew that the fangs could not bite into him anymore. "Kino!" I yelled. When he looked up at me, I threw my dagger towards him, and he caught it. Then he thrust it against the hubbub, the blade slicing through its furry body. The hubbub flailed madly, and Arden had to swing stronger than ever to hurt it more. The two fought against the hubbubs while I stayed in the tree watching them. I felt helpless through it all, not knowing what to do. I should have taken a sword, too, so that all of us were armed. I searched around for a stick, a pole, something I could use to help, but nothing was in sight. Several hubbubs were lying on the ground motionless. But there were still several fighting against Kino and Arden. I watched in horror as a hubbub leapt at Arden, its fang biting against his clothes. Then it dragged Arden away. I jumped from the tree and picked up rocks, throwing them as hard as I could at the hubbub. Arden kept on swinging his sword until the metal blade came in contact with the hubbub's body. He twisted the sword into its body, sending its guts spilling to the ground until it fell motionless on top of Arden. I ran towards him to help. At least that was something I could do. I pushed at the hubbub, and Arden did too until he was loose. He leapt to his feet and ran back to where Kino was. A hubbub was pinning Kino to the ground, but there wasn't cause for worry because the hubbub could not tear away Kino's flesh. Kino kept fighting with only my dagger. Then another hubbub leapt towards Kino, biting him on his left leg. Kino howled as the hubbub's fangs pierced his leg at the spot where the arrow had struck him. Arden slashed at the hubbub and kicked at it until it was dead. I looked around us. Not one hubbub was standing. The others that weren't hurt had all run away. Kino! I cried. His body changed to normal again, and he was twisting in pain. I looked at the part where the fang had bitten him and wondered how the hubbub managed to do so. Then my jaw dropped as my gaze fell upon the old wound. It was bleeding badly, and the tear had grown bigger. Arden crouched down beside me and tied a piece of cloth to stop the bleeding. Kino cried out. "Gag him," Arden said to me. "He's too noisy." There was nothing to use as a gag. "Bite into this, Kino," I said as I put the dagger's hilt in his mouth. Kino's teeth sank into it as Arden tightened the cloth around Kino's left leg. "There's nothing that can be done now. Get the horse, Pyper. We can't stay here for long. The smell of death will spread, and we could find ourselves surrounded by another pack of hubbubs yet again." I nodded and ran away to get the horse. Dear gods, I hoped I would not come across anything this time. When I came back, I was riding a horse. I jumped down and helped Arden carry Kino. He was burning up. Not again, and certainly not so soon. I thought to myself, why does he have to be so sickly? Why is it always him? Why? I wanted to yell out loud. I pushed at Kino's torso as Arden lifted him. When he was seated, Arden climbed up onto the horse too, and I followed. Then without another word, we rode into the night. The trees looked even eerier than before. I was only glad that Arden was quick on his sword even if he was not overly muscular. If not for that, we could have been dead now. "Arden, I think we should get some rest," I said. "No. This place is filled with evil. I don't want to spend another night here. But it's inevitable. The horse is carrying all of us. If we don't let it rest, it will die," I said, feeling sorry for the horse. "Then it died honorably," he said. I rolled my eyes but did not argue. I wanted to be out of this place too, but it seemed impossible now. "Come on, we have to stop," I said. "Kino's burning up again." "Why? Do you think there's anything in this forest that could make things better for him? If we get out of here, maybe we can find an inn and stay there for a few days." But I did not argue for long. Because when hours passed by and the canopy of trees did not seem to end, it was Arden who finally conceded and slowed down. He dismounted after he found a place that seemed safe enough for us to set camp. We carried Kino and laid him down. Arden said he would take the first watch, so I lay beside Kino. Before sleep took me in, I glanced up at Arden and saw his head bobbing sideways. He had fallen asleep right before me. I wanted to get up and take the first watch, but tiredness seeped through my bones, and before long, I was snoring softly beside a moaning Kino.
Chapter 13, The Niven Chief Hunter. Andoni San Diego. The night was young, and we could still push towards the Canellan Palace. Elder Mayan said it would only take us a few more hours if we did not slow down, but I believed it was high time we stopped for a while to reconsider what needed to be done. I looked around and realized that the place would be difficult for us to settle in. It was a little busy to my liking, and although we were invisible and no one could see us, 36 Nivens huddled together could easily pose a distraction in the streets. "Let's split up," I told the group, and the others nodded. We all knew the division among the groups. "Elder Man will stay with me." "Are you sure they understood their participation in Joros's retrieval?" he asked. I nodded. "The plan should be relatively easy for us to pull off. No one can see us, so it will make the task easier. The war dogs, though," he said, "will be taken care of by you." I finished the sentence for him. "Don't forget what it was that you promised. No one would touch the war dogs. No one should kill any of them." The elder was silent as though awaiting my response. "I understand. You have my word," I said. I wondered how Alicia Rella was holding up now. The stigma of becoming nameless would not wear off, but she would get by. They would still be able to mingle in Niven and live among us, but it would be difficult for them since they would no longer be treated as equals. "What if we don't find the boy's body? What do you propose then?" Elder Man asked. "Ask your friends to search for the body. I did not bring my men here to fail. It may be the best I can do now to help." I watched as Elder Man looked up to the sky. He whispered something I could not understand before raising his right hand. A bird flew down and perched on his arm. Then he brought the bird closer and spoke to it in a tongue I did not understand. He released the bird up into the air, and it flew away. "It will come to us soon enough," he said. "If you send more birds, we can get the information quicker." That was my instruction to Randall. "He will gather a flock, and they will search the death tents," Elder Man said. "Then there's nothing for us to do here anymore. Let's settle in and get some rest." "There's an inn about a mile away," he said. "I will get a room, and you can squeeze in with me. But keep to yourself and stay hidden." I nodded. If a room gave us all a better rest, I would not complain. The problem was that we would not all fit in a room. And if I got a bigger one, or probably 3 rooms, the innkeeper would likely start raising questions. The Nivens stayed outside the inn. They were too proud to join Elder Man and me in the room, not that they could all fit in. I looked outside the window and wondered how fast we could retrieve Joros. It had to be under an hour because the longer we stayed in Canellan grounds, the more chance there was that we would be found out. The closer we got to the Canellan Palace, the more hesitant I became about our plans. What if, by some stroke of bad luck, one of us died? That would mean that we would have more bodies to carry back to Niven. I had been clear about that. We could not leave anyone here, and there should be no traces of Niven's existence. Only Elder Man and Elder Tala knew about the Nivens, that we were not really ghosts. Niven survived even though everybody in Akean thought that we all died when Emperor McQuint stormed Amer and ravished Niven. The others who knew about Nivens were Dogan, Kino, and Mayo. Out of all of them, my only worry was Elder Tala. If Romeo has not captured him yet, what are the chances that the Elder has not already sent word to the Emperor about Niven, the so-called ghost town? "It is a quiet night, Chief Hunter," Elder Man said from behind me. "The more we run the plan together, the more we can be certain about our move as soon as dawn breaks. There are only 3 steps we need to take note of. 1. We release the first batch of Nivens to scout the area. Once your friend gets back and gives you insights, we'll push for the palace. Once the first batch of Nivens finds Joros in the death tent, the information will be sent to the second batch." "There is something wrong with that scenario," Elder Man said. "Why can't they retrieve Joros if he's been found?" My forehead creased. If there's one thing I learned about being a Niven, it was that everyone has a place in this world. We would stick with the plan. If we did not, only chaos could come of it. And I could not put my people's lives at stake. Isn't it wise to do this in one go? We will go there as one, retrieve Joros, and then we will leave. No one has to hurt or die in the process if we all stick together, Elder Man pointed out. No one will get hurt if we stick to the plan, I pressed. Elder man nodded slightly, albeit reluctantly. Maybe he sensed that I would not have a change of heart. The nameless, what will become of them? He asked after a long pause. It was a curious topic, the nameless. Alicia's family will live every day in Niven just as Kogi's did. But they will not be treated equally. They come last. If someone has to be offered to the gods for whatever reason, it will be they. And that's only because of an accident that none could have controlled. She lied. By not divulging Joros's death, she lied by omission. It is betrayal, I said, frustration coating my voice. Do you know what it's like to lose more than half of your people because of betrayal? The Emperor ravished us, and in that sense, he betrayed our trust. It doesn't do well to any man. It opened our eyes to the horrible thing that could result from betrayal. Nothing is as simple as it seems. Elder man fell as silent as the night sky. Maybe it was time to rest. Go to sleep, Elder. I will need your energy in the morning. The war dogs are many, and it is important you have completely rested so we can rely on your power. That may be true, he said. He looked worried, but it was only natural to feel that way before a dangerous mission, so I decided not to continue the discussion. May the moons shelter us tonight and grant us a peaceful flight tomorrow. I hope so, Chief Hunter, he said. I do hope so. I fell asleep as soon as my body hit the bed. When I woke up, Elder Mayan's silhouette was framed by the window. There was a bird perched on the windowsill, and the elder looked as though he was speaking to it. I sat upright. What is it? The death tent that is closest to the palace. That's where Joros's body lay. Then we have to get ready for the retrieval, I said. I turned invisible and motioned for him to go down with me to the lobby. Outside, only the burning candles lit the hall. The silence was piercing, and the faint scent of freshly baked bread wafted in the air. I trailed after the elder, invisible. Upon reaching the main hall, he spoke with a man who was twice as big as the elder. His eyelids were heavy, and his eyes were red. When the man saw Elder Man, he stood up and rubbed the back of his hand against his eyes. You are early, Elder, the man said respectfully. My apologies, but nothing is prepared to break the fast this early. But if you must, I can offer you some bread. Elder Man shook his head. There's no need for that. I have to go now, he said. He put the pouch of coins on top of the counter and let the man count the coins. Always as generous as ever, Elder. My keep will always welcome you, he said. Elder Man bowed slightly. May the moons bring grace upon you, he said. Outside, I could sense the presence of the Nivens. This early, I expected them to be awake. Perhaps no one got a decent sleep in anticipation of what was to happen today. When Elder Man and I were covered by the darkness, I saw the gooey figures of Nivens surrounding us. We leave now, I said. One by one, their heads nodded. A group turned its back on me, and I knew that they would be ready for the task. There's no turning back now. I offered a hand to Elder Man. Elder, I said. It is time to make you one with us. Elder Man took my hand, and in an instant, he blended with the surroundings as though darkness had swallowed him. Then we climbed the only horse that was supposed to bring back home the corpse of one Niven. Chapter 14, Revelations. Renner Kalo. The meeting with the Emperor and the war generals would take all my energy away. I was sure of that. It was, how should I put it? Essential, but nasty. I understood the urgency of such a meeting, but to continue with it until the breaking of dawn was, to me, unnecessary. The war generals were seated around a long table, and I caught one or two stifling a yawn. The Emperor was sitting at the head of the table, and although his eyes were red from being up all night waiting for all of the war generals to reach Canella, he looked quite alert and more than ready for this meeting. Next to him, the chair remained empty. It was not to be sat on. not until he had appointed someone who he thought worthy enough to serve as his right hand. Everybody was silent, uncertain of what was to come next. What happened to the conquests? The emperor asked, breaking the ice. Paterno Rinaldo kept silent. As we all know, he stayed in the palace and had not left the emperor's side. Rizalo Agia was the first to open his mouth. It humbles me, Your Grace, to bring forth to the table some information I gathered from the West. The royal scribe is dead. I watched the emperor's face in silence. It did not change. If I may, I said. But that is not what I believe to be true. The emperor's gray eyes pierced me. Continue, he said. I had an encounter with a beautiful woman. It sickens me that I had not seen her before. If not for one of my men, I wouldn't have thought it was she. If you had chanced upon her, why is she not with you, General Quila? The emperor hissed. I was surprised at the sudden change in his mood. General Ion Noto twisted in his seat. His eyes bore the haughtiness of a man who had some information to share. Because General Quila's loyalty is waning. Several generals hissed, and I clenched my fist. It was an accusation that would have made me ask him to a duel if I had not been a patient and understanding man. The emperor squinted his eyes at General Noto. There's no need for that, Ion. Renner knows what awaits any general who strays from his path. He wouldn't do that, the emperor said steely as though it was a threat. Then he looked at me. You say that Lamare Amerk is alive? He said. This seemed to astound him, although his face still bore the semblance of masked surprise. If I were to take the word of my man, I would say yes, Your Grace. Do you trust your man? With my life. The emperor seemed to think this over. But that is impossible, he spoke softly as though to himself. We waited for him to speak up again. The emperor had his flaws, and I was one of those who believed that his rule needed to end. Eccentric as he may seem, he still warranted a speck of curiosity to me, why he was the way he was. All of a sudden, he stood up and slammed his fists on the table. Tell me, why didn't you bring her here? He shouted. His eyes were glaring menacingly at me. I swallowed before answering. She was lost in the woods. I tried to go after her, but she was lost to us. Ion Noto was smirking opposite me. He seemed satisfied. Your Grace, Paterno said, the instructions were clear. Bring the boy back to the palace. Nothing was said about the royal scribe. It is a sin to presume, Paterno. Just because it was not stated explicitly does not mean that it wasn't demanded of you, he hissed. Then that is a presumption too, wouldn't you say, Your Grace? Paterno asked. He met the emperor's stare, and for that, I admired Paterno Rinaldo. There were times that I had hoped to catch a word with him, see if he would join the masked warriors and me in our rebellion, but the man was as slippery as an eel. He was within my grasp, but each time I tried to talk to him seriously, he wriggled away as though he knew my intention, and in turn, chose not to dishonor himself by plotting a rebellion. The emperor shook with rage. It is not the same. Ion cleared his throat. Your Grace, I captured the boy, he said. All eyes were immediately upon Ion. If you captured him, then where is he? The emperor asked. His eyes had a dangerous glow. I lost him in Amer. Everybody around the table was holding his breath. The seconds passed as though they were years, and yet nobody stirred. The emperor was still standing up, his eyes fixed upon Ion's face. Wasn't the instruction that was sent to you clear? To deliver the boy to the palace as soon as he is captured? Forgive me, Your Grace. But news reached me that you visited the Ameresian queen in her palace, and to deliver the boy to you faster, I decided to meet you in Amer. Then why was it that I didn't see you there? I came the day you left. I presented the boy to the queen, hoping that Her Majesty would somehow send a message to you and request you back, but it wasn't what happened. The queen berated me for taking the boy captive, and in the middle of the night, the boy escaped, Ion finished. I will strip you off of your title. The emperor blurted out. Ion's face paled. I beg you to hear my story first, Your Grace, before any harsh decision is made, Akean began. I brought the boy to the Queen, knowing that she is your mother, and being your mother, I had hoped that she would know how to handle the child. But do you know what she did? She took the boy into her care. Washed him, fed him, and all but released him back into the world. As far as I know, she tricked me into allowing the boy to escape. I searched for the boy, but he was nowhere to be found. He paused. If there's anyone who betrayed you, Your Grace, it wasn't me but your mother, Queen Marcella Benilde of Amer. The Emperor covered his face with his right hand as though he was slapped. He collapsed on his seat as though energy was drained out of him. Do you believe that, Akean? He asked in a voice that was strained with emotion. There is no evidence that says otherwise, Akean said. The Emperor shook his head in dismay. It is done, then. It is done, he repeated over and over. When he looked up at us, his eyes were calmer, subtler against the darkness. The burning lamps were reflected in them, and though his anger had vanished, I feared the tumult that he was restraining. The Emperor raised his hand and asked Tehran Erager, who was seated beside him, to move his head closer to him. He whispered something to him, and Tehran nodded. It will be done, Your Grace, he murmured. All of us were waiting for further instructions, but none came. Akean, you have proven yourself worthy. You will be rewarded, the Emperor said. Tehran will see to it. Akean Noto beamed. He smiled smugly and eased in his seat. There's a change in my orders, the Emperor said. Kill him. Kill the boy. I don't want to let him loose in Akean. There's no need for me to meet him anymore. If you see him, show no mercy. Allow no trace of compassion to run in your veins. Kill him. Nothing will please me more. This is my order. And then bring the corpse here. The Emperor's eyes took us all in. I could only assume that, right now, he was using his gift of charm on us, because no matter how vile the words that came out of his mouth, not one among us objected. Like puppets, we listened and took the order to heart. What else do I need to know about? The Emperor asked. The other generals stirred in their seats, and several of them opened their mouths to speak of their journey, but none was as noteworthy as what Akean revealed. You will swear to me again, the Emperor said when each general had spoken. You will renew your vows. You are my men, and together, we will rule Akean. Tehran edged closer to the Emperor. He whispered something in his ear. Right, the Emperor said. Kill Dogan Ronda too. He betrayed my trust. He is not to set foot again in the palace. I remembered the huge man with an untidy and hideous face and felt sorry for him. He had served the Emperor well, but he had defected. And for that, the Emperor would show no mercy, as any emperor also would not. There was a loud banging outside the door. The door opened wide, and a soldier's pale face peered through. There are ghosts in the palace yards, Your Grace, he said. My apologies for disturbing your discussion. The Emperor stood up immediately and, without thinking, shoved the soldier against the wall. What ghosts are you talking about? Ghosts, Your Grace, he said in a stutter. Ghosts that make the tent flaps move. Ghosts that fill the death tents now. That was all we heard before the Emperor released the young soldier. He rushed out, and all war generals trailed after him. The ghosts that were littering the death tents would be dealt with. This would be a perfect opportunity to make the Emperor believe in me again. We started running outside, swords drawn, ready to fight, maybe not for the Emperor, but for a principle. If it came to death, I would die with honor. Chapter 15, Bondage with War Dogs. Elder Mayandilo. I had spoken with 11 war dogs, and they agreed to remain composed. They would not rouse the soldiers and tell them of our presence. It is strange to meet ghosts, one of the war dogs told me, and yet, they were willing to help in the retrieval of the corpse. They would not fight, the war dogs claimed, as long as no one would touch them. I was relieved when the war dogs agreed. All around me, I could sense the first batch of Nivens rounding the death tents. The large one in the yard was where Joros's body lay. Any minute now, Andoni would take charge and push for the body's retrieval. When the first batch of Nivens was done with their task, Andoni clutched my hand tightly. "It is time, Elder," he said in a hushed voice. "Don't falter now." We ran together in a straight line, ignoring the soldiers that were making the rounds. The mission was so much easier because none of the soldiers could see us. Even if we bumped against them, the most a soldier would do was to scratch his head in confusion. Not that I would want that to happen. Stealth was the key to our plan's success. The tent flaps opened slightly, and ahead of us, some Nivens entered the death tents. I went inside with Andoni and succumbed to nausea. The stench of the dead bodies filled the air. How could Canellans take the stink? How come they had not buried the bodies yet? It had been months, and the decay surrounded us. Andoni moved to where the second batch of Nivens was standing. When I reached them, I stared at the boy's corpse. His hair was as black as Alicia Rella's. In the darkness, I could see the torn limb and the unusual tint of gray on his body. It was a surprise that maggots had not taken their refuge in that part of the boy's body that had been torn. What I would do to have the power to preserve death. In reverence, the Nivens took out a cloth and laid it beside the boy. Then they covered him, swaddling him like a baby. One by one, they knelt and offered their respects. The Nivens were an odd lot. First, they declared the family nameless, and now, they offered him a salute that not even a soldier in Canella would be afforded in case of demise. When all had finished their turn, they carried the boy. 2 men ran for the tent's entrance and opened it ever so slightly. Then, the Nivens carrying the boy followed, and the rest of the Nivens did too. Andoni and I came out last. I was thankful for breathing in the fresh air outside, although it felt as though the stink of the corpses had seeped into my clothes. We ran together. Like Andoni had said, we would emerge triumphant in this plan. As we crossed the palace yards, we ran into the third batch of Nivens. Now, they would clear up all traces of our presence here. Andoni clutched my hand and pulled me somewhere else. "We watch them, Elder," he said. "We have to make sure everyone goes out of Canella alive." I nodded, although I knew he could not see me. The only reason he asked me to stay was in case there were other war dogs around. We watched in silence as the figures of Nivens covered our tracks. By now, that part where Joros's body had lain for months would probably be holding another corpse in its stead. The night was dark, but my eyes had adjusted to it so that I could clearly see the other soldiers that were milling around. Then all at once, soldiers from inside the palace came running out. The swords were drawn out, and I stared in astonishment as they rallied around the death tents. Andoni froze. "They knew." "How did they know?" he asked in stunned silence. My body went cold, and chills started spreading from the pit of my stomach all the way to my entire body. Andoni stood up as Nivens rushed out of the tents. No one saw them, and so it was as though the soldiers were fighting with the air. "Find them. Whoever is causing this disturbance will be captured," a loud voice said. To my horror, I saw the Emperor running about. He was, even in the darkness, standing out as though his skin was glowing. There was something ethereal about this man. I stood, waiting for whatever Andoni would tell me. "We can't let anyone fall into their hands," he said. "Not dead. But certainly, never alive." I wanted to tell the chief hunter that we should have brought weapons but knew it was the wrong time to express it. "Are you ready to fight, Elder?" he asked. "As much as you are," I answered. Then Andoni ran to the middle of the yard, leaving me alone on the sidelines. Immediately, my body showed, and I ducked behind the tents. One of the soldiers saw me and shouted, "He's here." I ran with my head bowed down, hoping that I could lose him, but my knees were weak for my age, and I knew I had to do something fast. I sidled along the tents, barely breathing until I found myself inside one of the death tents. I lay sprawled, feigning death and pretending that I was one of the bodies to be buried. A few soldiers peered through the flaps, and I held my breath, afraid to move. One soldier stayed, although his comrades had gone away. He kept kicking on the corpses, perhaps trying to find if one would fight back. He was only a few bodies away from me. I had to do something fast. I called inside my head a war dog that was closest to me. I sent a signal, a plea for help for a war dog to leap at the soldier inside the death tent. To have the war dog tear at the soldier's gut. There is no way this soldier would capture me. Better dead than alive, I kept on telling myself. I opened my eyes slightly and stared at the face of a soldier. He raised his right foot in an attempt to kick at me, but before his boots could land on my body, a war dog leapt from outside the tent and bit the leg of the soldier. The soldier screamed as the war dog tore at its flesh. I listened to the blood-curdling scream the soldier let out, at the indistinct sound that made him as much an animal as the one biting his neck. The soldiers outside ran inside the tent and saw the war dog mauling their comrade. One of the soldiers raised a sword, and its blade found the dog's neck, instantly slicing the head off from the body, and I jerked as though the sword had hit me directly. My eyesight blurred as a searing pain gripped at me. My arms twitched as though I would die with the war dog, but I knew the pain would only be temporary. I would not die with the dog, but its death would make my life shorter than it should have been. This was my power's curse. When the dog lay unmoving, one soldier checked on his fallen comrade. Notorious war dog has gone crazy. Elos is dead, he said, shaking his head. Get outside. The ghosts are making even the animals scared. The soldiers all came rushing out. Their footsteps softened, but the wails outside the tents became louder. When the pain had waned, I crawled and kept low. Outside, I saw soldiers toppling over. Even with their weapons drawn out, they were no match against enemies they could not see. The problem was, I could not see the Nivens, either, and I did not know if they needed my help. Then all at once, it grew misty. The dark sky got even darker before the land exploded as lightning hit the ground. I looked up at the Emperor's figure, arms outstretched as he kept on summoning lightning. If he were to continue with this onslaught, the third batch of Nivens could die. Together with Andoni. I could not let that happen. In a rush, I closed my eyes and spoke with the other war dogs. Get the Emperor. Attack him. I urged inside my head. Then as the Emperor's soldiers swung their swords helplessly around them, I watched as a pack of war dogs bore down on the Emperor. One leapt, followed by another, and another, until the Emperor fell. The soldiers near the Emperor saw what was happening, and in a millisecond, a group of them started killing the war dogs. All around me, screams were heard. The Emperor's voice rocked the yard as he shrieked in pain before passing out. The war dogs' howls filled the night as, one by one, they fell and died. I bit my right hand to keep myself from screaming as I felt the swords that killed the war dogs lash upon my body. I spasmed, wondering if the death of numerous war dogs would kill me too. My eyes rolled upwards, and I fell into a seizure. My pain kept increasing until finally, it ceased. Some soldiers were running back to the palace. Bring him to the healer, said loud voices. He's unconscious. And faster. And summon the healers. Were heard all around me. Maybe, when you're old, this was a fine way to die. If this were to be my last battle, then I would make sure that no Niven would die. I rose slowly and took the sword of a fallen soldier. Then I rushed to fight against the soldiers, hoping that I had not forgotten how to wield a sword. Chapter 16, Dancing with Honor. Renner Kalo. If there was anything I admired about the Emperor, it was that he was fearless. If there was a fight, he would lead us. He was never one to cower. And now, the Emperor ran ahead of us, into the palace yards, towards the death tents. The gods only knew what awaited us there. When we reached the tents, the soldiers shouted and rallied. But there was nothing to be seen. Nothing to fight. I felt like an idiot. Search the grounds. The Emperor shouted. I looked back at my men and asked them to divide. We had to cover the grounds that were littered with hundreds of death tents. But it was ridiculous because there was nothing to fight. There was no movement. Nothing. Then I heard a soldier scream inside one of the death tents. I scurried over, and when I got there, 3 soldiers were walking away. "Elos is dead," a soldier muttered. "War dog's gone crazy. The ghosts must have possessed him." I stared at them, confused. How could the war dogs fight us? They were trained to sniff out and attack the enemies and not the palace soldiers. I moved around and continued running, searching for ghosts. Were there really ghosts? When I got to the other end of the palace yards, there was nothing to see. There was no movement. There were no sounds except for the shouts the soldiers were making. Everyone must have been as confused as I was. In the middle of the yard, between the gaps of the pitched tents, soldiers were swinging their swords to nothing but air. It was almost hilarious. Then the clouds gathered, and lightning split the sky until the ground erupted as bolts hit it. There was no way the Emperor would let this trespass go unpunished. If at all, it was a fitting counter to the attack. When something is unseen, you have to attack randomly and catch the enemy off guard. I ran back, dodging lightning and carefully treading past the other soldiers. When I got closer to the Emperor, I saw war dogs leap at him. A furry gray one with eyes that were as dark as pitch bit the Emperor's cape and pulled him downwards. Astonished, the Emperor raised his hands and shielded his body. Another war dog charged, snarling. Its monstrous mouth bared and bit at the Emperor's neck. As though washed over, my surprise was taken over by an urge to kill, and I danced, wielding my sword against the gray one and slit its neck. Then I pierced its body over and over with my sword. To my right, another soldier had taken care of the other war dog. Blood spilled on the ground and started pooling around their broken bodies. Another war dog leapt forward, tearing at the soldier. The soldier shrieked as its fangs landed on his neck. He squirmed, flailing helplessly, but to no avail. I jumped at the dog and ended its life. "Get help!" I shouted. "The Emperor's fallen." A bunch of soldiers who were not being attacked by the war dogs came in a rush and lifted the Emperor, who had already passed out. The Emperor's blood trailed after the soldiers, and I wondered if the Emperor would survive. I danced and swung my sword repeatedly. Each slash landed with a loud thud against the dogs, sending them toppling over. It was true. The war dogs had gone crazy. The last of them had fallen, but I swung again in frustration while holding out a scream. It was a failure among the war generals to have the Emperor hurt. It was not supposed to happen. The shame would be too much for each of us to bear. I froze. When I swung, it felt as though I had hit someone. But there was nobody around. I looked around me, squinting. How will I see the ghosts? How can I fight them without seeing them? I closed my eyes and tried to sense them. There was a slight movement to my right. Amidst the ruckus, I heard the silent footsteps of someone as though whoever it belonged to was floating. Then I opened my eyes quickly and thrust. I gazed in horror as my sword pierced something in the air. I swear, if I released my hold on the sword, it would not have fallen to the ground, as though something solid was gripping my sword. I twisted the hilt until I felt flesh tearing. Blood oozed out and dropped to the ground. Right before my eyes, a body materialized. The man had gray skin. His eyes were wide open, and his jaw dropped in astonishment as a realization hit him that he was about to die. I chilled. The ghosts were real. Keep swinging your swords. The ghosts are nearby. I don't know how many, but fight them. Make them fall. Avenge the Emperor. I shouted. All around me, the soldiers did as they were told. But it was difficult to fight something unseen. I had been lucky. I turned around, and my face was thrown back by the force of a powerful blow. I lost balance and fell, but I was trained to fight. In a quick movement, I was up again, more aware of the surroundings. But another punch landed against the back of my head. I swung around, desperate to kill whoever it was that was fighting me. Some soldiers fell as swords hit them from nowhere. The cries filled the air as soldiers fell to the ground, and I felt cheated at the way the war was being fought. Cowards! I yelled in anger. Fight us equally. You have no honor. But there was nothing to be seen. To my front, I saw an old man running, clutching a sword in both hands. He swung the sword against Nolan, a young soldier who had not seen a lot of fighting. He fell down, clutching at his stomach. His intestines had started to pour forth blood and organs in a ghastly torrent to the ground. He yelped at the horror, and I felt for him. It was not how a war should be fought. Through all of this, it was a coward's fight, and we stood no chance of winning. A soldier fought against the old man, but even the elders seemed to be flying. He met each slash with a slash, and it was an even match. I ran towards the old man. The emperor fell, but not all soldiers would. Before I could come closer, a sword hit me on my left side, and I felt a searing pain. I turned sideways, flailing my sword at nothing but air. You have no honor. I shouted as I swung the sword heavily, yearning for it to hit something. I stumbled as I lost my balance when my sword met nothing but air. 100 soldiers were fighting nothing, arms stretched out, holding tightly against their swords. Brass armor glinted in the early rays of the sun, but everything seemed like a parody when each of us danced, and no enemy was to be found. Show yourselves. Fight us equally on this land. I shouted in frustration as my side continued to burn. Blood was already dripping from it. The old man fell, and Mandy thrust the sword at him. Wait! I shouted. Mandy stopped and waited for my instructions. I ran towards them and pointed my sword at the elder. This man would die if you do not show yourselves. Fight us equally. There is no place for you if you cannot fight us levelly in Canella. I looked around, searching for movements. The palace soldiers went still, sensing their surroundings. There is no place for us, a deep voice said a few yards away from me. Then a body showed. He was bald, and his skin was gray over a sinewy frame. The Canellan palace has forgotten us. All around us, men started appearing. They looked the same, at least as far as their skin coloring was. My grip tightened on the sword, and I pulled the elder to his feet. Fight us on level ground. 1 against 1. Give me a sword, and I will fight you here. He said. And let the elder go. The old man twisted under my hold. Andoni, don't. He is a war general. He will butcher you with his sword before you can even bend to pick one up. The man called Andoni had his gaze fixed upon my face. All the other men with him stood ready to fight, but not one among them moved. It surprised me to count only a handful of them. And yet, they fought like they were hundreds. Dead soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, and only a couple of grayish bodies had fallen. Release him, Andoni said. And I will fight you the way soldiers were intended to fight. I pushed at the elder, who was immediately assisted by 2 grayish men. I motioned to one of the soldiers to give his sword to Andoni. The man was not wearing any armor, nothing but his clothes. If I were to die honorably, protocol dictated that I remove the armor I was wearing too. One by one, I removed all the metal protecting my body, starting with the helmet. My soldiers watched in silence as I did. This is how to fight honorably. I yelled at them. Then once I was wearing nothing but my clothes, I moved around, urging Andoni to fight. He moved closer, knees bent, eyes watchful as an eagle's, his right hand holding the sword in an almost awkward fashion. Then he moved towards me so speedily that I could only block the sword and failed to swing back. He seemed to be unaccustomed to using the sword and yet surprised me as he wields one with equal expertise as me. If I die, release my body to my people, he said, his eyes burning hot like coals. I squinted at him, oblivious of the sweat that was dripping from my forehead to my eyes. When you die, your body will be fed to the carrion eaters, I said. I dipped and rotated, then stepped backward in a deft move, and at the last second thrust out my sword, but he was quick, and our swords clashed in mid-air. But it was an ancient step, a simulated attack to make the enemy open to an offense. And so, I pushed the sword deeper and swung, hitting Andoni on his left leg. He yelled and fumbled, but he was back on his feet again. His face was still devoid of fear. We're equal now, I thought, as the wound on my side burned. Show that you have honor in as much as you claimed. Should I die, release my body to my people to be buried. Andoni shouted. He swung his sword, and I jumped back. Then I rolled to the ground, rose up, and with a quick jerk to my right, thrust the sword towards his ribs. The blade barely touched his chest as he jumped back. He was fast. His movements were so graceful that it was as if he were dancing. Never. For attacking the palace, for cheating us with your power, you will not get a decent funeral. I yelled. Our swords clashed, each slash making us more tired and impatient about how this fight would end. But no one had ever bested me in swords, and this man would not be the first. So, I swung my right hand, slashing against him. In a fluid movement, I passed the sword to my left hand and thrust the pointed blade against his chest, piercing Andoni right between his ribs. The sword he was holding fell to the ground, clanging amidst the gasps of everyone. The elder groaned as though it was he who had been stabbed. Andoni slowly sagged to the ground, his hands upon my sword as though he could prevent it from killing him. His eyes had gone wide. Then everything happened so fast. The grey men disappeared into thin air. Someone clobbered me, and I fell, releasing my hold on the sword. Right before Andoni vanished in thin air, I watched as he pulled the sword closer to his body until only the hilt showed on his chest. A wise move if he wanted to stop blood from gushing out. Rise. Search for them. They can't escape. I yelled. The soldiers took up their swords and frantically slashed at the air, hoping that they would catch the grey men with their movements. The elder was gone too. To the gates. Seal the gates. Don't let anyone escape. I shouted. A loud sound came from behind us, and I gasped as war dogs bare their fangs on us. One by one, they leapt at us, and we had to fight to prevent our limbs from being torn away from our bodies. When the last of the war dogs lay whimpering atop the bodies of fallen Canellan soldiers, I looked at the faces of my men. Then I stared in horror at the open gates. No one among us was able to raise the alarm for the soldiers in the entrances to close them. We will not let them loose. After them! I shouted. Then I grabbed my horse, and the soldiers rallied after me. The other war generals were moving towards the gates. What makes you think we'll get to capture them? Benno Tabol asked. The muscular war general of Amer rode beside me. His face wore a quiet determination. The gods have never favored cheats in the past, I said with burning rage. Then we rallied to the gates. We climbed on the horses and rode. I kicked at my horse, urging it to go faster. I saw several war generals do the same, all of us determined to capture the intruders. But a mile away from the gates, my horse slowed down until it stopped entirely. I kicked at it, angry at it for keeping still. Ride, you stubborn beast! I yelled. I kicked hard and tugged at the reins, but my horse Maya did not move. I looked around me in astonishment. All of us were riding on our bays, but none of them was moving. The horses won't budge, General. The soldiers kept on saying. Well, make them. I yelled back, frustrated. I kicked my horse many times. Then, as though the horse had grown courage, it started to gallop, then it reared up, its forefeet up in the air. I gripped the reins tightly so I would not fall down. The other soldiers did not have much luck, and I watched as they toppled to the ground one after the other. Benno Tabol was seething as much as the next war general. The horses had gone crazy too. The ghosts had somehow, I did not want to think it, cast a spell on the horses, making them disobey their master's command. When no other soldier remained seated on his mount, the horses stopped their mad galloping. I looked at the far road ahead, wondering where the ghosts were now and how long before any of us could capture them. But the man called Andoni would not survive the day. At least with that, I had been successful. Chapter 17, The last request. Elder Mayandilo. It had been a mistake not to bring more than one horse with us. The Canellans were starting to pour into the streets. We had to get to the forest fast. Bombay had taken to holding my hand, a task that he had to do so that I would also be shrouded from Canellan eyes. The Nivens moved quickly, determined to reach Niven soon. From behind me, I heard gallops. "Ride with me, Elder," I heard a thick voice address me. "You too, Bombay." A hand gripped my cloak and guided me to where the horse was. Then I climbed up, finding it surreal to step up on something unseen. Bombay climbed after me, and we were squeezed in uncomfortably. The others have made their way past the forest to the secret passage, and they will find themselves in Niven before the sun sets. We have to make our journey faster. He paused. They will demand an explanation from us. An explanation was an understatement. "I need to talk to Andoni," I said. "The chief hunter is riding with Jorosa's body. 2 other Nivens escort them." "There is no need to inconvenience him further," he replied. "I have to talk to him. I am not certain if he will make it through the secret passage," I said urgently. I felt the Niven's body tense. "I feared as much, Elder," he said before adding, "Very well then." We trotted forward until we reached a place that was covered with thick bushes, tall trees, and thickets. Jorosa's body was tied to the horse as though it was baggage or goods to trade dangling from the side. Andoni had been hoisted down from the horse, and he was now in a sitting position on the ground with his back pressed against another Niven. His face was pale, and the hilt of the sword protruded from his chest. As I walked towards him, he managed a wry smile. I sat in front of him, barely taking my eyes off his face. His lips twisted as though he was hurting, and his eyes rolled upwards until all I saw were the whites. Sweat covered his face, and his body was starting to show the bruises that he gathered in his fight against the war general Rennerkalo. He was a legend, a master among swordsmen. I should have stopped Andoni from fighting the general. "Chief Hunter," I said in a low voice. Andoni struggled to open his eyes, and they flickered before resting upon my face. "Some days I win, but it isn't important because all it will take is for one moment to fall flat against my back, and I will lose, like the way I did today," he said sadly. "You fought bravely against a war general," I said earnestly. "No one has ever managed to win against him." He nodded in understanding. "But that's not important now, Elder. The ride will be rough, and when you get to my people, to Niven, they will ask you what has become of me. And this is the story you're going to tell." I shook my head. "No. You will survive this. You will reach Niven alive. The only thing that's keeping me alive is this sword piercing my body. If this were removed," he paused, and I nodded curtly in understanding. Andoni's eyes had gone watery, but no tears fell. "You will present them with Jorosa's body and convince them that everything's been kept secret. The palace does not know about our existence." "Why?" "It is more prudent to let them know about what happened. The repercussions of Canellan soldiers finding out about Nivens today will make them flock towards Niven again. If not now, then days after today. It could be weeks or months, but it will come. And soon," I said. "If Nivens do not ready themselves to fight against Canellan soldiers, then they will be wiped out the way the Emperor intended. Salvatore will know what to do. Tell him, and only him, the truth of what happened." "But the men who came with us? They saw everything." Andoni's eyes closed slightly as he drew in a deep breath. "They wouldn't speak about it. If I die here, the events they have seen will all die with me too." I stared at him, not understanding what he was saying. "Nivens have weird traditions. I am their leader. I cannot tell the people what happened. No one would dishonor my memory by opening his mouth to speak to the people what I should have, myself, been telling them. No, there is no danger. Listen to me. Only Salvatore has to know. He is more than fit to rule Nivens. It should have been him raised to chief hunter instead of me. Had it been him, maybe none of this would have happened. He will have a solution to all this," he continued. He gasped for breath, and I reached out to clutch at his head. The Niven who was helping Andoni into a sitting position paled as he watched the dying chief hunter. And Laren? What will I tell her? Tell her I am off to meet my friend in the sky, Andoni said feebly. She will know what I mean. My heart froze. It could not be like this. Andoni San Diego, the chief hunter, could not die. The Elders Guild needed the Nivens to fight against the Emperor. We should continue with the journey, I said. You will reach Niven. Laren will meet you there. You will get to tell the story to Nivens. They need to hear from you about the dangers that we, are now facing. There's no need for me to relay the message to Salvatore. You can tell it to him yourself, I said. Andoni shook his head weakly. No. He smiled dejectedly. See my little girl to safety, he added. I stood up and started walking away, my heart tearing at seeing the chief hunter so weak. It could only be minutes now, an hour if he was lucky, before the gods took his spirit away. I have given you instructions, Elder Mayandilo. But I have a right to demand a last request, Andoni said thickly. I stopped in my tracks and looked back. I searched Andoni's face, questioning what it was that he wanted from me. I shivered. A last request, he had said. Bombay was standing beside me, tears grazing his face. His youth had not prepared him to stare death in the face. The four Nivens, Bombay included, and I watched Andoni. I do not deserve to die at the hands of a foreign man. It would dishonor me, he said. His eyes met mine levelly, and I did not have to ask what he would say next. I cannot, I said hoarsely. It is my last demand. A craving that I desire to be fulfilled. Chief Hunter, I am from a foreign land too. I am not accustomed to your ways. Renner Kalo's sword is not any different from any I own, and I do not have one, I said humbly. It is the hand that wields the sword, not the sword itself. Take his sword and end it for me, he commanded. I swaggered slightly, taken aback by his request. I shook my head. I can't. I glanced around at the Nivens surrounding me, their eyes measuring me. They looked away, eyes moist from unshed tears. I am not a Niven. If I wield the sword, you still die by a foreign hand, I said weakly. I did not want to end it for him. You are no longer a prisoner, Elder Mayandilo. By your courage and loyalty, having fought with us in the Canellan courtyard, you have shown yourself worthy of being called a Niven. We are taking you in. A partner, he said. The Nivens stared at Andoni and then at me. I shivered. Prepare me to receive the last embrace of the motherland, Andoni told the Niven holding him. The young Niven, Arlo, jerked as though he was slapped. He nodded reluctantly. He pushed Andoni to a kneeling position and gathered Andoni's hands to his back. I gasped at the way Arlo positioned Andoni. The chief hunter's head bobbed down, perspiration covering his scalp. Arlo glanced up, searching my face. The duty is now yours, Elder, Arlo said reverently. My knees shook with each step that I took towards Andoni. Upon reaching him, I crouched down and put both my hands on the sword's hilt. I gripped it tightly. This is going to hurt, I whispered to Andoni. With shaking hands, I pulled at the sword, and when it was released by Andoni's body, his head jerked upwards, only the white in his eyes showing. He gasped for breath raggedly. Then I lifted the sword. Andoni's eyes met mine one last time before his head sagged forward, waiting. All around me, I heard and saw nothing as I swung the sword towards Andoni's neck and hoped that in doing so, I had given him honor. The blade sliced through his neck cleanly, and his head rolled forward. It stopped inches away from my feet face up, its blue eyes glaring up at the equally blue sky. Part 4, The Dark Heart. Chapter 1, Sinista. Ion Noto. Who would have thought the Emperor to be a most generous man? I smiled as I read a copy of the letter I was about to deliver to Queen Marcella Benilda. A letter was signed by none other than her son, Emperor McQuinn Storm Aaron. It would cause many conversations in Akean, one that I was sure would spread quickly like a forest fire in summer. I was inside my room waiting for Rodora Tulin to come back, hoping she had some great news to share with me. Canella became even more crowded, especially after the citizens learned about the trespass into the palace yard a few days ago. The ghosts had fought against the palace guards. And not only that, the emperor had fallen. And war dogs, those big mutts trained by the palace to defend the empire, had gone crazy and fought against the soldiers. Even the horses sided with the ghosts when none of them obeyed their master's instructions to ride hard after the ghosts. All of us were still astounded at the turn of events, and some blamed it on the possibility that the ghosts possessed some sort of witchcraft. These events in the mouths of travelers gave way to different versions of gossip that kept drawing in the mercenaries to Canella. It was a pity that the emperor was still in his chambers unwell. Solarin would tend to him, and so would Amaya, but nothing more could be expected from him now, which I believed was a good chance to show the emperor the kind of support he was getting from me. I would rally my men to Amer, deliver the letter to the queen, and set to finding the boy again. This time, as the emperor had instructed, I would kill the boy. Although, I still preferred handing the boy to the emperor alive. Somebody knocked on my door before it opened slightly, and the face of one of my men showed through the gap. "General, Rodora is here," he said. "Let her in," I said without moving from my chair. Rodora's figure came in. Her clothes fit snugly to her waist and chest. It was odd that I did not notice this before. I beamed at her. Inside my head, I was kissing her. "What news have you got?" I asked. Rodora sat first before answering. Her eyes studied me. "We have to go back where we came from if you want to capture the boy," she said. Her eyes were glinting in the darkness. "Where is he?" "The soldiers found tracks towards Sinista." I doubled over, laughing. I shook my head. "No, they won't." "What did I say that you found so hilarious?" Rodora asked indignantly. I was still shaking from laughter. "Not even my soldiers would go there," I said. "If you were pursued by soldiers, and there was no other place to go, wouldn't you go there too? Assume that you were a mere lad. What would you have done, Ion?" she asked. I stopped laughing and considered. Rodora had a valid point there. But a place riddled by beasts? It was unthinkable. "Not to discredit you as you always have brought me useful information. But this is. It doesn't add up," I said. "He's a boy. Who doesn't know geography? But who wouldn't want to face the beasts? Except he couldn't have known about the hubbubs residing there." "Even so," I yelled. "He would be mindlessly reckless if he had done so. Or it could be a trick to lure us there to get killed by beasts." "Does anything frighten you, my good general?" Rodora asked. She knew how to push my buttons. I glared at her. "Nothing," I said. "Then, listen to me and believe me. I have sent soldiers to Sinista, and I instructed them to send word should they find anything useful." She paused as she handed me a scroll. "And this is the first of the many messages I got since then." I took the scroll she handed me. It was tiny, only a quarter of my thumb thick. When I opened it, there was nothing much to read. But when my gaze fell upon the words, I knew Rodora was telling me the truth. "Assemble my men. Tell them we're leaving tomorrow," I said. A small smile crossed her face. "Why tomorrow when we can do it now? Your men stand ready." I stared at her, wondering why I had never thought before that she could be helpful to me. Her loyalty was unnerving. I stood up and walked to her side, and when I was in front of her, I grabbed her hand and pulled her to stand up before me. I stared into her eyes, drowning in them. "Because," I said, "there is still much more we can do tonight." Then, I kissed her. "Tomorrow, we will go to Sinista." The Swordless Swordsman. I looked at Pyper and Kino on the horse. They were riding slowly so I could catch up with them on foot. "Still burning up?" I asked. Pyper nodded. "I'm worried about him. Do you think we'll ever find a healer nearby? I thought about it. Canella would definitely have healers, but most Canellans were there in the Akean Wine Festival, and if they recognized Kino, I doubt any among them would help us. Worse, any of them could pretend to take us in, only for us to find out later that we are being handed over to the Emperor's men. I don't think we can risk that. You're a Niven. You should know about herbs that could help out, I said. If I had spent my time picking out shrubs, maybe I would, she said forlornly. Would you like to ride with Kino? I'm tired of supporting him. Besides, his back against my body burns me up too. He's getting freakishly hot. All right. Pyper stopped the horse, and I climbed up. Pyper moved down, and Kino's back was immediately pressed against my chest like a lifeless sack. Whoa! He's way too hot, I said worriedly. Maybe we need to dip him in a pond. Douse him with water. That could work, Pyper said. Only there's no water around. Let's get back to the riverbank. It shouldn't be so far away. Then, let's go, she said. I pulled at the horse's reins to the left. If Kino's fever did not break, I wonder what would happen to him. Arden? Yes. Is Kino dying? Pyper's eyes were moist with unshed tears. I mean, I didn't hold him close because I didn't want to feel that he was slowly slipping away. Is he? Tell me he's not. Kino's body felt like molten lava? At least that's how hot I imagined lava from a volcano must feel like. I was worried too, but I could not let Pyper know. He has a fever and a festering wound, I said. This is common. Quila used to have infections. I stopped because I could not go through with a lie. I shook my head and caught Pyper's eyes. I don't know. I hope he pulls through it, but I honestly don't know. Pyper looked away, her shoulders hunched, and walked as though she was carrying the world's weight. There are other things we need to worry about. We did rescue Kino, and he should be a priority, but Pyper and I hadn't eaten any decent meal in days. And if we were to survive, we need some nourishment. While you're down there, do you reckon you could find something to eat? Mushrooms, maybe? I asked. Yeah. It's like our luck to chance upon mushrooms. Sinista still gives me the creeps, but it's better in the morning with the light seeping through the canopy of trees, although I would not say it felt safer. A slight movement caught my eye right in front of us. Did you see that? I asked. Pyper stopped so suddenly and veiled herself with invisibility. Not hubbubs again, she said. I don't think so. Hubbubs are never discreet, I said. Observe. That tree in front of us. I could swear something moved over there. We waited for movement, but the tree was still the way it should be. You're tired, Pyper said, that you're beginning to see things. Then, she stopped talking as a movement, insignificant as it was, caught our eyes. I made myself and Kino invisible. Only the horse could be seen now. Do you think we should come after it? Pyper asked. No. It could be another person lost in Sinista. We should help it. It isn't safe, I said. Pyper turned visible again. Pyper. Hide. I said in frustration, but she had already started running towards the tree. She was scrutinizing it, curiosity etched on her face. What are you? Who are you? Show yourself, she coaxed. Pyper. I yelled at her. She could be so frustrating sometimes. As stubborn as Quila was. Get back here. We don't need a diversion. We have enough on our hands. Pyper jumped backward, and she fell to the ground, yelping. Dear gods! What could it be now? I kicked at the horse to come closer to her. Pyper's eyes were so wide that I had to fight the urge to laugh at her. Then, my gaze fell upon a man who did not look quite like a man. His body was covered with something dark like he'd sunk into the mud and left the mud to cake. What are you? I asked in equal fascination. He looked the way Kino did when he tested his power. The tall, Dark man with skin like a tree's trunk watched us. I'm a tree runner. A tree runner? Pyper gasped. I never knew you still existed. I felt relief flooding my chest. Tree runners were delicate men no matter how odd they looked. Or at least that's what the stories said. And, if I remember correctly from Quila's stories, they protected the secret of the last great black egg. Were you spying on us? Pyper asked. I wanted to kick Pyper for asking a question that seemed trivial compared to the location of the last great black egg of the dragon. The man laughed jovially. I might have. Why? Pyper asked. I was about to join the conversation and demand knowledge about the last great black egg, but I was confused when the tree runner responded to Pyper's question, You have one of us with you. What are you talking about? I asked, losing all thoughts about the last great black egg. The boy. He's a tree runner too, he replied. Oh, no, no. He isn't, I protested. The man looked confused. But I saw him. He was like us. When you were fighting the hubbubs, we saw, he said. I felt the blood drain out of my face. You saw us and decided not to help? The man stirred. It was not. I could not. Not after we had already helped someone else, and the other tree runners told us to keep away from humans. It's just not our way. That's crazy. We were dying out there, and you stood there watching us. I said, anger coating my voice. I could not believe that some people, if ever they were, would be so heartless to let hubbubs slaughter us. If it helps, I was standing nearby. If you had been on the verge of losing, I would have helped. What a relief. I said sarcastically. At least now I know we wouldn't have died. I was flushing all over. And what are you doing here approaching us now, huh? Won't the other tree runners be mad at you for getting this close to humans? I bellowed. No, he said in a monotone. And why is that? Because you have one of us. We have to take him away. Oh no, you don't. I yelled. I must have yelled directly into Kino's ears because he stirred. Wait, Pyper said. I had forgotten she was standing right beside me. You said you met someone else here? She said here as though it was ridiculous. I gaped at the tree runner. They were traveling here when they were attacked. They? Pyper asked. The tree runner observed her, perhaps wondering if he had said something wrong. Yes. There was a woman with 4 younglings traveling with her. I counted. There's Mayo, Quila, Goemi, Miro. 4. And Nia. They were here. I did not know if I should be glad or scared. When was that? I asked. I realized that I was holding my breath. About a couple of days ago, he said. Pyper, they're here. I said. Pyper's smile was as wide as mine. What are we waiting for? Where are they? I asked the tree runner. Still here in Sinista, I'm afraid. Anyone unfamiliar with this place could get lost here for months without them realizing it, the tree runner said. Could you tell us which direction they took? The tree runner's eyes squinted. Why? Why the sudden interest in those humans? Because they are our friends, I said. Then, give me the boy, the tree runner said. What? He's not one of you, I said. Look at him. Does he look like he's growing bark all over his body? I saw. Maybe he's not yet accustomed to his power. We need to train him, the tree runner argued. No way. I'm not giving you our friend. He's sick. He could be dying, I said. Please. Help us. We need to find our friends soon. But when you find them, will you give me the boy? He asked. I will guide you to them, but only if you promise to trade information for the boy. I froze. This tree runner would not take no for an answer. Are you going to tell me where you hid the last great black egg if I give Kino to you? If yes, then maybe I will give him to you. But not before you lead us to our other friends. No, You can't trade Kino for the black egg regardless of what that egg can do. Pyper shouted. Her eyes were glaring at me, and she had her fists clenched. It's the last great black egg. It means a dragon. The last dragon. I argued, although I knew I was unreasonable this time. You have my word, the tree runner interjected. I turned to stare at the tree runner in surprise. You would tell me? The tree runner nodded slowly. So, you mean to tell me there's really a dragon's egg? I asked, still astounded. My eyes fell on Kino, and suddenly, a deep sense of guilt washed over me for even thinking about handing our friend to the tree runner. I'm sorry, but I can't. I looked at Kino. I didn't mean to trade him for an egg. Pyper was right. Regardless of what that egg would mean for us, it did not seem right. If you do not agree to it, I will follow you, the tree runner said as though it was a threat. It doesn't matter. I won't hand Kino to you, I said with finality. Pyper looked satisfied, although she still seemed to be glowering at me. The tree runner walked towards us. Even as I sat on a saddle, the tree runner towered over me. He beamed as he extended his hand to me. I admire your loyalty. Perhaps it is just right to offer you my service for proving a loyal friend to one of my kind. Kino's not one of you, I argued. The tree runner's hand was still extended to me, and it did not seem like he would retract it. I rolled my eyes as I took his hand and shook it. It felt grainy, like 100 calluses riddled his hand. Pyper was still glaring at me, but with a hint of approval this time. Best to find Quila now. I tipped my hat at Pyper and winked at her. Come on. It's time to find them, I said. Hope warmed my chest that with the tree runner's assistance, everything would turn out all right. Then, I smiled as I remembered that the tree runner admitted to knowing the secret about the last great black egg. Now all I had to do was force him to tell me where it was. Quila would be so excited. Dogan Rhonda. They're gone. I could not believe it. Kino and Pyper were gone from Amer, and I could not help them out. I sucked at tailing after the children. What would Master Andoni say about this blatant failure? His daughter was still loose upon the cruel world, and I am here running away from palace soldiers. And there was no way I could disguise myself. These soldiers who were looking for me knew me down to my toenails. If I had not spent days with them at the bars and stables drinking and playing cards, maybe they would not remember my face. Bah! That's ridiculous. Anybody who saw my face would not forget it, and I say this without a speck of arrogance. I mean, because I look like a monster, who would ever forget my face? In some ways, it was a gift and a curse. Nah. Just a curse, I think. But something good had happened. I learned that my power was not limited to growing flowers. I could also make vines, which was quite an improvement. How would I ever find the children? Soft footsteps trailed after me. Niven? I asked. Is it you? There's no news about where the children went. They vanished into thin air, Niven replied. They'd vanish in thin air. Pyper's a Niven like you, I said. And she can make Kino invisible too. The soldiers have returned to the palace. All of them were concerned about how the next events would play out. If the general... What general? I asked. General Ion Noto. The one who captured the boy, he said. I paled. General Ion Noto was the one who captured Kino? I asked. Bad luck. It should have been anyone but him. He had a reputation for being ruthless to the point that the soldiers believed he was the devil incarnate. Sometimes, he made decisions that were so vile it would put the emperor to shame. Afraid so, Niven answered. Do you know him? Know him? I abhor him. I yelled, then I caught myself and made my voice softer. He is a bad man. Bad? That's all you can say? He likes killing people. But before he does, he tortures them first. Have you heard about the death of the famous 20? That was him who did that. He captured them and tied them up together. He gouged one eye socket out of each man, replacing the eye of the one beside him. Then, the other eye he took out and boiled them, and when they were hungry, fed it to them. That's vile. Niven burst out. You don't say. And a lot more. If he had his hands on Kino, I wonder what he did to the poor boy. Niven remained silent. The general went to Canella, fuming that the boy had escaped. Who do you think did it? I have no idea, but it could be one of his friends. I don't know how they managed to pull it off, I said thoughtfully. But I have to admit that Pyper has some incredible wits. She is a handful, Niven admitted. When we find them, we must bring them back to Niven immediately. Laren would be worried. Andoni, well, he has a lot on his mind. I don't want Pyper's flight to worry him too. The problem was that I did not know where they went. Akean was a massive world, and if there were no clues left behind, then the task of searching for someone was like looking for one fish in the ocean. Soft footsteps hurriedly walked towards us. Niven, I can feel them, one of the Niven said. The voice was gravelly, and I could only pin that voice to Dorol. What? Tree runners, Dorol answered. Are you certain? I asked. Yes. We were inside the forest, a sinister place that was. We felt as though eyes were following us although we were invisible. But how could you know they were the tree runners? I asked. We have a close affiliation, Niven said. They used to build our tree houses for us before the Emperor banished them. What do we do now? Should we find another route? Dorol asked. I guess that's the best way to go about it. But if tree runners were here, then it only means this place is Sinista, I said. Right. Where hobubs and other beasts thrive. Even with my bulk, I mentally shivered at the thought of facing hobubs. Then, we run around it. I don't want to mess up with the beasts, Niven said. Wait, I said. How far before we cross to Sinista? A mile walk, Dorol answered. We must get there. If there are tree runners, maybe they can help us, I said. I remembered meeting them once. My chest tightened as I remembered having to bury Lamare. And right after that, I made flowers grow all around her burial ground. When I had finished, tree runners came out of hiding. They called me little brother. Niven seemed confused, but he tailed after me as we walked towards Sinista. There were giant trees that looked older than Akean inside the forest. No wonder no one bothered to pass through it. But today, this could help me out in some way. I hoped. Maybe. I entered the border and felt a surge of nausea penetrate my being. It was like an oil slick had permeated my body. The vileness was horrible, but there was no way I would go out without trying first what I had in mind. I could feel the Nivens surrounding me, perhaps wondering why I insisted on being here. I knelt and touched the ground before closing my eyes. Then, one by one, the field started sprouting flowers, all kinds of them. I heard the Nivens gasp in amazement, and at the same time, I also heard a few of them chuckling. They never knew what my power was. They only assumed that it was my strength. I had never corrected them. When the ground was covered with flowers as far as my eyesight could reach, I stood up and waited. If there were tree runners here, they would approach me. They would sense my power and feel an affinity. The Nivens stood silently behind me, waiting for what would happen next. But nothing happened. Nobody approached us. Shouldn't we be leaving now? Niven asked. No. Not yet, I said. We have to wait. He fell silent again, and we all waited. The trees started moving as though they were living. I stood there, pinned to the ground, mesmerized at what was unfolding before my eyes. Then, as though the trunks of the trees split, men emerged from them. The tree runners stood right in front of us. What took you so long, brothers? I asked. There are those with you who hide, a tree runner said. The tree runners could sense the Nivens, the way the Nivens sensed them. Niven, show yourself. Tell the other Nivens to show themselves too. One by one, the Nivens' bodies appeared behind me. Why did you come to us, little brother? A tree runner asked. I need your help, I said. I am looking for my friends. It is not in our nature to mingle with your kind, at least, not anymore. But then, he paused and looked at the other Nivens before adding, perhaps we can offer some kind of assistance. Gods, I hoped I would find the children now. Mayo Kalo. Don't you ever get tired? I asked Quila. My stomach was growling again, and I looked up at the sky and noted the sun was directly above us. It was already midday, and we hadn't stopped to eat, much less look for food. I'm hungry and tired, Quila replied. But you happen to complain more. I frowned. What's the use of our tongues if we don't get to use them for complaining, I said. Gossiping? Quila jested, and I groaned in annoyance. Do you know we've been going around in circles in this eerie place? How long has it been? I think we're approaching a fortnight, and we're still inside this crazy forest. We're lucky we haven't encountered any more hubbubs. Ha! If we encounter more of them, I'll climb a tree. I have thought about it. Hubbubs don't seem like they could climb a tree, so I'll be safe up in one, I said. Why? Did you read that in one of your books back in school? I shrugged. Not really. No. Then, let's hope we don't get the chance to find out if your theory is true. Quila's such a bubble popper. Sometimes I disliked her as much as I hated Miro, although I would say it was on a different level. I did not like Miro because he looked crazy and seemed to capitalize on his incapacity to lure people to do everything to his liking. Kick at the horse harder, I urged Quila, and we kicked together. The horse galloped and caught up with Mistress Lamare's horse. We're going in circles, I said when Mistress Lamare was close. Her forehead was creased in worry. I noticed, she said. This place is playing tricks on us. Can't we try a different route? I asked. Gomi looked scared. The last time I checked, all we did was head in a straight direction. We never took a turn, yet we're still here confined in Sinista. Quila nodded vigorously. If Pyper were here, I think she would have thought of something to get out of this curse, I said. Stop talking about curses, Quila said. Why? Don't you feel it? The eyes are tearing at our bodies like they have been watching us all along. It could be the stupid tree runners for all I care, or the hubbubs. Or some other fancy beast I used to only read in books. I said. Your imagination is freaking us out. Quila said. Enough. Mistress Lamare said. Her face looked concerned and thoughtful, as though she was thinking of a way to get us out of here. The river. She said. The river flows in a direction towards the ocean. It should bring us out of this place and into another land. I nodded. That should do it. We took a turn and headed for the river, but it was impossible to figure out where the river was. The sounds were so muted I thought the silence would deafen me. I'm exhausted, I said. Can't we rest for a while? Nothing will dare attack us in broad daylight. You complain too much. I told you to shut it, Quila said. We must get to the river fast. The sooner we get there, the more confident I would be that we could get out of this crowded place. It was the first time I ever heard Quila say something nasty. Cratty, huh? I said, suppressing a smile. So, it's getting on your nerves too. Quila shivered. It does. I'm scared to death. Even if we rest here, I doubt if I could fall into a deep sleep. She was right, so I remained silent and followed Mistress Lamare's horse. Then, we heard the sound of rushing water. It could only be the river. Quila glanced back at me. Her eyes twinkled, and her cheeks were pink from staying long hours under the sun. I think we'll find our way to Canela now, she said happily.
Pyper, San Diego. I glanced at the tree runner. Everything I heard about the tree runners was right, They're gentle creatures, soft-spoken, and towered humans. Yet, at times, I would catch him scowling at me. Perhaps Sinista had corrupted him somehow. I was surprised to find out that their skin was like the bark of trees. We've been following the tree runner for a while already, and every step we took brought us closer to reuniting with our group. This was surreal but in a good way. Part of me was looking forward to the reunion, so I could return to Niven with Mayo and Kino. However, another part of me was reluctant to be reunited for fear that I would have to make 1,000 sandals as punishment for running away. But then, the reward was that I would see my father and mother again. I wished we could go home soon. The tree runner halted in front of us. "What is it?" Arden asked. "Trouble," he said. "What kind of trouble?" "Hubbubs?" I asked. Until now, I was unsure if we could trust the tree runners. "No. Men. Riding horses," said the tree runner. He looked flustered. "No one has dared cross Sinista in the past. Then in weeks, men have been coming in and out of this place. Well, mostly coming in as none among you has managed to get out yet." I chilled. It was like he was cursing us to a life in this creepy place. "How do you manage to stay here?" "This place is horrible," I said. "It wasn't a choice, little one," he answered. "Make haste." He turned to the left and all but ran. Arden, Kino, and I followed him. We turned invisible so that no one could see us as we passed.
The twins. I wondered how they couldn't figure out that the only way out of Sinista was to follow the river. Sometimes, they could be so slow. And now, I could hear the river. We were near it, and I could not wait to find Arden. The scent of the air was different when we reached the riverbank. It was as though we were in a different place. Everybody rejoiced that we had water and each had gone to refill their canteens. Mama was leaning over and washing herself up. Quila and that hateful Mayo were also bathing. They should have known that we could not stay long here. Danger spawns from everywhere? I drank from my canteen greedily and refilled it before flopping to the ground, watching them. "There's a boat!" Quila shouted. They stood up. Mama remained calm. Her hand raised over her eyes as she watched the boat approaching us. "Let's go with them," Mayo said. "It will get us out of here faster. We have gold coins left, don't we?" I wanted to hit Mayo on his head. He was all conceit, thinking about nothing but the pleasures in life and how to make things easy for him. He eats like a pig and complains a lot. No one should be allowed to be friends with his lot. The boat slowed down as it approached us. By this time, everyone was waving their hands to make it stop. I stood up and walked over to them. Mama's face had gone pale when she recognized who was riding the boat. "Master Damien?" she asked in a stutter. Master Damien motioned for his men to lower the planks. After they did, they climbed down to meet us. "My lady," he said, sounding worried. "What are you doing here?" Mama asked. Master Damien looked worried. "We never got that far away. I'm surprised to find you here. Haven't you gone away the way you should? To Amer, if I recall correctly." Mama pursed her lips and shook her head. "We were not successful in leaving the place. Sinista," she said, shivering, "is an evil place. It never let us out of its confines." Master Damien paled. "Do you mean to say that you've been here since that time we left you?" Mama nodded. We thought the river could help us out. I mean, if we follow the river's flow into the seas, we'll find ourselves safely into the edge of another land. But you—" "I am so sorry, my lady," Master Damien said. "But that seems to be a remote possibility. My men are tired from rowing, our coals are all but gone, we are all hungry, and everyone is sick, dreaming of home. It seems like this place is playing tricks on us. Then, join us. Maybe our chance of leaving this place together will be better if we travel together." Master Damien considered. "I am not certain. I will ask my crew." Then suddenly, the galloping of horses was heard all around us. In seconds, we found ourselves surrounded by Canelan soldiers bearing the palace's insignia. Now things were getting interesting. Ion Noto. The sight that greeted us was a quaint one. A lady was talking to a boatman, and a boat was waiting on the bank. There were children gathered all around. Now I wondered why I brought with me 100 of my men. But as my gaze fell upon them, I realized that the boy I wanted to capture wasn't here. We surrounded them, and they huddled closer together. I dismounted and started walking towards them. "A fine day, my lady," I said, smiling broadly. It was indeed a beautiful day for me. The woman stiffened and studied me. "General Ion Noto," I said and extended my hand. She extended her hand and gripped mine. It was such a firm grip for someone who looked so fragile. When my gaze fell upon her face again, I was mesmerized, and my tongue caught inside my mouth. "Lamare," I said in disbelief. "What did you say?" she asked. Her eyes had gone wide. "Lamare Amerk, the royal scribe. I didn't expect to find you here," I said. "But it's just as well. I will take you back to the emperor." My men started to move closer to us. "No," she said. She looked scared, but she stared at me, leveling me. "If your men dare to move a step closer, one of them will fall from the horse, dead." My eyebrows rose. I chuckled. "That is not your power. What have you turned into? A witch?" I said. From behind me, I heard sudden movements of someone choking. Cohen was twisting in his saddle, clutching at his chest. His hands fell limply to his sides before sliding down the horse and landing on the ground with a loud thump. Loud gasps filled the air, and even the horses felt the tension. They started to dance nervously. I stared at Lamare. "What have you become?" I asked in anger. "One more word and another one will fall. Do not test my patience, General. Let us leave in peace, or all your men will die," she said. This time, her voice had grown more self-assured. There was still a tinge of nervousness that she couldn't shake off, but who would dare fight someone who could cause the death of someone without even touching the man? Her power was downright evil. I stood frozen to the spot. "Give me the boy then," I said. "What boy?" "Your son," I said. "What was his name?" she asked, her lips shaking. "What was his name?" I repeated in surprise. "Don't play games with me, woman. Hand over the boy, and we will leave." Her shoulders stiffened. "You will remember not to raise your voice on me, General, or you will find yourself in Sinista alone with your soldiers' corpses." I heard swords being unsheathed from my back. I raised my arms at my men. "Don't," I said steely. "We will obey and leave you in peace." I turned away, but before I did, I studied all their faces, taking with me a mental image of who I would have to kill later on for shaming me today. These puny men would find death at the edge of my sword. "By your leave, Your Highness," I said in mockery. Lamare's eyes did not leave my face. The air was so brittle it could have easily shattered. Not one among my men had dared to stir. "Take Cohen Ernato," I told my men. "He will be buried in Canela," I said. 2 soldiers jumped off their horses and gathered Cohen's dead body. They tied him to the horse. With one last look at them, I turned around, rage tearing at my chest that I had not been able to get what I wanted. From out of nowhere, men appeared. They were graying, like the ones we fought in Canela days ago. They appeared and vanished right before our eyes, throwing punches at us. My men unsheathed their swords and fought them, but we were no match to fight men who could vanish into thin air. I doubled over as strong hands gripped me from behind and pulled at me, dragging me from my horse. But no one is invincible to a sword, especially not when I was the one wielding it. In a quick motion, I unsheathed my sword and slashed at the man I presumed could have been standing before me. Blood sprayed towards me, which meant I had been correct with my estimation. All around me, the soldiers were fighting against invisible men. But what caught me off guard was the ugly man wrestling with my men. He stood tall and bulky, and each time he swung his arms, men fell to the ground. Dogan Ronda, for the love of gods. Who would have thought I would find them all in this place? Several soldiers fought with him, but he was adept at his weapon. He was bleeding, yet his determination to kill my men was startling. I stood up and slashed my sword around me, hoping the invisible people would die. Rhodora was fighting from behind me, her back against mine. Anyone who approached us would find himself dead. From the corner of my eye, Lamare and her companions scurried away, and then they stopped. For whatever reason that was, I did not care. I will attend to them in a while. I needed to get rid first of these stinking gray men. After I swung my sword in front of me several times, a man fell, bleeding all over. He would not see the light anymore. Men surrounding us started to topple over and die. Some were wearing the palace's insignia, while others had nothing on but their loincloths. The Swordless Swordsman. As the sounds of hooves got louder, I wondered where the tree runner was taking us. I paled when it dawned on me that we were not trying to get away from the commotion but were going right into the middle of the fighting. The tree runner stopped, its face a mask of hesitation as it watched soldiers fighting Nivens. Nivens, for the love of gods. How did this happen? What were they doing outside Niven? Has the world really gone crazy? I climbed down, and Kino stirred. His eyes fixed on me, and a small smile was plastered on his lips. Go back to sleep, chum, I said. Pyper was kneeling beside Kino. What are you doing? Pyper asked me. What do you think? You're not going to fight the soldiers, are you? I will fight them. These are our blood fighting them, and they're losing. I don't know how many are still alive. Can you see them? No, Pyper said, tugging at my hand. Don't. Let's leave now. This tree runner has brought us to danger. Don't you see what he's playing at? He wants us dead so he can take Kino. No. He's not that, I argued. Tree runner, I said. Fight with us. The tree runner shook his head sadly. Apologies, lad, but this is a fight among men. I cannot dishonor myself by fighting this battle. It is yours to take, not mine. Well, I'll be damned. After hearing what the tree runner said, knowing I could not convince him even if I tried so many times, I tipped my hat and ran straight into the battlefield. Pyper was left clutching Kino to her. Poor girl. I removed my sword from its scabbard before turning invisible, then I slashed at the first soldier I saw. I thrust the sword right through his stomach and twisted the blade, carving out his insides. He fell, clutching at his stomach, eyes wide with terror. His body sprayed blood as he fell to the ground. I should have felt satisfaction upon doing that, but no. Killing someone so others may live is wrong. A soldier slashed his blade, and it almost struck me. I was quick, so I jumped back, but another soldier was slashing his sword madly behind me. The blade cut through the small of my back, and I lost control of my power. My body showed, flickering in the dim light. I gripped the sword tighter and waited for the soldier's attack. Arden! Someone shouted. I looked sideways and saw Quila, and I was engulfed with a dozen different types of emotion. I tipped my hat at her and winked. Then, I turned my attention to the soldier in front of me. The soldier slid forward, testing me on a sword. I made myself invisible and stepped sideways in a flurry, then, pitying the soldier, flicked his hand with the blade of my sword. Where the edge touched his hand, blood flowed freely. He yelled in pain as he stared at his hand with missing fingers. He turned around in desperation, trying to find me. I showed myself when he was staring right through me and winked at him. I thrust the sword straight to his chest and pulled him closer, killing him instantly. Sorry, chum, I said. The small of my back started throbbing. I could feel the blood dripping down my legs, but the soldiers were so many and the Nivens few that I could not stop to tend my wound. I had to kill as many soldiers as I could. Arden. Quila kept on yelling. This way. I ignored Quila's pleas. I had to help my men. I swung my sword against another soldier, and he toppled down, blood gurgling out of his mouth. I braced myself into a fighting position, my stance firm, my arms ready to swing again, when I heard another voice I had been missing all these months. Arden. The voice shouted again. The sound of my name coming from Goemi's lips was heaven-sent, and I could not make myself ignore her. I turned around and found myself gazing at Goemi, my beautiful Goemi. She was standing beside Quila, shouting my name repeatedly to make me stop fighting and run away with them. Beside them were Mayo, Nia, Miro, and a few men I did not recognize. I waved and smiled at Goemi. At that moment, a blade hit me on the shoulder, and I toppled over. Blood instantly soaked my right arm. I turned over and clutched my sword tightly. In the darkness, I could see my attacker very clearly. It was a soldier with an ugly scar on both cheeks. He swung his sword, and I lay there, still as a rock, waiting for the moment his blade would meet my sword. The soldier fell to the ground beside me in a loud thud. From behind him, Pyper appeared. She had plunged a dagger into my opponent's back. Sorry for that, chum, I said to the fallen soldier. I groaned as the sting of my wound hit me. Come on, she said urgently. We have to go. I can't, I started to protest. I looked around us. For each Niven standing, 10 soldiers could easily take him down. We can't win this battle, Arden. Let's run. We'll fight back, but I'm afraid it shouldn't be today, Pyper said, her eyes pleading. I stood up and was overcome by dizziness. Pain shot from my shoulder down to my fingernails. See, you're not well enough. She scolded. Quila ran towards me and took my arm. Not so quickly, chum, I said. Or my arm might fall off. Quit joking, Quila hissed. And dear gods, I wish I were joking. I stared at my arm that, at this point, had been entirely covered with blood. The cut on my shoulder was so deep I think I could see the white of my bones coming out. My fingers had gone purplish so quickly. I knelt in front of me and vomited. Stubborn mischief, Quila muttered. Help us. She called out to Nia and the other men. I fell, no longer trusting myself to stand up. A flash of coldness swept my entire body, and my eyes rolled up. For a minute, I thought I had lost consciousness until arms gripped me. My arms throbbed painfully as I was put over a horse. Upon settling down, my groans were silenced as I felt Goemi's arms around me, her face close to mine. I wanted to hug her if I could, but my arms hung limply on the horse's sides. There were so many things I wanted to tell Goemi, but with the turmoil surrounding us, I was only able to ask her about the boy we were protecting from the Emperor. Kino, I croaked. Find him. Keep quiet. We're going to escape now, Goemi said. Her tears fell from her eyes in silent streams down to my face. Where have you been? I missed you so much. Stop crying. I'm not dying, I said in jest before winking at her. Don't worry about me. Go after Kino. Find him. He's too sick to walk. Bring the men, then I added, please. Goemi nodded at high speed. Her hands brushed away her tears before rushing to Nia and the rest. My eyes blurred, and I thought I had fallen asleep until I felt movements from my back. I fought to open my eyes and saw Goemi straddling the horse I was on. She grabbed the reins and pulled at them. Hey, I said weakly. They'll take care of Kino. You don't have to worry about him now. I will ride with you, Goemi said earnestly. Go right in front, I said. I won't topple over. No. I have to watch over you, she said. She kicked at the horse, and we started galloping away. Miro will be furious, I whispered. Goemi shook her head. Under the moonlight, she looked so beautiful. It must have been hard for her to ride the horse with me leaning against her. I must have been heavy, and yet, she did not falter. Her determination made her even more beautiful, and I fell in love with her a dozen times over today. Do you know how often I wish to gaze upon your face like this? I said through the noise surrounding us. A small smile showed itself on Goemi's lips. It lingered for a moment before it slipped away. I want that, she said. I love you, have I not told you that? I said. Yes, you have. I heard it both times you said it to me. Her eyes remained focused on the road ahead. I smiled, staring up at her. She was a piece of wonder. I could not believe she heard me tell her I love you both times and did not say anything about it. I could not complain because love did not always have to be discussed. Sometimes, merely knowing the probability of love being reciprocated was enough. I could not take my eyes off her face. Even from the angle I was gazing at her, she looked lovely. I wished we could spend forever together. Do you love me too? It was the wrong moment to ask her that, but I could not shake it off my head. I missed her so much, and I wanted to know. Shh, she said. We'll talk when all this is over. I smiled at her. It was a promise. We'll talk when all of this is over. It was a good promise. From behind us, soldiers started appearing. Goemi kicked at the horse, and we trotted faster, leaving the soldiers behind. But the soldiers kept trailing after us, throwing spears I did not know they had with them. Leave me behind, I urged her. No. She shouted. We're heavy. The horse can't carry us for long, I said. She shook her head vehemently. Never, she whispered. Hold on to the reins like this. And never let go, all right. Goemi said. I nodded, delirious but still very much awake. The world had started to blur as we galloped inside the forest. I felt a spear was right past my ear, and Goemi jerked. Hold tightly, my dear Arden, she said lovingly. Then, she pushed me so my face rested on the horse's mane. What are you doing? I asked in a stammer. Hold tight. I will find you, she said. She jumped off the horse. I did not know what had happened to her. All I heard was the sound of her body as she landed on the ground. I cursed myself for being so weak, for taking that blade with my shoulders, and for being unable to fight back. Before I passed out, I wondered when I would get to see Goemi pass up again. And what if it were never? A tear slid down my cheek. I was bouncing against the horse, my face slamming against its mane. And then, there was nothing. Mayo Kalo. I found Kino resting against a tree. When I ran towards him, I noticed he was not stirring. No, not again. Is he sick again? How could he always be sick? It's like this whenever we are on the verge of fighting. Could it be his power? To get sick during a fight so he would not have to fight? I knew it was an absurd thought, but it was so coincidental. I tugged at Kino's head and pressed it closer to my chest. But there was no way I could carry him, so I switched places. I put his right arm on my shoulder and winced as his dead weight made me stumble. I could not carry him. He was much too heavy. I glanced at the fighting several yards away and prayed no one would see us. Who could I call to help me with him? Dear gods! I was so scared. If one of those soldiers found us, we would be as good as dead. Could I heal Kino now? Would that wake him? Maybe I could do something about this fever. I closed my eyes and wrapped my arms around him. It was hard to concentrate when all I could hear were wails from the soldiers, Nivens and metal clashing against metal. I jerked each time a man groaned, knowing it could be the last sound ever coming out of him. I wrapped my arms around my friend, pressed his face closer to my shoulder, and closed my eyes. It would get to me, the vileness that was in him. I traced where it was coming from. The stench was more than I could bear, and I felt my eyes welling with tears. It was painful, and it was scalding. There was no slimy poison cutting at Kino's body, but rather, a rotten something. I could not pinpoint it, but it had festered. A more revolting wound had grown on top of it. I removed the abominable coating eating at his injury, making it fester. It had stuck to his flesh, and I could feel sweat covering my body now, like he shared his fever with me. I peeled the loathsome coating slowly because it would hurt both of us if I did it quickly. When it was done, I opened my eyes and doubled over beside Kino, gagging. It was the most dreadful thing I ever tasted, like it was made of pus and rotten food and already growing maggots. I shuddered and kept gagging until there was nothing left for me to vomit. I pressed my back against the tree and felt weak. But Kino looked better. My eyes slid from his face to his body, and I noticed that he had an ugly wound on his left leg. That wound could have been the source of the vileness in his body. It would get better now, I hoped. Kino's face looked healthier. It still had no color, but something made his cheeks glow. Maybe it was a sign that he would get better. As I continued resting against the tree, I wondered how I would carry Kino now. "Pyper," I croaked. But she did not see me. She was busy putting daggers into someone else's back. I had never known she could fight like this. It was admirable, but I wish she'd glanced back. I felt so weak that I thought I was on the verge of passing out. "Pyper," I whispered again. But even to my ears, my voice was so faint that I doubted if she would ever hear me.
Mia Passup. I kept looking around for the children, but I only saw Quila. Goami and Mira were not to be found. And Arden, he was gone too. Mayo, where was he? If only I could find him, we could escape this somehow. The swords kept slashing around me, and I had to stay low so no one would find me. It still hurts me to know that I killed 2 soldiers. Not that I had any choice. Had I not done so, I would not have been standing now. My stomach heaved as I passed Master Damien. His limbs had been torn, and what was left of his face was only his chin. Every part of him was ripped as though it was a raging lunatic and not an honorable soldier that had killed him. I clutched at my stomach as it heaved. My eyes had gone watery, and I brushed away the tears. Not now, when all I should be thinking about was an escape. Poor Master Damien. I brought him and his people to death. Quila ran towards me, panting. "Let's go," she said. I nodded. "Did you find them?" Quila asked. I shook my head. "They've got to be here somewhere," she said. I paled as I saw the blood covering the front of Quila's dress. She looked at me and shook her head. Oh no, this wasn't mine. It was from a soldier. Nasty one. "Come on," she urged. She started running away from the commotion. "Wait," she said. "There's Pyper." I searched for a horse, and when I saw one, I ran towards it. I quickly picked up a sword that I passed on the ground. I had better be ready in case somebody attacked me. I climbed up on the saddle. "Get a horse, too," I shouted to Quila, who nodded at me. We were lucky the general was still out there fighting. These gray men were giving the soldiers a hard time. Quila came closer to me on a horse. "They're here somewhere," she said. A small girl appeared before me, and I almost shrieked. Before I could say anything, she climbed up behind me and urged me to move. "Let's take Kino." I kicked at the horse and trotted away. Somewhere deep in the forest, I saw 2 boys leaning against a tree. If they were both sleeping, how could we take them? "Over there." Pyper burst out a little too late because I had already spotted them. "Quickly now," I said. I jumped off the horse and tried to carry the boy with dark brown hair. He stirred and opened his eyes. "It's going to be all right," I said. "Hold on to me." The boy obeyed, although I doubt if he understood anything I said. "Put your foot up." Then, I pushed at him until he was seated on the saddle. Quila and I did the same with Mayo. Short as he was heavy, and we had difficulty hauling him over to the saddle. But finally, we did it. I rode, and Quila did too. My stare met that of the little gray girl. "Come on, ride with me," I said. She motioned to climb, but when she heard who's coming closer to us, she shook her head. "Go," she yelled. "Now. I'll take care of this. I'll find you." Before I could protest, she had vanished into thin air. Quila and I started riding like there was no tomorrow.
Ion Noto. Most of my men had fallen. Rhodora was still up and fighting, but I wondered if we would ever get out of this alive. If I do not call my men to retreat now, there may be no one left standing on the battleground. I ground my teeth in frustration. It was not right to have to fight the gray men like this. These ghosts knew nothing but cowardice. How would we win against them if they flickered in and out of sight? One ghost could take 20 soldiers in minutes without sweating. I had to make a quick judgment call. Or else, my 100 men would all be gone in the next hour. Follow me. I shouted over the battlefield. One by one, the soldiers on foot rode their horses. Those who were already mounted turned and galloped away from the battlefield. We rode away, leaving the filthy ghosts. There would be no forgiveness for anyone who had fought against us tonight. All of them, the children, Dogan Ronda, Lamare Amerk, and the pack of ghosts. We had killed only a handful, and the ones that mattered remained alive. And the boy wasn't with them. I groaned in frustration. Rhodora rode beside me. She was silent, but I felt her sympathy. It singed me.
The twins. I rode hard towards the fighting, oblivious to the throbbing of my face and scalp. This day would be over soon, and I could not wait for the promise of a better tomorrow. We would all be together again. I did not care if we kept hiding in Loondu or stayed here in Sinista as long as no one breaks us apart again. I was determined to rescue Mama and the others on the battlefield. Dear gods, please let them still be alive. Silhouettes of women riding horses passed beside me, and I squinted. Could it be Mama? And Quila? I could not be wrong. Those were they. My heart leapt in jubilation as I turned around and rode after them. The wind cut through my face, causing my tears to shower over the land as I rode faster. Mama! I shouted. Mama! Mia looked back, relief flooding her face. Straight ahead. I yelled. Miro and Arden are safe. Quila looked back, and her worry seemed to vanish upon hearing Arden was safe. I kicked harder. Since my horse was carrying less load, I could overtake them in minutes. Follow me? I yelled before continuing to the path I told Miro to go to.
The Swordless Swordsman. The horse had stopped for some reason, and the rough mane piercing my face woke me up. I squinted at the dark sky and wondered how long I had been out. My entire body ached, and I felt woozy. I moved my right hand and groaned in pain. Then, I stared in horror and found the ground pooling with blood. No wonder I felt lightheaded. I had lost so much blood. I heard footsteps behind me, and I attempted to raise my head. It was the unruly hare that I first saw. I had been afraid that it was a hubbub. If one came to me now, I would not be able to fight it. I smiled at Miro. It was good to see him, although, at the back of my head, his presence sent me what I referred to as unnecessary fear. Fear because of the fact that he could kill me again. I convinced myself he would not because he was Goemi's twin, and no matter what his actions in the past were, he was still someone who probably did not intend anyone harm. His disability made it hard for him to control his actions. Help me, Miro, I said slowly. Miro regarded me closely. He stopped a few feet away from me before moving closer to inspect my wound. Ugly, huh? I said to him. Then, I chuckled so he would not be so scared. Nothing to worry about. Help me out of this horse, so I can wrap a bandage around it. I wished he understood me. For some reason, maybe he did. He walked over to me and pulled at my torso, his hands gripping me towards his back. I groaned because it ached to be dragged like this. Luckily, my feet had gone numb, so they were spared the pain. I let out a deep breath as Miro successfully carried me from the horse. He walked slowly towards a tree before stopping as though he did not know what to do. Get closer to the tree, I whispered against his ear. And then, move your back against it. I will be able to slide down. Miro cooperated and followed my instructions. As I slid between the tree and his back, I cried in pain as my wound pressed against a stump. My eyes watered, and I could not blink the tears back. When I sat down, Miro bent in front of me with his head rocking back and forth the way it did when he was thinking. "Thank you," I said. "Could you tear a portion of my clothes, please? A piece that's big enough to wrap around my shoulder. I need to," I paused, gathering breath, "cover the wound." I glanced at my wound and was relieved to find that the bleeding had stopped. The big wound looked like a chunk of the flesh had been removed. The notion that part of my flesh was lying somewhere in the battleground of Sinista, probably with pests feasting on it now, made me grimace. I felt like vomiting. Miro held my head and pushed it slowly against the trunk. He bent down to rip part of my clothing. The sound filled my ears, and even that hurt me. Every part of me hurts. I opened my eyes and gazed at Miro. "Don't be scared, chum," I said. Miro did not answer and continued grunting until he was able to tear part of my clothing. He moved towards my right side and started wrapping my wound with the cloth. "Hey," I said, coughing out a laugh. "I didn't know you could do that." Miro kept on wrapping the bandage around my wound, and I was touched by this gesture. I thought that with his condition, he would just drape the torn cloth over my shoulder. That would be enough protection from the insects. Maybe he did not understand the world at times, but I was only happy he seemed to do so right now. He kept covering my wound, and though the wound throbbed, the bandage stopped my right hand from numbing. I moved the fingers on my right hand and was pleased when I saw them stir. Blood had caked my fingernails. "Don't worry, chum," I said. "Everything's going to be all right. Those soldiers we fought back there, they're evil. They want to capture Kino. They want to kill all of us, and look at how it ended, huh? We're out here alive. You don't have to worry about Goemi. She's a brave young lady. She'll come back to us." I tried to catch Miro's eyes, but it was impossible. He kept on looking downwards. I wanted to assure this young man that he would not be alone in the world. That Goemi, Nia, and all our friends would make it through this. He must have been so scared, and my heart went to him. I put my left hand over his and squeezed it. "Listen, it's going to be all right," I said. He did not move. He kept on rocking. If my shoulder had not hurt, I would have given him a hug. "You know what's beautiful about the night?" I told him, trying to pass the time. "It is the only time that Akeans can see the stars. The gods created them so that in the darkness, people would have enough of something to yearn for. I used to think that my star was there," I said, pointing to the biggest one, sparkling brightly over the horizon. "See that?" Miro looked up. "I used to think that was my lucky star, but that was before I met your sister," I said. "I wished Goemi were here." Miro's head was back down again. "When all this is over, we will travel all over Akean. There will be no soldiers pursuing us because our great traveling show will be applauded by Akeans. Not even the Emperor himself will be able to stop us from performing. You'll be there. You'll be the most handsome usher in the show. Goemi, she'll be performing too. Maybe I'll teach her how to work the sword. And your mama too, you don't have to worry about her. She's good with horses, and the crowd will love her. Everyone is fascinated with beautiful people, especially if they have talent. Your mother has both," I said, smiling kindly at Miro. He had stopped rocking. I could only presume he was listening intently. "I love your sister," I said. "I know I shouldn't be telling you this, but that moment she unfroze my heart, she started something inside it, a love I knew would captivate me down to my last breath. I am not afraid to tell her I love her because if not for love, what do we have? Although I think she's scared. I don't know why she never told me she loved me back. But I feel like she does, and that's better than hearing the words." I paused. "Although hearing her tell me that would be wonderful." "But she said, when all this is over, we'll talk. And what have I got to hope for but for her to tell me she loves me back?" I smiled again. "It was a good promise, right chum?" I asked, trying to engage him in conversation. I stared fondly at the young man in front of me and wished he was better. That he did not have the wit of a toddler. That he could someday also be fit enough to profess to the woman he would love, and later, marry and have children with. I wished him all that and more. He is family to me now because of his ties to Goemi. Miro glanced up at me, and his eyes met mine. I smiled kindly at him. Everything's going to be all right, I told him. It was better to tell him this when he was staring at me. He had beautiful eyes like Goemi. She told me to tell you she loves you too, Miro said. The unnatural slur of his voice was gone, and my eyes widened in astonishment, glad that he was well. At least for the moment, he was well. Goemi would be delighted. All at once, my heart seared with pain, and I clutched at my chest, panting, breathing hard. My eyelids fluttered, and before my vision blurred, I caught sight of Miro's eyes. He has Goemi's eyes, but there was one big difference: Goemi's never displayed hatred. Then, I twisted as I lost breath. I was gone.
The twins. I rushed forward, and finally, I found 2 horses. Thank God for keeping them safe. Miro and Arden were together. Miro was sitting beside Arden. Arden had his back against a tree, his head was leaning sideways and his blonde hair covering the left side of his face. Even sleeping, he looked beautiful. His face had a sickly shade, but once he'd eaten and his wound had healed, he would be well again. I ran towards them, hugged Miro, and kissed him on the cheek before crouching in front of Arden. I gazed at his face and touched the hair that fell upon his face. I looked for his hat, but it wasn't around. He probably lost it in the fight. Something seemed so wrong. Arden wasn't moving. When my fingers grazed his cheek, the coldness of his flesh seeped through my fingers. It can't be. Arden? I said, choking. No. Arden? I grasped his body, and it fell towards me, limp. His face sagged against my shoulder, and I clutched at his head, tearing up inside. Oh my God. Please, wake up. I said against his ear, but his head did not move as it should. I pulled back and looked at his face, at his lips that had started to become purple, and hated myself for not telling him I loved him earlier. 3 words. 3 words, and I could not say them to you. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Arden, please wake up. I kept on repeating. I brushed his hair up, and it fell again. His eyes, how I longed for them to open. For his blue eyes to gaze upon me. It had only been a few hours ago when they did that. And now, he's gone. I sobbed because I could not restrain them anymore. You're so unfair. Fighting the way you did. If you had not fought and came to us when you should, you would not have gotten that awful wound and would still be with me. I choked upon remembering it was me who called him. It was me he was smiling at right before the sword landed on his shoulder. It was me who should be blamed for his death. I collapsed on the ground, right beside him, and I pulled at his body. He was heavy. Gods, he was heavy. I held him tightly as my tears fell down his face. Miro was watching us. For a moment, our eyes met, then he looked to his right. He lifted his right hand and brushed away the drool from the side of his mouth. There was something about the way he moved tonight that bothered me. Yet, I had no time to dwell on it. Because I only had Arden to think about today. I could not get enough of this young man. How would I ever live without him? The gods must have hated me so much. To bring someone like him into my life only for him to be taken away again. Was there no other power that could bring him back to life? Because if there were, I would set sail across Akean just to bring Arden back, but he lay on my lap unmoving. His right hand dangled limply to his side while his left hand was pressed against his stomach. His long legs sprawled in an awkward position, but I knew he would not mind. They could not go numb anymore because he was gone. When was it? When was that time I realized I loved him? It was right before he went away. That time I ran away from the hut, and he chased after me. That time we were sitting together, and he edged closer to kiss me. Only he had not. Because right before his lips met mine, he had told me, "Don't let me kiss you if you have no intention of falling in love with me." I panicked and pulled away from him. He'd never know now that I did because I had fallen in love with him, and I was scared. I looked at his face again and missed him. His lips would not smile at me anymore. His eyes would not wink at me anymore, and his right hand would not tip the corner of his hat anymore. All those gestures that endeared him to me were gone. With all my heart, I leaned closer to him and kissed him, hoping that his spirit was somewhere near and he could see how important he was to me. I kissed him, hoping that love would be enough to bring him back, but his lips were cold and lifeless, and the memory of this moment, the first time my lips met his, would soon be erased. Nia and Quila came trotting on their horses. They climbed down and pulled at Mayo and Kino. When they saw me, their eyes looked at me questioningly. Nia's eyes widened, and she gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Quila's eyes widened equally, and she shrieked, piercing the night with the anguish she could not contain inside her chest. I wanted to wail, too, to let the world know what Arden's loss meant to me. But I remained still, clutching at Arden's body. Because I knew that I had limited time with him now. I wanted to make the most of it. Quila ran towards us, and upon reaching us, she grasped Arden's head and started yelling. "Arden! Wake up! Wake up!" she yelled. When Arden would not move, she asked in a very soft voice that tore at my heart, "Who's going to call me chum now?" Then, she started sobbing. I gazed up, not wanting to watch Quila's pain, and found myself staring at the sky. The stars had gone into hiding, and I could have sworn that even the heavens were bleeding. I brushed my hand against my cheeks to dry my tears, and my gaze fell upon a movement behind the trees. I squinted and tried to see who it was, but all I saw was the silhouette of a woman rushing away. I craned my neck, but she was gone. I did not see her face. Although I did not know her, I worried about her because Sinista was no place for any human, for a woman even more so. Nia Passup. Arden's face had lost its color, and his body had started to stiffen. Death had taken its toll on the lad's body. "We have to give him the funeral he deserves," I said softly to Goemi. My daughter did not stir. Instead, she kept on clutching Arden's body. "I can't bury him here." "Can't," she said, shaking her head. The tears had stopped falling through. My heart felt hollow. "Let's at least have him lie down." At that, Goemi nodded. So, I crouched down beside her and helped her put Arden down. "His wound had stopped bleeding long before the bandage was wrapped," I said, trying to make conversation. "The bandage barely had any blood." Goemi stared at the bandage and nodded. She touched the cloth and, with wide eyes, looked at what Arden was wearing. I did not know what she was thinking. "Miro, did you tear Arden's clothes?" she asked in a shaky voice. Miro still hadn't moved since we arrived. He appeared brooding. In a way, maybe that was how he mourned people if ever he understood what had happened. Goemi walked over to Miro and bent down in front of him. "Did you tear off that piece of cloth from Arden's shirt?" she asked. Miro nodded slightly. "Did you tie the bandage around his shoulder?" Goemi asked. At that, Miro stopped rocking for a while and then continued again. "Did you tie the bandage around his shoulder?" Miro paused before shaking his head. Even in the darkness, I could have sworn that Goemi's face paled. I bent over Arden, studied the bandage wrapping his shoulders, and wondered why Goemi was asking those questions. My eyes widened. The bandage was wrapped neatly. I pushed at Arden so I could see where the end of the dressing had gone. It was inserted behind the back, and Arden could not have done that. And if he did not, why would Miro lie about it? Goemi flew into a rage and shouted at Miro. "Liar!" Then, she stood up. "You're a liar. Did you do this to him? Did you?" She rushed towards Arden, hands working frantically over his chest. "How could you, Miro? How could you?" Then, she pressed both hands to Arden's chest and shrieked. I could feel it. "The taint that you left behind," she paled and collapsed. I gasped at what Goemi was saying. Did Miro freeze Arden's heart? I turned to look at Miro. Goemi moved over Arden again, and with a fresh batch of tears, she hovered over him, eyes shut tightly as she tried to bring him back to life. But more than an hour had passed, and from what I understood of Miro's power, whatever he touched for more than a few hours could never be revived. So, Arden lay there under the dark sky with his heart frozen. Forever.
Dogan Rhonda. There were only 4 of us traveling now. Beside me, Manny Ren limped. We looked quite a pair, limping bastards. The other 2 Nivens were Yusan and Ames, Both were not hurt. Not even a scar on their bodies, but not without a cost. My arms were sore from burying the 8 Nivens that fell in the fight. It wasn't only my arms that hurt. Most of the damage was actually to my spirit. I groaned loudly without meaning to. We were lucky to get some horses. If I wasn't mistaken, we had at least cut down the general's men to half. We caused enough damage to their pack. The tree runners surprised me. I never thought they would not join us in the battle. After herding us to where the soldiers were, I thought they would at least help us in our fight. But no, they had disappeared like they did not care whether their so-called little brother would die out here. Cratty asked tree runners. Something bothered me. I thought I caught a glimpse of Lamare. A woman who probably was as short as she was out there fighting. But I had buried her myself, and I could only conclude that my eyes played tricks on me. Did you see her? I asked Niven. By her, I meant Pyper. She was there. I should have gone after her. The only trouble was, there were too many soldiers, and I had to fight with you. I shook my head. Stubborn girl, I said. But she's brave, isn't she? Nivens have no option but to be brave, Niven started. When you grow up in a place where you are taught that anytime someone could come and conquer your land, and outsiders could start killing your people, there's no other choice but to be brave. I felt sorry for the Nivens. It shouldn't have been like that. Girls were expected to play with dolls, and boys to enjoy the ponds. No one should be taught how to use a dagger the moment he or she could crawl. Cruddy things happen, and so here we are, Niven said. He frowned. Why don't you ask one of those tree runners if they can lead us to where Pyper went? They're a crazy lot. Don't want to have anything to do with them anymore, I said. Cruddy bastards leaving us like that. If they had helped us, they. I paused, thinking about all the Nivens that fell, would still be with us. They didn't mean to, Niven replied. I looked behind and found Yusan and Ames trotting. They were not talking to each other. Their faces were long, probably still mourning over their friends' losses. What do you mean? I asked. Tree runners don't fight the human war. They have a lot of honor. Honor? I say they have no honor at all. Can't they see who the bad men were? We were fighting the soldiers. That's all they saw. I groaned. It's not right to run away from war. The least they could have done was to pick a side and fight for that side. Those who could not do so were nothing but cowards who spawned a good excuse to avoid fighting. They chose to save their own lives. I shook my head. It still wasn't right. You know what's not right? Niven said. It's us going around in circles in this place when we could have easily asked the tree runners to help us find the girl. What would you do if when we reach the poor girl, she's already dead, and half of her body is already eaten by hubbubs? It was an ugly picture, but it worked on me. Maybe now's not the time to be so arrogant. Perhaps we needed help from tree runners. All right, I said. Then, I stopped the horse and leapt down to the ground. I put my hands on the ground, willed for the flowers to grow, and waited a few more minutes for the tree runners to appear.
Quila Tash. I stared at Miro with wide eyes. He could not have. Or did he? Did he really? It was Goemi who was claiming Miro froze Arden's heart. If anyone among us should be defending Miro, it was Goemi, so why was she the one pointing that accusation at Miro? Because it was true. The truth stung me. Arden did not die because of the wound. He was murdered. Before everything sank in, the sounds of hooves surrounded us. Are there any more soldiers? I asked frantically. Nia looked concerned. Help me, she said before she went to Mayo and lifted him up. I pushed at Mayo's butt, grunting. And then, he was on the saddle. I rode behind him and clutched the reins tightly. Goemi, help me here, Nia said. Goemi was frozen to the spot. Her face was a mask of hesitation, of pain, and of anger. I can't, she said. I can't leave Arden behind. Nia walked over to her, slapped her on both cheeks, put her hands on Goemi's shoulders, and shook her. If we don't leave now, we're as good as dead. Arden's death would be for nothing. Do you want to die here? Then, take his sword and stick it through your guts. Nia was fuming. It seemed to work. Goemi flushed, and then, she all but ran towards Kino. She helped Nia carry Kino to the horse. After that, Nia mounted, too, while Goemi ran back to Arden, kissed him one last time, and grabbed the other horse. She was crying again, and I felt like choking, too. Then, I remembered something. I jumped down from the horse and ran towards Arden. We have to leave now. Quila, get back here. Nia yelled. The sound of hoofs was getting louder and louder. I crouched down over Arden and unbuckled his belt. Then, I stood up as I strapped the belt holding the scabbard around my waist. Before running back to the horse, I unsheathed the sword. The sound the sword made as it brushed against the leather sheath sent chills running all over my body. I will have this, Arden, I said softly. I will remember, I promised. The ruby on the sword's hilt glinted in the night, blinding me momentarily with its sparkle before I put the sword back in the scabbard. Arden was lying on the ground. He looked peaceful, like he had not witnessed all the fighting earlier. I bent in front of him, and for the first time, I kissed his cheeks. I dropped kisses on his eyelids too and said goodbye. I ran back to the horse and mounted, but my heart was heavy, knowing it was the last time I would see Arden. There would be no new adventures with him. That moment a while ago when I said goodbye was final. But there was nothing more I could do for him. Burying him would take so much time, and there were soldiers at our heels, all eager to have our heads on pikes. Let's go, I told everyone. Goemi turned to look at Miro. Her stare was so cold that I got scared for her twin. Let's go, she repeated to him. Are we taking him with us? I asked. He's a murderer. If he goes with us, who knows who he'll kill next? What if it's Mayo or me? I ranted, rage coursing through my body. Miro stood behind us, barely moving. Goemi's shoulders froze. He is still my brother. He is special. If I don't take him with me, he will become dangerous to everyone else. At least with me, there's something I can do to reverse what he's done, she argued. Yeah. Look how Arden is still dead, I said sarcastically. Then, I felt the sting on my face as Goemi slapped me. I looked up and threw my hands around her neck. Then, I pushed her to the ground, biting, clawing, and hitting her alternately. But Goemi was also hitting me back, and she met every attack with a blow against my face and body. Mayo and Nia came down from their horses and pulled us apart. Tears spilled down my cheeks. Goemi was crying too. Stop it now. Let's go, Nia said. Come on, Miro. Ride that other horse. We leave Sinista together. Then to me, Nia added. Goemi's right. Miro will pose a danger to everyone else if we leave him behind. Miro walked slowly towards the horse and mounted. He kicked at it and turned around, leaving us shocked. Goemi ran to grab a horse and follow her twin. No. Goemi, get back. We can't go after him. The soldiers are right there, Nia said. But Mama. If the soldiers capture him, Miro will find himself surrounded by dead soldiers, Nia said. We must leave now, or else we will risk everyone else. After that, we will look for Miro. Nia kicked at her horse and started galloping the other way. I looked at where Miro disappeared. I hoped we did not run into him again. I wished Arden, and I had never met him. The moment Miro froze Arden's heart was also the same time my heart froze at the idea of possibly holding affection towards Miro. All of us were riding hard now. I turned to look back to the spot where we left Arden. I squinted as a graying girl stood up from beside Arden's corpse. She rubbed her hands against her face as though she had been crying. She looked in the direction where the sound of hooves was coming from. She doubled back and looked at Arden again before mounting the horse. I put my eyes back on the road, hoping Pyper would reach us soon. We needed her. We should stand by each other. With Arden lost, I really don't know what will happen now. Or how the silly moons would still manage to bring happiness into my heart.
Chapter 2, Decisions. Ion Noto. The stigma of losing in a battle hung in the air. Death was easier to bear than humiliation. How many are left? I asked Rhodora, who had a bandage wrapped around her torso. She was also injured, although this did not warrant any cause for worry. 41. 42, including you, she replied glumly. Cowards. Heartless cowards. I seethed. The next time we fight them, we had better kill them all. We must come up with a plan. Something that will put an end to their existence. What are they? She asked. Her voice was shaking. I shook my head. I could only guess. Ghosts? People were vanishing on and off in thin air. The closest they would ever be are Nivens. If ever they're still alive. But nobody ever knew what their powers were. Could it be invisibility? So, all this time we thought they were eradicated, they were just hiding somewhere? In Ghost Town? What the soldiers thought were ghosts as they passed the ghost town were real people? The Emperor has to learn about it. He probably knows about it now if he has already recovered. The 100 soldiers with me were only a few of the ones I chose to take. I had other soldiers deployed elsewhere. Maybe it was time to rally them back. It still stung that I had to lose more than half my men. This would not happen again. Do you have any idea who they are? What are they? Rhodora repeated her question. Probably, but I'm not certain. But we'd fight them and destroy them the next time we see them. The next time? I nodded. I have a message to deliver to the Queen. It cannot wait any longer. This time, Laros would regret having been born in this world. The soldiers following me were sullen after we had lost so many men and yet got nothing out of the loss. The ones that died were the Grey Men instead of the ones we were pursuing. Since the meeting with the Emperor and the other generals, everything had been going favorably for me. That is, until now. I hoped that when we got to Amer, I would be able to regain what I had lost. I checked the message inside my coat pocket and a fresh surge of energy burned in my chest, something to hope for. Suddenly, Rhodora spoke. I have some information, she began hesitantly. I glanced at her but continued to ride at high speed. There's no sense in delaying our arrival in Amer. No information could make me turn away from my goal. I had to reach Amer fast and be done with what the Emperor instructed. Nothing could make me change my course. Rhodora stopped talking, perhaps waiting for an invitation from me for her to speak up. This time, she held her silence. What is it? I asked. The last time she gave me some information, it led to the death of 59 men. That could be what's holding her tongue at bay. Rhodora hesitated yet again before saying, I believe our luck is about to change. There's been a sighting of the boy. He is with the woman. I slowed down. Are you certain? She nodded. This time, she did not egg me to turn back and go after the boy. How did you know? Rhodora's face remained placid. This time, I am not telling you how I learned. It is enough that I told you about what I found out. It is up to you now to decide. I don't want you to blame me later for anyone's death. Just as I thought, the last accident had made her wary about pushing me into a battle. But what was to be done now? If I captured the boy, it would mean that my shame would be forgotten. What if the Grey Men, the so-called ghosts, were with them? Could 42 stand against them? There were so few of them, and I had dented their numbers too. If we engaged them again, maybe we could win. I stopped my horse and called out to my men. I had a decision to make, and I wanted to know if my men still supported me in this endeavor. Chapter 3, Bondage. Mayo Kalo. I stared at Kino's flushed face. Why does he have to be so sickly? I asked. Pyper shook her head. It's his leg. It's been festering since a hubbub bit it. I stared at Kino's wound. It had grown better since the last time I tended to it. Where's Quila? I asked. I looked for the plump girl, but she was nowhere in sight. "Mourning," Pyper answered. Her eyes got watery, and I felt sorry for Arden. He was, in a way, a friend. He helped us rescue Kino, and for that, I will always be grateful. "I miss him," Pyper said. "He was like a brother to me." Pyper did not cry, but I knew she was very close to crying. I put an arm around her shoulders to make her feel better and kept my mouth shut as I did not know the appropriate words to say in such a situation. After a while, I said, "He's a good friend, and he will be missed." Pyper nodded and kept silent. "I know what you did," Pyper said. I stared at her face. "There were traces of vomit all around you and Kino, and I knew what you did," she repeated. I blushed. I needed to help him. He was so pale and hot when I found him. I paused. I did my best, but look at him, still unwell. Pyper smiled at me. It was such a sweet, sweet smile. "I know," she said. "You're a true friend, Mayo. I'm sorry about the things I said before about your calling Kino a murderer. I know you're loose with words, but your heart is in the right place." I kept blushing. It was a good thing the door burst open, and Mistress Lamare entered. She saw us huddled together. Her face was somber too. "Quila is sleeping. Goemi ran away to the woods," she sighed. "I'll let her be for a while." I wondered where Crazy Miro was. Pyper had told me how Arden died, and I would love to wrap my hands around Miro's insane neck and strangle him. Mistress Lamare pulled a chair beside Kino's bed and gazed at him. Her eyes were confused, and I could sense a trace of worry underneath them. She reached out to touch his face, and her hand rested on his cheek, cupping the right side of his face where an ugly scar traced the length of his cheek. "Quila told me the general called her Lamare Amerk," I whispered to Pyper. Her eyes rounded. "Really? Then, she must now believe Kino's her son," she said. "I don't know. If she still doesn't, I don't know what will make her believe anymore." Watching Mistress Lamare and Kino, my heart swelled, and I almost cried. I wished Kino would wake up now so he could see his mother. I could only hope that Mistress Lamare's memory would return. Goemi was still a problem because she would not admit that Nia was really Lamare. But I could sense that once she saw the truth in what I was saying and the raw emotion in Kino's eyes, she would finally tell the truth. "Do you remember anything now?" I asked, addressing Mistress Lamare. She withdrew her hand as though she was burned. She shook her head slowly while her eyes fixed on Kino's face. "I don't remember him at all," she said. Pyper was watching Mistress Lamare too. "If it helps," Pyper started, "Mayo is telling the truth." Mistress Lamare looked confused. "I'm not saying that he isn't. It's just that I don't remember anything." "He's going to get better now, right, Mayo?" Pyper asked me. I frowned. "I don't know. All I did was remove the vileness festering in his leg, but who's to say? He's been having a fever for weeks, and I don't know how badly he's been infected. All we can do now is hope," I answered. Long before I discovered the significance of my power, I thought all I could ever do was remove harmful components from food. But when Pyper was bitten by a serpetus, and I managed to suck out the snake's poison, I realized the gods had given me a rare gift. It was like healing in a way. I wished using it on Kino would work like it did on Pyper. Mistress Lamare looked at us. "We've had a long, hard journey. I think you should go to sleep now. We will leave early tomorrow, so you need to take the rest." "Where are we to go now?" "No household would ever take us in," I said. Mistress Lamare stared at Pyper. "Do you think the Nivens would welcome us?" Pyper stared back at her. Her lips opened slightly. "I think my father would want nothing else but that," she said. "Good. Then, we will push for Niven," Mistress Lamare said. I stood up, and my stomach growled. Darn this stomach. "Come on, Pyper," I said. "Let's get some sleep." Pyper stood up too and bent over Kino. She pressed a kiss against his sweaty forehead. She looked down at him with worried eyes. You'll watch over him? Mistress Lamare nodded. She'll watch over him, I whispered to her. And Kino would want that. Pyper did not move from where she stood, awaiting Mistress Lamare's confirmation. Mistress Lamare smiled kindly at us and nodded. I'll watch over Kino for you. Go now. Pyper and I turned away and settled in a space where we could get some rest. As the hours passed, I lay beside Pyper, wondering when everything would go back to normal. I wondered how my grandma was doing in our village. Did she get to take care of my dog, Brew? I missed Brew so suddenly that my heart clenched. I thought about my parents as I lay in the darkness. Do they ever miss me? Remembering how Lamare looked at Kino even though she had no memory of him made me jealous. My parents had never looked at me in that manner. Not that I could recall. Renner Kalo is the greatest general Akia ever had, at least that's what everybody tells me. And Bettina Tun Kalo is an excellent swordsman. My parents never had time for me. Regardless of all the gold coins I had, I felt pretty miserable because of that. I prayed to the moons that one day when all this was over, I could at least spend a night with my parents because, although I hated to admit it, I had no memory of us happily spending time together. It is high time we fix that. Kino Amerk. I remembered the kind soldier who gave me water when I was captured by the evil general. His name was Rygansair. He was. I wondered how he was doing now. Even dreaming, I felt my heart burn as I sympathized over the pain of Rygan's loss even though it had happened long ago. He had lost his wife and son, whereas I lost my mother. I did not know if two pains could ever be comparable. I guessed that it could not. I like to think of it this way, Rygan's loss had made him a better man because his anguish made him empathize with me. Hence, he helped me escape the general. Every time I remembered Rygan's name, I would utter it with reverence. The ones who had no one else to live for, by force of nature, become unafraid to risk their lives. Rygan was one of them, and perhaps that was why he was able to save me. He carried me away from the room's confines as Pyper held my hand to make me invisible. If Rygan had not helped, there was no doubt in my mind I would not have been able to escape. No matter how smart Pyper was, she would not have been able to carry me. I tossed in bed, eyes closed, and did not want to wake again. If I remained ill, would all the pain in my heart stop? The face of a boy that lay on the ground unmoving filled my thoughts. He was my hero. I felt another strain of pain slicing through my chest, and my eyes watered. I wondered what his death would do to Quila. I mean, if it were Pyper or Mayo that I lost to the soldiers, I don't know. It would be worse than death itself. They were parts of me now. The only family I had. I was pretty sure Quila felt the same way towards Arden. It was entirely my fault. I cried harder. If I did not go to the Canellan Palace to present, none of this would have happened. The Emperor would not have paid attention to me, and my mother would still be alive. I tossed in bed again, trying to chase away the guilty feeling. I felt nauseated, and my stomach complained about not having to eat for a long time, but I did not want to eat. I could not, even if the best cakes were set before me. My pain was much greater than any hunger I could ever get to feel. The last sniffler's death still weighed me down. Men had to die because of me, and it wasn't a good feeling. I did not want to ever wake up again. I stirred in bed and kicked as a hot slicing pain shot up from my left leg towards my torso. Would I ever be well enough to climb the trees again? Or swim? Or run? Would anything ever be the same again? I wished for the 100th time that my mother was still here with me. Burning up, I gasped for air and tugged at the blanket covering me. Although my temperature was up, I felt cold all over. "Mother," I whispered. "Mother, please." Then, the most incredible thing happened. A warm hand on my forehead comforted me. It brought me home, back to the cottage in Wawang village. The faded memory of my mother's caress was brought back to life, and I smiled despite my tears. Sometimes, the gods seemed to hear my pleas too. Right now, a simple act of tenderness was all I wanted. "Sleep now, Kino," a voice said. Everything will be better in the morning, she said. Everything will be better in the morning. The words haunted me like a memory from a long time ago, back to that moment when I was sick, and my mother would assure me I would be well the following day. I longed to open my eyes and, amidst the candlelight, find my mother's face staring down lovingly at me. And there would be no other words needed to console me. I smiled at the memory. Dreams were fleeting? Dreams were illusions. And yet, for tonight, I wondered who this person was who took the time to care for me. Slowly, I opened my eyes, and even though I was burning with fever, I wondered if my eyes were playing a trick on me as I stared into my mother's face. Her eyes were the warm glow of caramel brown I remembered fondly. The look she gave me, although distant, seemed to genuinely care. "Mother?" I whispered. "Is it really you?"
Mia Passup. I froze. This delirious boy laid eyes on me, and those were the first things he said. How can they not be true? Was I really his mother? And yet, I could not feel something inside of me except confusion. The general surprise as he searched my face filled me with wonder. He had called me Lamare without hesitation, as though she was who I really was. Should I believe in Mayo now? Tonight, as Kino lay sick, do I have the guts to counter his claims? Would it be a kindness to say that yes, it is indeed I, albeit knowing it could be a lie? Or would it be the exact opposite of that? "Sleep now and come back to me in the morning," I whispered and smiled at him. Kino's eyes flickered. His tears kept welling, and I felt sorry for the boy that had suffered so much at the hands of the Emperor's men. Kino smiled at me and reached out to touch my face. As his hands cupped my cheeks, it was impossible not to have my heart melt with affection. I inhaled slowly and deeply and met his gaze before I leaned over and kissed his forehead like it was second nature to me. My lips rested longer than they should, and I closed my eyes. Maybe it was the moment, the darkness shrouding us, or the situation of being so helpless in the midst of Sinista that made me want to assure this boy that everything would be better in the morning. All I knew was that, right now, I would find nothing more satisfying than to cradle him in my arms. But I had another son somewhere far away. Someone who I should be thinking of and worrying about. Miro had run away from us after he. I choked. After he ended Arden's life. I tensed and moved away from Kino. I touched his hair and continued caressing it until the boy fell asleep on the cot made from an assortment of leaves and hay. The stars flickered outside the window, and I wondered when my memories would return. True, Mayo and Pyper claiming that I was Lamare Amerk did not seem real. But when it was the boy who said I was his mother, and then, there was the general. Could I really be that woman? I mean, what about Goami and Miro? What about Jor Passup? The man that my twins claimed was my husband. How could anybody ever really be sure about who he or she was if there are no memories? I was supposed to be the one to know everything about myself, and yet. My heart felt cold, and I did not know if it was because of the weather or because of losing Miro out in the wild world. Or was it because of Goami's pain upon learning of Arden's death? Or was it because of losing Arden to the hands of my own son? I clutched at my shawl and shivered. I wished I knew which was real and who was telling me the truth. A figure was silhouetted by the moon's light. "Mama?" Goami whispered. "Are you awake?" I sat up straight rapidly. Then, I stood up and ran towards Goami. She must have been so hurt. Upon reaching her, I embraced her tightly, and in the darkness of the room, I let her cry against my shoulder. When it became tiring for us to weep over the same lad, I motioned for her to sit down. There were not enough dried leaves to make the ground softer for us, but the tiredness of the body won, so we just lay down on the ground. Kino was to my far right, while Goami was beside me on my left side. It was unfair that I did not know who between them was my real child. But tonight, I knew who needed me more. So, I did not move from where I already was, and instead, I reached out to Goami and guided her head gently to lay against my chest. I fell asleep cradling my daughter in my arms. Quila Tash. I sat staring at the sword Arden used to carry with him. It seemed surreal that he had this all along, and it was only in the last few months that we were together that I got to learn about it. I knew nothing about swords. I did not know how to use one, but I had to keep his memory alive, and for that, I vowed to always carry the ruby-gilded sword with me. In the darkness, a patch of light grazed the blade, and it shone. My tears rolled down, and I had to rub against my cheeks with the back of my hand. How could anybody hate Arden so much as to kill him? He was the epitome of kindness. Arg. I hate myself for being this melodramatic, but Arden was kind, beautiful, and all the nice things put together. All right, I admit he had his faults, but regardless, how could anyone have hated him so much to freeze his heart? I hate Miro. When I get to wield this sword, I will use it on him. I did not realize that I was holding the sword so tightly until my arms started to shake. I stood up and swung the sword in the air, tearing at whatever was in front of me. Except that there was nothing. I lifted the sword, ran away, and stopped when I was right in front of a tree. Then, I slashed and slashed at the trunk. I was so angry at the world that I continued to hit the tree repeatedly, hoping I could make it fall down. If it did, maybe then, I would feel vindicated. There was no one to call me chum anymore. No one would tease me about eating so much. No one would carry my box and stand beside me as I played with my puppets. The traveling show, the magic circus that we had wanted to build, none of it would ever happen. I mustered all my strength and hit the trunk again as hard as possible. The blade wedged into the tree trunk, and I could not force it out. It was as though the world was telling me to stop being childish. I let go of the sword and grabbed something from my belt. I felt the velvet pouch that held all of Arden's coins. I opened it and stared at the gold coins. They glinted, too, like the sword's blade did moments ago. Slowly, I fished the coins out and held them in my hand. Then, one by one, I threw them all away. It was at that moment that Pyper came out and ran towards me. "Stop!" she yelled. "Keep them. Arden would have wanted you to chase after your dream." I looked at her in anger. "What does it matter to you? This is all your fault," I yelled at her. Mayo started to pick up the coins. He was holding a bunch of them. "Drop them. Drop them, or I'll kill you with Arden's sword," I yelled. It was Mayo's jaw that dropped. Then, I moved to tug at the sword again, grunting. However, the blade would not give way. I slipped and fell and succumbed to crying, burying my face in my hands. There was a movement beside me. "I miss him too," Pyper said in a solemn voice. I shook as I sobbed. No one could ever know how lost I was without Arden. Not even Goemi could fathom the pain Arden's demise had left behind. Pyper, San Diego. It was a gloomy day, and the skies could not have chosen a worse time to shower us with rain. All around me, everyone was feeling sad. It was as though the world had stopped turning with Arden's death, and I could not blame anyone for feeling that way. Even though I had known him for a short time, he left me with many memories. Enough to weigh down my soul with the grief of losing a friend. I wondered when we'd be all right again. "Did you see Kino?" Mayo asked. I looked at him and noticed he seemed to be the only one who was not so much affected by Arden's loss. "I haven't," I said. "Has he woken up yet?" Mayo sat beside me and shook his head. "I didn't have the guts to check on him," he said. "I don't want to see him so upset. I mean, with all that's going on, I don't think I can manage to eat if another person would add to this gloominess." I looked away. Mayo was right. Even when he was so stubborn and brutal with words, sometimes, he displayed a sensitivity that could touch even the coldest of hearts. "Maybe we should wait and see," I replied. "I hope that Kino will deal with it better than how we're dealing with Arden's loss." Mayo remained quiet. "The sun's up. Shouldn't we get going?" I looked up. "I don't have the energy to take the journey yet." Mayo nodded and put his chubby chin on top of his knees. After a while, he asked, "Do you think everything will be back to the way it was before?" "Maybe," I said. Mayo frowned. "Let's check on Kino," I said before standing up abruptly. He said, his eyes clouded. "What?" "Come on," I said. "Maybe he's already up." I paused. "You've got great power. If there's anyone among us who could help him, it's you. You saved my life before. Your power can work on him too." Mayo looked pleased, but the trace of a frown did not leave his face entirely before he stood up. Under the massive collection of leaves that served as the roof for whatever abode one might call this, whatever it was we're living in, Kino lay in a makeshift bed. Mistress Lamare or Nia, whichever she may be, was moving around, cooking. Goemi looked horrible. Her eyes were red, and her hair was uncombed. My heart went out to her. I kept my mouth shut because I knew that anything I said would only trigger her pain, and she would end up crying again. I walked over to Kino and checked on him. Mayo, he's well. I gasped. Mayo's face broke into a huge grin. Surprisingly, he hugged Kino. Get up, man. Get up and meet the rising sun. He shouted. I laughed. It was a good day to start anew. Then, lightning split the sky and thunder roared. Mayo looked outside the window. Oops, spoke too soon, he said sheepishly with a smile still pasted on his face. Kino stirred and opened his eyes. He stared at me. Good morning to you too, I said, smiling at him. Kino smiled thinly. Hi, he said. It was the most beautiful voice I had heard in a long time. Your fever has broken. And your wound, I said and studied his leg, seems to be healing nicely. You have Mayo to thank for that. Kino grinned at Mayo, and no words needed to be spoken. Then, as though Kino remembered something, his countenance changed. He stood up from the cot and winced when he stepped using his left leg. Careful now, I said as I put an arm around his waist. I'm all right, Kino insisted, wriggling away from me. Really, I can. Mistress Lamare entered, and Kino froze. Mom. Is it really you? He asked. Mistress Lamare's face paled. She stood motionless several paces away from all of us. Kino limped as he walked over to Mistress Lamare. He hopped as he tried to run and make the gap narrow between them. Kino dived into Mistress Lamare's arms, and though she seemed to be caught off guard, she managed to put her arms around Kino and rested her chin on the top of his head. I can't believe it's you. Kino said. I missed you so much, Mom. You have no idea how much. Through it all, Mistress Lamare did not say anything. Mayo and I stood there watching. Kino pulled back and stared at Mistress Lamare. What's wrong? He asked her. He looked at Mayo and me. What's wrong? He insisted. His voice had taken an edge. Why won't you talk to me? Mistress Lamare cleared her throat and opened her mouth as though to speak. But words did not find their way out of her lips. Kino, I said, she doesn't remember any of us. Kino stared widely at me. He looked at Mistress Lamare before looking back at me again. What? He asked. His face had gone ashen. What do you mean? Mayo and I could not say a word because, honestly, how do you tell a friend that his mother lost all memories, good and bad, including those that involved their lives together? You've got to remember me, Mom. You're my mother. I'm your son. We lived in Wawang village. You write for the Emperor. You have to remember me. Kino's voice broke. Oh, Kino, Mistress Lamare said and moved closer to embrace him. Kino grappled at Mistress Lamare's waist, pulling her in a tight embrace. Don't you remember any of it? Mistress Lamare shook her head sadly. I will make you remember. I will tell you everything you need to know. Mistress Lamare held him close. Get some more rest. We'll talk when you're a lot better. No. I thought I lost you forever without getting the chance to see you one last time, without being able to talk to you. Without being able to tell you, I love you. It was horrible, Mom. I can't be in that nightmare again. I won't. I won't waste my time lying around just because I need to rest. Being with you is much more important. Then, to my surprise, Kino broke into sobs. I looked at Mayo and pulled at his hand. We weren't supposed to hear everything, and I thought it was time we left them alone. Whatever it was that they would discuss, we could learn later on from Kino. Come on, I said softly. Mayo would not budge, though. Huh? He said. Let's go and give them privacy. But I want to hear everything, Mayo complained. Kino was still sobbing, and Mistress Lamare tried to calm him down. Shut it, I hushed and all but dragged Mayo away. I was still fuming at his insensitivity when I saw Goemi. Her eyes were red and watery as she stared at Kino and Mistress Lamare. Quila was beside her. She looked as forlorn and wrinkled as Goemi did. I turned to look back at Kino and Mistress Lamare, and my heart ached at the grim picture they painted. You should tell her the truth, I said to Goemi. She flinched, but her eyes remained fixed on Lamare. Her lips quivered before she opened them. I lost Arden. I lost Miro, she paused. I won't lose my mother too, she said in a soft yet determined voice. What makes you think I'm lying? Gods, I hoped Mistress Lamare regained her memories because I did not know what to think anymore. Who was telling the truth?
Louis Mancia. I was glad to be on my own again. I liked the general, and he has inspired me to aspire to be a warrior, but the problem was that I was always supposed to work alone. My power was stealth. I could catch people off guard and track people. I could see the signs and traces of other people's presence when nobody else could. But my power only manifested when I was on my own. Right then, I could sense the general's son. We were not far from each other. If the general had not pushed straight to Canella, he might have crossed paths with his son. 100 miles from the general's son, and I could already sense him. Each step I took brought me closer to the boy. In a few days, I would not be surprised if I found him before me. I closed my eyes and felt myself connect to the world. In the emptiness of my mind, one by one, faces appeared. I saw Mayo walking beside a grayish girl. There were other children and the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I opened my eyes. Was that Lamare? How did she end up with Mayo and the other children? If it were really Lamare, the royal scribe, I would be in for a great reward from the emperor. But what about the masked warriors? What about everything that we hope to achieve? I believe in the masked warriors. That we had something worth fighting for. But do we stand a chance? I mean, there were numerous soldiers who wanted to fight the emperor and replace him with someone better. Who's to say that the one that would replace McQuinn Stormarin would be a more fit ruler? Someone better than him? No one could guarantee that. My fealty to Renner was to find his son. I said nothing about finding Lamare. If I could hand her to the emperor, I'm sure I would not have to remain a soldier. I mean, I loved the general. I liked what I did. But I did not want to be a soldier that slept anywhere night found him. It wasn't the life I would have subscribed to, given a choice. A small estate would be enough for me, and a lady. If I could get the emperor to give me these, I would leave soldiering. I prayed to the gods for guidance. I kicked at my horse and rode onward. This time, I had 2 goals in mind. Take Mayo. And after that, take Lamare and live in a remote estate far from all the chaos of Akean. Chapter 4, What he has found and what she has lost. Kino Erager. The wound on my left leg had scabbed, and it seemed like it was drying up pretty fast, but I wrapped a bandage around it so the wound would not crack open again when I walked. I still limp, but Mayo gave me a stick he said I could use as a cane. I remembered the same gesture from Arden. How are you? Mayo asked sheepishly. I groaned. I knew what he wanted to hear, my conversation with my mother from the past days. I did not want to tell him everything, but he'd been pestering me for days, so I decided to tell him bits about it. Sucks like hell. But it's better than before, I said and wondered if it was really how I felt. At least, Mother's alive. She may not remember me now, but she will. I guess at the back of my mind, it will only take some time before the memories come flooding in. Mayo gaped at me and nodded. Probably. If only I can convince Goemi to tell the truth. Why would she lie about it? I asked. Mayo shrugged. Crazy twins, he muttered. Miro is crazy beyond belief, and probably some of it rubbed off on Goemi. Who's to know what's running inside their heads? You've been with them longer. Have you found out why? Something else bothers me. Why did Miro freeze Arden's heart? Everything was a blur from when I caught a fever up until the other day before my fever broke. I didn't get the chance to talk to him, Mayo chuckled. You won't get anything talking to him. He grunts. Sometimes, he says complete sentences. But he's difficult to figure out. I stopped talking and looked at my mother. She was walking outside the hut, carrying our packs, while Goemi was trailing after her. Pyper was nowhere in sight. Mayo watched them too. Speaking of, he said. What will make her remember? I said softly. Not softly enough to prevent Mayo from hearing, though. Tell her what her power is, Mayo said. Why? Because that's what she asked me when I told her that she's Mistress Lamare Amerk and not this Nia. Whatever. She asked me what her power was. So, she doesn't know what it is? Apparently not. Then, what did the twins tell her? Something stupidly brilliant, Mayo said. Which was? That she can make any man fall in love with her, Mayo said. Imagine the kind of stupid lie they came up with. Pyper appeared out of nowhere. What are you talking about? She asked. Mayo frowned. Kino's wondering how to convince Mistress Lamare that she is Mistress Lamare, so I told him to tell her what power she possesses. Pyper looked at me. That's pretty simple. Why don't you? Because I don't know it either. She writes. But that's everything I know about her power, I said. See? Mayo shouted. I told you that's the only thing Kino told me about. Pyper flopped beside us. Well, I never said I didn't believe you, but I found it odd. I mean, all the citizens' powers are listed in the registry. How come you didn't know? And now, that's the reason to get the registry from the palace. I leaned over. You're right. We have to get it. We should have done so a long time ago. Unless you're stupid royalty, Mayo said casually as he lay down on the ground. What? I asked incredulously. Royalty. Didn't you hear me? Royalty doesn't get to divulge its powers, and they can keep it to themselves forever. It's a privilege. It was taught to us early in class. Don't you remember, or has your on and off fever made you forget everything? Mayo said in exasperation. I know. I remember, but by far, I think that's the silliest thing you ever said. Pyper looked concerned, and her eyes squinted at Lamare. Maybe Mayo has a point, she began. Come to think of it, look at how your mother moves. It's like there's a stick stuck behind her back. Her posture is to be envied. She moves so gracefully that when I'm with her, I get doubts if I'll ever grow up to be that ladylike. I laughed. That's not possible. Maybe it is. Who is your father anyway? Pyper said. It was my turn to frown. In my head, I always imagined I would ask her if I ever got to talk to my mother again. But how can I do that now? So, let's not head to Niven. Let's go instead to Canella and steal the book, the Registry of Citizens, the way we planned, Pyper said. That way, we'll know your mother's power. We can tell her about it, and she will believe you're her son. Besides, once we have the book, we can search for someone with a similar power as yours. Maybe you inherited it from someone. I don't know, I said. Mother and Goemi kept on moving about. At this time, there were already several packs on the ground. Maybe it was time to leave. What do you mean you don't know? Come on. That has always been the plan before we crossed our paths with Arden and Quila, Pyper said. I don't want to lose my mother again, I said. If going to Niven means she'll be safe, I prefer that. I don't care if she doesn't remember me for as long as she lives. Someday, she will find it in her heart to love me again. She did before. There's no way she won't again. Mayo nodded. He could be very supportive sometimes. Aren't you interested in finding out? Pyper asked. I am. But there are things more important than finding out who my father was. Or what my mother's power was. Besides, you could be royalty, Mayo piped in again. Which means getting the registry is only a futile effort. Stop talking about royalty to me. I argued. No, Pyper said. I have to agree with Mayo on this one. If you were royalty, it would give us the answers we're seeking. Such as? Why did the Emperor want you dead? She said. Mayo nodded at high speed. That's right. If you're royalty, he may think of you as a threat. So, he wanted you dead. I went ballistic. That's impossible. Is it? How much do you know about your heritage? Mayo asked. Enough to let me live peacefully, I said. See? You have no idea who you are. There's no chance you'll find out with Mistress Lamare having lost her memory, Mayo said. I'm changing sides now. I agree with Pyper. We should push for Canella. No. I can't lose my mother again. I can't endanger her life, I said stubbornly. Making her remember is not important anymore. She's here with me. That's all I asked for from the gods. Mayo and Pyper fell silent, but a kind of look passed across them, and I knew they would not let the discussion die this easily. Quila arrived. She talked to Mother and Goemi. A sword almost as long as Goemi's legs was strapped to her waist. It was still odd to see Quila with Arden's sword. They walked over to us, and we stood up. It's time to go, Mother said. I smiled at her and wished I could ride with her. But for now, I would not. She was here. She was very much alive and safe. I should be thankful for this, yet in the back of my head, I was still irked Goemi claimed Mother as her own. Then, we walked towards the horses and mounted. This time, we're really going to Niven. No matter how dangerous the journey, I would no longer let myself be separated from my mother.
Goemi pass up. Growing up, Grandma told me that the most important thing in this world was one's family. I remember staring at her long and hard as she said those words, wanting to demand from her that if it were the case, then how come Mother died early? If a family is the most valuable thing in the world, how come Father left us with Grandma? But I had never been argumentative. I like to think about things and stuff and understand the reasons behind people's actions. To me, Father left not because he wanted to, but because he had to. In that sense, I was leaving him a room in my heart, so when the time came that he decided to go back to us, I would welcome him without any hesitation. But my mother was gone. Grandma was gone. Father was gone. And now, so was Miro. How did I end up so alone in this world? I asked to stop for a while because I could not see and think straight. My thoughts are troubled. My chest was exploding, and I wanted to take a rest from it all. Sitting on the ground, I hugged my knees tightly to my chest, hoping that the warmth of my body would cover up for the ever-foreboding coldness inside my heart. Someone stirred from my back, but I did not bother to look up. I think this should belong to you now, Quila said. I did not move. I was not in the mood to talk. The velvet pouch grazed my arm, then Quila pressed it against my hand. I took the pouch and stared at her, surprised. This is yours to keep, I said. She shook her head. I think Arden would have wanted you to have it. What we had was a dream, and then you came. Since then, his desire for the circus to become a success intensified. She paused and smiled sadly, so that you can be proud of him. Did you know that? I guess in my heart, I always knew, but before I could respond, the words died in my throat. I have his sword. You can have the coins, Quila said. I clutched the pouch against my breast even though what I wanted was Arden's hat. Sadly, it was lost in the woods. Quila and I sat together in silence. The last time we talked like this was before we were joined by Arden, Pyper, and Kino. In fact, I was never really reunited with Arden. The horseback ride was brief, and we exchanged just a few words between us that I could hardly call conversations. I never told him I love him back, I said, feeling guilty. Quila looked concerned, a wave of nostalgia passing her eyes. I guess he had always known, she said kindly. No. You don't understand. It's just 3 words. Arden told me twice, and I didn't say anything, like it didn't mean anything to me when in fact, it did. It did, I said in desperation. I miss him so much, Quila said. Her voice quivered, and I felt sorry for her. Maybe I should stop thinking about myself and Arden. This girl beside me lost everything when she lost Arden. I shouldn't be selfish, but nothing could be done about it now. I reached out to touch her hand. I miss him too. So much. Then, Quila cried. I pulled her close to me and let my tears fall down too. Crying wasn't so abominable once you got used to it. We're going to stick together, I whispered. Arden would have wanted that. Quila embraced me tighter, nodding. Arden would have wanted that, she repeated. When Quila left to get some water, Nia came walking toward me. She sat beside me, her eyes searching my face. We really should get going now, Nia began. We've stayed here long, and I don't think it's safe. Your brother can't protect us anymore, and I fear that the general and his men will return for us. Besides, there are hubbubs. I nodded without really thinking. I felt like I had to respond to what Nia said. Without saying another word, Nia rested a hand over mine and squeezed it. After an hour, we will start moving again. In the meantime, I will leave you with your thoughts. Mourn him some more, but come back to us, to me, she said. She rose to walk away. Mama, I said. Nia turned to look at me. My eyes searched her face. It was odd that she still believed me after the general claimed that she was Lamare Amerk. Was it kindness because she understood that right after losing Arden and Miro, I could not bear losing her too? Do you think Arden knows I love him? Nia's eyes softened, and she walked back to where I was. She crouched down in front of me, her forehead touching mine. I was gazing at her caramel brown eyes, the most beautiful shade that was the exact opposite of mine. I shivered for the lies Miro and I fabricated. Nia kept on nodding, tears brimming from her eyes. The tears did not fall as though holding them back was a definition of courage any mother wanted her daughter to learn. I bit my lower lip, suppressing my tears. I wrapped my arms around Nia's neck, thankful to her for acting like a real mother to me. When the skies got clearer, I would probably tell her the truth. But not yet. I opened my eyes. From a distance, I caught a glimpse of Kino. He was staring at us with sad eyes. Whether he was sympathizing with me or was envious, I could not tell. Then, suddenly, he shouted, "You're a liar. I hate that you're a liar. Maybe you should have died instead of Arden." My mouth hung open in shock. "It's not true," I murmured. Nia was staring at me, but she did not say anything. She looked at where Kino went running. Kino had stopped under a tree before pulling out something from his belt. He rubbed at the corners of his eyes, slumped on the ground, and started writing? "Actually, I'm not certain who and what to believe anymore," Nia said. I realized that fact hurt me more than when I saw Miro leaving me behind on a horse.
Kino Amerk. I thought it would be easy for me to be with my mother as the days passed, even though she did not recognize me. But seeing her every day with an imposter hurt. Goemi was the biggest liar in the whole of Akean, and I did not understand how she could stand lying to all of us. If she ever really did care for mother, why would she lie like that? Yesterday was better. I could control my emotions, but today, I felt kind of lonely. I wanted to talk to my mother, only to find her already with Goemi in an intimate discussion. Suddenly, I just lost it. I was ashamed of how I reacted, calling Goemi a liar and wishing for her death. That was way too cruel, but I would apologize for that when she finally found the courage to apologize to all of us, especially to mother, for lying. I brushed at the tears that were still streaming down my cheeks. I missed the way my mother used to care for me, wishing she would remember me, so I would have something to hold on to. I never wanted to be envious of Goemi because I told myself that having a mother with us was already a gift from the gods. But when she hugged Goemi, I felt this unmistakable pang of jealousy. I had to move away from Pyper and Mayo because I wanted to be alone. But it was useless because my gaze kept on falling back to Goemi and my mother, wishing that if I could not have my mother back to myself, at least I could be part of that embrace. Goemi opened her eyes and stared at me. I tried to school my face to not show emotion, but I did not know if I had succeeded. I broke from her stare. The tears started to sprout, and this time, I rubbed at the corners of my eyes to prevent them from falling. I needed to be strong. I needed to get used to this because the gods only knew how long I would have to bear this. I remembered Reigen, the soldier who told me to write. He was right. I could not divulge everything to Pyper. She would feel sad, too, and I don't like seeing her sad. And Mayo, I don't know how much he could take if I kept telling him how much I missed Mother. If I did tell them, I think they would pester me into going to Canella. So, I rested my back against a tree and did what Reigen told me to do. I stared at the parchment spread out across my lap. I flipped it, so a clean sheet lay before me and started pouring out my thoughts. I miss her, I wrote. Then, I stared at the words and felt so sad because the one person in the world who was enough to make me feel loved again did not miss me back. I wished I could go back to when we stayed in Wawang village, and my mother would come inside my room and tuck me into bed. Food was nasty, the school was full of bullies, and I had no power, but I was happy. Maybe it was not exactly pleasant, but at least everything had been enough. More than enough, if I threw in the fact that I knew there was my mother to always come home to. I gazed at the words I wrote and underlined them. Then, in the next line, I wrote again. I love her. Dear gods, why can't they give my mother's memories back? Why can't they throw that in if they had been kind enough to let her live again? Was it blasphemy to ask them for so much? To have my mother back? I rubbed at the corners of my eyes again, afraid I would not be able to catch the tears before they welled up again. I breathed in and felt my throat constricting. I wish I did not have to be so envious of my mother's affection. I wish I did not have to fight for her. I wish I did not have to hold back on telling her how much I missed her. Then, the tears started falling because I lost all will to control them anymore. I missed my mother so badly. It was torture to have to see her and for her to feel differently towards me. Reigen was right. When I could not speak the words, I could always write them down. And maybe it would make me feel so much better. I started scribbling fast, pouring out what was inside my heart. I wished my mother would remember that she's Lamare Amerk. I hope she will love me again. Then, with a fierce desire to have her back, I wrote as though it was a summon. Mother, come back to me. My mouth opened wide. I held my breath in surprise as little flames consumed whatever I had written on the parchment.
Mia Passup. Even though I was torn about what version of the truth to believe in, I still allowed Goemi to sob against my shoulders. She was shaken by Kino's accusation, him calling her a liar. As for me, well, I was also quite taken by surprise. I felt sorry for Goemi and wished there was something I could do to take away her pain. But the pain was inevitable, and she had to learn that. It would make her stronger. Then, all at once, an emotion so strong engulfed me. I had to shut my eyes tightly as images, like waking dreams, entered my consciousness. I let go of Goemi and stood, eyes closed because it seemed like the images were more vivid then. The first face I saw was that of a man. His eyes were the same shade as mine, and he looked kindly at me, or a younger version of me. We were in a palace, and we were talking inside my room. The next time I saw him, his hair had already gone white, and I was older. It was a marriage ceremony, and a man whose face resembled the calm before the storm stood to claim my hand. I looked at the faces inside my head, and slowly, their names started to come to me. The old general was Paterno Rinaldo. Tehran Erager was also there. And other generals whose names I knew by heart. Ion Noto. Rizalo Agia. Aristal Kokona. These were men I grew up looking up to. And the man who was claiming my hand in marriage was McQuinstorm Aaron. The old man whose eyes were the same as mine was my father, Northside Amerk. I shook as I stood in the woods. I let myself take the journey to my past. Memories kept coming back. This time, I remembered everything. Wind was declared the emperor. I stood against him, protesting and fighting for my heritage, but none of the generals dared to challenge Wind aside from one who ended up with his head separated from his torso. Then, I looked down and saw that my belly was oversized, and blood dripped from my legs to the floor. A woman, Saul, came and helped me. She rushed me to the healer to give birth. I shuddered at the realization that at that particular moment, I was about to give birth to a boy, someone who I would name Kino. I opened my eyes quickly and looked around, searching for the boy in the forest. I was immediately transported back to the present. I closed my eyes again, longing to have the other memories come back to me. I was running away from the palace after Wind spared Kino's life. For moon turns, I lived in Wawang village. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody remembered even a fragment of what I was to the Akeans before. The emperor controlled my power. As the royal scribe, he made me write hateful stories to make people corrupt. I wreaked havoc on the days ahead through my writing. This control over my power had gone on for moon turns before I realized I had to run away with my son and stop Wind from making me write the events that would unravel for Akean. Events that made the citizens need him. Situations that were nothing but the machinations of the emperor's cruel mind. Something prevented me from leaving, though. I choked as I remembered what it was. I had bound Kino's gift. My son was left without any power because the emperor had ordered me to bind Kino's power again and again and again. In every scroll I wrote, I had to cruelly forget about my boy's relevance to Akean, ignoring the inner voices of motherhood telling me that I should fight for my son and stop binding his power. This time, memories came to me faster. In the Akean Wine Festival, I was finally able to outsmart the emperor, but not before Kino had revealed himself to the emperor. I lost my energy and sank to the ground. I could hear Goemi's worried voice, asking me if I was all right. Oh, gods, forgive me, but right now, upon learning her lies, all I wanted to do was to strangle her. So, to prevent myself from unleashing wrath on Goemi, I ignored her. Goosebumps began to cover my skin upon the further realization that the people I had met, aside from Goemi and Miro, were telling me the truth. How could I have been so stupid? How could I not have seen through their lies? Was I that desperate to belong to accept whoever it was that first lay claim to me as a family? Kino was in the palace, and I was racing after him, trying to stop him from presenting to the emperor. But he already had, and the emperor had ordered his death. I kept shaking, clutching at my arms. Goemi's voice remained indistinct to my hearing. "Mama, are you all right? Tell me what's wrong." Her voice had taken on an edge as though she was afraid. Kino and I were running away. I was able to tell him I loved him. I opened my eyes as the memory of my heart, twisting in agony, came back to me. And then, I was gone. My tears were streaming down my face. I felt betrayed. Fooled and played around with by people who claimed to love me, my twins. "Mama?" Goemi said, her eyes concerned. Suddenly, I lost it. I could not bear to hear another word of her lies. I raised my right hand and swung, slapping her in the face. The anger that burst from my heart emanated through every part of my body. My tears continued to fall. "How could you lie to me?" I asked. "How could you manipulate me so? You and your twin, you're both evils. Imagine the lies that you came up with. Did you think I would never get my memory back? Did you wish that?" I shouted in anger. Goemi burst into tears. "Mama. Believe me? It wasn't like that. Time and again, I told myself I would tell you the truth, but you have come to be so endearing, and it was painful to let you go." "Oh my gods," I said, shaking my head in disbelief. "You even had the gall to tell me that. We were trying to protect you. You were being pursued. When you're with us, you have a different name, a different life. No one could say otherwise because Miro and I were here to testify about your past life." She did not get to finish what she was saying because I could not tolerate any more of her lies. I struck her again on the cheek. Goemi clutched at her face before breaking into sobs. She slumped to the ground, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I did not mean to." I was still seething with anger, but this was not so important now. I had to go to my son, to my only son. I lifted my skirt so I could run to where he was sitting. I stopped yards away from him, so I could watch him from a distance and allow my eyes to caress him when my hands failed to do so these past weeks. Kino was all hunched over, looking at the burning parchment. His unruly hair spiked out from all directions. His left leg was still bandaged and stretched right in front of him. I started walking towards him, my heart tender and raging with emotions at the same time. How could I have forgotten him, the only reminder from my past before I was stripped of my heritage? Before Lamare Amerk, who had been Princess of Akean, eldest of Northside, came to be the royal scribe. I felt despondent. My son was hurting so much, and I couldn't do anything about it. When I was closer, he looked up and stared into my eyes. He rubbed at the corners of his eyes before his lips curved into a weak smile. He nodded slightly at me as though in greeting. That was the moment my heart broke. I lunged toward him and stopped a few steps away. Writing is my power. We used to live in Wawang village. I tucked you in bed every night, and when I had nightmares, you woke up and made me tea in the middle of the night. I paused. I'm Lamare Ariston Amerk, and I am your mother. Kino's eyes grew huge, and he jumped to his feet, dropping the parchment to the ground. He hugged me so tightly that I could barely breathe, but it was a most welcome hug. I embraced him tightly too, kissing the top of his head, pressing my cheek against his head, realizing how much I missed him. You're back, Mom, Kino said. Thank God you're back. His voice broke. I pulled back and bent down to look at his green eyes twinkling with happiness. This little man was my son. It was too much for me. I pulled him closer, and this time, when the tears started to roll down my cheeks again, I let them.
Ion Noto. Sinista smelled foul to me, as though the death of my soldiers was haunting us. I was contemplating leaving this godforsaken place, but Rodora had insisted that the ones we were pursuing were still here. Given that information, I decided to stay and have another attempt at capturing Lamare or killing Dogan. Whatever worked. In the past, my intuition and my strength had always given me my victories. It's confirmed, Ion. They're a mile ahead, Rodora said. We will strike from a wide angle, I told the remaining soldiers. They all looked determined to win this time. To avenge the deaths of their comrades. To give glory to the Emperor. That's what brought us together, the unquenchable thirst to rise in the eyes of the Emperor. The soldiers around me nodded, their faces determined. Then, they started moving away. We ride. I shouted. We galloped at high speed to reach Lamare. The wind blew against my face as we pushed to reach where Lamare's group had been found. Rodora rode beside me. In a few minutes, I would claim victory over Sinista. There was movement somewhere far ahead. I could not mistake that long hair, the gentle, graceful curve of her body. It was Lamare. She was holding a boy. I ground my teeth in anger as I realized that Lamare lied to me about not knowing where the boy's whereabouts were. However, she would lose this war. Look at her, holding the boy as though she had the luxury of time to hug her boy. I say, if you were being pursued, stopping to take a break would only narrow the distance between oneself and the pursuers. I could not believe she could have acted so wantonly. Remember the Emperor's words, I hissed at Rodora. Kill the boy. We can take him down, bind him, and give him alive to the Emperor, she argued. No. I snapped. He has strength. I don't want to give him the chance to escape. We'll catch them off guard, kill the boy, and take Lamare captive. Then, throw in Kalo's son. Sweet vengeance. Run. Someone shouted. I looked at where the voice came from and, much to my surprise, recognized General Kalo's son. He would not ruin it for me. I galloped towards him, and he stood there frozen. When I was closer, he started to run, but the effort was futile because the gap between us was narrow, and he had legs as thick as the logs. It probably was such an effort to lift them. I swooped down and grabbed the boy. He was heavy. I pulled him up, thankful for my strength, and threw him forcefully down in front of me. He kept twisting in the saddle, and I smacked the back of his head with my fist. He fell limply against me. The other children and Lamare were alarmed by our presence and were running away. Rodora and my men were trailing after them. I could not wait for this day to be over. With already one captive, I could not fathom how fate could still go against me now.
Quila Tash. Run faster. I shouted at Goemi. But Goemi kept looking back at me. I won't leave you behind. Come on. She urged. It all happened so fast. One moment, we were all alone in the woods, and now, the general and his men were chasing us. All this happened at an inopportune time because Miru wasn't around to freeze their hearts. It has always been a struggle for me to run fast because I had a lot of unwanted fat. But I could be quick when I had to. I pumped my fists in the air and trailed after Goemi, avoiding roots that protruded on the ground. I wondered how far our feet would take us before the soldiers captured us. They got Mayo, Goemi said. My heart beat faster, and I wanted to stop and help him. Let's go get him, I said. No, Goemi shouted. We can't. My power's practically useless, and so is yours. I did not know what to do. I sifted my thoughts, trying to come up with something to help Mayo, but none came. Goemi was right. My power was as useless as hers when it came to fighting. I wanted to weep, but there was no time for that either, so I ran harder, hoping my feet would not fail me. Pyper, San Diego. I coated myself in invisibility and started running away. I had to find Kino. Mayo had been taken, and there was nothing I could do about it now. When I get to Kino, we could devise a rescue plan to take Mayo back. I ran faster, my eyes searching for Kino. But he was also running away into the woods with Mistress Lamare behind him. Then, arrows started shooting from behind me, and I ducked. When I turned around, soldiers were galloping after me. Or, since they could not see me, I figured the arrows were meant for Kino and Mistress Lamare. The soldiers were scattered in the woods, and I did not know if one would suddenly appear behind me and grab me. I rolled to the side, arrows still flying all around me. Then, I hid behind a tree as I watched the soldiers galloping away, set on capturing Kino and Mistress Lamare. My heart thudded inside my chest, and for the first time, I did not know what to do and longed for Arden. In the months we were together, he somehow took the lead in our group, and I relied on his instincts. But now was not the time for that. I started running again after the soldiers, hoping I could prevent them from hurting Kino and his mother. Someone grabbed me from behind. I twisted and flailed, but his arms were strong, and I could not escape his grip. He dragged me away from the fighting. I kicked and kicked, shrieking, but the man would not let go. Stop it! Help! I shouted, although I knew that no one would come to my rescue. Keep quiet, or I'll have to knock you to sleep, a cold voice said. I looked at the hands holding me and found nothing but the gooey edges of his hands, telling me that the person who held me was an invisible Niven. Please, I begged. Let me go. I need to find my friends. No. We will rescue them. You will stay here. You can't make me. I shouted. The ropes will make sure I will find you when I get back here, he said. Then, he pushed me against a tree and started tying me up. The hop-ups would kill me, I said. The man stopped what he was doing, and I thought I had tricked him. But all he did was carry me again and climb the tree. He glided effortlessly as climbing was second nature to Niven's. I twisted, even knowing he would not let me loose. Please. Stop it. I have to get down and help my friends, I yelled. You're only going to make it more difficult. I can't have you killed by someone. Your father's going to have my neck if anything happens to you, he said. Maniren? I asked. It is me, he said. He tied the ropes and climbed down, leaving me up in a tree to shrivel and die. I wanted to scream for being so helpless, but I did not think anyone would bother me now. Everyone was trying to run for their lives. Kino and Lamare, Goemi and Quila. Where were they anyway? If we hadn't been mourning Arden all along, we would have gotten away. Tears started to course down my cheeks. I could not believe it. After all this time, due to the helplessness of the situation, I found myself crying.
Kino Amerk. I ran away from the soldiers, and I winced as my leg throbbed. I ignored the pounding pressure of my leg wound and kept running. Mother was right behind me, and I knew I had to run faster so she would do the same. The general would not lay his hands upon us. An arrow dashed through the air, and I felt a sting on my ear as it grazed me. Regardless, I kept on running. I could feel the scab on my wound peeling off. Probably, the wound would find itself raw again. Mother overtook me. She grabbed my hand and dragged me with her, and I had to push myself to be faster. Faster! They're right behind us, she said. All I could do at that moment was run and not think about anything else. Countless times, I found myself amidst the chaos I never thought would happen in my lifetime. I did not understand it, nor did I have any desire to understand it. But I knew we had to run and escape. Anything else aside from this primal instinct of survival was irrelevant now. The day was dark, although it wasn't noon yet. The clouds were gathering above. When I thought nothing else could add up to the difficulty we were having at running, it rained. The drops were quick and heavy, as though the sky was shooting down its vengeance upon us. I ran faster and avoided the arrows that pursued us. I had my heart in my throat the whole time and had to remind myself to breathe. Come on, think Kino, think. I urged myself. Then, I remembered that I could turn myself invisible, so I did. The power of invisibility could be extended to another person, so I did the same to Mother. And true enough, we immediately blended in the forest. Find them! Came a loud voice after us. The soldiers went wild. The arrows stopped shooting at us for a while, but then, someone shouted, "Don't stop shooting. The arrows will give away their location. Shoot randomly. Shoot everywhere." I ran and gripped my mother's hand tighter. Rain fell in torrents, and it gave away our footsteps. No matter how fast we ran, the soldiers would be able to find us. We should make good time running if we were to take advantage of the ground that had not started to soften yet. While our footsteps could not be masked, we could increase the distance between us and our pursuers. This time I was the one pulling at Mother's hand, guiding her somewhere to the left side, hoping the soldiers would march forward while we avoided their path. Arrows started shooting again. One landed right against the tree we passed. If not for the tree, it would have gone straight through my body. I shivered at the thought. And then, more arrows shot through the air. I wondered if the soldiers would ever run out of arrows. I almost slipped as Mother's grip tightened even more upon my hand. She faltered, and I had to slow down. "What's wrong, Mom?" I asked. "Nothing," she said. "Keep running." Through the rain, we ran faster and faster. My heart was beating like crazy. Lightning split the sky overhead, and then thunder followed. It gave me an excuse to be louder. "Run faster, Mom," I urged, but her pace did not change. I pulled at her hand and veered her to the right, hiding against two trees that had their trunks intertwined. I looked up and wondered if my mother could climb. "Let's go up," I said. Mother did not object. Instead, she pushed me further up as I hoisted myself on a branch. When my foothold was secured, I bent down to grab her other hand. "I won't let you fall, Mom," I said. "Trust me." Mother reached out and pulled herself up. "Keep your eyes peeled. These generals know what they're doing. Once they realize we vanished, they will look for footprints to track us down." The rain was ironically doing its job. First, it showed the soldiers our footsteps. But then, it would also wash away the footprints if it continued its torment upon the land. Mother and I were up in the tree but did not climb higher, just enough to avoid the soldiers' arrows. Then, the soldiers started shooting arrows upwards, falling upon the trees like rain. I rushed to avoid one. Mother gasped and gripped my hand in a way that made me yelp. I made myself visible so my mother would also be visible, and I stared in horror at the arrow jutting out from near her ribcage. Another one stuck out of her leg. "Pull them off," she said. "Tug quickly so it wouldn't hurt so much." Her face was red from all the running. "No." Mother stretched her leg and gripped the arrow with both hands. She bit her lips and pulled at the arrow on her leg. She let out a loud cry as the arrow was released, blood bursting forth from where the arrow had been. I bent down towards her and pressed a palm against the wound. My other hand went instinctively to her mouth to quieten her. Her determined face twisted in pain, but something more lay behind her eyes. Courage. She would not give up. She would not let herself be captured just because an arrow had struck her. I braced myself and gripped the arrow's tail in her ribcage. "I don't want to do this, Mom, but there's no other way," I said. Before she could say yes, I pulled at the arrow. As soon as it was loose, blood came gushing out from the wound. Mother clutched at the wound, face pale in an instant, and looked around. We listened for a while, wondering where the soldiers were. When we were sure that all we could hear was the tumultuous rain, I decided for the both of us. Let's get back on the ground and go in the opposite direction. Mother nodded. On cue, I slid down the tree and waited for her. My knees were shaking in terror. When we were both on the ground, I took her hand and made both of us invisible. I felt her stiffen. She was probably as astounded by invisibility as I was when I first experienced it with Pyper. Run now. Run faster, I urged. I pulled her hand and guided her inside the forest. This time, all I could hope for was that Niven would be near enough, and Nivens would help us escape. However, no one else was here in Sinista. I pulled harder at Mother's hand, hoping her wounds were not fatal enough to slow her down so much. Another lightning bolt split the sky, hitting the tree right before us. I jerked and pulled at my mother. Not even lightning could make me stop running away. My goal was to keep my mother safe, although as far as I was concerned, I was doing such a lousy job at that. With 2 arrows hitting her body, how much more of a failure could I ever possibly be? I brushed my face with the back of my other hand to see clearer. I did not see the stump that was barring the way. I lifted my leg a little too late and not high enough to avoid it, so I lost balance, my hands flailing in the air. I tried desperately to regain balance, but before I could, my foot slipped, and I fell hard against the ground. I lost contact with my mother, and she stood there under the rain, dripping with blood. At that moment, I was no longer invisible, and so was my mother. My mouth might have opened widely because my mother said, "Wounds heal, Kino." After a while, she added, "And so will mine." She said those words as though to reassure me that she was okay. Then she reached out, grabbed my hand, and pulled me up. "Shoot them, Rodora. Shoot them!" the general shouted. His sword was in his hand and was waving it in the air. Rodora knocked an arrow on her bow and aimed at me. My chest tightened as fear gripped me to bits. Then, I scrambled to my feet. It was only a split second. Mother glanced back and saw the knocked arrow and the determined face of the person I surmised was Rodora. Mother leapt towards me as arrows started shooting at me. The first one that pierced my mother rang in my ears. It pierced her lower back as she jumped to protect me. "No!" I yelled. "No!" I clutched Mother towards me tightly before we slipped and fell to the ground. Rodora's arrow shot at us, barely missing me. Mother moved above me like she was using herself as a human shield. Tears started to spring from my eyes as, one after another, arrows began raining down on us. I did not feel any pain, and I wasn't sure if that was because I was numb from it or because the arrows only struck Mother. "Mom! No!" I yelled, squirming from under her. My eyes widened in fear. "No, Mom! No!" I said raggedly. My tears mixed with the rain, and it flowed freely and generously. Without the rainwater, I was pretty sure my tears would still have rivaled a river from the way they crashed upon my heart. Mother lifted her head and clutched at my head, pinning me. Her eyes were searching mine. "All wounds heal, Kino. Remember that," she said. Her voice had gone weak and yet insistent. "Even wounds that are invisible to the eyes also heal." Then, her head bobbed downwards, and her body went limp against mine. "No, no, no!" I chanted. "No!" I shrieked. I was shivering under my mother's body, resisting what had happened. I kicked my legs to remove my mother's weight from covering me. There were footsteps. They got louder and louder until I felt calloused hands scraping against my skin as my mother was lifted from my body. I leapt and grabbed her body. "No! What are you doing? Don't touch her!" I shouted. My eyes fell upon men that were taller than anyone I ever knew. They had my mother, and they were standing in front of me. Tears continued to spring from my eyes as I hollered and thumped their bodies covered with a material that looked like barks of trees. "We're helping you, little one," a throaty voice said. My eyes widened, surprised at the proclamation. From behind them, I saw the general's soldiers knock another set of arrows on their bows. Then one by one, the arrows were released and struck the bodies of the men surrounding me. Surprisingly, the arrows hit them, but it was as though the tips of the arrows were blunt, and they fell to the ground. "We cannot fight," the throaty voice said. "Run." Then, the tall men with barks for bodies started moving away oddly. It was as though they were stiff, yet they still managed to move quickly. Suddenly, a memory found me. It was as though that was the power I copied from weeks ago, back when I was with Arden and Pyper, when we were still trying to figure out what my power was. I ran after the tall men. "Don't let them out of your sight," I heard the general's voice shout. Then, there was scampering as all of us seemed to move in one direction. Arrows started to fall like rain again, and I could not see how we would be able to escape them. "Hide in the trees," I heard a voice say. "We can hide, but not the woman," another throaty voice said. "Please, save Mother," I begged. "Please." "The soldiers are not stopping their attack. We need to stop the fighting and give your mother immediate care." I glanced behind me, and the soldiers were closing in on us. They seemed to have ridden leisurely, knowing we could not go far in a short time. The general only wanted me, or maybe, he also wanted Mother. But if I were to separate from the men carrying Mother, perhaps I could make the soldiers go after me and, in that sense, save Mother. That would give Mother a chance to be cared for properly, offered treatment, and heal. I tugged at the men's hands. "Please, promise me you will save my mother." The man with a throaty voice answered, "Because you are one of us, we will care for her. And when she is well, she will bring you to us." I did not understand what he meant when he said I was one of them. But I was grateful for their promise, and instead of wasting another minute saying my goodbyes, I ran in the opposite direction. "Goodbye, Mother," I whispered, hoping the wind would carry my voice to her. "I will see you as soon as I have escaped the general. No one will ever separate us again." When I looked back, I was surprised that no one was after me. Instead, everyone was still trailing after the tall men with barks for the skin. They were rushing away from the soldiers. "I'm here!" I shouted. But no one bothered to look at me. That was when I realized that I had gone invisible on instinct. Stupid me. I cursed myself. "Come back!" I shouted after I made myself visible. The last of the horse's hoof sounds muted, and my heart sank. They will chase after Mother. Instead of saving her, I saved myself. Then, the sound of horses' hooves started pounding again, and the ground rumbled as soldiers on horses appeared one by one. I laughed heartily. Mother would be saved. "I'm here. Follow me. You want me? Well, here I am," I yelled, and when I was sure they had seen me, I started running away from them. When I was far from them, and my calculations told me that the men with barks for skin had gone away, I would make myself invisible. All my life, I was only concerned about stopping the bullies from school. But this, the feeling of being chased down to save a life, was perhaps what I wanted. I never desired to be a hero. I was far from being one, yet the thought that my life could end in exchange for someone else's gave me the strength I needed at this moment. I continued pumping my fists as I ran, panting until I felt an arrow swoosh past me. And then, there's another one. And another. That was my cue. They're closing in on me, so I vanished and rolled down before I got hit. Then, I crawled fast towards the side to avoid the horses that could be trampling me any minute. I pressed my back against a tree, holding my breath as the horses rushed past me by. The soldiers were shouting as they vanished from my sight. I breathed quickly, praying they would not return and that I could go safely now. I looked around, and there was no one in sight. Maybe it was safe for me to show myself now. I turned visible, and that's when I noticed all the wounds covering my body. I also began to feel the pain now that the rush was gone. It was too late when I noticed a cloaked man approaching me. "Stop!" I shouted. But the cloaked man kept coming nearer. His strides were long. "Stay," he said in a gentle, soothing voice. I stood rooted to the spot. What was his power? It was as though he could command me. "Please. Don't come near me. I have to save my mother," I said. But the man ignored my pleas. He continued moving forward, and when he was within arm's reach, his cloak fell to the back of his head, and I gazed upon an old man with white, long hair. His eyes were as gentle as his voice had been, and I remembered him from my dream. He was the one whose words could compel men to do things. And here I was, standing right in front of him, even if what I really desired was to escape from him. The wounds on my body made their presence felt as they continued to throb. "You will be safe with me," he said. For some reason, I felt like I must believe him. Then, the exhaustion of running away from the general's soldiers caught up with me, and I collapsed. Blood was flowing from my wounds. Perhaps, now that there's someone who seemed like he meant it when he said I would be safe now in his presence, my body allowed itself to be weak. I stared at the man's face one last time, trying to place him in my memory. I recognized my mother's eyes in his eyes, and my heart leapt before I felt the world around me rotate, and unconsciousness took over me. Chapter 5, All Around Us. McQuinstorm. I realized I had much to do immediately upon regaining consciousness. Calmness engulfed my heart, and that's how I knew it was Saul I would find as I opened my eyes. She stood by my bed, the light casting shadows upon her face. I could not read what she was thinking. The wound on my neck began to throb, but I ignored it. "Did they escape?" I asked. Saul studied me. "A few died, but most of them escaped. Gray men who could vanish in thin air were such cheaters. Invisibility was a most useful power, one that would prove valuable in a war, but they were gray men who opposed me." "What are the accounts?" I asked. "Don't, yet. Stay here. I have asked the generals to give a complete account of what happened. I would have them ready in the morning," she said. "I want the accounts now," I shouted. Then, I rose from the bed, fuming. Saul still did not understand the importance of wielding powers. Powers that I could have the most use of. Before she could use her power of calmness on me, I threw my chamber door open and rushed out. Soldiers scurried upon seeing me, and they fell into a formation before trailing after me. When I reached the end of the hall, I saw the moons outside through the wide window. The sky was still dark, but Sisis had begun to rise. The horizon was starting to glow like it was making a promise. "No one must follow me," I said in an icy tone. The soldiers behind me stirred, but none protested. Then, I summoned the clouds and leapt through the open window. A long time ago, the tree runners were banished from the land. Northside had done that to punish them for a crime they never committed. However, nobody knew that. They were not even sent to trial because of the imminent danger they posed. 7 lords were dead in days. What kind of emperor would pass sentence without a trial? But I knew the real story and could use the information well. As I flew against the cold wind, I wondered if what I was about to do was right. But when did doing the right thing ever matter to me? Everything had to have a significant impact. That's what was important to me. I glided on the cloud until I reached the middle of the Sinista forest. Then, my feet touched the ground as the fog thinned and vanished. I looked around, but there was nothing much to be seen. When night falls upon Sinista, even the bravest of men cower. My hackles rose from the thought that a hubbub could come out of nowhere and attack me. And not just hubbubs, other creatures of the night would find it pleasing to devour upon anyone's flesh. I must do what I must. Do it now. Where could they be? Sinista was dead, and the only sound I could hear was from night birds. Every twig breaking could be heard because there was no one else that stirred inside the forest. Could they see me now? Did they sense my presence upon entering their habitation? "Come out!" I shouted. Nobody stirred in the forest. Come out. I order you. I waited patiently. Come out. I yelled a third time. The birds perched on the trees flew, their wings fluttering in the air as they circled the horizon. When they would not come out, I shouted, "You've been in hiding for far too long. Make yourselves my ally. Swear to me. Have fealty with me, and I will pardon you. You will be welcomed in Akean. You will once again roam the lands doing what you were intended to do. But swear to me." The forest remained as silent as it was when I arrived. I had to make this work. Akean was stirring. The prophecies about the claiming of Akean were slowly happening. Rebellions were starting to rise. But I could fight them. I could fight what was about to happen if I planned carefully enough and raised allies as strong as these tree runners. I know of your innocence, and I set you free. I paused. But serve me. A tree stirred before me as though it had acquired the gift of motion. From the trunk came a man. The way they hid was surreal, as though they were one with the trees. The man's skin was as dark as a tree trunk. It was also wrinkled. It looked odd, yet it was their distinctive skin that offered them protection. I was face to face with a tree runner. His eyes held mine. He was taller than I, more overbearing, yet he was a castaway. He could not have been fit to stand before me without bowing. "What are your terms?" he asked in a slurred voice, as though his tongue had grown as thick as a tree trunk. I wanted to call down lightning at the man who had the gall to ask me about terms. But this time, I refrained from doing so because the tree runners would prove to be a powerful ally to use against the gray men. "Your freedom," I said. "Serve me, and I will set you free." The man raised his hand as though he were sending a signal to the rest of them. One by one, each tree trunk revealed a man hiding in its trunk. There were thousands of them, and I became self-conscious that if anyone had given the instruction to kill me, they could have done so. I gazed at each face of the tree runners. There were so many of them. They would be a good addition to my defense. "Will you serve me?" I repeated and waited for their responses. Elder Mayandilo. Endoni's body was buried at the foot of Mount Rikus, never to be found again, but I carried his head. It was heavy as though the body was still attached to it, or maybe the burden of having to tell Laren and Salvatore about what happened was weighing me down. On my waist, I strapped the general's sword. It was made of fine steel, and I couldn't throw it away, no matter if it was the thing that killed the chief hunter. I breathed in and closed my eyes in an attempt to calm myself. The last stretch of our journey left me panting. The war dogs' deaths had taken their toll on me too. Never touch a war dog. I bargained with Andoni. I never realized it was inevitable. Some deaths would happen the way they were destined to. My power had that flaw. The death of an animal I bonded with, if it was due to an unnatural death, was bound to make my life shorter. I wondered how many days or months were taken from my life. "Elder?" Bombay asked. I opened my eyes and looked at him. "Everyone's waiting for you in the town hall. I need to speak to Salvatore first." "I am here," Salvatore said. I turned around and found myself looking at Laren's uncle, a most overbearing man. His gaze made me shudder. If looks could freeze a man, he definitely would have frozen me. Bombay found his way out of the treehouse, leaving me alone with Salvatore. When it was just the two of us, I began speaking. "The retrieval was both a success and a failure," I said. Jorosa's body was retrieved, but not without a price. I continued telling Salvatore about what happened, how Canellan soldiers came rushing out of the palace to fight us, and how the Nivens tried to keep their identities hidden until the time came that we had no option but to fight back. The war dogs' deaths were also included in my story. And the sword fight between Andoni San Diego and Renner Colo. Salvatore looked grim. His face was as hard as steel, his eyes menacingly cold. I stopped talking. "And where is the chief hunter?" he asked. I could not say the words. It was difficult to tell him about the chief hunter's demise and how it happened. More so because it was I who had to end it for Andoni. Instead, I bent down and pulled at the package I was carrying. I put it on the table and unwrapped it. The cloth fell to the sides as I worked my way into revealing what was inside. Salvatore groaned when his eyes met that of the chief hunters. He touched the chief hunter's eyelids and attempted to close them, but the flesh had gone hard, and the blue eyes would not allow Salvatore to close them. "Does Laren know?" Salvatore asked. "Not yet. It is my task to tell her after you learn about his death." "What did he say?" "His parting words? That you would know what to do," I answered. A touch of pain crossed Salvatore's face. For a fleeting second, I thought I glimpsed a softening and a trace of reverence in his eyes. A most courageous man. Stubborn in his ways, but courageous just the same, Salvatore said. He did well and should have been afforded the funeral he deserved. But his death would alarm everyone and cause the Nivens to panic. Only Laren and I should know. He paused. "For now." I nodded, trying to understand the significance of keeping Andoni's death a secret. I still shivered each time I remembered I had to tell Laren later. I heard a loud gasp from behind us, and I turned to look who it was. There, by the doorway, stood Laren with her ashen face. Her hands covered her mouth as tears sprung from her eyes. "What happened to my husband?" she cried, frozen to the spot. Salvatore looked around, seemingly conscious that anyone outside might hear us. "Calm yourself, Laren. When the Nivens hear about what happened, chaos will ensue," he said. In a softer tone, he added, "We are not ready." She ran towards the table and clutched her husband's head. Then, she put the head back tenderly on the table as though moving faster could still hurt her husband. My heart twisted as I watched the agony of a woman who had lost her husband. She was, in my opinion, wailing silently. Was it evil to thank the gods for removing from me the burden of having to tell Laren about her husband's death? And yet why was it my heart was burdened upon seeing this woman suffer as she touched her husband's face? Her right hand lingered upon his eyes as though to close them. I caught my breath and waited and was surprised to find that they were now closed when Laren removed her hand over Andoni's glazed eyes. Salvatore touched Laren's shoulder, and as though on cue, Laren quickly embraced her uncle and sobbed. I wrapped Andoni's head again with the cloth, and when I was done, I summoned an eagle. When the eagle flew inside the treehouse, I told it what it had to do. The eagle took the package in its claws. It flew inside the treehouse in circles as though to bid us goodbye before flying out to bring the head to where I told it to go. "Andoni said to tell you he is off to meet his friend in the sky," I said solemnly. Laren was shaking, standing beside me. Salvatore's hand rested on her shoulders. Laren visibly shivered while tears continued to flow from her eyes. "He said you would know what he meant," I said. "He is off to meet Timbuk Lassis's spirit. They will be out in the sky to play with swords," she said softly. I did not fully comprehend her words, but it was enough for me to understand that the chief hunter and his friend were both dead. Salvatore spoke after a while. "It is time to assemble the Nivens in the town hall. They must be wanting to hear about the retrieval." He started walking, and upon reaching the doorway, he stopped. "Dry your tears, Laren. We do not dishonor the memory of your husband today. And Elder Mayandilo, I welcome you to the Niven family." He turned to look at me. His eyes were still hard as steel, and they pierced me. But he spoke the words that I longed to hear since the first time I set foot on Niven. "The Nivens will partner with the Elders Guild. I will make the declaration." From the doorway, Bombay came rushing in. His face was flushed from running, and we all stared at him. "Romeo de Nicholas is back," he said speedily. "Elder Tala is with him." The news that Bombay told us was jarring. How could the gods play with the events? The Nivens had prevented the report concerning their existence from reaching the Emperor through Elder Tala's capture, and yet, it was too late because the palace already knew. How the subsequent events would unravel, how we could contain the Niven's existence a secret still, and how we would prepare for the oncoming days now rested upon Salvatore and me. Salvatore caught my eye as though he knew what I was thinking. "Let us go. It is time," he said. Then, we all walked towards the town hall in frigid silence, my heart frozen from anxiety. Dogan Ronda. I could not say that the mission was a failure because Ames, Maniren, and I got Pyper with us, and we could return her safely to her father. But what about Kino? I also promised his mother I would take care of him. Something kept troubling me. I thought that in the fighting, I saw Lamare, but it could not be because I buried her myself. Pyper, I said. The little girl ignored me as though she was still sour at me. You must not be mad at me, you know, I said. Or if you must, be mad at Maniren. He was the one who tied you to the top of a tree. I was just making a joke to make things lighter, but Maniren did not seem to find what I said funny. It's a joke, I told him. He grunted and walked ahead. You have to help me rescue them. Pyper blurted out. She stopped suddenly, then turned to face me and pounded my stomach with her bare hands. True, she had tiny hands, but boy, can she punch. Hey, I said. Didn't I tell you that your father wanted you back in Niven? We are serving him. We promised, and so we must return you to him. Pyper sobbed. But my friends, they're all going to die now. They're not going to die. There's a proper place and timing for everything, and right now, yours is home with your family. And what about Kino? She said. She met my eyes, and it was difficult not to feel guilty. I wish I could have saved Kino, too. And Mayo. I promised his mother that I would take care of him. So, I will. Pyper's crying somehow subsided. And Mayo too? I tucked her hair behind her ears before wiping some of her tears with my hand. And Mayo too, I bargained. Then, we started walking again. I could feel Pyper looking at me from the corner of her eye. I trust you, she said so suddenly I was surprised. That's good to hear. It is good to know that. I trust you only because Mistress Lamare is not dead. You did protect her from the Emperor. I stopped in my tracks. What? I thought I had seen her. But it had been a long day. There was a lot of fighting, plus we were in Kratisanista, and because of that, I thought I was hallucinating. But for Pyper to tell me this. Are you certain? I asked. She nodded. It was Kino's mother. It was a long story, but in the end, we were able to find out. I closed my eyes, angry at myself. I should have protected her. There were too many thoughts inside my head. What could have happened if I had been in Sinista at the right time? Would things have ended differently? Maybe, I would have been able to save all of them. Pyper tugged at my hand, and I was instantly brought out of my reverie. You are right. Everything has a proper place and time, she said in all innocence. We will save them. I blinked back the tears I did not know almost escaped my eyes. I had mourned Lamare a long time ago and carried her death in my chest. I buried her and now, she is alive. I was in a daze but in a good kind of way. Pyper was watching me. I crouched down so my eyes could gaze at hers levelly. We must go home now. The sooner you see your father, the sooner we can go to save Kino and Lamare, I said. Pyper smiled, and because of that, I thought that even gloomy Sinista brightened for a while. I picked up Pyper and carried her. She did not object. Instead, she laid her head on my shoulder. Your father would love to see you back, I said in my hoarse voice. Pyper nodded while her head was still against my shoulder. Yeah. But I can't wait to rescue Kino. I remembered my promise to Lamare that I would keep Kino safe and answered, consider it done. With that, Pyper rested satisfied in my arms. When I started walking, she whispered, I miss my father so much. I can't wait to see him. I heard shrill sounds from overhead. An eagle was flying, soaring, and it had a package dangling from its claws. It circled us 3 times before flying away. Ion Noto. After a lot of maneuvering inside Sinista, what remained of our group finally found our way out. It had been days, and now, here we are, staring at the gates of the Ameresian palace. I wondered if it had been wrong to run after the boy instead of the tree runners. Cheaters. Bah. They're just as bad as the Grey Men. I hoped to present Lamare Amerk and the boy's dead body to the Emperor, and I had neither. Those tree runners ran away with Lamare's body, and I could only hope she's dead now. I must still be able to retrieve it. Undoubtedly, the Emperor would be pleased to finally get hold of the body of a deserter, no matter how insignificant she had been. The boy was another matter. He had the gift of invisibility, and I caught him doing it twice. He was there one moment, and then, he would be gone. His ability to turn invisible was the only logical explanation for why we could not capture him. Somehow, things were shedding answers to many questions, like, why was the boy important to the Emperor? Seeing how slippery the boy had been to capture, I could say that maybe, he was really a threat. And his powers. How was it possible that he could make himself invisible and punch me in the face with so much strength that could rival mine? I must find out his secrets. In that respect, I must find out what the Emperor knew. Come on, men. Move forward, I said to my soldiers as we rode closer to the Ameresian palace gates. I held my hand up, and all at once, my men stopped moving. Open the gates. I commanded. The Ameresian soldiers peered through the hole as though sensing danger upon our arrival. Emperor's orders, I said, waving the letter to be delivered to their queen, Marcella Benilde. The soldier took one look at the missive I was holding and saw the Emperor's wax seal. Hand it to us, and we'll give it to Her Majesty, the soldier said. I laughed mockingly. I will hand this to Her Majesty myself, or she will not read the Emperor's message. The soldier shut the tiny window, and some words were exchanged between him and another soldier. I waited patiently. My men looked tired from the flight. Rhodora had Mayo riding with her. Kilo's son was wide awake, and his eyes, the size of quail's eggs, looked petrified. I heard the metal rubbing against metal as the gates were opened. I rode onward to the palace with my men trailing after me. This time would be different. I walked over to where Her Majesty was sitting. Laras Sendo was situated on the right side of the Queen. He was stern, and a scowl was drawn on his face. I was sure the moment I handed the missive to the Queen, his scowl would grow even more etched on his face. I gave him a sinister smile, one I believed he deserved. When I was only a few yards away from Marcella, I bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty. I remained in that position waiting for the Queen to acknowledge me. What is your business here, General? She asked coldly. I am just a messenger this time, Your Majesty. The Emperor sent me to personally hand you a directive, I said as I pulled out the missive from my coat pocket and waved it in the air. Marcella nodded at Laras, who immediately walked over and took the missive from my hand. Then, Laras handed the missive to the Queen. If I may, I said, the Emperor wishes that his directive be read in front of an audience. He specifically instructed that your advisor read it out loud. The Queen looked confused but could not disobey the Emperor's wishes. She handed the letter to a pudgy man standing on her left side. The pudgy man broke the seal and opened the missive. His eyes took in the message, and his face paled. Your Majesty, are you certain I should read it aloud? He asked, his voice nervous. Marcella looked at me, and I met her stare. Then, she answered, if it is what my son wishes, then so be it. I laughed triumphantly inside my head, waiting for what was written on the missive to be announced to the audience. I had known what it was even before the message reached the Queen's hands. A thin knife that was heated correctly can do the trick of opening a letter sealed with wax without breaking it. The pudgy man coughed and began, the Emperor, Maquin Storm Aaron, ordered Ion Noto, War General of the province of Prile, to take Amer as his realm for the betrayal Marcella Benilde committed against the name of her Emperor. Hence, because of this, Marcella Benilde is afforded 10 days to leave the Ameresian palace and find herself in accommodation outside of Achaea, to the borders of Charisthea. He paused. Signed, Maquin Storm Aaron, Emperor of Achaea, true light of the land. Gasps and groans filled the hall, and it was as I expected. Laras paled and grabbed the letter from the advisor's hand, but it was too late. The pronouncement had been made. And I am at this moment the king of Amer, a well-deserved reward for serving the emperor loyally over the moon turns. My future was much too promising, especially once I learned why Kino and Lamare Amerk held so much importance to the emperor. Today, Amer is enough, but the empire could be mine for the taking in the future. The soldiers wearing the armor of House Benilde need not have to be reminded who their new king was, but there were some who dissented. I expected this, so I had my men ready. Swords were raised around me. I had to kill 3 Ameresian soldiers before the last of them who disagreed with my being king lay sprawling on the palace's marble floors. I raised a hand to wipe the sweat dripping from my forehead. Marcella Benilde sat on her throne, her lips slightly open as though she was still in shock. She probably was. As I walked towards her, what remained of her soldiers knelt, and when I was standing right in front of Marcella, I gave the former queen a twisted smile and said, "I believe you are in my seat, Marcella." That was the moment she wailed. Chapter 6, Who Am I? The Dark Heart. Some days are better than most. When I was younger, I thought I would have my own family. I will have a lovely wife who will care for our children, probably 2, a boy and a girl. Or 2 boys. Or 2 girls. I did not mind the genders as long as I had 2, so I would be certain that when my wife and I perished, my children would have someone to care for them. Siblings' love, in my opinion, was the highest form of love. I never knew my mother's face, only that she was a dark, stocky woman whose smile could melt even the coldest of hearts. That was what my grandmother told me. That in the province, my mother had not taken any suitors because of her appearance, but she was always looked up to as a friend by most men. Sometimes, married men even. Because when she smiled, everything brightened up. Even flowers bloomed. Grandma told me that one day, my mother went home all giddy because she had met someone who promised to stay with her forever. To mother, words like that were hardly ever spoken because men, as they most often did, measured and equated love with the pasty complexion, the sunken glowing eyes, the voluptuous curve of the waistline, and the size of a woman's bosom. Mother was never endowed with any of these. Her smile and character, Grandma told me, were the only virtues that your mother possessed. Grandma was adamant and asked my mother to stop seeing this man because he never once did have the decency to visit her at home. Still, my mother refused to listen because, at 34 moon turns, she believed she was running out of time to find a husband. Her friends had children entering adulthood while she was still stuck at home tending to Grandma. In the evenings, Mother would sit by the window awaiting the man to come and claim her hand in marriage. It never happened because the one she fell in love with was a cold, almost uncaring man who spoke words that could make women's heartbeats race. Mother, who had been new to love and spent all her life dreaming of marriage, took to heart each word ever spoken to her by that man. Mother went away for a week, Grandma had said. When she came back, she had a certain glow that could make happily married women envious. Grandma did not ask where Mother went or what she did because she did not want to learn of her mother's indiscretion. The days that followed were, according to Grandma, ones that brought out the best and worst in Mother. Some mornings she would wake up happily, run away from the house and return late in the evening singing. Most days, upon returning, she would lock herself up in her room and not eat a meal. But through it all, Grandma never asked her daughter because she was all too familiar with the injustice of not having a pretty face and a worldly body. Mother was robbed of her chance to marry by her contemporaries, who boasted of fair complexion and blushing cheeks grazed by long lashes every time they blinked. One day, my mother stopped leaving the house. She locked herself in a room and cried most nights. Grandma never asked what it was because she understood the sadness of being deserted by the one you love. She knew it all too well, so she bore the tantrums that Mother threw, the stubbornness by which she would not eat, the harsh words that would come out of her mouth. Mother's stomach grew, and Grandma realized what had happened. Mother was pregnant. Without a husband, the thoughtlessness of my mother's actions would surely draw attention. Grandma had brushed away a tear from her face when she told me Mother had knocked at her door, crying, begging Grandma to use her power. Make him fall in love with me, Mother had begged. But Grandma shook her head because love was not meant to be toyed with. Love, when it did not resonate, love, when it did not sprout naturally like a seed growing into full bloom, would wither and die. And there would be no saving it, for there was nothing in the first place to grow. Months after that incident, Grandma found Mother lying on the floor with a dagger lodged in her chest. She had tried to kill herself. Grandma revived Mother, grieving for the suffering of her daughter. It was then that she made the decision to use her power. While Mother was tended by her cousins, Grandma went to find the man her daughter had fallen in love with. Much to her surprise, she found a man who worked as a builder, drying houses made from mud in Karasthea. He was more than twice the age of Mother. Grandma told me that he was the most unusual man. Quiet. He wasn't even good-looking. He did not also boast a soldier's body. But what surprised her the most was when the man looked at her. Grandma's words were that his stare revealed to me his soul, his deadened heart, and his loneliness. By then, Grandma had understood why Mother had fallen for him. Because this man seemed to need her. His words rang of agony, and Mother, being the unloved one, thought she could change this man somehow to the point that she had shared her bed with him. Grandma told me she used her power on him to bring happiness to her daughter even if she knew the joy would only be temporary. So that day she found him, he went home with her. And Mother recovered and had happy days with him before she died. How did she die? We stole her breath when my twin and I were born. When I was about 5 moon turns, I began to hate my father. He would look at my sister and beam, but every time his gaze fell upon me, a look would pass his face that I could not define. It was like remorse over something I did not understand. He would not even hold me. Whenever I was hurt, it would only be Grandma or my twin to care for me. Never father. In the evenings, I would go over to him, sit beside him, and ask him to tell me a story, but he never once did. He looked at me with indifference and never spoke a word. One day, as I rushed to his bedroom to make up his bed, I found him already gone. I waited for him to return in the evening, but he never did. My sister and I waited for days and nights, praying to the gods and offering our food to the moon so father would come back, but he never did. A moon turn passed, and my sister and I celebrated our birth date. It was supposed to be a festive occasion, but instead, Grandma sat forlornly on the head table. She studied us, and after we finished our meal, she talked to us. "There's something I have to discuss with you," she began. "What is it, Grandma?" Goemi asked. I waited for what she would say. "Jor's not coming back. I never heard a word from him. None of the soldiers I spoke with could tell me his whereabouts. He does not want to come back to us," she said. Goemi's eyes filled with tears. I reached out to hold her hand. I knew I had to comfort my sister. She was much weaker than I. "Stop crying," I said. Then, to Grandma, I added, "We know Papa's not coming back." "There's something more," she said. Grandma's lips twisted, and sadness veiled her eyes. "I can't care for the two of you anymore. Trade's been bad, and I have nothing now but peddling. I can only have one of you," she said. I did not understand what Grandma meant. "I will bring one of you to a relative? Maybe somebody will agree to take one of you in. I'm sure someone will," she said as though to convince us. Then, she broke into a coughing fit. Goemi sobbed, and I stood up from my chair and wrapped my arms around my sister. I kissed her hair and tried to make her stop crying. "Don't cry, Goemi. Stop crying. Please," I pleaded. But Goemi would not stop. Afraid that our days together would soon come to an end, Goemi and I spent our days playing. Unlike other siblings our age, we stopped fighting as though we understood how very limited time we had left. We hid under the tables talking about stuff. Like what she remembered most about father, what little I knew about father, about what she wanted to become when she grew up, and what I wanted to become when I grew up. Goemi told me a beautiful story father had shared with her. It was about twins like us who lived behind the mountains and called each other Bubba. They promised each other that whatever happened, they would always stick together. I had liked the sound of it, so, at my insistence, I pushed her into calling me Bubba. I called her Bubba, too. I told her I wanted to become a soldier. Her eyes grew huge with excitement, and she said she'd like that for me. She said that she would find a husband and marry and have children, and that would be all. I laughed at her dream because it was so silly, but she was a girl, and maybe girls like other stuff like marriage and children. She shook her head when I told her that and made me understand the importance of family. I believed her, so I told her, all right, I will become a soldier and marry too. And have children who love each other the way we love each other. Then, Goemi would put her arms around me. We would find ourselves asleep under the tables, believing that the make-believe roof above our heads could protect us from separation. Then one day, a relative visited us. She was a lovely woman. She had beautiful curls and spoke with an accent that made understanding her words difficult. She said she wanted a girl because she already had a son. That evening, Grandma packed Goemi's stuff. I stood watching as, one by one, my sister's things were removed from the cabinets and put inside a pack. I did not sleep that night. When the dawn was breaking, I crept beside Goemi. She was still sleeping, and I watched her face, wondering if I could ever live without her. But if Grandma could not feed us anymore, it would be a kindness to let Goemi go with the woman with lovely curls. The following day, the heat of the sun woke me up. I rose quickly, surprised that Grandma had failed to wake me up. I rushed to her bedroom and found her on her bed, not stirring. The night had taken her. I shook her shoulders to wake her up, but she did not stir. She lay like a brick, and the coldness was already starting to spread all over her body. Old age had taken her captive in its grip. Because of Grandma's death, the lovely lady had to take Goemi and me with her. She told us that once we got to Prile, she would introduce us to her husband. She said she could not wait. She promised everything would be all right when we got there, that her husband and her real son would love to have us in their house. I was afraid, so I took Goemi's hands in mine and gripped it tightly. I cried for Grandma. I cried for Mother. I cried for Father, who never once showed affection towards me. This time, it was Goemi's turn to comfort me. Everything will turn out all right, Bubba, she said. But the sadness in my young heart did not go away. I embraced my sister and kept crying. The lovely woman's house was not what I was expecting. It was small and dingy and in bad shape too. It was probably as much of a hellhole as Grandma's house. When the woman pushed the door open, the hinges creaked, making me believe it could use some oil. The inside of the house was even worse. On the floor lay a drunken man. Sitting beside him was a boy who was about my age. He was as skinny as I was. When the man opened his eyes and saw us, he reeled. What are we going to feed them? He stood up so suddenly that Goemi and I grew scared. We huddled against the wall. The other boy came to us and said, "Don't be afraid. Papa's always been like this. But he's not a bad man." I stared in horror at the drunken man as he grabbed his wife's hair. He tossed her against the wall and struck her repeatedly. With each slap, Goemi and I jerked as though we were the ones being hit. The boy who was used to seeing this watched with us. Then, as though to comfort us, he wrapped us in a huge embrace. The following day, Minerva, the lovely woman, sat us at the table and introduced us to her son. Leno was his name, and like I expected, he was the same age as Goemi and me. Minerva gave us food, and Leno's face fell. The food portions kept on getting smaller, Mama, he said innocently. Goemi and I froze, and we looked at each other. The little boy beside us was so skinny, and if we were to take his share, we wondered if he would ever get the nutrition his body needed. That night, Goemi and I talked under the sheets. "I will go, Bubba," she said. I froze and turned to look at her. Minerva can't feed us. Her husband is always drunk. And Leno's so kind. I must leave. "No, Bubba," I told Goemi. "I don't want you to go. Please, Bubba." But Goemi only cried. I love you, but I love Leno for being so kind. I want you to stay here, so I'll know where to find you when I return. I shook my head vehemently, protesting at being left alone. No. I will go with you, I said. I'm older than you, she said. Grandma told me I'm older. So, I should be the one to go, she insisted. Older by a few minutes, I argued. Please, Bubba. Don't leave me. You're the only family I have. Minerva's your mother now. Leno's like a brother. And who knows, maybe Rano will stop being drunk and become a better father. You'd like that, wouldn't you? She asked. I sobbed. No. I don't want them. I only want you, I said. Goemi hugged me until we both fell asleep, our eyes tired and puffy from crying. The day passed as the other days did, and the conversation Goemi and I had about her leaving was already lost to me. Leno and I played while Goemi helped Minerva with the chores. Rano took to drinking. Then, one evening, Goemi took her pack and tugged my hand. I followed her. Walk me to the bend in the road, she said. I obliged. When we reached the bend, she looked at me. Her eyes grew teary, and she hugged me tightly. I'm going now, she said. No. I said. I love you, but I have to go now. Because I love Leno too, and I don't want him to get hungry. No. I yelled. But Goemi pulled away from my embrace and started running away with her pack. I called out her name repeatedly, but Goemi kept running. I ran back to the house and, upon entering, told Minerva everything. Minerva gaped at me, and her face had drained of blood. Then, she went out and looked for Goemi. Leno and I stayed by the doorstep, waiting for them to return. Leno's head fell sideways as he snored softly. I rested my hand over his, hoping to seek comfort. I did not know I had fallen asleep until I heard footsteps approaching us. I stood up and woke Leno. The silhouette of a woman and a girl materialized. Amidst the darkness, I saw them, and my heart leapt with joy. I ran to meet them and hugged Goemi upon seeing that it really was her. She never returned the embrace. Minerva tucked us all in before she slept that night. I embraced Goemi, but she turned, so she had her back to me. She was still mad I told Minerva about her departure. Goemi and I had never fought, and the thought almost killed me. I could not let my sister be mad at me. I could not let her leave me. I could not lose her. Never. I would never allow that. I thought hard about making her stay, but there did not seem to be anything I could do about that. She was so insistent on leaving. Then, one day, I thought of the perfect plan. I walked Goemi to the fields this time and bid her goodbye. When she turned to leave, I followed her. She did not know. For days, I trailed after her. Because I did not have a pack with me the way she did, I grew hungry. I ate the grass to keep myself nourished. If there were fruits around, I thanked the gods for the gift, but on most days, I survived by eating grass and leaves. When there were no trees and grass, I scooped soil and mud and swallowed them. When a pond was nearby, I drank as though there would be no water source in the coming months. When there was no water source, I bit and sucked at tree trunks. As Goemi got deeper into the forest, a fox attacked her. Goemi was surprised and started running away. I ran after them too. Upon reaching her, I saw that the fox's teeth were bared at Goemi. My sister was shivering, slashing a twig against the fox. Quickly, I grabbed a rock and threw it at the fox. It struck the fox's head. I kept on throwing stones to make it go away. Goemi glanced at me, and albeit surprised, she started throwing rocks at the fox until we successfully drove it away. Goemi ran towards me and squeezed me against her in an embrace that was so tight it left me breathless. "Thank you, Bubba. I missed you so much," she said. "And all the while, you were behind me?" she asked as though she could not believe it. I nodded. "Tomorrow, I must take you back to Minerva," she said. Her innocent eyes were determined. The following day, I started to drool. I woke up, hung my head down purposefully, and never bothered to run my fingers through my hair. When Goemi talked to me, I did not speak. When she asked me what the matter was, I stood as though I did not understand what she said. She took my hand and walked me back to Minerva. When Minerva saw us, she held us tightly. I never reacted to her touch anymore. I stood there clumsily, drool falling from the side of my lips. Rano saw me and threw his cask against the wall. "Never, Minerva!" he yelled. "Not someone like him. He will be useless." Goemi looked at me. "What has happened to you, Bubba?" she asked. Her eyes looked at me sadly, tears brimming. Inside the house, Rano kept on shouting, hurting Minerva, and hurling words at her about how he would not take me into his home. Leno was seated by the doorway, watching us. Goemi waved at Leno and said, "Goodbye, Leno." Then, she tugged at my hand, and we went away. Since then, we have started traveling all over Akean. Life had been hard for two children with no one to care for them and had nothing to eat, but we survived because of my power. I discovered it without meaning to. I had put on an act that I was deranged, special, so Goemi would not leave me behind. But because of this act, I could not help my twin in the hunt. She had to run after rabbits, ducks, and chickens, but they were too quick for a young girl. In frustration, I stared at a rabbit and prayed it would die. To my surprise, the rabbit stopped and fell. Goemi leapt at it, dagger in hand, and stabbed the rabbit. She looked up at me and grinned. "I got us food," she said proudly. I smiled at her while trying to keep my eyes blank. She never knew it was I who had gotten us the hunt. Some days are better than most. A lot of days, everything is terrible. Like the day Arden died. He had to. Because he would take my sister away from me. I did not put on this act so some random performer could take my sister away from me. If you had no family, no one else who could ever love you, would you let someone like Arden, who could have anyone he wanted, take the only person you have? No. I did not think so. So, I had to kill Arden and freeze his heart. But Goemi found out, and that wasn't part of the plan. And now, even Nia was claimed by someone else as his. I am back to where I started. Alone. Only half of who I once was. Much too alone in this cruel world. The sting of vengeance burns inside my heart, and I know the perfect person who could make use of my power. The one that would take me closer to exacting my vengeance. Kino had to pay for taking Nia. For claiming Nia as his mother. Quila may think she was the best puppeteer, and Arden could have believed he was the best magician, but of all the performers I had known, I was the best in this craft. The show is over, though. I am who I am. I am no longer the crazy, deranged twin. I am Miro Passip, and now the time has come for me to serve the Emperor. End of Book 2, The Dark Unveiling. Thank you for listening. Listen to Return to Akean, Book 3 or Breaking the Scroll Trilogy.